And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And good morning to Phil Cuzzy. That's what I would say. Phil, do you need a coffee? What do you need, a bagel? We can get you something downtown San Francisco. Yes, sir. The Giants got a win last night with the help from the home plate ump. But hey, the plucky Giants would have pulled it out anyway. And for Bryce Harper, we greet him on a Tuesday morning. He's in his hotel room right now doing sit-ups. Hey, Bryce, sometimes in life, you're going to get boned. Good morning, Marcus Boucher. Giants won last night. It's a Tuesday morning. How are you, brother?
What's up, Murph? I would start the morning by saying, what's up, cuz? Or I guess I can say, what's up, cuzzy, Phil Cuzzy? Getting the Giants to win last night, but you said it. Sometimes in life, you're going to get boned. That's baseball, my friend. Welcome to the big leagues.
That is baseball, yeah. So if you missed it last night, home plate on Phil Cuzzy had a couple of calls that tilted the Giants' way, went against the Phillies, and seemed to be sort of the national buzz coming out of that. Hey, when you got a superstar like Bryce Harper calling out an ump, it will create a little bit of buzz in a game that otherwise was a little light on offense, my friend.
Extremely.
Did I hear that? Did I read all three? So 3 of the Giants' runs came in on infield ground balls, fielder's choices. The Philly run came in on a wild pitch. Literally, like, no bubbles off the wall, no home runs, no nothing. Just a bunch of, as they used to call it, the ground attack, Marcus. Remember the ground attack back in the day?
Ground ball with eyes.
Back in the old Bochy days? That's what Flannery called it. Flannery called it the ground attack, or RTIs, runs thrown in, when they would frequently just kind of rely on the other team just chucking one away.
Who we were just talking to just like a week ago when we were talking about making outs your friends.
Yeah, who was that?
Yeah, somebody smarter than us.
Yeah, they said, you have 27 outs, make them your friends.
I think it might have been Flan.
Yes, it was Flan.
Of course it was.
Flan.
Of course it was the Flan.
You're
man.
right, it was Flan.
Yeah, he literally just came on with us. He goes, hey, man, you got 27 outs. Make them your friends. And that's what the Giants did last night. No, they were not spraying the ball all over the ballpark, but you put the ball in play and good things happen.
That's a great call. I'm glad you remembered that. That was perfectly said by Flan, and last night was a Flan special for sure. And last night was the night they unveiled the lineup we think is going to be the thing that's going to carry you to ... October, question mark. Because the Giants did take over the third wild card spot last night. Padres lost. The Giants at 50 and 42 are now the owners of the third wild card, just percentage points ahead of the Padres, who also have 42 losses. Milwaukee has 40 losses in the number 2 wild card. So, and by the way, picked up a game on the Dodgers, if you care. 6 out.
Oh, I care.
Not unheard of. Not unheard of by a long shot. If we didn't think the Dodgers are some steroided out Godzilla monster team that can't be beaten, then 6 games out on July 8th has never been a death knell in any realm. I always remember, Marcus, in 1998, the Giants were 5 out with 10 to play and forced a wild card playoff game against the Cubs. 5 out with 10 to play, and they still got it done. Listen, 10 out to the Padres in late August of 2010? So 6 out on July 8 is nothing. Then again, it's the Dodgers. You expect them to go off, but they got hammered last night by the Brewers. They've lost 4 in a row.
I mean, I believe it's one of the longest losing streaks in the National League now. 4 straight games for the Dodgers. Maybe the Houston Astros broke them once again with those banging of the trash can in Dodger Stadium.
Earl Hershiser, take that. Yeah. I kind of felt like last night's game was a big one for the Giants because I've been dreading this week for a while. Philly and the Dodgers. I mean, literally, this could be the Phillies and the Dodgers could be the NLCS for all you know. I mean, respect to the Cubs, they're having a great year and all that, and who knows what can happen else in the NL East with the Mets if they ever get their act together. But Phillies Dodgers to me probably the 2 best teams in the National League, certainly for the last half decade, right? So when you see these guys coming in back to back, I'm like, ooh, doing my game of like guessing how you would do in a 6-game set. I'm like, 3-3 would be really good. Like that's how I've entered this week. 3-3 would be really good. So I feel like as last night's game unfolded and Landon Roop was able to hold his own for 5.
There it is.
He held his own.
Roop,
he did. It wasn't like, the pitch count was up a little bit, and he actually, the only run scored on a weird, like a ball hit a pebble or something on Wilmer Flores or something.
Ate him up.
And Pat Bailey tried to tried to Olay a ball in the dirt, and we can talk about that later.
Olay.
But as that game progressed and it was 1-1, I'm like, oh, cool, well, they got to get this one. Because there's no guarantee what happens the next two nights. I mean, Schwarber could go off, Harper could go off. But I'm like, okay, you got to get this one because you got a chance to win this one. And they did, which so to me, Marcus, felt, I don't want to say important, but it was nice.
No, I would agree with you, especially when you take into account that people were saying that the Giants season was over last week and they were coming off their worst stretch of baseball, and now they won 5 out of 6 games. And now it's almost getting to the point where I know that there are still 2 more games against the Phillies, and then obviously the Dodgers are coming to town right before All-Star break. But really, I don't want the All-Star break right now for the Giants because we saw last night what looks like the healthiest lineup that they've had all season. And you mentioned it. This could be their lineup moving forward towards maybe a potential postseason berth. Now, I think there might be some shuffling around because we could see a guy like Jung-Hoo Lee hopefully refine his form. Maybe he gets back up to the leadoff spot. Again, that's for another discussion down the road. But you look at the pieces in the lineup last night, and you're like, damn, this lineup actually has some type of depth through it. Now, you say all that, and they still went 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position and scraped across a couple runs to win the ball game. But the bigger point I'm making here is it finally seems like this could be a portion of the schedule, even though it is a tough schedule, where things really start to click for this team overall. So not the best timing for the All-Star break, but as far as this homestand goes, yes, these are 2 of the best teams in the National League. So to get the first one at home with Landon Roop on the bump, knowing you got Robbie Ray tomorrow, knowing that Game 3 you're going to have Justin Verlander out there, it was extremely important to get Game 1, and they did it in another 1-run ball game.
Actually, 2, 3-1.
Oh, yeah,
they got that one. But, yeah, it felt like a 1-run game.
Yeah.
It definitely felt like a 1-run game, and it was actually a 1-1 game into the 8th inning. So we might as well call the damn thing in, right? You got Pat Burrell's got to call Rob Manfred and let him know. And Rob Manfred's like, wait a minute, you didn't call me for weeks. I thought they said on KNBR the Giants season was over.
It was over.
He said, don't worry about it, you empty suit. Just put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 3, salty Philadelphia Phillies 1.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning is fun.
Yeah. Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! Hey, you don't go.
It's time to go.
Flores lakes it out!
Rafael Devers is a dude.
There it is, guys. And the Giants get that one in the books to improve to 50 and 42. As Marcus said, now that's what, is that 3 in a row? Yeah, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Mm-hmm.
5 of the last 6.
Yeah, 3-0 since Matt Chapman's return.
There it is,
Mm-hmm.
right there. And he's the guy who benefited from the Phil Cuzzy. We opened the show by talking about Phil Cuzzy. So if you missed it in the 8th inning, Bryce Harper, Tyler Rogers comes in and gives up a knock to Kyle Schwarber, who actually was his only knock of the night. He struck out twice last night, too, 1 for 4 for Schwarber. But Bryce Harper's up, and you're like, oh, boy, here we go. You know, and he's in the news, too, because Alex Pavlovich just released more details on his failed courtship with the Giants. And you're like, oh, boy, Bryce Harper, I don't like this matchup. Except Phil Cuzzy calls a pitch that looked like a ball a strike and then definitely calls a ball a strike. And the Phillies get upset. Harper winds up making an out. You flip to the bottom of the inning. Willie Adames gets grazed by a pitch, kind of a good break by the Giants because kind of grazed his forearm sleeve. He gets on. Matt Chapman's up. And the pitcher for the Philadelphia Phillies, Kirkering is his name. Kirkering. It looked like he had Chapman rung up on a couple of beauties right there on the and Phil Cuzzy says, nah, it's a ball.
No.
Does it again. No, that's a ball. And the Phillies are like, whoa. And I was on my couch going, oh, man, we got away with one there. And the next pitch, he singles to right. Adames goes all the way to third. Winds up scoring on a Casey Schmidt ground ball. And, oh, by the way, shout out putting balls in play.
Yep.
Casey Schmidt put the ball in play. So did Jung-Hoo Lee. And the Giants got 2 runs home on fielder's choices. So that was the Phil Cuzzy story. Bryce Harper was salty about it. Definitely the calls favored the Giants.
I mean, absolutely. And from my perspective at the game last night, so I'm sitting down the left field line because it was a packed house last night, 40,000 strong last night.
4-0-0-4-3.
On a Monday night, and Giants fans were letting Bryce Harper hear it every time he walked up to the plate. A lot of boos coming in last night for Bryce Harper. But my breakdown of the at-bat between Tyler Rogers and Bryce Harper, at first I was like, damn, Tyler is making it look like he's making things really difficult for Bryce Harper. Like, he looks frustrated up there. Now, obviously, from where I'm sitting, I can't see the strikes, so I'm not calling balls and strikes. I don't got the replay on my TV, so I didn't know it was that bad until I went back and watched the replays this morning. But, man, oh, man, those were some bad missed calls But that's part of baseball. And I know we're going to get into a discussion probably later today about robot umpires and automatic strike zones and whether or not the ABS should be adapted next year, which I believe Rob Manfred is planning on doing anyways. But that's part of the game. And if you don't put the ball in play, if it's close enough to call, if it's close enough to swing, it's close enough to call, Murph. That's the old umpire rule. So just because you see a strike zone on a TV, that's not the umpire strike zone. That wasn't Phil Cuzzy's strike zone yesterday. It sucks that he wasn't consistent, but it sucks for the Phillies. Sounds like a personal problem. That's life. That's baseball.
Beautifully said, buddy. And if you go look at the MLB Game Day app, you can see the little dots outside the box. Hey, man, like you said, that's baseball, baby. All right, well, that's baseball, and it's a Tuesday, and it will control our day because the Giants' big week against the Phillies and the Dodgers is the sports story of the week because the Warriors aren't doing anything. Warriors are doing nothing. I think they're the only team in the NBA that hasn't made a move. Is that right? Yeah,
I think you're right.
And we're getting closer and closer to the Niners, but we're not quite there yet. So we'll focus on the orange and black. It is Robbie Ray tonight at 6:45 against Taijuan Walker, a righty. Thank God, a righty. Man, another lefty last night, Christopher Sanchez, but he's nasty.
He is.
My buddy Schmidt, he didn't even make the All-Star team. He probably should have made it.
Yeah, I would not be. I mean, I'm actually a little surprised that he did not.
He was on the list of snubs.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about like best 1-2 punches in baseball, when we throw out Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, I think you throw him into the conversation, pair him up with Zach Wheeler. Yeah.
That'd be a showdown between those two, yeah. We'll say good morning to Young Tony. Get the guest list on a Tuesday, July 8th on The Sports Leader.
and the ball kicks away from his glove, rolls towards second, and Stott actually picks it up with his foot on the bag and gets the out at second base. Montos safe at first, and Chapman is in to score. It's 1-0 Giants. Bases loaded. The 1-2. Schmidt hits a chopper. Slow hit towards short. Turner will field. Flip to second for the out. The throw to first. Not in time. And Adames comes in to score. 2-1 Giants. An extra run would be huge. Lee pulls it to first. Harper on a knee. Fields throws home, and it's offline. Chapman scores. 3-1 Giants.
You only get 27 outs. You might as well make them friends.
Ah, good stuff, Tony. Nice find on the Tim Flannery interview. God bless Flan. He sounds so good. And he was right. You make all three of those RBIs were outs. Luis Matos hit that ball that was not too good. I don't know how we're feeling about Matos. We're going to have to discuss this, buddy. But Matos in an 0-for-3 night does get the RBI. Casey Schmidt, who's back from the IL, gets the key ground ball that he had to get that second run home. And then credit to Matt Chapman for a great break and great slide. Bryce Harper could have gone to first and could have minimized the damage, kept the inning going by throwing home. However, the Giants did not take advantage after that. But still, Jung-Hoo Lee put the ball in play when he had to, got an RBI. So 3 RBIs, all on infield grounders. Good stuff, man. And hearing those calls, man, you realize it was not dramatic.
No.
But it was somehow, some way, they bled him to death last night.
Yeah, it was another scrappy win for the Giants, who really had to scratch their way to get anything across the board because it was frustrating once again. They get these bases-loaded situations, and here comes a couple dribblers. Here comes a couple ground balls. And lately it feels like they've been all turning into double plays lately. But somehow, some way, Trey Turner just kind of boots that ball and dribbles it over to second base, so the inning does not end with a double play, and that's how the Giants get the first run of the day. And even though there are 0 errors in the box score for the Phillies yesterday, it was a sloppy defensive game.
Yeah.
Starting off with Devers with that blooper out the right field that fell in front of Castellanos. Then you had that weird kind of knuckleball that screwed Brandon Marsh, that Matt Chapman ball, which I'm still trying to figure out how the hell that jumped over the fence for a ground rule double.
I agree with you because it skidded low on the warning track. Yeah. And all of a sudden I was like, well, that's going to score Devers, who was, by the way, laboring again with the groin. I just don't know how we're going to deal with this thing for the rest of the year. I don't know. And it's a problem because theoretically he's going to get on base. Although last night the only time he got on base was on that pop-up that fell. He would have been 0-for-4 otherwise. He still didn't have a great. He didn't look like he was seeing Christopher Sanchez too well. Not a lot of guys were seeing Christopher Sanchez too well. But, yeah, so if everybody missed it, Matt Chapman hits a screaming – the exit velo on that was crazy. It was well over 100. He smoked the ball.
Yeah, that ball was squared up.
But it was, in fairness to Brandon Marsh, it was tailing. It was tailing in a weird way. Like, Marsh looked bad on it. He turned the wrong way. He turned the other way. He fell down. He even – kind of made sure that the TV cameras saw as he looked at who was playing right for the Phillies last night, Castellanos. Mm-hmm. He gave Castellanos the knuckle sign, the Bugs Bunny knuckleball on me.
The sign language for knuckleball. But
to Marcus's point, it was a line drive. It was not a soaring. It was not going to clear the fence. It was not. In fact, it didn't clear the fence, and so it skidded low on the warning track. How did it get from there over the fence? So I guess my only hope is it hit the bottom of the fence and kicked up and went, I don't know. They never showed it. So I never saw the replay of it going over the fence.
It's weird. It was
all I know is Devers scored.
Yeah,
and then he looked frustrated because he's like, I got to go back. He's like, I ripped up my groin for that.
Dude. He was hustling, too. He was moving around third base. But, yeah, it reminded me of like a backyard baseball. I know you probably didn't play it because we're from different generations.
I do know the game.
But it's back in action. They actually just re-released it. But
Didn't you tell my kids to play it?
Oh, they definitely should play it. It's back on like iPhone and PS4 and that stuff now. But they used to have like specials and stuff where like you could use like an aluminum bat and it would be an automatic home run. But they also had one where you would hit a ground ball and it would go underground and then it would pop up and shoot over the fence. So that's kind of what happened with Matt Chapman yesterday.
It was the backyard baseball line drive. Yeah, that was good. But they wound up that was in the inning. They wound up not scoring that inning though, right?
No, they did not.
They did not.
Yeah, I mean, go figure. A run was taken off the board right there when Matt Chapman squared up his best ball since coming back from the IL.
Yeah. In fact, Chappie actually wanted to go 3 for 4 last night,
which is super impressive to do. Not only let alone off Christopher Sanchez, but he's had 10 10 at-bats maybe in the last month since coming off the IL. Spent one day in Reno and then a couple games up in Sacramento.
Yeah, and we mentioned his base running on the league ground ball. He went on contact, but he can move. You forget he can move pretty well.
Matt Chapman, I would say, is one of the best base runners on the team.
Yeah.
Like he does not have elite speed by any means, but he knows how to run the bags. And anybody who plays baseball knows if you know how to actually attack the bags, how to round a base, how to take advantage of guys in certain situations, you can play faster than what your speed actually is.
Who was it FP talking about base running? Somebody was on a base running rant the other day about, the way you attack a corner or things like that. And Chapman does that well. Adames going first to third I thought was big on Chapman's single in the 8th inning too. So little things added up. And we should talk about the pitching before we say good morning to Tony because, geez, they held the Phillies to 1 run, right? And Landon Roop gutted it out. And he's turning into a guy, 4 hits, 2 walks, 1 Ernie, 3 strikeouts. And really the only run he allowed was a ball that was smoked by Bryson Stott that I thought initially it was an error on Wilmer Flores. And Kuiper in the booth said, that hit something. I said, did it? And then sure enough, the slow-mo replay showed it clearly. What the heck was on the field? These Major League infields are so immaculate. How did it hit like a pebble or a sprinkler head or a clump of grass or something? But, man, I was thinking in the world of field maintenance, those guys are going to go do a freaking deep. There's probably going to be a 2-day seminar on how that patch of grass deflected that ball because it was truly unfair to Wilmer Flores. It did take a crazy hop on him. Winds up hitting off his right leg. Now, maybe a quicker reflex first baseman makes the play. But anyway, that's how the Phillies get the only guy on who scores.
Well, after yesterday, they need to not only check the patch of grass at first base, they also got to figure out what the hell's going on with the warning track, too, with that Matt Chapman ball bouncing over the
backyard baseball warning track.
Exactly.
So Landon Roop goes 5, and they're talking about him after the game. Like he's got this he's turning into a bulldog. He's turning into one of these guys who kind of refuses to give in. Like that's becoming his identity. Maybe he's not going to be the cleanest guy in the world because he goes, he throws 100, what was it last night? 100 pitches in 5 innings. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be my only knock with Landon Roop because I really think he's kind of been one of the unsung heroes of this rotation. He got knocked around by the Dodgers earlier this year, but that's one of the best lineups in baseball. But he still has an ERA in the low 3s. But that's the one thing I would like to see him improve on is being able to work deeper into games because it seems like there's a cap at 5 if you even get to 6 innings.
His home ERA is one of the best in baseball. It's down in the 1s. His home ERA, it's like 1.62, something like that. But then the key is after that, Ryan Walker, who they said they shelved him during the D-back series to work on mechanics. So that was something that was revealed by one of the beat guys. I think it was Baggerly. And so they're trying to give you a new and improved Ryan Walker. And last night was a clean inning.
Yeah, tune back in. We talked about it yesterday, how it almost looks like Spencer Bivens has kind of jumped him in the rotation.
Yes.
But I mean, honestly, I got to give credit where credit is due. JP Martinez has done a phenomenal job all season long with this staff and with his bullpen. And yesterday, 4 straight scoreless innings with guys like Ryan Walker and Joey Lucchesi out there. Yeah. I got to admit, when I saw Joey Lucchesi coming into the game in a 1-1 ball game, I was like, oh, Bob, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, Bob? Yeah. But also there was news yesterday about Eric Miller and what he's dealing with. So Joey Lucchesi's the only lefty in the bullpen.
It might be a problem going forward, too. And it might be something that Buster's going to have to pull a Sabian and get a Javi Lopez-type guy at the trade deadline. But Lucchesi, even though he gets a hit and a walk, just 1 hit, winds up getting out of that inning, even though he spiked a ball that Patrick Bailey had to block. Tyler Rogers gets the benefit of the Phil Cuzzy calls. And then Doval, who I complained about being used on Sunday, and to me looked a little ragged last night. His velo was not up. I'm guessing he's cooked for the rest of the series because he had back-to-back performances on Sunday and Monday north of 20 pitches, and they have a day game Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm just definitely not going to throw tonight, and then day game Wednesday heading into a Dodgers series.
An off day Thursday could help.
Yeah, plus Verlander's throwing on Wednesday, so it's probably not going to be a safe situation anyways.
Yeah.
I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy.
All right.
Guy hasn't won all year.
By the way, I keep hitting this mic. What is this, my first day on the job? My God, how many days have I been doing this thing? But I ain't going to lie, this thing is too low. I wished I had the ability to bring this hinge needs to go higher. But I'm complaining about something listeners don't care about. Or do they care about it? Nobody cares, said Gary Radnich.
Nobody cares.
Let's get the guest list on a Tuesday, July 8, 2025. It's such a freaking rookie sound to go like this. You hear that?
Yeah.
Listen. I'm making my point, and then here comes this. Yeah.
Almost sounds like you're pulling a pinball machine.
Yeah, so anyway, I was saying about Landon Roop. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
Jeez,
slap
Tony?
that mic around a little bit, Murph.
How many days have I been on this job,
I think you can raise that.
Well,
it's okay. 2 hinges, right?
Want to help me?
Yeah, you wrecked that microphone.
I guess, well, there you go.
Put it right in your face.
Okay, that helps a little bit. Look at you. I guess I'm not that smart. But sometimes, I'm focusing on the take, not on the hinge. But this one, I would like to get this up a little bit because this one's in the way of my notebook. Do you feel me on that at all?
I feel you, Murph.
Okay, all
I
right.
got you, brother.
But thank you, Tony.
We'll talk to some people.
Good morning, brother. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
What did you think of that
Tone?
Giants game? Did you listen to it while you made your eggs this morning?
I did indeed. Phil Cuzzy had a bad game, not going to lie. But at the end of the day, the Giants won 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position, but still find a way to win. I'm just calling it Captain Chapman, dude. This guy's been incredible. He makes everyone else around him better. Obviously, just sets the example as the, giant that everybody wants to be. But yeah, nice win. Phil Cuzzy, bad game, but the Giants still win.
You going Cappy Chappy?
That's what
Is
I was
that
like.
going with?
Came to me this morning. Yeah,
All right.
Captain Chapman.
Cappy
I like
Chappy.
it. I like
Cappy
it.
Chappy. I like it. What's the guest list, kid?
All right, well, coming up at 7:30, we got to get this guy some Bigelow tea. Dwayne Kuiper is going to join us at 7:30 after a win, so stay tuned. The big hit at 7:50. We'll have cooler content 8:30. Mark Spears is going to join us at 8:50. Warriors have not made a move. We're going to ask him why. And then Alex Pavlovich at 9:15 promoting a new book. I don't know if you guys have been seeing this watching the Giants games. It's called The Franchise, San Francisco Giants, a curated history of the orange and black. Really excited about that. Bryce Harper had a nice quote in there about why he didn't come to the Giants. Bruce Bochy was a big decision why. So a lot of good stuff. We'll stay tuned at 9:15 for that.
My kids are fascinated by the fact that the Pavlovich book is getting promoted on the broadcast. My Rory's like, it's the 4th straight day, Dad.
Yeah.
I go, yeah, well, that's what you do when you write a book. You try to sell it. Yeah. He's like, but it's the same picture every time of the book on its side. I'm like, well, yeah, they're trying to get you to buy the book. I said, should I buy you the book, kid?
Well, let
we
me
go.
ask the question now. If they're promoting Pavs' book on NBC Sports Bay Area and now we're promoting it on KNBR, wouldn't it be nice for NBC Sports Bay Area to promote KNBR?
Or send us a book.
These are the things.
That's all I'm saying.
These are the things. Somebody liked it. 831, Captain Chap. Cappy Chappy. That's what I'm going with. All right, well, listen, the story was the lineup they got out there last night and what it looks like. Can this be the lineup that sustains you, or do they need more? And if so, what? Next on the Sports Leader.
not. And Chapman rolls one through into right field, base hit. Adames around second, heading for third, and he'll make it there without a throw. First and third, nobody out here in the 8th inning of a tie game. Matt Chapman just battled there, and finally, I think he was trying to hit that the other way. Kind of inside out of the ball and rolled it on through.
All right, the sounds of the game last night set to the sounds of a guy that I must confess, listeners are smarter than I am, as always. And by the way, shout out John Curley. He just saved my life. He fixed the mic, which I've been kind of quietly grappling with for the first month we've been here, doing things like this. You hear that? Hear that? Hey, I got a great take on Kuminga. Oh, wait. There you go.
If you keep hitting it, you're going to break it again.
I'm going to break it. I'm going for the audio gag, but I might actually wind up having an unintended consequence there.
Yeah, you might.
That would not go over well if I keep hitting it and breaking it. But anyway, the listeners are smarter than I am. They're like, hey, something was wrong on the field with the Wilmer Flores ball. Has anybody considered the fact that they're holding blockbuster concerts all during the season right there, and that could have a detrimental effect on the grass in the infield? Something to think about.
That's interesting.
This guy who's singing right here is one of them.
Post Malone singing about hiding his gun out of Oracle Park. And yeah, we've had multiple texters check in. Shout out Overnight Dave, who said, yeah, Post Malone was just on the field the other night. Yeah, so was Shakira. They had Shakira and Post Malone back-to-back concerts on the field last Monday and Tuesday. So maybe that plays a factor, maybe it doesn't. But regardless, we got a good rejoin here.
Are we part of the problem? Because I'm supposed to tell you in this segment that we're giving away 2 tickets to see My Chemical Romance at Oracle Park.
Are you telling me My Chemical Romance might cost the Giants a game?
Or give them a game. I mean, maybe they're going to get the bounce.
Giants might be a wild card team because of My Chemical Romance.
Do we think that not just the Wilmer Flores ball, or the ball that Bryson Stott hit that kicked off of Wilmer Flores' ankle, what could have been a product of the Post Malone generation, but maybe that crazy warning track hop?
Now that I think about it, it might be a Jelly Roll divot.
Because that was where the stage was.
That's where Jelly Roll was.
Now, the only reason I would say that you can't criticize the Giants for hauling in their money by having these concerts is I saw Paul McCartney, the great Paul McCartney. And by the way, when I saw him, I thought this was my last chance to see Paul McCartney. That was 15 years ago. He's still going. He's probably playing a gig tonight somewhere, by the way. But it was in 2010 that Paul McCartney played the summer in 2010 on center field, and it left a big old honking yellow grass stain. Oh, by the way, they won the freaking World Series that year. So it's not always bad to have a concert on the field because in 2010 it worked out. But I do understand. Now, just for fun, little trivia for the old heads, for you, young Tony. In 1981, that's right, I said it, 1981. You're like, bro, does that year even exist? In 1981, the 49ers had their Super Bowl season, and part of it was beating the Rams for the first time in forever. The Rams frickin' owned them through the 70s. Go look it up. It might have been like 14 in a row or something like that. It was really bad. But the Niners beat them in Candlestick on a missed field goal by barefoot kicker Mike Lansford. I think that was his name. Listeners, correct me if I'm wrong. He missed a field goal to win the game for the Niners. The week before, the Rolling Stones had been at Candlestick on their Tattoo You tour. And it was either Lansford or some Rams player or some Rams rider. They said, hey, man, Lansford missed that kick the week after the Stones were here. He might have slipped on a roach clip.
Oh.
Somebody said that.
I mean, especially if you're kicking barefooted.
Dude,
you got to be careful.
Way, shout out roach clips.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
I've used them.
Young Tone, do you know what a roach clip is?
Bro, come on.
Okay. All right. Do they still exist?
Yes and no. Like, I'm pretty sure you can still buy them from the smoke shop. We used to do like the homemade thing in college where you just grab like 2 pennies and be able to pick it up like that. You can also use that.
Okay.
Little DIY. Do it yourself from Waterboy.
650 says they cover the infield. You're not allowed to walk on it. Yeah, but you're trying to tell me that during the entire time they set up the Post Malone concert, nobody touched that grass ever?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
so sure about
that.
Also,
don't ruin our riffs.
Exactly.
Yeah, come on, dude. We're out here trying to riff.
Don't ruin our riffs. So, guys, here's the deal. We had Casey Schmidt last night return to the lineup, and it gave the lineup that look, right? That look that it appeared to be the lineup that you need. Now, we have people checking in saying, no, they still need more, and that's quite possibly true. We can get into that. But just a little bit on Schmidt. He did get a knock last night. He did get the fielder's choice ground ball that drove in the go-ahead run. He did draw a walk last night, and he made a leaping catch in the 9th inning, which was pretty darn cool.
Despite the fact that Willie Adames was making fun of him for not having any hops.
You think Willie Adames has hops? You see it with the post-game thing he does with Yastrzemski.
Oh, yeah, where they do the Vince Carter through the leg dunk high five.
It's pretty athletic.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's a cool celebration.
It's a good photo op. So anyway, here's Casey Schmidt on being back in the mix last night.
Oh, great. I mean, I've been just trying to get back in there as quickly as possible. Yeah, just to be back out there and for us to win, it was really awesome.
You know what you learn about Casey? He's not a huge orator.
No.
He's not a big talker, and yet we're going to keep playing his sound bites. Flem asked him about the 9th inning play. So leadoff guy gets on. Who was that? I forget who singled to start the inning for the ninth for the Phillies. The next batter hits a sharp line drive up the middle, and it looks bad. But Casey Schmidt leaps to make the catch, and Flem asked him about it.
That was a heck of a play you made in the 9th inning.
Thank you. Yeah, Willie's trying to downplay it, saying I didn't really get up, but I got up there.
I think you're going to go look at a photo. You got up pretty high there.
Yeah. What'd you think of his hops there, bud?
I thought it was a great play because, honestly, I thought that ball was getting through. From where I was watching, I was like, uh-oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
And, especially, after things started to unravel, it was actually a leadoff walk by Camilo Duvall that put him on to start that inning. And you're like, oh, no, free 90s.
Yeah.
This thing's about to fall apart.
Yeah.
Here we go with a little Camilo torture right here. But Casey Schmidt got up and made a great play.
Max Kepler drew the walk. JT Real Muto is the one who hit the line drive that Casey caught. He's up with the bases loaded in the 8th inning. Flem asked about his mindset that led to that ground ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of seemed like he was a little kind of erratic a little bit. So I wanted to make sure I was very selective. I got a pitch to state to try to get to the outfield, but I fouled it off. So in that point now I'm in compete mode. I'm trying to put that ball in play and any way possible. And I put that one in play at the middle and was able to beat it out. So I'll take it.
Well, there you go. That's the Pat Burrell theory we've been talking about. Okay, now you missed your chance to hit the ball in the outfield. Now you got to go into compete mode. I mean, it's just hitting. It's what you teach every kid on every level. And hey, you missed your pitch to hit, but there are the bases loaded. You got to put this ball in play. Mm-hmm. Some guys forget about it though. Some guys still swing for the fences to strike out.
It's not just some players, Murph. It's some front offices because we've talked about this before with analytics and how you don't want to give up outs. You don't want to bunt and sacrifice yourself, even though we just talked about Flan telling us to make these outs your friends. But from an analytic perspective, I've heard the take before that you're better off striking out with the bases loaded instead of hitting a ground ball because obviously a ground ball can lead to a double play. Well, look at the Giants last night. Instead of striking out, they put the ball in play and forced the Phillies to make the plays. Phillies didn't make them. Trey Turner bobbled that ball over at second, rolled it in. Luis Matos gets the first RBI of the day. Next thing you know, Bryce Harper's trying to make a play at home. Matt Chapman beats him. That's baseball. Put pressure on the defense. If you're not going to go out here and slug and hit 10 home runs a game, you're going to have to find ways to manufacture runs. And that's what they did last night. It wasn't pretty, but they got the job done.
Was it cold last night?
It was a little breezy, for sure. I was out there in a hoodie.
Because they had that look of a team that was like, oh, we're back home in the cold park. We can't hit
it definitely was not that Sacramento Heat, I can tell you that.
Schmidt was asked about Christopher Sanchez. That's a huge one for them to get, to avoid 7 innings of Christopher Sanchez dealing and still steal a win.
Absolutely. Last time we faced him was in Philly, and he had it, and he had it again today, but we just grinded. We just tried to put the bat on the ball, and we ended up coming out with a W.
Always good to hear the Tony Bennett in the background when Dave Fleming's going on a KNBR interview with Casey Schmidt. Yeah.
Now, let me hit you with a stat and ask you if it surprises you, because I saw this in the Giants game notes last night, that they've won 6 out of the last 9 games against left-handed pitchers.
What?
That blows my mind.
That does blow my mind.
Because they've been struggling all season long.
They look terrible.
That's what the game notes tell. That's what they're telling me.
We just watched them face lefties on back-to-back nights, Jacob Lopez and Christopher Sanchez. They looked bad against both guys. And they won both games.
They won the game.
So they're pulling rabbits out of hats.
That's
then.
baseball.
I guess you got to give them credit too. That means what it means is they're pitching it well enough to stay in low-scoring games and then wait for that lefty to leave the game.
Oh, we've been talking about this all season long, though. Whether it's a lefty or a righty on the bump, this is the formula to win baseball games with pitching, defense, keep it close with that bullpen, and then try to have a comeback win. Try to scrape out a couple at the end of the game.
Last night might have been a game where Buster Posey in his executive suite was like, "Chef's kiss." Mona Lisa. He's like, that's what we do. Because that's how they won games when he was playing. Yep. He must have been like, yes, this is what I'm building here. I'm building a 3-1, no balls out of the infield, bullpen grinded out. face down a tough lefty and somehow outlast him type of team.
Who wants it?
Exactly. Buster was like, man, let's go get a freaking ice cold beer and celebrate this one. A little bit on Matt Chapman, who made his first home game in a while, taking game one from the Phillies. I thought it was huge because, again, this is a tough week. And if you have a chance to take one, you got to take it. And they got it. Matt Chapman.
That's huge. The Phillies are a great team. It's a team that, we have a lot of respect for, a team that's, fighting at the top of their division every year. And, to play them and then the Dodgers these last 6 games, it's a big homestand for us. It's definitely a big one to get this one, first one. And that's 3 in a row now. So trying to just keep it rolling.
Tony Bennett's getting a lot of run in these postgame interviews. Casey Schmidt was doing it on KNBR, and Matt Chapman was doing it on NBC Sports Bay Area. A couple more from Chappie, and then we'll get into Phil Cuzzy. Chapman on getting back to the lineup. He got back Saturday. This is his first home game in a while.
I was dying to get back in there. It's never fun being hurt, especially when, right when I went down, I felt like we were just starting to hit our stride and we were rolling. But I'm just glad to be back, glad to help these guys out, finish this first half strong, and then, go make a run at this thing in the second half. Having Casey back too, feel like our lineup is definitely a lot deeper, and, it's really tough to navigate right now.
Yeah, he said it. Go make a run at this thing in the second half. First, you got to survive this week, and that means the Phillies will come in tonight ticked off. They got Taijuan Walker. He's a righty, though. He's a righty, although you just told me they're 6-3 in their last 9 against lefties. Speaking of lefties, Giants going with Robbie Ray, who you have so much faith in, the new all-star, Robbie Ray. All right, well, this is not the show they're doing in Philadelphia. The show they're doing in Philadelphia is Blank Phil Cuzzy, and we'll get into that next on The Sports Leader.
There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Our app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2-2. He throws. Harper takes strike 3 called. He's unhappy with Phil Cuzzy. He thought that was too high. The sinker, though. Roop gets a strikeout. And the Phillies get just the 1 run. That weird play got it started, and they cashed it in.
There it is. Bryce Harper going down. We're going to get into it. Set to Sheryl Crow. We do have sun in Daly City this morning. It's kind of amazing. Marcus, look at that. Sunshine on the grass of Marchbank Park.
Oh, Phil Cuzzy is shining on us this morning.
I'd like to see Phil Cuzzy do a game at Marchbank. Ha. Come on out and just get behind home plate. It's funny, just early in the game, sitting there, and they announced the umps. Usually I kind of glaze over that. They're like, here's tonight's umpires. And when they said home plate Phil Cuzzy, I made a noise. I went like, ooh. And Rory the Greek's like, what? I said, well, usually something happens when that guy's home. I said that in the first inning. And sure enough, it did. By the way, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. This is stuff Bob Agnew used to tell me, never do this, but I'm going to do it. Mention another radio station to encourage people to listen to something else. But we share the building now with 96.5 KOIT, which is, of course, the home of easy listening. And it's becoming a thing as we settle in here for, when did we move in? What was our day? Do we know?
Great question.
Yeah.
Late May, like May 21st or something like that.
Is that it? So it's been over a month now?
Oh, at least,
I'm starting to get into a routine where I go to get my coffee and do my hard-boiled eggs. And we have a little radio in our break room that's set to 96.5 because it is the single most inoffensive station imaginable. Like, nothing they're going to play is going to cause you to have a violent reaction or to have an exuberant reaction. And this was playing this morning when I was doing my eggs and coffee, and I was like, yeah, this is like maybe the ultimate 96.5 KOIT song. But, Tony, you support it.
Dude, this is an absolute banger. I listen to this all the time. There was a cart lady on the golf course. Her name was Cheryl. And I was like, dude, we exclusively are listening to Sheryl Crow today.
She's got quite a career. She's been a backup singer for a lot of decorated people. But then it takes me, my eggs and coffee usually takes me 2 songs. The next song was the extremely inoffensive Rod Stewart, Forever Young. May good fortune be with you down every road you go. And I'm like, yeah, Rod, I hope, yeah. You're just giving me that Rod Stewart, middle-of-the-road, inoffensive music. So,
and I love the combination that we have of you're like, yeah, this is the most inoffensive radio station out here. Nothing's going to offend you. But then you see Phil Cuzzy's face, and you immediately get offended.
We're here to offend with Phil Cuzzy. So there you go. Phil Cuzzy at Marchbank. Maybe that's what he should be doing.
I got to say, I almost hate the fact, not just with umpires, but referees and basketball and even football and everything too. I hate that we have that kind of reaction when we see a certain umpire or we see a certain referee.
Scott Foster.
Like
right?
Exactly. Or like Angel Hernandez for years. Like, oh, great, I got this guy today.
Who's the NFL ref who makes you feel that way?
Gene Steratore, whatever the hell his guy's name is.
Is that from the Tuck Rule?
Yeah, that's the Tuck Rule, the postcard. I mean, a little bit of everything.
By the way, this morning I was overhearing Overnight Dave and Marcus, because we're all in one big sort of open air situation. They're still talking Tuck Rule.
Yeah,
like he had a problem with something Brady did today.
Yeah, people don't forget, Murph.
It's 2025.
Yeah, I can't let it go. I can't let it go, Murph.
So you just said Gene Steratore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Was that the index card too?
Yeah, that was the index card against the Cowboys. So like the point I'm making is like I don't want to see these guys' face. I would
Walt
almost
Coleman.
Yeah, there you go. Walt Coleman. Thanks for that one too. I don't want to see his face either. Like I would almost prefer if it was like an episode of Squid Games where like the guards have the mask on so you can't see who it is. Put a mask on the umpires. I don't even want to see their face.
It's not a bad call, actually. Not a bad call. Though kind of their mug is part of the deal. And we get into this as we get closer and closer to the ABS, automated ball and strike system that, are you going to miss getting mad at Phil Cuzzy? Is it, quote, unquote, part of the game? People have strong opinions about this. And by the way, Philadelphia, you're all going off on Phil Cuzzy stealing the game from you last night. We got multiple reactions to that. Number one, sometimes in life you're going to get boned. Shout out Wilmer Flores and Gabe Morales.
Yeah, that's right.
There's another name
Another
we remember.
face I don't want to see.
You got that one? Yeah, this was after the check swing that wasn't.
There's just times in life now you're going to get boned.
There it is. Number one. So number one, there's times in life you're going to get boned. So number one. Number two, literally those calls did not cost you the game. Like things could have happened in that game that changed the game. This was not something like where a guy was called safe when he was out for the winning run, something like that. So save it a little bit. And number three, we got our own beef with Phil Cuzzy. He's the guy who went off on Jung-Hoo Lee in Philadelphia back early in the season.
That's right.
When Jung-Hoo Lee touched his helmet, he got all gun up in his face. Cuzzy has boned us several times, too. It's all part of the deal.
Dude, Cuzzy is a work of art. Like, it was earlier this year. He was the same guy that ran Javier Baez out in Detroit on a ball that was below the strike zone. That was him earlier this year in the Giants series also. So we've seen Phil Cuzzy a couple times, and that's kind of the reputation now of Phil Cuzzy. He's kind of taken that from Angel Hernandez ever since he stepped aside, which is funny since he got so upset with Jung-Hoo Lee tapping his helmet, which is a sign for a challenge with the ABS system that they're using in spring training. And now Phil Cuzzy might be the reason why we're getting closer and closer towards not just an ABS challenge system, but an automatic strike zone as well.
So here's the deal. Who put this video together, Young Tone? Do we know?
This is the Twitter account called Umpire Auditor.
Okay, Umpire. So if you're on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, welcome to the streaming world.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello, hello. If you're on the old-fashioned radio, we'll talk you through this. But these are the calls that have everybody so upset. So it starts with the 8th inning. It's a 1-1 ball game, and Tyler Rogers has given up a knock to Kyle Schwarber. So there's a runner on first, Schwarber, nobody out. Oh, no balls, no strikes, and Bryce Harper's up. I confess, I'm not feeling awesome right here because Bryce Harper has seen Tyler Rogers, and he can probably get a good swing. So go ahead, roll the tape here. Here's the first pitch. Freeze it right there, buddy. That was low and outside. It missed the zone because he called it a strike.
Now, it's not extremely outrageous, in my opinion. I thought the one the top of zone was more of a miss that we're about to see here. And, like, that's one thing I do kind of want to re-emphasize.
Ball to Harper on that pitch that was out of the zone.
Everybody staring at that box on the TV.
Oh, pause right there.
That's not exactly Phil Cuzzy's strike zone.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that's the ideal strike zone, but the TV isn't the one sending down strikes and balls.
I would agree with you a lot. This box on the TV has a lot of problems.
Like, I remember when the box first popped up, I was actually a little bit upset because one of my favorite things watching a baseball game is calling balls and strikes myself.
I'm with you. I don't need the box.
Yeah.
I don't need the box. In fact, why do we have the box? Who asked for it?
Who asked for the box?
And why is there some sort of rule we have to have this box?
I actually like the box.
No,
I know
it
it doesn't equate like Judge and Altuve don't have the same zone, but it gives you a general idea.
Yeah, but I already had a general idea.
Just get rid of the box.
What's in the box?
When you go to a game,
what's in the box?
There's no box.
There's no box.
When you're sitting at the game, there's no box.
Come on, there's no box.
You just watch the game. So unfortunately, you're raising a generation. I got kids addicted to the box on their phone. That's all they do is talk about whether or not a ball was a strike. So again, now, have we done I'm not smart enough to know the physics of this. Like, is that exactly accurate given the angle of the mound? Given the angle of the pitch, given where the pitch crosses the plate, given the umpire's view of it, all those things that go into it. Like, has it been proved through physics that's the strike zone you're supposed to work with?
Now we're asking the real questions because you're right. Different ballparks have a different center field camera where it's like a little bit slightly to the left, a little bit slightly to the right. I'm sure they got to figure it out. But the point I'm making here is that's not the perfect strike zone.
I wish we could watch this without the box. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I'd make my own calls.
Yeah, so anyway, this one per the box was high. And he calls it a strike. So now it's 0-2, and Harper's upset.
He's got a Chapman and Flores.
Now, here we go. Matt Chapman's up with it's a 1-1. So eventually Harper, how did he make out? He didn't strike out, did he?
Oh, ended up grounding out.
He grounded out.
Because even against Tyler Rogers, he was putting some ugly swings on the balls.
Yeah.
Fought off a bunch of them. But
so now we go to the bottom of the 8th. So Phil Cuzzy's already, and it's 1-1. Matt Chapman's up to lead off
Thomas Payne for ERA.
Pitch here. And now he's on first. So Matt Chapman is up. It's an 0-2 count. And my man Kirkering throws a pitcher's pitch, man, which is about an inch off the plate or so. It could be a ball. It could be a strike. He calls it a ball. Okay, so we go to break. So it's a 1-2 count.
And he's been calling that pitch a lot. He's had a wide zone and that
1-2 count.
Caught the corner.
First, nobody out. Here's the next pitch. Ooh. A dot in the lower, outside corner at the knees.
Oh, I'm calling that strike 4.
And that is a pitcher's pitch. That is like that. He executed exactly how he was supposed to.
On the plate.
I sat on my couch. I said, "Oh, we just got away with one." Here's Rob Thompson. He's not happy. And here's the final one. Throws the exact same pitch.
That's all.
Yeah.
So strike.
Really. I'd say the Chapman ones might be worse than the Harper ones.
I would agree too because those are definitely strikes, and that's the frustrating part for Rob Thompson and the Phillies. You're like, if you're gonna call it one way, call it one way. Like that's what you need to do. Consistency with a strike zone. Some guys have a lower strike zone. Some guys have a higher strike zone. Some guys will let you work in. Some guys will let you work out. But you have to be consistent. You can't call those strikes for Tyler Rogers, but then call him for balls for the Phillies at the same game.
Man, so here we go.
That's
the
also
video.
a strike.
See, that's it, right, Tony? That's the extent of it. So now Bryce Harper after the game in the Phillies clubhouses. I tell you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and he's the quote that's going viral here.
No, I mean, I felt confident today. Felt really good where I was, and thought I was going to be in some good counts, and thought I was going to be in some good situations. But sometimes that happens, and umpire took over the game. He said the second one he had at my belt line, which I knew it wasn't. So I couldn't say much more. I didn't want to. I didn't really say anything to him when I walked off the first time on the strike 3. That was up. I just totally missed it. So I respect Phil. I like Phil a lot. But obviously that doesn't help us in those situations, and he's got to be better.
Did he say he's got to be better, or is that what he said? Or
he said, I like Phil. I respect Phil. He's just got to be better.
Okay. Well, there it is. 3-6.
So I respect Phil. I like Phil a lot. But obviously that doesn't help us in those situations, and he's got to be better.
There it is. Yeah, he's got to be better. Well, age-old lament, man.
Yeah.
Age-old lament.
Almost sounds like Murph in a post-show meeting. I like John Curley. I respect him. He's just got to be better. He's got to be better.
Very good. A lot of text coming on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 510 says the box is 2-dimensional, but the zone is 3-dimensional. And based on the height of the batter. See, now we're getting into physics. I'm not good.
Yeah, what about a 4D box?
707 says the K-zone box brings 0 positive value. The only frustration is when a call is missed in your favor. 360 says, does Tyler Rogers' funky delivery impact the ump's ability to perceive balls and strikes? It could.
That's a good suggestion, and I brought that up as we were talking about this during the break because Tyler Rogers, as we all know, is a funky submariner, and his ball runs. So, even those balls that are tailing outside of the zone down and away, that's how his two-seamer is set up to run. So it could be running through the strike zone, but StatCast picks it up as a ball outside of the strike zone instead of crossing the path of the plate.
916 says those 5 strikes to Matt Chapman were pretty important in the game. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, it is.
707 says Eric Gregg was horrible. Rest in peace, for sure. 707 says absolutely the worst Rod Stewart voice I've ever heard. That's Grumpy from Cincinnati. Yeah, I've never had a match. That's my first ever attempt at Rod Stewart. 704 says, can we give credit to Matt Williams for sending Chapman home on the infield hit? That took guts. Well, yeah, I think they were in contact. I don't think he sent. That was not a Matt Williams send.
No, that was a contact
That was a Matt
play.
Chapman.
Matt Chapman was going as
too.
soon as that ball hit the ground.
559 says, how much goes into the fact that we had 2 elite catchers behind the plate? Did Pat Bailey help those calls be strikes and or Real Muto, I would think, would help those calls be strikes, but they weren't.
I would assume so, yeah. He didn't even need to frame them. They were strikes.
Did the Giants had no comments on Cuzzy after the game, did they? No, they didn't. Well, that's it, man. There you go. There's your Bryce Harper, and somebody says don't forget Joe West, his strike zone.
Yeah, Joe West is not good either, which leads to the question, is this just a bad apple problem with umpires? You can't blame everybody for being as bad as Joe West or Angel Hernandez or Phil Cuzzy, or is this now leading us towards the automatic strike zone?
I told you guys I don't need replay. I don't want it. I'm okay sometimes with my team getting boned. It's just part of the life, part of the deal. I drive to work sometimes. I get a red light when I want a green light. I'm getting boned, I don't know. I have found replay in general has detracted from my enjoyment of the game more than added to my enjoyment of the game. I said this last week, and when FP was in, and somebody said, Murph, the moment replay is taken away, you will miss it. And I don't know, maybe because I've been conditioned, but certainly in the NFL, it takes way too long. It's the NBA.
Oh, the NBA is the worst.
Would you, if given a choice, if you could live in a world without replay or with replay, would you live in a world without replay?
I think I would just live in a world without replay. And that's part of life. It's part of there's not a replay for every single moment of your life, Murph. Right. I don't know if you could. I don't know if you'd want to throw a challenge flag in everyday life, but I don't know. I guess if I really work it out, it's oh yeah, the immaculate reception would have been an incompletion if there was replay.
Yeah,
this would have been that. That would have been that. But again, that's part of life. Sometimes you're going to get boned.
It's interesting. Replay if you go through great moments in sports history, replay could have affected a number of things.
It could have changed a lot.
Starts with the immaculate reception. That ball could have been seen as touching the ground.
Immaculate incompletion.
With guys who are out or safe at the plate, like Jackie Robinson stealing home on Yogi Berra. He was called safe. He probably was out. I don't know. But these are the things. You could go back and look at some key I want to say, I certainly remember in 1987, a USC-UCLA game where Eric Affolter was so clearly out of bounds juggling a ball, and they called it a touchdown. Even with our naked eye, we're like, what? That's a touchdown? Wound up being the difference in the game. It was like a 13-10 game. So, I mean, you can go through in your mind things throughout history. So this is just kind of part of the deal. And the Giants took advantage of their opportunities. The Phillies did not.
Yeah, and look, I don't know if I'm going to go full deep end here saying I want automatic umpires. I want an automatic strike zone because I do enjoy the human element. I do enjoy pitchers being able to earn a strike if they've earned it earlier in the game. Like, I do think that there's an art to framing pitches for someone like Patrick Bailey. And I think it would really kind of de-emphasize that ability if we did go to an automatic strike zone. Now, I got to say, I was not against the ABS challenge system that we saw this year in spring training, where you get 1 or 2 challenges per game. And that's a situation last night where Bryce Harper could have used his challenge, and then we probably would have moved on in 15, 20 seconds, and maybe it does alter the outcome of the game. So I'm not anti-ABS challenge system, but I don't want an automatic strike zone on every single pitch because if that's the case, then what the hell are we going to do with Patrick Bailey?
Yeah, it's like a couple of things in life, like the ghost runner where I get so mad, but I'll accept it like after the 12th inning. Like if we get to 13, you go to a ghost runner. And then if ABS is just 1 pitch per, what is it, 1 pitch per at bat?
So you get 2 challenges, I believe. I'd have to go bone up on my ABS challenge rules, but I believe you get 2 challenges, but every challenge you win, you earn another challenge. Ooh. So if you go 0 for 2, you lose your challenges for the game, but if you go 2 for 2, you get 2 more.
Here I am saying I don't want replay, and Young Tony's reminding me 2014 double play in Kansas City, Game 7. Was a replay review. Oh, man. See, sometimes in life, you're not going to get boned. So there you go, man. Tons of a reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 925 says replay is needed to keep the gamblers involved. How about that, buddy? 925 says, as a former CYO and intramural basketball refs, the refs can't watch a game in 4 times slow-mo. He's defending himself here. Here, 209 says, get rid of the pitch clock, the box, and the replay. Okay, I'm okay with the pitch clock.
I'm all right with the pitch clock.
415 says Jeremy Giambi was safe.
Should have slid. Should have slid.
408, rest in peace. 408 says too much money on the line to get rid of replay. Yeah, 415 says replay should be 45 seconds limit and only for the obvious stuff. 661 says, guys, don't forget Armando Galarraga's perfect game blown.
That was bad.
By the worst call. They wound up writing a book together, those two guys. 925 says Scott Foster has killed the Warriors in some games. 408 says, don't forget Madison Bumgarner and Joe West's stare-off. That was in San Diego, I believe. 831 says, I'm sorry, dudes. This season's been so bad for umps. The ABS is 100% going to happen. All right, there you go.
Like it.
707 says, depressing Tony Bennett after a win, walking out of a game sad. What do you mean?
I don't think it's depressing.
What are you talking about? 707, please clarify that.
I was not depressed.
That doesn't make any sense. Oh, he doesn't like the song?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Bro, stop.
Bad take.
That is a bad take. I shouldn't have read that text. 209 says, about the ghost runner, if a rule isn't in the playoffs, shouldn't it tell you that's probably not a good
preach, brother, rule? Preach.
And 415 says, the NFL did take instant replay away for 1 full season in 92. It was horrible. We immediately missed it. I don't remember that. I do not remember that. So anyway, there you go. It's the story of Phil Cuzzy. Hey, listen, we talk about games like the game where Christian Koss had the terrible game and he lost, and Brad Manzin texted me and said, the Koss game. You're going to have games like this. This is the Phil Cuzzy game.
This is the Cuzzy game. Thanks, Cuzzy.
And you take them. Sometimes you get them. So there you go. Okay, on the other side, Bob Melvin checking in on Landon Roop as we get ready for Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30 on The Sports Leader.
I respect Phil. I like Phil a lot. He's got to be better.
now realize that he has become the moral compass of our team. He's a special human being. Special.
There it is, man. Steve Kerr. When was the date on that, young Tony? That was not recent. That was from a past homage to Kevon Looney from Steve Kerr, one of his many homages to him. That was earlier in his career. I don't know if it was this year or last year. Or
There's no date listed. I know we resaved it, but, at any point in time, he could have said that about Looney. The guy's like Danny Dunn. He's just a quiet, dangerous Dan Dunn and just puts in work, and nobody asks questions. Nobody sees him, but everybody just knows he's doing his job.
So people need to know who Danny Dunn is. He would be the Kevon Looney of KNBR, ready to do his job, ready to never cause ruffle a feather, cause a problem, stir a pot, right?
I mean, that's a great comp because if you need a rebound, Danny Dunn is going to grab it for you. Ball goes up, Dunn comes down. It's as simple as that.
We're playing Lane Bentley's rap, Lane Dog.
Because Danny's a dog.
The Piedmont gangster.
Danny's a dog.
I tell you, man.
A dog.
I tell you what's so really, really funny is, I may need some help here, buddy, is that I've done all this incredible, many times we've played the rap of one of my dear friends in life, EB, his son, but they never hear it because they don't listen. So they got no clue. So when I see them, they're like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, I've been playing your son's rap. They're like, oh, really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health. Top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. So, yeah, this will be just one little segment on the Warriors before we get to Dwayne Kuiper. We got to get to Kuiper on time because we're not going to mess around. Poor Kuiper, he was battling some throat last night. Some little Bigelow tea might be needed here. So 2 things going on with the Warriors. Well, 3 things. Number 1, they've made no moves. Somebody said, well, the 7-way trade that got them their draft. No, that was not a move, buddy. That was a draft day thing.
Yeah,
where
it's not free agency.
We're talking about free agency. They wound up getting their draft picks, Tui and Will Richard. So that doesn't count as a move. Okay, so that's number 1. 1, they haven't done anything. 2, Draymond Green talked about that. And I might as well go into that, and then we'll get into Looney and Kerr here. So, and again, we've said this a million times. This is not why any of us become sports fans. We want to watch the games. We want to watch Steph Curry do all his thing. But this is where you got to get your lawyer briefcase out and start talking collective bargaining agreements where management and labor hash out a contract under which they work. Well, the collective bargaining agreement that was hashed out by the NBA Players Association led by C.J. McCollum and Andre Iguodala, I believe, right, have created an environment that the players are now finding out as player unfriendly. Because of these aprons and because of other various languages in the contract, action has been very limited, and players are not making the money they thought they were going to make. So here's what Draymond Green wrote on July 7, which was yesterday. Today is July 8th. He writes, Dear Diary. How about that?
First of all, I need to pause you right here. The fact that we're getting Draymond Green diary entries. Like, we're all used to the podcast.
You're going to get this podcast.
But, like, when I saw this yesterday going around, I'm like, damn, this is going to be good. Get your popcorn ready because we're going straight into the Draymond Green diary.
Have you ever kept a diary?
I don't think I have.
Have
Like,
you
I
ever-
had, like, a journal, like, for, like, one of my English classes that I probably failed back in the day. And
I'd love to read those.
They'd make you, like, journal, like, stuff like that. But, no, never had, like, a personal diary.
Your journal would read, like, Derek Jeter is cool.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I like Wu-Tang Clan.
Mhm, I play ball.
The end. Yes.
Yeah, simple as that.
About you, Tony? You do a diary?
Like when I was on a trip in like high school, like I went to Costa Rica for this science camp, and I was like,
that'd be incredible.
no cell phones, like I had to write down.
Tony's diary would say, like, Dear Diary, I think I did really well on the assignment today. I hope I did what the teacher asked. If not, I'm going to try harder tomorrow. By the way, will that brunette girl ever look at me? I don't think so. She doesn't even know my name. Signed, Tony.
Wait. By the way, did you just say you went to Costa Rica for science camp?
Yes, indeed. High school,
Costa
like sophomore,
Rica?
junior year, yeah.
Bro, I was out at Walden West. Costa Rica, bro.
I know, dissecting frogs, ant colonies, the whole thing. Pretty
Wait,
crazy.
you taking ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers?
I did not.
What the hell are you doing out there?
Tried coffee for the first time. It was a good experience.
Just coffee, huh?
Dear Diary. I've never written the words Dear Diary. We've kept. My dad used to keep travel journals when we traveled. They were hilarious because he would always write down the details of our breakfast and what it cost. He's like, breakfast at nearby cafeteria, eggs, a little runny, pancakes, okay, total cost $6.79. That'd be like in the bed. The thing was locked in. I'd be like, okay, well, we went on a trip. We do a driving trip to Oregon. Let's go see what we had for breakfast.
Now, I just want to throw this out there because it just sparked up in my brain. But shout out to Superfan with the postcards. Not exactly a diary, but he was definitely telling some tales.
I gotta be honest.
Sending them back home to
Can I
Murph.
get some applause right here? This
dude,
guy's.
I got you, bro.
You know what, bro? Your recall is incredible. Because that's not a story I tell a lot, but Superfan, Superfan and I were, here's the catch to Superfan and I, we were friends, right? But I just didn't, I feel like, it's better to keep him a mystery. It would reveal everything if I told too much. It's better to create him as a mythical character, which all these stories are true.
Yes.
But he and I were friends. So when he was a year or two older than us. He might have been 2 or 3 years older than us, but he hung around the colleges well after he graduated. But he went to Europe on a trip and said, I'll be sending you guys postcards, dude. And he said, and dude, if I ever do get there with a girl, dude, I'll put down a star, dude, star. So he would send us postcards from Europe. Took train from Berlin to Amsterdam, and dude, starred exclamation star apostrophe ed with a cute Australian girl, dude.
That was a 2-star, dude.
Oh my God. Met cute Australian girl on train. Star at hostel.
It's the star that always got me with the story. The star.
Anyway, back to Draymond Green. Dear Diary, this is literally what Draymond Green wrote on social media. Dear Diary, I'm sitting in my man cave having a conversation with my wife. So his wife is allowed in the man cave. Baffled at the fact that NBA free agency is over, period. Quite frankly, it never really started, period. Okay. The level of anticipation leading up to July 1st was as exciting as the fireworks on the 4th. It was the excitement of the NBA Finals, yet only a week after watching a team spray champagne and ride on floats. So he's saying, we're excited for free agency, and then he says, one can only point to the, quote, new CBA, unquote, and the second apron, parentheses, hard cap, for absolutely putting an end to free agency as we once knew it. So Draymond Green just called it out. He said the NBA free agency is dead and it's been killed by the CBA. He goes on and on to say other things. He says, sadly, I sit here and watch so many players overplay the market and not understand what they're up against with the new rules. Is he talking about Kuminga?
Ooh, no, he's not.
Sounds like it.
Well, he made sure to clarify later on that he was not talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
Which leads me to trying to understand the unstaggering percentage of guys that have no idea of the business they are a part of. I think he meant staggering. Anyway, he says, and I, as a vet in this league, watch players mismanage their careers before they know it, and they look back like, damn, where to next? I can go so far with this, but I really don't feel like typing it all right now because there's so many arms to this topic, an insane amount, then add in my own personal experience with it. I have what I think is an extremely unique perspective on this. I'm obviously a player, a former amazing general manager is one of my close friends. Talk about Bobby Myers, I imagine. He says, I am very close with previous owners and current ones. I was introduced to the business at 16 by Joe D. Shout out Joe Dumars. So, yeah, all that to say, it's interesting to watch and also be a part of. That's kind of a meaningless paragraph. Maybe someday I'll write a long piece, or maybe I'll just do a podcast, LOL.
What a surprise.
You're going to get this podcast.
Says, but regardless of where I decide to let these thoughts out, I should have been the Players Association president, LOL. I could have helped a lot, shrugging emoji. The league is great. It's been great to all of us. Amazing partnership among players, staff, front office, ownership, and fans that make the well-oiled machine soar, and rightfully so, but it's baffling to me how little players know about this business and how it affects them in ways most don't understand. So nowhere does he say Kuminga's name.
So I have a screenshot from a third clip where he says, funny thing is, I said this before, the last CBA, kind of beating a dead horse, I suppose, LOL. And before y'all make this about JK, it isn't. He's 22 and will be great and make a bunch of money, so this ain't got nothing to do with him.
Okay.
So I did want to make sure to put that out there.
Okay, that's good. Okay. But I still think he is talking about Kuminga. It is,
it'd be like the two of us would be like, yeah, we got this pasty white producer. He's not very good. But we're not talking about John Joe Curley. We're not talking about Curley.
Yeah, exactly, dude. So anyway, he's kind of getting at what we all knew, that this whole, this anti-Lake-up CBA where you can't have super teams and you can't pay all these superstars all this money is preventing teams from really adding players or players not getting what they want. This is exactly why MLB will never go for a salary cap. Because even though the NBA is not calling it a salary cap, Draymond Green called the second apron a salary cap.
Yeah, and it's a salary cap that was put in place to stop teams like the Warriors. And to me, that's a little puzzling because you would think teams like the Warriors should be rewarded for what they did, building that nucleus of talent. Now, obviously, you could point to Andre Iguodala coming over in free agency, and same thing with Kevin Durant. But this was a team that was built around Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney. Like, the list goes on and on and on of homegrown players. But all of a sudden, you don't want your homegrown players to get these max contracts. And now we're in a situation where you might see with OKC and their future of their dynasty because they're in a similar situation now and whether or not they can pay all their homegrown players, even though they followed the right process and developed their own talent.
And the Celtics, even though it wouldn't matter what process they followed, they had to disassemble their team. So there you go. All right, stuff we can talk about with Mark Spears, who will join us at 8:50. It'll be a hot topic with Mark Spears. But come on, it's Kuiper on a Tuesday, and you know us, we're on time. Dwayne Kuiper next on The Sports Leader.
Mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, always great to talk to Kuiper on a Tuesday, especially after a win. Giants 3, Phillies 1. 3 ground balls in the infield get the runs home. Phillies complaining about Phil Cuzzy after the game. All this stuff to get to with Kuiper. But the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Kuiper, we need to get you some Bigelow Tea, right? I heard you were battling the old, this happens to all of us on the microphone, battling the old vocal cords. But you did great. You got the call in and the Giants won. And thanks for hopping on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Dwayne.
Hey, morning, Kuiper.
Yeah, you know what? You always have to be a little careful when you go to Arizona and, you know, air conditioning, hot, air conditioning, hot. And I think he eventually got me. So we'll see what happens tonight. But by the way, can you imagine our fans in their reaction if Phil Cuzzy would have made those calls against them? those are 3 terrible calls.
Yeah, God, what are we gonna do about it? I mean, I don't know, Kipe. I guess the question is, to you, is this something that's just always been a part of the game, or if for some reason, does it seem like it's getting worse and or more attention? Last night, if anybody missed it, Matt Chapman, the beneficiary of probably 3 strikes that were called balls, and Bryce Harper, the victim of 2 balls that were called strikes in a 1-1 game in the 8th inning. Is it getting worse? Is it a Phil Cuzzy thing? What's your take?
Well, Murph, it goes from umpire to umpire. I mean, if you have a really good balls and strike umpire, it makes a big difference in the game. The game moves along. Everybody knows what the strike zone is. There's not a lot of complaining. And that's why, you know, when people say, well, are you in favor of the automated strike zone? I said, well, I am when there's a bad umpire.
Yeah.
But when there's a good umpire, my goodness, the game is way more beautiful. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, Phil Cuzzy he didn't have a very good night. And, you know, I'm sure his report card's going to come out. And, you know, not that they'll do a whole lot about it. But, hey, it benefited the Giants. It got Matt Chapman an opportunity to pick up a base hit. And you know, I tip my cap to the Giants for doing one thing, and that's make contact when you have to make contact. And that's what they did.
Yeah, Matt Chapman definitely benefiting from Phil Cuzzy yesterday, but the Giants have been benefiting since Matt Chapman's return. They're 3-0 since he's been inserted back in the lineup, Kipe. What has been your breakdown on seeing Matt Chapman back in this lineup, and what he means not only for the lineup offensively and defensively, but also for this clubhouse?
Well, he is, you know, one of the top leaders in the clubhouse. And he's also the guy that's going to call you out if something's not right. And when you're dinged up, it's a little harder to do that, even though I think he probably has. He's just really a good fit in any clubhouse. And I'm really glad the Giants, you know, signed him to a nice deal, because it's hard to find guys that do all the things he does on the field, but then yet do all the really terrific things that he does off the field that are so important. So, plus he brings a lot of energy. I mean, nobody runs the bases better than he does. If there's a guy on second, if he's on second and there's a base hit, watch how he makes that turn at third. It is literally perfect. And he's just a joy to have. He really is.
3-0 since he's back. As Marcus said, it's been awesome. And the Giants go back at it tonight. They got Robbie Ray, their guy, all-star Robbie Ray, coming off his complete game in Arizona, going against Taijuan Walker. Thank God, not a lefty after Jacob Lopez on Sunday and Christopher Sanchez on Monday, although tomorrow's a lefty too, Jesus Luzardo. Kipe, just some stuff from that game of note. The lineup itself. I mean, Marcus mentions Chapman, but Casey Schmidt returned. And if you look at it, other than Yastrzemski getting a night off against a lefty and Matos in his place, that might have been the lineup going forward. I don't know. You tell me. Does that look like this is the lineup that they're going to take into October, or do you still see even more tinkering?
Well, I mean, Dominic Smith is probably going to play against a righty. And, you know, you really do have to get Wilmer Flores off his feet. You know, every so often, you know, he's better served to get a day off every once in a while, or maybe even 2. But other than that, you're right. I mean, you're starting to see definitely a lot more of the same guys in the lineup and also in the same spot in the lineup. And it's not something that, you know, this franchise has had over the last 4 or 5 years. So it's a welcome sight for all of us. And plus, it's good to have talented people at every one of those spots. And the Giants are getting really close to having that.
Last night we saw Willy Adames in the 3-hole. Over his last 26 games, he's batting .319. Are you noticing anything different with his approach now, Kipe, or do you think things are just starting to finally click for him?
Well, historically, he's always been a second-half player. So I'm sure that has something to do with it. And I don't have any explanation as to why guys are first half players, second half players, middle of the year players. I have no clue, but there always seems to be a pattern with certain guys. And I definitely think it took him a little while to get used to where he was playing. And, certainly the ballpark. Look, I can think of at least 3 or 4 balls that he's hit at our park that would have been home runs in Milwaukee. So now he's sitting on 16 or 17 home runs? Well, that's actually pretty good. So yeah, he's swinging it really well right now. And he's going to be in the top of the order as long as he's doing that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think his defense has improved, too. I think he's settled down a little bit defensively. Speaking of defense, I want to circle back to Casey Schmidt, who we mentioned joining the lineup last night to make it look more whole. As an old second baseman, what's your read on Casey Schmidt? He made a leaping catch on a JT Realmuto line drive in the 9th inning that sure helped out. But just in general, his footwork, his instincts over there, compared to the other options the Giants have had, how's Kuiper feel about Casey Schmidt, who was not drafted as a second baseman? He was drafted as a third baseman, now being the Giants' second baseman.
Well, we've seen a lot of guys now over the last 10 or 15 years move over and play that position. I mean, remember, we had a Sunday night game at Wrigley Field maybe 6 or 7 years ago. And you know who the starting second baseman was?
I forget.
Pablo Sandoval.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm not comparing Pablo, although Pablo's unbelievable athlete. Guys that play in the infield, now that the rules have changed on turning a double play, now guys that play other slots in the infield, they can handle that position. Because that was the hardest part. You're turning a double play, and your back is to where you're going to throw, and you got a 240-pound Kirk Gibson breathing down your throat. That's the difference between then and now. So he can play that spot. He can play it well.
Kuiper, last night was another shutdown performance by the Giants bullpen. 4 innings pitched, no earned runs allowed. And we didn't even get to see Randy Rodriguez. But before we wanted to let you go, I wanted to make sure to ask you about Randy Rodriguez being selected to the All-Star game and also Robbie Ray and Logan Webb headed to the Midsummer Classic.
Randy Rodriguez is the closest we've had to Tim Lincecum. Just by his build and how he throws. I mean, Lincecum's motion was going to always be a lot different than anybody else's. But he's got electric stuff, just like Timmy. And when you think about all the great relievers in the National League, all of them, and they only take 3 to the All-Star game, and he's one of the 3. So God bless him. Good for him.
Kuiper, we're 3 weeks out from the trade deadline. We'll talk to you in a week when it will be All-Star Tuesday. Buster made the big move on Devers, and I guess most people are thinking, well, okay, you're in the hunt. You're on the 3rd wild card now, but you're going to have to fight off the Cardinals. You're going to have to fight off the Padres, fight off the Brewers, all this stuff. Even the Reds are in the mix a little bit. So, I mean, this is our first go-round with Buster. We don't know, but based on what he's done so far, trading for Devers, do you think there's more to come? Because, I mean, Eric Miller's out. Yeah, go ahead.
If there's a boatload coming.
Okay.
I mean, pack up the truck. It is coming. Now, I don't know, Murph, what they're going to do. I mean, it's possible that as you're watching what's going on with Birdsong and Verlander, that maybe they try to pick up maybe a veteran starter or somebody to fill in case things start to go a little bit sideways. But I don't think they want to tinker too much with what's happening right now. But it always helps to add if you can add. But make sure you add the right person to fit in this clubhouse, too.
Kuiper, before we get to the trade deadline and before we get to the All-Star break, Giants wrapping up their series this week against the Phillies, and then they will see the Dodgers this weekend. But it is a little interesting. The Dodgers are on a 4-game losing streak. The Giants are on a streak where they won 5 out of the last 6 games. Is this a bad time for the All-Star break, or what are your thoughts on this final matchup before the break?
First of all, Marcus, you have to understand my feelings towards the Dodgers. I don't even like to talk about them.
I know, Kuiper.
They got 2 more games left with the Phillies, and then the Dodgers are in town. I don't think there's a perfect time to play the Dodgers. So bring them on.
Why not? They're losing. They're skidding all over the road, and
Yeah, well, so you think that's going to be an advantage?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, right.
By the way, we got Mike going yesterday on the pitchers not tipping their cap. Is that something you've known about Mike for a long time?
You know what? I've told Mike this. I don't care.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, it's probably nice. Acknowledge the fans. But he's a pitcher. I mean, when I ran off the field, I couldn't tip my cap. But it's really something that's important to him.
Yeah, it is.
And I know he did talk to Webb about it. So.
Oh, he did. Interesting. I wonder what they. Well, Webby, it's funny. My buddy, the great Brad Mansion, who has the best baseball photographer in the country, sent me a picture. 2021 NLDS. Webb is walking off the field after that great performance, and he is waving to the crowd. So he has done it. I don't know. Maybe just in the moment, he was still thinking about the last hitter or something like that.
Well, I think one of the reasons guys don't do it is when they're walking off the mound, the game is still in jeopardy as to whether you're going to win it or lose it. And Mike's response to that is, well, it doesn't matter. They're acknowledging how you pitched on that particular day.
Yeah, so. I'm with Mike. I'm with Mike on this one. It's always a great moment.
I mean, look, Mike, when people turn around and applaud us in our booth, he's the first one to tip his cap.
There you go.
So that hasn't stopped.
He's a habitual cap tipper.
He's a performer. That's what Mike is.
I love it. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Well, you guys are awesome, the both of you. So you gutted this out, Kipe. That was a pretty good effort, man. You played hurt today, so we can't thank you enough for doing that. Now get that Bigelow.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see about tonight.
Okay, Bigelow tea maybe. Yeah.
Well, look, you're asking me to not particularly be fond of caffeine for a bad throat. It's not good for you.
I know. It is tough. I agree.
But if you want to go with a decaf, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm with you. When you have that bad throat and they tell you not to drink coffee, you're like, wait, what? You live at a Starbucks. Are you kidding me? How are you going to, so. Well, listen, you gutted it out. You did a good job. You got a win, and we let you go. Go rehab, go rest, and we'll look forward to if you call tonight, if not tomorrow, and then we'll catch you down the road.
Yeah, thanks,
all right, fellas. Great job.
Dwayne Kuiper gutted it out. You know what? Give him some applause on that.
Oh.
That was pretty awesome.
I got some applause for Kuiper.
Can you imagine? Listen, last night I heard it. I knew you were at the game. So early on in the first inning, I sent a text to the show thread. And I said, guys, we're on red alert, man. I don't think Kipe can do the show. He just did 13 minutes, man. And he even gave us the insight on Kruko tipping his cap to fans in the crowd.
I like it, And you calling him a habitual hat tipper.
Well, that's from you, buddy. That's for you.
That's good, Murph.
All right. Hey, on the other side, the big hit is the Giants. Oh, by the way, look at KNBR. Look at KNBR, the power of the leader.
Look at us.
Logan Webb All-Star at noon today with Silver and JD.
Nice.
He's going to be like, wait, where's Papa? I want to talk Raiders.
Light the beam.
He's going to want to talk Raiders.
Yeah.
And then how about Casey Schmidt on with the afternoon boys at 2:30? Casey's going to have to bring some soap to scrub up for dirty work at 2:30.
Get yourself clean, Casey.
So you go Logan Webb at noon, Casey Schmidt at 2:30. Why would you leave?
Rip that knob off.
Why would you leave? And especially you wouldn't leave because the big hit is next. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Put John Joe Curley to work. I said this all during the break when Cole LaPelt was in, Kyle Chung was in, when Raffy was in. I was like, put him to work. Get your thoughts in on Phil Cuzzy. Did the Giants steal one last night? And should they be ashamed of stealing one? That's sort of said tongue-in-cheek.
Shame!
How you feeling about this lineup? The lineup you saw last night. Is that the lineup's going to carry you to October? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Put Curley to work for the big hit on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Matos rolls one on the ground softly. Turner will charge, and the ball kicks away from his glove, rolls towards second, and Stott actually picks it up with his foot on the bag and gets the out at second base. Matos safe at first, and Chapman is in to score. It's 1-0 Giants. Bases loaded. The 1-2. Schmidt hits a chopper, slow hit towards short. Turner will field, flip to second for the out. The throw to first, not in time, and Adames comes in to score. 2-1 Giants. An extra run would be huge. Lee pulls it to first. Harper on a knee, fields, throws home, and it's offline. Chapman scores. 3-1 Giants.
You only get 27 outs. You might as well make them friends.
Tim Flannery with a great line there. And boy, did the Giants make their outs friends, because 3 of those outs produced their only 3 runs of the night last night. It was enough. Behind some really good pitching, Landon Roop gutted out 5 innings. And how about that bullpen, man? How about Ryan Walker, Joey Lucchesi? How about Tyler Rogers? How about Camilo Duvall, high wire? And how about Phil Cuzzy, everybody, who is coast to coast being hailed as having a horrific night at the plate, all benefiting your San Francisco Giants. Do you feel guilty when you get calls like this?
Absolutely not,
all right.
because I've been on the other sides of those calls, and Murph, everything in life has a balance. Water always finds its level. So, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a game later on this year where the Giants get boned by a couple bad calls. That's baseball. That's part of life.
You probably already could find some where that's
exactly.
already happened. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys are checking in. How you're feeling about Cuzzy? Because if you go on social media, the guy's getting absolutely barbecued coast to coast.
Roasted.
Even Giants fans, even Kuiper said, how would you feel if you were a Giants fan and those calls went against you?
I'd be pissed.
Yeah,
I'd
absolutely.
be mad.
Absolutely.
I mean, Matt Chapman had 4 or 5 strikes in that one at-bat alone.
Do we have the shortcut tone where Bryce Harper says umpire took over the game? This is Bryce Harper after the game. This is the one that's getting a lot of traction. Bryce Harper was rung up, or not rung up because he actually wound up grounding up, but fell into an 0-2 count on 2 balls that were called strikes. That's if you believe the box. If you're believing the box,
I
maybe
don't trust the box.
Maybe we could just like get rid of the box and let Pat Bailey do his work.
Ban
and Tyler
the
Rogers.
box.
So here was Bryce Harper after the game last night.
I felt confident today. Felt really good where I was, and thought I was going to be in some good counts, and thought I was going to be in some good situations. But sometimes that happens, and umpire took over the game.
Umpire took over the game is what he said. Well, it led to a Giants win 3-1. We already called it in, so good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy is my name. Marcus Pache is his name. You got young Tony behind the glass right there with a little shaft of light on his face. Kind of looks like a heavenly angel right there. Plus, you got John Joe Curley back there. 808 KNBR is the phone number to give Curls a call for the big hit, which is the Giants stealing one. And the lineup, looking like the lineup you're probably going to see for the foreseeable future unless the Giants get trade deadline action, which we're going to talk about as the days get closer and closer, what they exactly need. So last night across the board, Bailey at catcher. You had Wilmer Flores at first. Now, that won't be every day.
No, Dom's going to get some action, too.
Second baseman was Casey Schmidt. Guys, we just woke up one morning, and Casey Schmidt is your everyday second baseman.
Yeah, Fitz is here, and Tyler Fitzgerald option back down to Sacramento.
Yep.
See you later,
Shortstop is, of course, Willie Adames. Third baseman, of course, is Matt Chapman. Your left fielder was Elliot Ramos. Your center fielder is the slumping Jung-Hoo Lee. And last night, your right fielder was Luis Matos, but more often than not, it will be Yaz, who did enter the game late for him.
Yeah, it looked like there's going to be a platoon system between Yaz and Luis Matos to get him some at-bats against lefties. He's been struggling this year against lefties, actually has better numbers against righties, surprisingly, so I'd like to see him do a little bit better. But, Murph, how nice is it that we're looking at this lineup, and you just named about 6 guys who should be in the lineup every single day compared to the last 3-4 years, where it felt like every position was in the platoon system. And I get it. You want to use it in certain situations. You don't want Yaz lefty. That's why Slater was here for all those years. But it felt like everywhere you looked around the diamond, there was Ford Proctor or Mike Ford or just some random guy thrown in there just because he was a lefty or a righty, or you want to throw A.J. Pollock in the middle of your lineup.
We can keep going, brother.
Oh, the list goes on and on and on. So it's just so nice to have some consistency and some actual depth in the lineup now. They still went 0 for 9 last night with runners in scoring position, so that needs to improve. But overall, optically, this is the best-looking lineup that they've had all season.
We should admit, Christopher Sanchez is one of the best. He didn't make the All-Star team. I don't know how. He's one of the best starting pitchers you're going to see. I mean, he was a huge factor in that game. Maybe tonight against Taijuan Walker, whose stuff isn't as nasty. Maybe they get off a little bit and start hitting the ball. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Mark Spears at 8:50 to talk about Draymond Green's screed against NBA free agency and the new CBA. And then Alex Pavlovich at 9:15, who's written that book on the Giants, and it includes a chapter on the pursuit of Bryce Harper, in which Bryce Harper says that he probably would have come, or maybe more likely would have come, if Bruce Bochy was staying on as manager.
Oh,
But
you're
we know for a
telling
fact
me
that a guy wanted to make a move at manager. Yeah, there you go.
You're telling me that Bryce Harper and Bruce Bochy were out here sending text messages to each other?
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Yeah, they are. All right. Nate is in Concord to start off our big hit at 8:08 KNBR. Nate, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Nate?
Morning. Good. How are you guys?
Well, we're good. The Giants won. They've won 5 out of 6. Feeling better than about a week ago.
Yeah, better than Philly fans, Nate.
Absolutely.
What do you got for us, Nate?
Well, I want to talk about how you guys were saying the Phillies stole last night's game, or you guys were asking about it, but obviously we stole the game, yeah, but that's going to happen. That's going to happen with humans. That's going to happen now and again. Like someone texted about Joe West. He had games where it would go one way or the other way. You don't know. That's the human part of the game, and I think the automatic balls and strikes is a thing that should happen. Should it happen every time? I don't think so.
So you're just going with the old, it happens, don't apologize for it.
Absolutely. It's happened to us countless times, and they don't apologize to us for it, so why should we apologize to them?
Now, Nate, let me ask you this. As someone that got the benefits of the bad calls last night, does this make you lean more towards the ABS system, or do you want to leave it the way it is?
It makes me lean more towards it because, yeah, it helped us, but at the same time, there's been games where it hasn't helped us. It's gone against us. So, end of the day, it's going to go one way or the other.
But Nate, you're walking tall. This morning, you're going to get your coffee. You're walking tall. You're not apologizing to anybody.
No, I'm wearing my jersey proud, and I'm not apologizing.
All right,
Absolutely.
Nate. I like it. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, man. Well, it goes back to Steve Mariucci. I tell this story, the 2001 NFL playoffs, or 2002 NFL playoffs. 49ers playing the New York Giants. Controversial ending. The New York Giants blow a field goal, but they throw the ball down the field on a blown snap. A 49er lineman named Chike O'Keefer pulls down a New York Giant lineman before the ball can get there. It's pass interference. And if ref does not call it, the game ends. The Niners win. They go on the next week to get blown out by John Gruden's Tampa Bay Bucks. Ooh. But anyway, but they win the game. The NFL sends out a memo on Monday saying, we've reviewed the film. The referees missed the call. Oh. There should have been pass interference. The New York Giants should have been awarded the ball on the 15-yard line and given another chance to kick a field goal. And we called Mooch down to the press room, and there we were surrounding him, and we read him the memo, and he looked at us with those big, bright Mooch eyes and that wavy Mooch hair. And he looked around at us. He just looked at us, and then he just goes, bummer. And that was his entire quote. So yeah. I say that to Bryce Harper right now. Bummer.
Yeah, exactly. You can sit here and bitch and complain about it after the fact, but we're not going back to the 8th inning last night. We're not going back to the 5th inning when you struck out against Landon Roop. You're not going back to that 4th quarter. Which is why I hate those reports. Like the NBA does it all the time, too. Like, oh, here's what we got wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to know what you got wrong. You got it wrong. I don't need to hear about it 2 days later.
It's like it reminds you of getting all your papers back from your teachers.
I know,
Hey, Marcus, here's what you got wrong.
Which, speaking of report cards, we do have the umpire report card for Phil Cuzzy last night, correct?
Great. Thank you very much for the prompt there, my friend. Platsy sent it. You got to love Platts. So here's the deal. Yes, what you saw is what it showed on the scorecard. Phil Cuzzy was ruled to have favored the Giants by plus 1.4 runs. One man alone, according to the scorecard, accounted for plus literally the game because it was a 1-1 game when it all happened. So his overall consistency on the game was 92%. The average consistency is 94%. His overall accuracy was 91%, and the overall accuracy is usually around 91%. However, it says the impactful missed calls. The top 3. Number 1, bottom of the 8th, Kirkering to Chapman, no outs, runner on first, 2-2 count, a strike was called a ball. So there it was. Chapman should have struck out, 1 out, runner on first. Instead, he singles and Adames goes to 3rd.
Yep, and it leads to the Giants taking the lead in that inning. And look, I don't want to be the guy that goes on 50,000 watts and starts defending umpires, but it's not as easy as a job as most people think. Like, it's tough to call strikes, especially when we're talking about batter's reaction, having less than half a second to know whether or not they're going to swing. Umpires have that same time to make a call. Now, that doesn't excuse Phil Cuzzy last night and those missed calls because Matt Chapman should have struck out 2 or 3 different times in that at bat. But, Murph, look at the report card overall. It shows you how hard umpiring is. He still had a 91% overall accuracy score. I'll take 91% on any test I've ever taken in my life. That's an A, my friend. Even when we get to the call strike accuracy, that's 85%. Now, I know in your household, you view B's a little bit different than I view B's, but I'll take a B on any one of my report cards. That would have got me to Yankee Stadium with a 3.0.
Last night was kind of like a B. Yes.
Yeah,
Last night was kind of like a B. You need to take it. Yeah.
But his ball accuracy was 94%. That's an A student in my books.
It was 92, but there you go. So anyway, second most impactful call, also the Chapman at bat. Bottom of the 8th, Kerkering to Chapman. No outs, runner on first. 1-2 count, a strike is called a ball. So back-to-back pitches to Chapman were considered the most impactful calls. And then the third one, interestingly, was a totally different one. It was the top of the 5th inning when Landon Roop was pitching to Brandon Harper with 2 outs. To Bryce Harper with 2 outs and a runner on first. On a 2-2 count, a ball was called a strike. So he had it out for Bryce last night.
Yeah, so he was not happy to start with. But, Murph, we have a great text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
Showroom.
From the, showroom text line. They took that sign down. Now I got to memorize it.
Yes,
it makes it difficult for me. But the 415 says, that plus 1.4 runs means the Giants still would have won by 0.6 runs, Murph. That's the analytics that I'm looking for.
And 312 says, sounds like an A. We won 1.6 to 1.
That's it.
So there it is. There you go. Very good. 707 says, plus 1.4. He'd have one of the best wars on the team. LOL. 808 KNBR is the phone number. So there you go. What are you going to do? We can cry about it all day, or you can just go play tonight's game, which, by the way, features Robbie Ray on the mound for the Giants against Taijuan Walker, a righty who hasn't been having as good a year as Christopher Sanchez. The Giants escaping the Christopher Sanchez game is a big deal.
I mean, to start your homestand with a win like that, in a game where you go 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position, but you claw and scratch your way to a couple of runs, like this, I don't think could have got off to a better start. Obviously, they could have put up a 10 spot. Chapman, Adames, and Devers all could have went deep. But to steal a game like this and then to go into tonight's game with the pitching advantage of Robbie Ray over Taijuan Walker, this is how you win a series. And let's be honest with you. I think a lot of fans going into not only this series, but the series against the Dodgers, we're hoping for a 3-3 homestand.
3-3 would be amazing.
I mean, you get off to a 2-0 start, you're looking real pretty.
Oh, that'd be amazing. 831 says the only letter grade I care about is a W.
W.
There you go. Exactly.
All I see are winnable games.
What did that wise man once say? Just win, baby.
Just win, baby.
831 says, a-hole Philly fans are probably losing their minds, and I'm digging it.
And I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Sure. 707 says, hey, Real Muto, the Phillies catcher, did not do a good job of framing those 2 strikes on Chapman. I'm not apologizing. This is the value of Patrick Bailey. So there you go. There you go. And 650 says, no one is talking about the umpires. Nobody is talking about how the umpires are notably worse this year. This is the MLB having umpires selectively missing calls to help push the automated system. Wait, he thinks it's like a conspiracy theory?
Well,
that umps are bad now to get the automated system?
We've talked about this before earlier this season and how a lot of players we talked to actually said it feels like there's a tighter strike zone this year. And there was a report by The Athletic about the buffer zone, about where you call strikes versus like 3 inches versus like an inch off the plate or something like that. I don't know the exact numbers. But it definitely has felt like a tighter zone this year. And my take is that umpires have a tighter zone because they don't want their ball accuracy to be bad, because if the ball accuracy is bad, then that's an excuse for the automatic strike zone. So I feel like there's a little bit of anxiety with umpires fearing like AI taking over their job like the rest of the country, where they're thinking about those robot umps, and maybe they are tightening the strike zone just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, 510 says Chapman striking out 3 times in 1 at-bat was way more of a game changer than Bryce Harper. 48 says, and watching Phil Cuzzy's reaction when Lucchesi took his practice pitches after getting hit was hilarious. Cuzzy stood there in epic disbelief and frustration that Lucchesi took 3 pitches after taking that line drive off his thigh. I did get a text from my buddy in Philly, Schmidt. He's like, come on, man, what are we doing here? 831 says, the Giants had the bases loaded, nobody out, and actually made contact with the baseball twice and scored 2 runs. Now, I might need some help from this date in Giants history, but according to my calculations, that's never happened in franchise history. It's true story. Jung-Hoo Lee struck out with the bases loaded, nobody out last night. That was a big deal. So the other story of the game was, we just talked about Cuzzy. He was the huge story of the game. The other story of the game is the lineup, and we talked about that. 808 KNBR is the phone number. I loved it. I thought on paper it looked fantastic. Ramos, Devers, Adames, Chapman, Flores, Schmidt, Lee, Matos, Bailey. Again, Matos might not be there. And it was funny. I was like, I remember it said Ramos, Devers, Adames, and my kid goes, that looks scary, Dad. I go, all right. And then Ramos struck out, Devers popped out, and Adames struck out. I'm like, how scary was that?
Yeah, I get scared of those strikeouts, too.
Christopher Sanchez was
he's
scary last
dude.
night.
He's a scary dude.
He's a nasty, nasty guy. So the Giants do their thing. The other part we need to talk about before we get out of the big hit is Landon Roop, buddy. He's kind of quietly turned into, I don't want to call him a dude just yet, but he's getting it done. And the stat is he has an ERA in the ones at home this year. It's like 1.62. It's one of the best home ERAs in baseball. He's got that face. A face goes a long way. He's very intense. Like somebody compares him to kind of Vogelsong. He looks the part in that he looks like he's trying to grind out an at-bat.
Absolutely.
He looks like he's trying to, and he's performing that way too. He seems to have kind of just found an arsenal of pitches and a competitive grind that gets him through. Now, 100 pitches in 5 innings wasn't the deal, but that's a big, bad Philly lineup, and he held him to 1 run. And the 1 run we talked about already might have been from the Post Malone concert, the ball that took a crazy hop on Wilmer Flores, which is crazy because, those grounds crews are so immaculate. It's crazy to see a big league field produce that kind of hop. But listen, in a starting rotation where some people think the Giants may need to go get a starter at the trade deadline, and they very well might need to go get a starter at the trade deadline, is to have Landon Roop maybe ascending just that much is a huge development.
I mean, if you would have told me that Landon Roop would have been the most consistent young pitcher on the Giants rotation before spring training started, I would have called you a liar because I had Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong ranked above him. And then guess who won that starting spot out of spring training? It was Landon Roop, dropping down that Uncle Charlie after Patrick Bailey told us that it's the best pitch he's seen in all of spring training. Like, this guy has a put-away pitch with that curveball. Now, a lot of time that curveball is a little bit outside of the zone, which is why that pitch count gets a little bit high in the 5th or 6th inning. So I like him to be a little bit more consistent with the strike zone. But if you're looking for a guy that's going to be your number 4 or 5 guy in the rotation, Landon Roop has been phenomenal in his role. You mentioned his ERA at home. Even overall in the year, he's sitting at like a 3.38 ERA.
3.39, yeah.
And it really ballooned up because of that one bad outing down in Dodger Stadium. And look, that's one of the best lineups in baseball. Pitchers get hit around by the Dodgers all the blanking time. But if you get this type of performance out of Landon Roop, when he has this kind of energy and mantra, you kind of mentioned like his kind of pizzazz that he has on the mound. I had him down at FanFest in San Jose after his first year in the bigs, and he was coming out of the bullpen. And I said, Landon, to be honest with me, do you want to pitch out of the bullpen or you want to be a starter? He goes, I'm a starter. And, like, there was no BS about it. He looked me dead in the eye, didn't crack a smile. He's like, I'm going to be in a rotation. I'm a starting pitcher. So he has that kind of mentality, and you see that bulldog on the mound. So I've been extremely impressed with Landon Roop, especially when you have the expectations of him just being the 4th or 5th guy in your rotation.
Yeah, he's a North Carolina guy like Bumgarner, UNC Wilmington, I believe. His home ERA in 7 starts is 1.85.
It's phenomenal.
1.85. Something, take note of for sure. And then last night, even though I feel like in the last few weeks we sort of lost faith a little bit in the bullpen, I don't know. Doval's been a little shaky. Nobody wants to see Ryan Walker out there. Eric Miller just got hurt. Things have been sort of weird-ish in the bullpen of late, but last night 4 shutout innings from the bullpen, including Joey Lucchesi getting you a shutout inning, and Ryan Walker, who they shut him down for a few days to work on some mechanics. And it looked like it really, really worked because the guy came out and had a nice inning. Dude, if they can get Ryan Walker back, that would be huge. So things to watch in that situation. Tyler Rogers remains pretty darn consistent. We'll see what he does. I didn't like pitching Doval on Sunday night because I thought he looked a little ragged last night. He kind of got lucky a little bit to get out of that jam.
Yeah, shout out Wilmer Flores turning that double play.
And is he done for the rest of the series now? I mean, he pitched over 20 pitches on Sunday and Monday night. He's, you don't want to burn this guy out. You do have an off day Thursday. He's not pitching tonight. Then you have a Wednesday day game.
Yeah, you don't need him tonight. You got Robbie Ray out here throwing CGs.
There you go, buddy. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Dave in San Francisco is next up on the big hit, 808 KNBR. Dave, San Francisco, how are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Dave?
I'm doing good. How are you?
We're good, buddy. Giants won.
I love you guys. Go Giants. I was listening to what you were saying about the ABS system for strikes, and there is a point where I was like, that does make a lot of sense because games are kind of decided by that. But I was talking to my son, who's a high school catcher, and he's like, Dad, I agree with you, but, that ruins the entire art of framing. And I work very hard, and they coach us very hard on framing. And I thought to myself, well, shoot, this kid is right. That's an art to frame the ball, and I would hate to see that taken away. And I hate to admit that my son was right, but I think he may be right on this one.
Marcus is a pitch frame guy, right?
100%, Dave. You raised a smart kid because you look at someone like Patrick Bailey. The reason why he's one of the best defensive catchers in baseball is because of the ability to frame pitches. And I'm sure that played a big part of the calls that were made by Phil Cuzzy yesterday. But you're right. There's an art to it. And if you have a catcher that has that ability, it changes the entire game.
Yeah, so it's art of deception is what it is. Kind of like, I don't know if it's like the way Shea Gilgeous-Alexander draws fouls, or I'm trying to think of other things that could happen in other sports where you can kind of like work the margins a little bit. So catchers do that. Listen, that's all about the human element. Phil Cuzzy's a human being. Pat Bailey's a human being. Everybody, we're all in favor. In this world of AI, we're casting a vote for Homo sapiens here, Dave. So thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. We'll continue on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number. And when I mentioned this lineup, and I mentioned to Kuip, like, what are you starting to shop for? Like, you got to start thinking about what you got to shop for. Kerry Crowley last week had a whole shopping list. He basically wanted a whole new roster. I was like, bro, how are they going to make these moves? We'll get into it all next on Mark Spears at 8:50, Alex Pavlovich at 9:15 on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Three and two, he throws. Stott grounds one to first, fair ball. Wilmer has it. Steps on the bag for one, throws to second. The tag by Adames, got him, double play, and the game is over.
I was dying to get back in there. It's never fun being hurt, especially when, right when I went down, I felt like we were just starting to hit our stride and we were rolling. But I'm just glad to be back, glad to help these guys out, finish this first half strong, and then, go make a run at this thing in the second half. Having Casey back too, feel like our lineup is definitely a lot deeper, and, it's really tough to navigate right now.
There he is, Casey Schmidt with Tony Bennett, featuring Tony Bennett in the background. Giants get the win. And I was telling this morning about how we work at a station. We work at a new building with a bunch of stations. And one of them is 96.5 KOIT. And I'm getting amused every morning when I go into the break room at 5, whatever, to do my eggs and coffee. And I get these classic, middle-of-the-road, inoffensive Coit songs. Today's was I'm Gonna Soak Up the Sun by Sheryl Crow, and now Forever Young by Rod Stewart. You're just like, yeah, I'm at the dentist office, and things are going okay.
I'm definitely not offended right now.
I have no cavities, and, the hygienist is fairly attractive.
Hey,
so there you go. You know what I mean? So,
come search his cavity.
There you go. Oh, jeez.
Hey, whoa.
Look at
All
you.
I'm saying is these riffs are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. That's right, Tony. The Murph and Marcus Show is always sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Well done, buddy. Smooth, despite your PG-13 humor over there, bud. Okay, so we asked the question about, this lineup last night. Was it what you need to see? Is it what it's going to take to get it through? Or do you need more? And if so, what's it going to be? By the way, what can they trade? I mean, I guess there's always something, but they don't have a ton of assets in their system. I mean, they traded the big one, Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, Kyle would be the first name.
James Tibbs they traded.
I would think now someone like Carson Wisenhunt, who we're all expecting to be next in line for a shot in the rotation, would kind of be untouchable. I mean, there are still names like a Keaton Wynn and a Mason Black, guys we really haven't heard from in a while. I don't know if you could get any value there, but to go out and make a big move, I don't know who you're going to move.
I don't think they're going to have a big move left.
I don't think so either.
It's the classic Brian Sabian moves. What's his face? Well, obviously, Javi Lopez is the one you think of, but who's the right-hander? Come on, guys, the 2010 righty. Oh, gosh, my brain is fritzing out on me. Help me out, guys. Come on. Who was the 2010 righty they got?
You're blanking me right now.
Oh, man, he's a right-handed. His name, Ramirez, Ramon Ramirez, was that it? Come on. Anyway, the point is that's the kind of guys.
Someone will text it.
Guys that can kind of just plug an inning here or there that doesn't cost you a ton.
No, and
if you take on a little bit of the cost and maybe a little bit of the idea, Ramon Ramirez.
Oh, you got it.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, why are you doubting yourself?
And he pitched 27 innings, and he was pretty good for the Giants. He came in at the trade deadline. That's the kind of thing you need.
So
the Ramon Ramirez's of the world.
That's
yes,
the road I would be going down, because I just mentioned it. They're not going to make a big move because Guess what? They already did. They got Rafael Devers. They were able to pull that off.
Pause right there.
Weeks ahead
Pause
of the trade
there.
deadline.
Where are we with Devers' swings these days?
I'm fine with Devers. I know some people.
He doesn't look like a top 10 hitter in baseball right now.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Not right now.
You know, he has a back thing. He has a groin thing.
Yeah, he's dealing with a lot, new environment. He is on a 7-game hit streak now. I can throw that out there.
Did you know one of those hits was a dribbler in front of the plate yesterday and Sunday, and the other one was a pop-up that fell?
Last time I checked, those are hits on the back of your baseball card, Merv. So
Okay.
I'll take that. Devers is going to be fine. I've watched this guy play baseball for 9 years. He's one of the best hitters in the league. He'll be all right, all right? I'm not going to freak out about Rafael Devers. But that was a big move you made. So now you need to make the little moves. And the number one little move I'm looking to make is to get a left-handed arm in the bullpen.
Yeah, you're going to have to
With the
find
Eric Miller injury.
Yeah, you're going to have to find a team that's not in it, and that's hard now. The third wild card has made the trade market tougher because every team, quote unquote, is in it. Then you got to find maybe a contract that you can take on that a team's looking to dump, something like that. So who those are, I haven't combed the market, but I mean, yeah, left-handed reliever would be amazing. That's when they got Javi Lopez from the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2010. Look how that worked out. But I'll even take a right-handed reliever. I'm not feeling as good about the bullpen as I felt a while ago. I mean, I like Spencer Bivens, but he's moved up to a spot where he's getting high-leverage innings. Do you trust him implicitly in high-leverage innings?
Not fully, but like here's my breakdown, especially when we're talking about the pen and coming from the right side. Now, Randy Rodriguez, all-star. Easy. Lock him in. You don't get worried when Randy Rodriguez is on the mound. Camilo Duvall, there have been a few hiccups.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of torture, even last night with the free 90 to lead off that inning. But I would still say that Camilo Duvall is one of your best arms in the bullpen. So that's 2 right-handed arms. Throw in Tyler Rogers, who arguably could have been an all-star this year. That's 3 right-handed arms that you can rely on. If Ryan Walker gets back to the Ryan Walker we saw last season, we talked about how JP Martinez was working with some of his mechanics. He looked better last night. That right there is your big 4 that I'm going to when you need innings. If Landon Roop's only going to give you 5-6, there's your next 4 innings right there. And that's why I'm more focused on the left-handed arm, because going into the season, Eric Miller was the only guy regardless. And Eric Miller's had a phenomenal season. But if he's going to be out for a few weeks, I don't know if you can rely on Joey Lucchesi and Scott Alexander being back in the organization. To me, the number one priority is bringing in a left-handed arm because you're going to have to face off against guys like Freddie Freeman and Shohei Ohtani down the road.
I wonder who's out there, man. I'll have to start combing the I'm with you. Listen, if they get a left-handed arm, it'd be awesome. But I'll take any bullpen arm. Do you need a starting pitcher? Verlander's start Wednesday should tell us something. Birdsong's next start should tell us something. Birdsong's wobbling for sure. John Shea came on Papa and Silver. Shea, hey. Yeah, that's my super annoying Greg Papa impression where he says it every time. You got it, Young Tony? He's calling it up.
Shea, hey.
There it is. He calls it out every time they have him on.
Shea, hey. Shea, hey.
That's what I'm looking for. John Shea came on. John Shea came on?
Shea, hey.
Yeah, he came on and said that he left the ballpark 2 starts ago with Birdsong saying, I don't think that kid can make his next start. Was it the White Sox or the Diamondbacks? I forget. But one of those starts on that last road trip. And he did make his next start. And again, I don't want to say it out loud. He kind of had the yips. It's like the yips. You can't talk about the yips. Young Tone, you can't talk about the yips, buddy. You know that in golf.
Oh, well aware, yeah.
Yeah. It's like talking about a no-hitter.
We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about the
No,
yips.
we do not. So anyway, he looked like he didn't know where the ball was going.
Which is crazy, too, when you look at the difference between Justin Verlander and Hayden Birdsong, the 2 guys that are struggling the most in this rotation right now. They're completely opposite storylines. Obviously, one guy's 42. Hayden Birdsong is still a kid himself, still developing. But Hayden Birdsong is almost effectively wild. Like, even his last outing, the box score looks pretty good, but if you were watching the game, you saw how many balls he was throwing. He was so wild, so inconsistent, but somehow, some way, he was still getting outs and ended up being the winning pitcher that day. Versus Justin Verlander, who has the experience of pitching in the bigs for 20-plus years now, but he's thrown too many strikes to the point where he's getting squared up and hit because he's just leaving that slider right over the middle of the plate.
Yeah.
So it's interesting when you look at the difference, and also, like, how do you handle that situation? Because Justin Verlander is on the book for $15 million. Now, you've ate money like that before. Taylor Rogers was making $11, $12 million as a reliever. Same thing with Jordan Hicks. So you can move him to like a long relief bullpen option there because he also has a no trade clause in his contract. So that's the tricky thing with Justin Verlander, which would make me hesitant to go out and trade for a starting pitcher. Because, again, what are you going to do with Verlander? Maybe that's not a bad problem to have. What are you going to do with Birdsong? What are you going to do with Carson Whisenhunt? He's pitching this weekend in the Futures game for the second straight season. And I know I talk a lot about the Whiz Kid, but I truly think that this guy has major league stuff. That changeup is filthy. And you could use him as a left-handed option out of the bullpen. But every time we've talked to Zach Manassian or Buster Posey, they've talked about the plan of sticking with him in the rotation. So that, to me, would be the next man up in the rotation, which is why I'm leaning more towards bullpen help from the left side versus a starting pitcher, Murph.
Somebody wrote in and said, do you miss Taylor Rogers now?
Not so much.
He's actually pitching okay.
Is he?
In Cincinnati.
I haven't been following him this year, but I didn't like that contract with the Giants. I didn't think he lived up to expectations.
He's got a 2.76 ERA. His whip is 1.43. I look at it. He's only blown one save. He has 8 holds, if that matters to you. His lines are fairly clean, but not awesome, not perfect, just something out there. And then one says we keep forgetting that the Giants picked up Scott Alexander. And, they picked him up, but he hasn't appeared in a game yet, has he? Did I miss it?
I don't know if he has.
Appeared in Sacramento over the weekend? I don't think so. So we'll have to see what he's got.
Look, I'll say this. I went to the same school as this guy. I don't want to trash a fellow Sonoma State alumni, but Murph, there's a reason why Scott Alexander was available at this point of the season.
Right, but you never know.
Yeah.
Guys can just kind of find something. JP Martinez has been working with guys, and it's been working out so far. So, but you're right. It's not something you want to bank on, like he's going to be your guy. So anyway, it's obviously something we're going to talk about for the next several weeks. And Birdsong and Verlander's next couple starts will tell us a lot. Verlander goes tomorrow afternoon at 12:45 against the Phillies. That'll be an interesting matchup because, it's a bunch of veteran hitters who know what they're doing against a veteran pitcher who's having a little bit of trouble right now. Counting on Robbie Ray to deliver the goods tonight as he gets the ball against Taijuan Walker.
How's that ball been coming out of his hand, Murph?
It's coming out nicely. Coming out nicely.
Got me feeling nice.
All right, Cooler of Content features something this morning that came across Twitter. There's a little... I don't know, what's the word? Is it alarming? It's Will Fleming, Dave Fleming's brother, the Red Sox broadcaster, spilling a little dirt on Rafi Devers. I don't know what to make of this. We'll get into it next on The Sports Leader.
Of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. Giants got that sweet win last night, 3-1. They go back at it tonight. Robbie Ray at 6:45 going against Taijuan Walker. Take that, Philly fans. Somebody actually referenced the Brock Purdy Eagles NFC Championship game saying, screw those guys. They said it was fair and square.
Brock Purdy!
I hit that when you were gone. It's all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Mark Spears on the other side talking about this frozen NBA free agency where Draymond Green took to Twitter yesterday and wrote a sort of a 5-6-part screed saying that the new CBA has killed NBA free agency and that players have over-evaluated what they can make in the era of the hard cap. This is why Major League Baseball will never do a hard cap, by the way. This is yet another brick in the wall on that. Okay, so here's the deal. We teased it. This just came out this morning. Will Fleming. We'd like Will, of course. He's Dave's brother. They did that inning together. It was so much fun. What a story. Two brothers, like the Carey brothers, right? Or the Carey family, right? Yeah. Skip and Chip and Harry and all those guys. Is that he was on WEEI, one of the big stations in Boston, of course, and he was talking about Rafi Devers. He told an anecdote I hadn't heard. Now, Rafi Devers got here on what day did he get traded here? Was it June 8th? Was that the day? No, what was the day he got traded here? Do you guys remember?
Right in that ballpark.
Let's see. I'm gonna have Rafael Devers. It was 4 p.m. on Sunday, Father's Day, that he got traded. Sunday, June 15th.
15th.
Yeah, June 15th. Here we are, July 8th. So it's been less than a month. And he tells this story. This is Will Fleming on WEEI.
And what's crazy is, we were in San Francisco right after that trade happened. And everyone out there, of course, because they've been dying to get big hitters, and they think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with.
Damn.
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 I don't know what to make of this. So there's a lot to unpack here, obviously. We have seen him taking ground balls at first. There's actual video footage of it.
Yeah, I recorded some myself.
Okay, very good. I don't remember a story written by any of our beat guys or anything about Will Clark coming out to work with him in Neosho. This is the first time we've heard of this. So there's a lot to unpack here. The other thing that it's like, never once did we hear until this year that Rafi Devers was going to be a problem with management. That the Red Sox, it all changed with the Red Sox Bregman incident. The way, just to refresh, Rafi Devers is locked in as the 10-year contract to be the Red Sox big bat for the next several years. And then in the offseason, as spring training approached, they went and signed Alex Bregman to play third, which to Devers was utterly baffling. He said, wait a minute, I'm your third baseman. And then they said, no, go be a DH. And he was like very wounded by that, very upset. There was some drama going into training camp. So then he became a DH after an ice-cold start, 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts. Began really hitting the ball. His numbers got good. He started killing the Yankees. Then Tristan Casas, their first baseman, gets hurt. And you hear a story that they asked him to play first, and Devers refused. And that's where everybody, now it gets a little gray, et cetera, should he? And then he gets traded to the Giants. And the Giants, he immediately says, I'll play wherever you need to. Red Sox fans get very upset. He then tells Red Sox media in the dugout, I would have played first if you had asked me in spring training. So it's all a little touch and go. He said, she said, egos bruised, et cetera, all that stuff. But what everybody told us was prior to that, he was not a clubhouse problem. That everybody liked him. He was Dan Shaughnessy, among the many voices who came on our show and said, you're going to like this guy. He's sweet. And now we've seen in the dugout a couple of body language incidents that have been positive, where he's hanging out with his boys. He was seen pumping his arms in the air when Casey Schmidt legged out that fielder's choice last night. So I don't know. I mean, it could be true. Will Fleming's probably not in the business of spreading misinformation. He's probably a pretty reliable source. I don't know. It's a little bit of a red flag we wanted to play for you guys.
Yeah, it's not a good look. Yeah. I'll say that. And you're absolutely right. Look, We cover this team. We're around the team a lot. I can say for myself that first Friday game before the Boston Red Sox, I saw Rafael Devers taking ground balls over at first base with my own eyes. Now, I didn't see Will Clark out there, and I don't know, maybe they tried to set it up for a different time, but we saw him taking ground balls. Again, we're not behind the scenes. We don't know about this relationship. We don't know about how Rafael Devers feels about veteran players, especially after the whole David Ortiz debacle came out about Big Papi saying he would text him all the time, but Devers would never text him back. Kind of a creepy relationship on the side of Big Papi.
Be honest, Big Papi's a weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a weird thing, and then he made it about himself. But then we also had Manny Ramirez and Pedro Martinez, and those guys defending Rafael Devers.
Correct.
So, like, we've seen both sides of the coins here, but I think however way you want to look at it, it's not a good look for Will Fleming, the voice of the Boston Red Sox, to be saying that you bailed on a workout with Will Clark.
707 suggests on the text line, Boston is butthurt, and it's a smear campaign. After getting burned, there is some of that. Make it look better. Will Fleming could be defending Sox management because sometimes announcers and broadcasters get tied to management. He wants to make Craig Breslow look better. 760 says, you think Thrill's going to get stood up and be quiet about this? Does not compute. 408 says, do not read into these comments by Will Fleming's brother. And 415 says, I think Susan Slusher said there was supposed to be an infield practice, but they called it off because he was dealing with a hamstring or something.
Yeah, that's possible too. And look, we talk about him and the beef out in Boston about how he wouldn't go over and play first base after they told him that you wouldn't be using your glove at all this season because we don't want you a third anymore. He showed up in San Francisco, didn't even have a first base mitt. Yeah. So, like, that shows, like, the development that he still needs, and eventually he will get there. Sounds like the plan is to keep him at DH as long as he's dealing with this hamstring groin injury right now. So we'll let it play out. Who knows? Maybe he'll be out there with Will Clark. Maybe he'll be out there with JT Snow. Eventually, he is going to be taking balls at first base.
You know, just something to note. Just put it in the file. We'll see what happens here. On a much more bright topic, we have Steve Kerr in the cooler of content, and Kevon Looney, just his epic Players Tribune. We talked about it yesterday. We read excerpts of it yesterday. And he then signed his contract in New Orleans. Marcus, you noticed he had a new look going on, too, when he signed.
Yeah,
right?
If anybody has not seen this photo of Loon Dog signing with the Pelicans, boy, oh boy, is he rocking the braids. Like, he showed up on my timeline yesterday looking straight like Rick James. Like, I was shocked. Like, he's got the bangs going on now. You saw this photo of Looney?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
I mean, it's a hell of a look.
It was a different look.
You do you, Loon Dog, but I was like, what's going on? Where did Super Freak come from?
I love it. I love you. You keep doing you, Five. So anyway, Steve Kerr was moved to go to his selfie video and record this for Loon.
Hey, Loon, just want to say thank you. This is a tough one. 10 years, it's just been an amazing experience for me to coach you. Just your professionalism, your dignity, your class, the way you handle yourself, the way you mentor your young teammates, and of course, the championship contributions that you've made year after year. We can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Thrilled for you for your opportunity in New Orleans. But wow, we are going to miss you. So thank you for everything you've done for me, for our staff, for our team, for the Bay. You are the absolute best, Loon. Hey, Loon.
There it is, Steve Kerr. It's all heartfelt. Steve. Everybody feels very heartfelt about Loon. Hey, he had to go get his money. He has to feed his family. He got paid in New Orleans, money the Warriors weren't going to give him.
You know, we've talked about this topic before. When you go through a breakup, you always say, yeah, I hope the best for them. I hope you do well. This actually seems like one of the situations where both sides actually do wish the best for each other. I
agree with you. That I've always said that there's, I'm very honest about this, there's very few people I'm happy for. Like sometimes when things have, like guys have really good things happen to him, I'm like, that guy doesn't deserve that. I'm not that happy for that guy. Yeah. But there are a few people in the world I'm truly happy for. Like, I can think of them. I won't say them out loud because, you know, we'll leave it between me and my private life. But there's like a couple of guys I remember thinking, you know what? Something good happened to that guy. And that guy I'm happy for because that guy's actually, I think that guy deserves it. And I think you're right. I think Looney is on that list. Yeah. Looney's on that list. Yeah, he's on that. Not everybody is.
No, absolutely not. And, like, that's why I'm looking forward to his reunion when the Pelicans come to town next year. Like, can you imagine a standing ovation he's going to get next year?
Don't you think generally, more often than not, something happens to somebody you know and you're like, that blanking guy?
Yeah, like, what the hell did he do?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't got the karma.
Oh, there's Looney on the video, on the YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
Check out this photo, dude.
Look at that.
You can't tell me that's not the Super Freak, bro.
Wait, that's not Looney?
That's Looney, I swear, bro. Where'd that hair come from?
Dude, can you cue up a little Super Freak right now?
She's a very freaky girl.
Dude, that and the mustache?
Dude, I'm telling you.
Dude, are you sure this isn't a mislabeled photo.
It's a celebration.
This wasn't a signing of like a G League guy we've never heard of before.
Thank you.
Dude, if everybody can go to YouTube. Well, actually, the ironic thing is, if you're on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, you can't hear the audio, right?
But you can hear us.
You can hear. That's incredible.
Dude.
The makeover for Loondog? How can we get stolen? I want that Loondog in a Warrior uniform.
Why did we not get the Super Freak?
You know what? I would like to hear Lane Bentley do a new rap that includes a reference to his Rick James look.
He looks like he's about to go play Rick James in one of Dave Chappelle's True Hollywood Stories.
Oh, that is an incredible performance. Thank you, young Tony. Thank you, buddy. Very, very good. Do you do Madden? Okay, go ahead.
One more, actually, because I know we got to get out to Mark Spears on the other side.
Okay, that's right.
You want to go to the Casey Schmidt post-game celebration yesterday. He jumped on KNBR and gave us another Casey Schmidt classic reaction to getting the water cooler thrown on him.
Man, what a way for you to get thrown right back into the mix, huh?
Yep, love it.
Yeah,
I'm all for it. Love playing.
It felt like a big-time game, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, ow! Damn it, Willie. That wasn't even water either.
I don't want to ask what it was.
It was, it's not good. Oh, Chappie's about to get it. I don't know if you guys can see this.
Yeah, we can see it. Yes.
And,
Now, he kept his cool.
I mean, it's fine.
No judgment on you. Well,
oh, God, I got it twice. All right, sorry, guys. Go ahead.
You're okay.
Back to you.
You got a future here, Casey.
Outstanding. I hadn't heard that.
Incredible reaction.
That's better than I could have heard. Man, I might need that whole thing later in the show. Yeah. Okay. That's number one.
Oh, damn it, Willie.
Yeah. And then
oh, yeah. I mean, hey, ow! Damn it, Willie. That wasn't even water either.
I don't want to ask.
Oh, that is outstanding.
Oh, God, I got it twice.
Oh, man.
All right, sorry, guys. Go ahead.
You're okay.
Back to you.
That's really, really good. That sounds like Jeff Kent has that one where he goes, sorry, guys. Sorry. You've heard that one?
I'm not
That's
sure
a good
if I
one.
have.
Look for the Jeff Kent, sorry. He's messing with around people, too. That's incredible. So Willie Adames getting Casey Schmidt. Have you ever had ice water dumped on you unexpectedly?
No, I've never had the ice water bath. I never got to that peak of athleticism, Murph.
You know what? The kids, when we won our 11, I remember the kids did it when we won 11-year-old districts in 2019. They did it. It was really fun. I was like, that was awesome. I loved it. So, yeah, it means you won is what it means. It's pretty darn good. But 650 says, Murph is a certified hater, and I love it. Team him up with Kendrick.
Hey. I'm here for it.
Haters ball. Mark Spears, we love him. Next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, ow! Oh,
well,
God, I got it twice.
For traffic on The Sports Leader. Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, there it is. The way that played out, I mean, you had told me about Looney's look, and then Tony put it on our screen on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, and it caught me unawares because I looked to my left and I saw the screen, and boom, there he was. It was like an 8 for Rick James.
I'm telling you.
Kevon Looney's new look is incredible. We'll get into it with Mark Spears. He's all sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. We got a lot to discuss. Kuminga and Al Horford and Gary Payton and Draymond's comments on the CBA. But maybe the lead story, Mark Spears, is, dude, Loon Dog has a new look. Did you see the picture of him signing his contract with the New Orleans Pelicans? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Yeah, good morning, man. They said he better not have a bad game or they're going to start calling him Brick James.
Nice.
But, hey, man, New Orleans is they will embrace you no matter who you are. So I think the Pelicans world is, cautiously optimistic because injuries always seem to ravage them. With Jordan Poole being there now, Looney, who I think I know the Warriors are like, bro, if you could get $8 million a year for 2 years, go for it. Like, I was a little surprised by that, but pleasantly surprised by him. But to me, he's going in that locker room to be a big brother. He's going there to be a mentor because they have centers there. And if they're smart, which I expect Joe Dumars to be, I expect him to put his locker right next to Zion's locker to try to get some maturity out of that 25-year-old. But no, it's certainly an end to an era, and who knows? New Orleans is the type of place where they might have loony wigs, as a giveaway at a game.
Oh man, well listen, that was a 21-win team last year. Willie Green, of course, the coach, and we feel good about what Loondog did here, and we wish him well. But it is definitely not a championship contender. But he's getting paid, which he needed to do. The Warriors couldn't.
I will say this: Zion is healthy, they win. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If he's healthy, they win. So I'm not going to call him a contender, but I'm not going to say that if he's playing, they seem capable of beating anybody. So to me, their hopes certainly ride with him.
Mark, when it comes to the legacy of Kevon Looney here in the Bay Area, 3-time champion, spent 10 years on this team. We were having a discussion earlier this week about whether or not he'd be in the consideration to have his jersey retired. Do you think that's a possibility, or how do you think they're going to honor his legacy?
No, I actually said that on NBA Today last week that I thought he could get his jersey retired. I know Lacob and ownership loves him, 10 years. Just kind of really what he meant to the franchise. There's so much that he did behind the scenes that we'll never know that helped keep the team together. He kind of reminds me, and I'm going to, go back for the OG Warrior followers, Larry Smith. He kind of reminds me of, Mr. Mean, Larry Smith, kind of, the impact he had on the franchise. So does he get his jersey retired? I think it's unique and it's deserving, and it tells you that it's more than about impacting with scoring. At minimum, I think he should get a medallion outside the arena, one of the big medallions. But I think maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know that most Warriors fans would fight it if they felt like he was deserving of that. I mean, Iguodala got his retired. Maybe he does as well.
Wow, that'll be a big deal for sure. Stuff to this whole dynasty legacy will get sorted out through time. But man, he is beloved, and
10 years is a lot,
Yeah,
for one franchise.
Absolutely, and everything he's done. So he's gone, and the Warriors now have a gaping hole. It's something that needs to be filled. I don't know if Al Horford can fill that. He hasn't been out here. He hasn't been part of the culture. He hasn't been part of the journey. But he is a veteran presence, a calming presence, and plays that position, although much better shooter. I don't know. I keep reading that he may retire. He may stay on the East Coast. What do you know about the chances of the Warriors to land Al Horford?
I mean, it certainly seems like a curious situation. I heard rumors in recent days that Denver could be interested in him. But I think Valanciunas is going to end up going to Denver, so that makes it a moot point. I'm hearing the Warriors expected to get sorted out soon. On the flip side, I'm also hearing that Al doesn't appear to be in any rush, which, man, it's got to be kind of frustrating with the Warriors. Like, dude, make a decision, right? Like, either you come in or you're not, because you're holding up other things. Like, I think Gary Payton, the second, from what I hear, he'd like to return. But this situation is holding up his situation, and it also holds up, other things that the Warriors may want to do. So, it seemed on Sunday I was hearing optimism like that it would get done soon, but it's not done. And it's with each passing day, it makes me wonder if he's contemplating not playing anymore.
Huh.
I mean, he's almost 40. Was he 39?
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of how he plays, I think it's a perfect mix for the Warriors because gives them another guy that could, stretch the floor. He could shoot threes. He rebounds well. Veteran guy. Either no ego there. he's a really, really good person, really good family guy. I think he'd fit in easily. Just you gotta say yeah.
Man, oh man, it's the waiting game, which has been basically NBA free agency at large. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Marcus.
Yeah, and Mark, while the Warriors are waiting for Al Horford, to make his decision, it seems like Warriors fans are just waiting for the Warriors to make any type of decision because they are the only team in the NBA that has not made a single move in free agency. Why do you think that is?
Yeah. Because they're waiting on Al Horford. Because they're trying to figure out Jonathan Kuminga. I keep reading that Kuminga's going to be in Vegas this week, meet with the Warriors. I just think that it's probably better for both franchises if they figure something out. What it is, I'm not sure. The Sacramento stuff doesn't seem really advantageous to me. The question is, the Warriors basically hold all the power. There's not a big free agency market for him. There doesn't seem like there's a defined role for him. What is his value, as one general manager told me. With the Horford situation, perhaps maybe the Warriors need to, look for teams where they could get some size back. I did find it interesting. I saw this post the other day where the Jazz got 8 centers, right? Including Kevin Love. So, I know Utah just got Ace Bailey, so maybe that makes it a moot point for somebody like Kuminga. But, you could do 3-way trades, whatever, move them somewhere else. But, with this Al Horford situation, I don't know, maybe the both of them are kind of linked together. And they're just trying to figure it out how to make it advantageous for everyone involved. There's a couple other restricted free agents out there I'm kind of keeping my eye on. Now, I'm not saying this because this is anything I'm heard. I'm just being, kind of like a Dr. Seuss, so to speak, right? Just kind of looking out there in the landscape. And, Giddey still hasn't signed. Cam Thomas, who, if you get him in the Warriors uniform coming off the bench, he's a bucket. And to me, he's a guy that if Steph is out, he could step in and get buckets and score. Could be a 6-man of the year kind of guy here. I'm just curious of the landscape. I guess they said Miami was interested in Kuminga too, but I think you got to remember that we get so excited with the start of July 1st, free agency and all that, but they don't go to camp until October. So while us as fans and NBA insiders and all that want it to be over and want it to rush, they don't have to. They could take their time, figure it out, and, maybe that's why Horford is taking so long, although I think the Warriors are kind of pushing them to, okay, you coming or what, right? But the same thing with the Kuminga deal, other restricted free agents, there's no, panic for the teams now because there's still a lot of time before training camp commences.
Used to be fast and furious. And as Draymond Green himself wrote in this long post about free agency, what did you think of what Draymond wrote, saying that he basically said it's the CBA and that it's...
No, the players signed it. Yeah. That's their fault, right? The problem is you got majority of the players are in their 20s, respectfully. The majority of the players aren't in the league long. So most of them are probably not like Draymond, where they're going to be around 10-plus years, and you really should be paying close attention and worried about it. And most of the players are probably not in a position to really worry about it. And so, they just sign it. I think the players don't flex enough. They are the league. Whether it's the CBA, whether it's coaching hires, whether it's general manager hires, whether it's diversity hires or whatever, they just don't flex their muscle enough, and then when they're done or in their 30s and they're retired, or they're in their 30s and they're Draymond Green, and they're in a position where they're not scared to say anything, then all of a sudden they're like, hey, wait a second. You know what I mean? But, each player just has one vote no matter who you are. LeBron has the same number of votes as, Quentin Post in terms of deciding on that deal. And so, maybe he needs to do a podcast with Andre Iguodala and ask him why they have that deal right now, right? Iguodala was the president of the Players Association. Chris Paul was in charge when that happened from a player standpoint. So this is the bed that they chose.
Mark, how do you think?
It seems to be a running theme around these parts. This is the bed that was chosen, right?
Yeah, yeah. What do you mean? Who else are you alluding to?
You can think about it, have some coffee. It's a little deeper than that.
Okay. All right.
Well, Mark, follow-up question on that. How do you think Draymond Green would be as the president of the Players Association?
Oh, they wouldn't be playing. They'd be striking, they'd be picking it outside of Chase Center right now. No, I mean, Draymond is tough and gritty and all that. Get him away from the court. He's a nerd, right? He's got glasses on and, is very, very smart and bright. But he also has himself to blame. And I would say that to him, like, okay, sounds good now, but why didn't you raise this flag then? Right? Because he was probably chilling, and I've never known, I could be wrong, but I think Looney was on the board representing the Warriors, not Draymond. So if you're not involved, then kind of moot point for you to say anything, respectfully to him. Like it's already said and done and signed. So, the milk is spilled. There's nothing to do to change it. And, you have to wait till the next one is over, but then he'll be at the end.
It's just like he called it a hard salary cap. To me, it's like what the Major League Baseball will. Another reason why Major League Baseball will never go for it. Do you think that's changed that dramatically?
Yeah. It certainly does seem advantageous to the teams and the owners. I mean, like when he mentioned in there, like, I'm not, alluding to Kuminga or JK, as he said, but look at JK right now. Like, he has no power. Look at Cam Thomas. Look at Giddey. They have no power. And I mean, next summer, bigger market, they could bet on themselves. Like, I mean, if the tough thing for Kuminga was if he just takes the qualifying offer, right? The problem he has is you could be returning to a place where, you have a sporadic role. So how can you really bet on yourself? You can't. I don't think he could bet on himself here, unless they've told him something differently. But I think the Warriors are fearful of having, another guy on the court that isn't a great shooter, right? Like, respectfully, with Jimmy and Draymond, when they're out there, they're not great shooters. So, it adds to the challenge for Steph. So when you add another non-great shooter out there, it definitely makes it more difficult. So I think once they got Jimmy Butler, it just made Kuminga not a necessary piece. And, the Warriors' eyes, or the coaching staff's eyes, look, I could be wrong, but that's how I view it, how I see it. And so he's just in a really, really tough spot where I think, as one general manager told me, his advice to Kuminga's agent was like, stop worrying about the money that's not there, but start worrying about the fit that can be there that could help him get the money. Like, if Sacramento truly likes, right, and I think he would do well there, like I don't know how creative could you be. Like I know that there's a hole at shooting guard, right? Like, would you want DeRozan? But his money's a little higher. Would you want Malik Monk, which I don't know about that. You know, would you want Levine, like, whose money is a lot higher? I'm not a big Devin Carter fan. I don't know if that he's the answer. But it just, other than Sacramento, I haven't really heard much of a market for JK. So he's in a tough spot. And with or without the CBA, he's in a tough spot.
Last couple minutes here with Mark Spears on the UMA guest line. And real quick before I let you go, Mark, just want to ask you about Damian Lillard. He was waived by the Milwaukee Bucks, and obviously he's recovering from that Achilles injury. But there have been some reports and ties about a possible reunion back to the Bay Area. What are you hearing there?
Yeah, I mean, he's in a super advantageous spot. First time he's ever been in this position. Look, if you don't think it would be sentimental for him to come back home, you know, you're fooling yourself. This is a guy who used to be able to walk to Oracle, went to games as a kid. His dad had season tickets. According to Dame, in the early 2000s, he used to sneak into the media room and get sodas. So maybe I saw him getting sodas as a kid. He also said he saw Thunder, the mascot, once with his helmet off, and Thunder got mad at him. But he I think it would mean a lot for him to put on that uniform. Mean a lot to his family for him to be home to play. And I know he's looking for, I believe, like a 2-year deal. And there's some talk about him being ready at the All-Star break, which would seem really, really like ahead of schedule for an Achilles injury. But, like, hey, Minnesota can offer an opportunity to play next to Anthony Edwards. He could be the missing piece as a point guard there. The Celtics could offer an opportunity to say, you know what, just sit for the year and rehab with Jason Tatum, who has the same injury, and he's a good friend of yours. And then the next year, it's you, him, Jaylen Brown, White, Pritchard in the East, right? That could be attractive. And, you know, so I think there's going to be some places for him. Houston is interested, although I don't, with Fred VanVleet just signing there, I don't know if the role really fits in Houston. Lakers have interest. I heard like 28 of the 29 possible teams call. So there's interest throughout the league. There's no need to rush. He could sit and watch the landscape of how everything falls and then make a decision. But he also wants to do rehab in Portland, be around his kids. So a team has to know that. But it's not that he wouldn't be around, but when the team is on the road, or he'd probably be in Portland rehabbing or doing most of his rehab in Portland. If he's playing for the Warriors, he's close. It probably wouldn't be hard at all for him to come in town and go back and stuff like that. So I'd keep an eye on the Warriors, keep an eye on Minnesota, Houston. I know the Lakers are interested, but I don't think that's a good fit. Houston to a lesser extent. So if you had asked me the top 3 teams to keep an eye on for him, I would say Golden State, Minnesota, and Boston.
All right, good to know. By the way, does Chris Cohan know he stole those Cokes? Because he'll send him an invoice.
Oh, those are free for everybody, man,
Okay.
in that press room, man. So he probably got some cookies and snacks, too. I probably thought he was like a Donald Foyle.
I was going to say, under Lacob, I think it's complimentary, but under Cohan, he'd send you the bill, you know?
The Coke? He ain't charged us. They ain't charged us for the Coke.
Hey, you didn't hear about Dr. York and the Niners with the water and all that? You didn't hear about that? That's probably a topic that's best left unmentioned. We are the Niner flagship. All right, buddy. Great wide-ranging chat of this frozen market. But like you said, hey, man, you signed it. You made the bed. And we're going to figure out those beds that we made, too. So,
Contract, man.
I got
you. You know?
Yep, you signed the
deal.
deal.
You want to play with fire, Scarecrow? This is what happens. They signed it. So.
All right, buddy.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it does good. All right, man, thanks.
This is your world.
This is your world. They signed it, buddy.
Thanks, Mark.
You're in the prison of your own making. Thanks, Mark. Be good. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape. Check him out. And Alex Pavlovich, Giants beat writer on the baseball team, next on the Sports Leader. next guest, Alex Pavlovich, who, of course, you enjoy so much on NBC Sports Bay Area. The book's called The Franchise, San Francisco Giants, A Curated History of the Orange and Black, and that hits bookshelves today. You got to love a good book hitting a bookshelf today. So congratulations to Alex on the book. Alex, welcome back to KNBR. You got your buddy Murph and Marcus, and congrats on the book, man. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Pabs?
I appreciate it. How are you guys? I was just looking at the scorecard, which I'm sure you guys did this morning as well.
Yeah, we discussed it. Yeah. And I saw you even had a tweet about it last night. I don't know. Listen, you've been covering the game for a long, long time. You've seen a lot of poorly affiliated. When you see Cousy behind home plate, you know something's going to happen, right?
It was funny. I actually didn't realize he was behind the plate until the Chapman at bat, and then I looked down at the scorecard and I was like, "Oh, it's Phil Cousy." So yeah, here we go.
I mean, sometimes Cousy, sometimes you're boned by Cousy, and the other times Cuzzy's your friend. Last night he was your friend, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, man. Oh man. Hey, man. Before we get into the big picture stuff with the Giants, as a guy who's tried to sell some books in the past, I appreciate your efforts here, buddy. So tell us about the book. Now, I like the word curated, a curated history.
I know.
Yeah,
Makes it sounds fancy.
Yeah, it does feel like I'm at the museum. What do you got here?
Yeah, it's it was a fun project. I spent a couple years on it. It goes back to when they moved from New York and touches on the Hall of Famers and few times where they tried to move and goes into Will Clark in '93 and the Anaheim series, everything. And then really for me, I mean, I started covering the team in 2012. So being able to, some of the things I'd heard over the years and seen over the years about the championship teams, about Lincecum, Posey, Bumgarner, 2021, free agency, like all the times they finished second. So I tried to hit on everything. It's a lot when you're talking about the Giants going back to the 50s and all the winning they've done and all the stars they've had and all the storylines and the big games. It's a lot, but I hope I touched on everything.
Now, Pavs, you told us that you've been working on this book for a couple of years. Did you have to add any chapters at the end of the book to include the Buster Posey President of Baseball Operations era?
I did not. I think I was able to slide a line in there at the very end about Farhan no longer being President of Operations. But it's actually, we'll have an excerpt on Thursday about Buster before the Dodger series, but there's a couple chapters that are really heavily Buster focused, and there's one obviously about him and then one about 2021. And one of my favorite things is that Buster came in that season and they all remember he opted out in 2020 and they all felt like they were pretty good, and Buster came in and he stood up in the first meeting of spring training and said, "Let's go win the division." And nobody else, Gabe Kapler wasn't thinking that way, the coaches weren't thinking that way, the players were all kind of like, yeah, but the Dodgers, how are we going to do this? So there's a chapter in there about 21, and it starts with how Buster kind of reset expectations, which I think is really instructive when you look at what he has done here and the way he's attacked the job so far, and the fact that he's not kind of just sitting around. He's like, well, let's go and do it. Let's go get Raffy Devers.
Yeah, it's been quite fascinating. Like you said, you can do a whole nother book on that a few years down the road on Buster. So many different things to address. Just one more thing from the book I wanted to hit, and we're talking to Alex Pavlovich. Of course, the book is called The Franchise, San Francisco Giants, A Curated History of the Orange and Black, available at bookstores and I would imagine online too. Is the Bryce Harper excerpt that went out yesterday with Bryce Harper here in town and with Bryce Harper, the victim of some calls from Phil Cousy last night. But, I mean, it's interesting how, you talk about all the times they've tried to go get guys, Shohei Ohtani, Giancarlo Stanton, John Lester, on and on and on. But it seems like the Harper one actually had some traction. But can you just share the anecdote about how it came down to Bruce Bochy?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Harper's always been the one that got away because he was such a perfect fit for everything they needed. And he was, there wasn't a whole lot when you go back and look at it. And even in real time, you kind of look around and you're like, it's Giants and it's Phillies. And you just have to outbid the Phillies and figure out how to get this kid who's from Las Vegas and loves the West Coast, get him to stay here. And I talked to Bryce about it. He gave me some time, and I appreciate that. And he said, look, I met Bruce Bochy when I was a kid. I really respect Bruce Bochy. He shook Bochy's hand when he was like 9 or 10. He went to a Padres game, and he said the first thing I asked him in that meeting, and Scott Boras told me not to, but he said he asked Boch, what's your plan? And this was about 3 weeks before the rest of us found out that was Bochy's final season, and Bochy was honest with him and told him, look, I'm not going to be back. And that really, it was something that stuck with him. And the night before, I mean, the Giants had his hair product in their spring training clubhouse. Like, they were ready to go if he showed up. And the night before, he called Brandon Crawford and just to get some more information and try to find out again if anyone knew what the long-term plan was. And as he told me, he's like, look, you get free agency once. It was a huge decision for him. And the fact that there was some uncertainty there with the Giants that spooked him a little bit. Money comes into this as well. The Giants finished short there. And I talked to Scott Boras as well. And he said the Giants were always just kind of chasing. They came in late in February and they were always chasing the best offer. So a lot of things went into it, but I did find that interesting. He said it a couple times when I talked to him. Just it was really impactful for him that Bruce Bochy told him right away in that meeting in Las Vegas that this is my final year. And it's kind of funny because he ends up playing for Gabe, who he played for in Philadelphia. So it was somebody he knew anyway, but there was a lot of uncertainty for him, and that spooked him a little bit.
In an alternate universe, Alex, do you think there could have been a scenario where Bruce Bochy and Farhan Zaidi could have coexisted, or do you think they just were not a good fit together?
I think Boch knew all along that was it, and he needed a little bit of a break, and he wanted to give Farhan a clean slate. But I'd be curious if there's an alternate universe where maybe the money's even, and Bryce is probably one of the few guys who could say, hey, keep Bochy around for a couple years, or let's go through the season and see what happens at the end of the year. I do think Bochy was ready. I mean, I've talked to him about that a lot over the years, and he needed that mental break. But when someone like Bryce Harper comes in and you have that opportunity, I mean, that's the one where you look back and go like, what if you just offered him $350 and see what happens in that first season and see where it all goes with Bochy and Farhan and all that.
Talking to Alex Pavlovich, of course, NBC Sports Bay Area, and the book is called The Franchise. It's got all sorts of interesting stories like that. San Francisco Giants, a curated history of the orange and black, and it will include, as you said in the postscript, the Devers trade and all that. One of the things that we actually sort of just address, it just happened this morning that Will Fleming went on WEEI and said, I heard that Will Clark was there to work out Rafael Devers, and he didn't show up for a workout. And we were like, whoa. And then Will Clark went on Eric Burns' No Filter Network and said, yes, it's true. He didn't show up for a workout, but Will gave him an excuse saying it was the Boston series. There was a lot of attention, and had he worked with Will Clark in front of the Boston dugout, maybe that would have been more trouble than he wanted. I don't know. There's a lot of, he said, she said, whatever. But just your read so far, how Rafi's fitting in. I mean, is he a bad guy who skips workouts, or is he just a guy who's dealing with a groin in a back? I don't know. You tell me about the fit of Devers so far and anything you'd heard about that anecdote.
Yeah, I saw that this morning. A lot of people sent that to me is this true? Like, I think people are freaked out by it. I would say, I don't know what's exactly true of it. My thing with Devers is I've never quite seen this much thrown at somebody right away. You were at the press conference, right? I don't remember. That never happens before a game in June. Like, to have a press conference, go play a game that night, and then to do it again on Friday with, 25, 30 members of the media on Friday when the Red Sox came into town, to do that. And there was just a lot thrown in those first few days. So if he missed a workout, if there was some miscommunication somewhere along the line, if he skipped something, and then we found out the groin was bothering him, the back is bothering him. So I wouldn't put too much stock into that. I think in general, like, it's going to be a little bit of a different. He's not Willie Adames. He's not Matt Chapman. Like, we've seen, Willie did the postgame show back-to-back nights, had a great time after his big games there in Sacramento. Like, that's what he wants to do. He wants to be that guy in the top step of the dugout. I think Chapman, Webb, those are those guys. Everything we heard about Rafi, and I think we've seen it since he came here, is he's a little bit quieter. He just wants to hit. He takes a ton of early batting practice, so I know he's working on that. I have seen him take a lot of ground balls and even stand out at third base sometimes and help guys and shag for him. So I think he's being a willing teammate. I do think the one thing we don't really know, and it's been hard to get a real answer on this even from management, is how bad the groin is right now and how bad that's affecting him. Because you can see when he runs, like, it really looks like someone who's like about to go on the injured list, and then he goes up there and he hits at 110. So I think that's the biggest thing for him right now. And until that heals, I don't know that anything else is going to matter.
After pulling off this Devers blockbuster trade, do you expect the Giants to still be active at this year's trade deadline? And what would be your number one priority?
From what I've heard, there's not a lot of payroll flexibility left, I guess is the way to put it. After that trade, they were not really anticipating adding someone with $260 million or whatever it is on his deal going forward. So, look, Buster's been persuasive. I think the fact that he's part of ownership and the board has helped in that regard, and he's allowed him to change some things. I mean, I heard at the winter meetings, I had people coming up to me who knew their plans well, and they were like, they were not going to spend any money this year. How did they get Adames? So they've changed course a couple times, but I think at the moment they're not planning to be too busy in that regard. If they do something, for me, it's pretty clear to add to the pitching staff. I mean, I know the lineup's been really rough for a few weeks, but the pieces are there, and there's not really – I want to see Casey Schmidt at second base. Yaz has been fine and right, and there's nothing you're going to do behind the plate. So I don't think there's anything to do with the lineup, and they have the pieces there. But I look at the pitching staff and especially the starting staff, and it's starting to leak oil a little bit. And even the bullpen, I mean, I think Walker looked good last night, but it's not like quite what it was a month ago. Mm-hmm. So if they could find a way with whatever restraints they have on them or put on themselves at the deadline to add just, maybe one more guy you feel comfortable about giving you innings in the second half, or one more guy you feel comfortable with in the 6th or 7th, that's where I would go.
Yeah, agreed. The way Sabian would always do it. We were talking about the Ramon. I used Ramon Ramirez as like the symbol. Like one of those guys that's like it's 0 on the Richter scale.
Yeah.
And yet it matters, Yeah.
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 I think that would be, and that's one of those that like comes in like an hour before the deadline. And you go like, what was that deal? Like, and then that guy ends up pitching big innings for you.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. They could go find that guy from a team looking to dump a contract or a team that's just kind of in sell mode and just find that guy who can give you a 7th inning or something like that and just relieve a little of the pressure on Randy Rodriguez and Tyler Rogers. So I would agree with you. You mentioned catcher. You said they're not going to do anything behind the plate. I think 2 years ago, I think we all thought Pat Bailey was the catcher for the next decade. I think 2 years later, we're not so sure. What do you if you got Zach Manassian and Buster Posey and Bob Melvin in a room and said, "Hey man, we're off the record today. What are we doing about Pat Bailey?" What do you think the conversation is in terms of his future with the franchise?
Yeah, I think there's two conversations there. I mean, the future is interesting because it is, long term, is this what they want? And especially if robot umps come in, which Phil Cuzzy's helping to usher that in, if that ends up being a case, like that does take away some of what he does really well, and some of what's keeping him kind of afloat here. So I think what I've heard everything, and I've asked people off the record, I've asked them on the record, they are generally okay with what he has done this year because I think he's done a nice job of leading the pitching staff, and he is probably going to win a second straight Gold Glove. I mean, he looks headed for that. I know he drops a few here and there, and there was that frustrating night in Arizona, certainly, where Bob Melvin afterwards was pretty open and pretty honest about like, that just can't happen. And I think there was a little subtext of that can't happen if you're hitting 190. Like if you're hitting 270, like you're going to have nights like that. But if it's going to be all defense, like you can't have nights like that. But so I think for this year, and Buster met with him at the start of spring and said, look, your most important job is leading the pitching staff. And the pitching's been excellent for the most part, especially the bullpen, what he's been able to do there. And he does do a really good job of framing every single night. But long term, there is, this offseason, I think there's probably a discussion of what they want to do there. And also, do they want to get a sturdier partner for him? The Tom Murphy thing has been a disaster, and they've just kind of pieced it together behind him. And Buster, remember, he had Nick Hundley, he had Stephen Vogt. He had these guys who are like really solid veteran backup catchers. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of his thing going into the offseason, like get someone who's a little bit better in that role. But at least for now, I mean, I always tell people this, and I get asked about Bailey probably more than anybody now. I go kind of look around the division, look around the league, and see, aside from like a Will Smith and a few other guys, there's not a whole lot of catchers who are out there really doing anywhere close to like what Buster did or what Real Muto did for a few years. So I think this year they'll be okay with the defense, but certainly it's you look up in July and you keep waiting because Willie's gotten going. You keep waiting for the batting average to improve, and it just hasn't.
Interesting. So we will, like you said, there's the short term of kind of riding it out, and then there's the long term of what's going to happen. So, well, it's all fun. And listen, congrats on the book, man. The franchise, San Francisco Giants, a curated history, the orange and black. I'm still fascinated by the curation. We're going to curate.
I guess I'm the curator.
Was that you or the publisher who went with curated?
I believe I'm the curator of all that.
All right. So. I like it. And then just one funny, like in the end, who was like your most fun person you talked to or interview that where you're like, that was way better than I thought?
Ooh, it's not funny, but for the first time, I've been doing this since 2012. I got to spend time with Juan Marichal last year and spent about 3 innings with him during a game and talked to him about the 16-inning game and about the guys he played with. And I'm sure you know him. It was such a special night for me to be able to do that. And it was really on the heels of a rough year last year for the Giants organization with Mays and Cepeda. it came away from that for me thinking like Marichal needs to be at every event, and I hope they have him out there as often as possible. And that was really special to be able to do that chapter and talk to him personally. I mean, just an incredible guy, and he looks like he's like 55 years old.
Unbelievable! I saw him at Willie Mays'. I saw him at Willie Mays' funeral, and I was like, that can't be Juan Marichal, because that guy looks like he's about 50, and he's crazy. He's north of 80, isn't he?
Yeah. And he goes back to 1962, and he's like, yeah, let me tell you all about it.
Oh, this guy's
that was really awesome, and that was I think I mean there's I got to talk to Kershaw and Harper and all the former Giants, but that was one that stood out to me just because I hadn't had a chance to meet him before. He's not around a whole lot.
God, did Kershaw explain why he owns the freaking Giants?
No, but he did. I asked him about Brandon Beltz always claimed that he was the best prep pitcher in Texas when they were coming up at the same time. And I asked him, and Kershaw went, actually, Brandon might be right. He was better than me at some point. So
I saw Brandon Belt just coached his son to a district or section championship in Little League All-Stars. So shout him out. He's on that.
A good time.
He's on that. He's on that path right now, having some fun. Yeah. All right, Alex. Congrats on the book. Enjoyed the conversation. We'll see you at the park.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, there he is, Alex Pavlovich. Shut out that phone line. Very good connection. All right, we just talked about this Devers story gaining ground with WEEI and Will Fleming. Well, Will Clark had his version of it on the No Filter Network with Eric Burns. We'll play that next on the Sports Leader.
First time you're at first base stretching and having to learn all that and bunt plays, and it's on the other side of the diamond, and it's different spin from lefties. We're going to have to give him some like flip fungo live, from a left-handed bat, to hit to him, not just hitting regular fungos to him every day. So there's going to be a little bit of a process in getting him ready, but he's all in. And, like I said, if you can field the ball and throw the ball at third base, similar to Casey Schmidt, who picked it up pretty quickly over at first, we feel like that transition will happen.
So that's Bob Melvin. He was on our show a couple weeks ago talking about Rafi Devers possibly playing first base. Hasn't happened, obviously, with the groin, the back, all that stuff going on. It's a topic. So is a topic that Logan Webb will join Papa and Silver at noon today, although there's no Papa. Silver and JD.
Light the beam.
And then Casey Schmidt joins the afternoon boys. How about that? What time is that?
Give me some Casey Schmidt, young Tony.
Yeah, give me some Casey with the water getting poured on him again.
Yeah. Oh, no, twice.
Yeah.
Damn it, Willie.
Got to have that at the ready.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing the...
Ow! Oh!
Well,
Oh, God, I got it twice. All right, sorry, guys. Go ahead.
You're okay.
Back to you.
Now, that was the reaction to Casey Schmidt finding out he's going on dirty work for the second time.
Ow!
Oh.
What do you give me for him?
I got to do it twice?
What do you give me for him getting hit with the water and me eating that Kringle?
Oh, a little close. Yours is a little different. Yeah, it sounds like you're enjoying it more.
well,
Oh, God, I got it twice.
That's very funny. Second time on dirty work.
Ow! Oh!
A little confused. We weren't doing the MCR thing there?
No, we're gonna
No.
save that.
Last segment, Murph.
All right. We teased, so we still haven't given those away. We teased this. So WEEI, do you want to play the Will Fleming first? Will Fleming, Dave Fleming's brother, Red Sox broadcaster, did this on WEEI this morning about our guy, Rafael Devers. Not their guy, our guy.
Our guy.
Here's what he said.
And what's crazy is, we were in San Francisco right after that trade happened, and everyone out there, of course, because they've been dying to get big hitters, and they think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with.
Okay. That a couple of things in there, by the way. He gave the management code, the player. Management does that to detach emotion from it. They just talk about the player this, the player that, so they can, when they eventually have to DFA you or trade you or cut you.
This is the player that.
Yeah. When he says they don't know what they're dealing with the player, he also said this is the person they're dealing with. That got a little, hey now.
All right, well, that's one side of the story.
Okay, so Will Clark, thank goodness for Eric Burns and the No Filter Network, because he has Will Clark on Deuces Wild. And Will, of course, in his did you censor this, by the way? Because there's cuss words
I
in
did.
it.
Also, like PSA, he misspeaks. He says Adamas, but then he cleans it up.
But Burnsy jumps in and corrects him. So here you go. So yeah, he says Adamas first, but he's talking about Devers. Here's Will's version of the story that Will Clark was there to work with Devers during the Red Sox series.
So Adamas comes over here to San Francisco. Who's he playing? He's playing the Red Sox, right? Especially for, the autism night. I came out early 3 days in a row, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to work with him around first base because he is.
So with Devers,
correct, right? So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what the happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston. And now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bullshit through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that.
But if he's not going to go out, he's going to call you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
The unmistakable style of Will Clark, for sure.
Oh, I needed that.
So it's interesting. You heard the Will Fleming version. You heard the Dave Clark the Will Fleming. Will Fleming and Will Clark. My gosh, I confused my Wills. You heard Will Fleming's version. Well, that's the person they're dealing with. You heard Will Clark's version saying, no, he didn't come out, but I'm going to give him a pass on this one. Now, I'm just kind of wondering, we talk about communication and everything in life. High school girlfriends and boyfriends need to communicate, right?
Yeah,
We all need to communicate. Curly needs to communicate with us. How did somebody not communicate from Devers to Will? Hey, man, I'm going to pass on this. How did somebody not, like Melvin Williams, I don't know, somebody should have communicated to Will, hey, he's not going to do this.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. There should have been a better line of communication, but it is interesting hearing the perspective of Will, who's not really looking at it as like Rafael Devers big-timed him, but like, let's all be honest. Rafael Devers had a lot on his plate that week. You come to a new city after getting traded and you face off against your former team that same exact week. And we talked about how we went out to the press conference. I hung around. I did see Rafael Devers taking ground balls at first base before the Boston Red Sox series. So it's not like he's defiant and doesn't want to take ground balls. He's dealing with injuries. He's got the Boston press in town. Maybe he didn't want that spotlight. Maybe he didn't want the attention. But still, you're absolutely correct. That needs to be relayed to Will Clark so that the story doesn't start getting spun out of proportion, where basically it's just like now you're hearing guys from Boston pile on Rafael Devers saying, look, he's big time in Will Clark. He doesn't want to show up and work out with the legend.
Do we play a role in all this? You know what I mean? People are driving in right now saying, hey, man, they're talking on KNBR about Devers stiffing Will Clark.
The media said what?
Let's try to get I played that too when you were gone. We should try to get him on. It sounds like Will is giving Devers a pass. So far, we haven't heard any. He's been here less than a month. It's been a whirlwind. The Red Sox coming to town that weekend was both good and bad. I mean, it was good in the sense of got it out of the way. And when he goes back to Fenway next year, it's going to be even worse. But it was bad in the sense that it created these kind of situations, too. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, certainly he's not hitting right now like a top 10 hitter in the league. Everybody says he's a top 10 hitter in the league. He's not hitting like a top 10 hitter.
No, he's not showing up looking like one of the best left-handed bats in baseball. But I think in due time, once he finally starts to settle in, I mean, hell, he was the leading vote getter for the American League in the All-Star voting at the DH position. Now he flips over to the National League, Shohei Ohtani and Kyle Schwarber there, so he's not going to be an All-Star this year. But I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily, especially when he is dealing with those minor injuries. Give him some time to rest his body, hopefully get healthy, and I think we're going to see that Rafael Devers that everybody's expecting to see.
But it'd be nice just to communicate.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just say, hey, man, he's not coming out.
100%.
Here's somebody.
But, I mean, hell, this isn't the first time. I mean, we've talked about guys like Jimmy Garoppolo, Klay Thompson, myself. Some guys just don't get back to text messages.
Very true. Yeah. So we're going to go Devers, Mount, no reply more.
Uh-huh.
We're going to go Garoppolo, Boucher, Devers. We need one more.
Ooh, would Klay respond?
Clay.
Yeah,
perfect.
That's it.
You know what? You nailed it.
I'm in good company.
Give yourself some applause
that's it,
right
dude.
there,
Me
buddy.
and my boys.
Mount, no respond more.
Yeah.
Garoppolo, Boucher, Devers, Clay.
See, that's it. We were talking about that photo from the dugout the other day against the A's where it's all the players staring at the cameras.
Yeah.
And I said it's you and your boys when you see a group of baddies at a bar. No, that's me and my boys when we see a text message. We're not going to respond to it. We're just staring at those text messages with that smirk.
Very, very good. Very good. All right. Good way to end that segment. And we'll give away My Chemical Romance tickets. Not until you hear the music. And what did young Tony learn today next on the Sports Leader?
Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. matter where are you, just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
There it is, the sounds of your band, Young Tony, My Chemical Romance. 2 tickets, July 19. So that'll be next week, I guess, and they'll be at Oracle Park. We were just talking about how that ball took a crazy hop last night. Did it have anything to do with all the traffic from Post Malone and Jelly Roll?
I don't know. Maybe it was Shakira the night before, Murph.
Could be Shakira.
Yeah, those hips don't lie.
Bad bounces don't lie.
No, they
right?
don't.
And then how'd that ball get, that knuckleball that Chapman hit, how did that get over the fence? I'm not sure.
I think Jelly Roll dropped some backstage.
Anyway, call 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see Chemical Romance at Oracle Park. Just don't mess up the grass when you're there. All right? We'll do it again tomorrow. 2 tickets. By the way, tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Where are you with MCR, Young Tony?
I mean, I will confess, hand raised to the scores table, didn't even hear of this band, didn't even know about them until we started giving away these tickets.
So this is our What Did Young Tony Learn Today?
It could be, but I think we have something else a little more special.
Did you know My Chemical Romance?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like,
is this more of a Copes band?
It's more like Copes, Baby Huey. Like, I feel like if you're like in the Green Day Panic at the Disco army, you're kind of a fan of My Chemical Romance.
Does Greg Silver like My Chemical Romance? Does Wall Easy like My Chemical Romance?
I'd say probably more Greg Silver than Wall Easy.
I just remember I did a college football luncheon once. It was very awkward with Jim Harbaugh. And the Stanford, each team had to do their hype video, and Stanford did theirs to the Black Parade, that whole deal about the parade. They did their whole hype video to that. It was unusual.
All right.
Anyway, guys, there you go. All right, Young Tony, what do we got, buddy? Let's go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Now, you learned today that Kevon Looney has a new look.
I did indeed. Shout out Mark Spears. This is a great line from him from our interview.
They said he better not have a bad game or they're going to start calling him Brick James.
Great line.
Yeah.
Great line. So this was the shocking. We all learned it together, but it counts as a Young Tony learned that Kevon
mug.
Looney has a new look, and it is the Rick James look. It's straight up Rick James. There's
Dude,
no mistaking it.
He's a Rick James doppelganger.
And I did not see this coming. I did not anticipate it. I did not know the New Orleans Pelicans were going to put out a promotional photo of him signing his contract with a big old honking grin too.
Dude.
That's what kind of makes it too.
Well, I'm here for it, man.
And it's the braids and the braids and the bangs.
It's the bangs
of a Rick James.
It's the bangs that do it. And at first I started to think to myself, I was going crazy. I was like, when did Looney get all this hair? Yeah. It's like he almost like snuck onto the set of Chappelle's show and stole the wig that Dave Chappelle used for the Rick James True Hollywood Story skit.
So we did this earlier in the show, and people were, Marcus, you can talk to the Chappelle people out there talking about a couch.
Oh, yeah. So
right.
True Hollywood Story starring Charlie Murphy. I highly recommend to go watch that episode of the Chappelle show. It actually features the real Rick James talking about the incident. And he's like, no, I would never grind my shoes into Charlie Murphy's couch. So, yeah, there I was, grinding my shoes into Charlie Murphy's couch. So, yeah, he disrespects his couch, Murph. That's the premise of the skit.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway, there you go, Young Ton. Where were you with Rick James prior to all this? Were you down with Rick James?
Oh, absolutely, of course.
Okay. And does anybody have any Rick James tunes other than Super Freak? I believe he had a couple others. I believe, by the way, I think he's from, let's see. Dance With Me, Ebony Eyes, Give It to Me, Baby. Give It to Me, Baby. Give It to Me, Baby. That's the one.
Well, I'll give it to you. Check this out, dude. Tell me he doesn't look like Dave Chappelle dressed up as Rick James.
He does.
Dude.
He just needs some beads now.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, Rick, apparently that song, Super Freak, unfortunately, maybe a little too close to the top. We don't want to go too far down the road of Rick James's personal life before we have to kind of duck out from the segment, if you know what I mean. So, all right, there you go. Good job, Young Tony. We learned it. And, hey, the music stands on its own. All right, everybody, we see all your anti-Will Fleming texts. We won't stand for it because Dave's a friend of ours, and you can't insult his family, all right? Will Fleming's just telling you the story he heard. Well, we'll see what I'm sure Bob Melvin might be asked about this at the pregame today. Or
I'm sure he will, because it seems like this story is now going around.
Getting some legs.
Yeah, and Giants fans are still wondering when we're going to see the legs of Rafael Devers over at first base.
Yeah, I'll take a couple more. By the way, Will Fleming goes, he's going to hit home runs. I was like, is he? He has two, right?
He will. He
has two. All right. Well, it was a fun show. We curated a win with Alex Pavlovich. Curation was the word of the day. All right. Thanks to everybody and Young Tony. And day 2 of John Curley back from Greece. He's now settling in, and he never got a tan. He never got a tan over there.
Or the rat tail.
Or the rat tail. He could, like Rick James did. He could have gotten one with Kevon
Could you
Looney.
imagine Curly with that haircut?
Yeah, we need that too.
Oh, I need that in my
I think
life.
I need to go as Rick James for Halloween. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. And, of course, don't forget Logan Webb today at noon with our next show. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Rafael Devers, your ass will be on the field at first base.
Ow!
Well,
Oh, God, I got it twice. All right, sorry, guys. Go ahead.
You're okay.
Back to you.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Matos rolls one on the ground softly. Turner will charge, and the ball kicks away from his glove, rolls towards second, and Stott actually picks it up with his foot on the bag and gets the out at second base. Matos safe at first, and Chapman is in to score. It's 1-0 Giants. Here's his 1-2. Turner takes in the dirt, and it skips by Bailey and rolls away, and that's going to tie the game. Well, that is not the way you want to see it happen. A wild pitch. It's 1-1. Bases loaded. The 1-2. Schmidt hits a chopper. Slow hit towards short. Turner will field. Flip to second for the out. The throw to first. Not in time. And Adames comes in to score. 2-1 Giants. An extra run would be huge. Lee pulls it to first. Harper on a knee. Fields throws home. And it's offline. Chapman scores. 3-1 Giants. 2-2 pitch. Real Muto line drive and caught at second by Casey Schmidt. A leaping catch. 1 away. Full count to Bryson Stott. 3-2. He throws. Stott grounds one to first. Fair ball. Wilmer has it. Steps on the bag for 1. Throws to second. The tag by Adames. Got him. Double play. And the game is over.
And the game was won by the San Francisco Giants. Papa and Silver. John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa, and we'll be here all week. And I got to tell you, I think I might have to start taking more long weekends because whatever it's doing to the Giants, if it's giving them a little bit of some extra luck, a little bit of extra breaks, maybe just the good fortunes of health with Casey Schmidt being back and Matt Chapman. Hey, they're finding ways to win games and doing it against the Phillies and Christopher Sanchez on the mound. That is one that, yeah, there was some umpire calls with Phil Cuzzy that we can get into. Yeah, the Giants were 0 for 9 with the runners in scoring position. But you got to take the wins where you can get them. And this becomes a very important week with 2 more against the Phillies, 3 against the Dodgers. JD, lots to get into. But the Giants, unlike the last time we were together last week, they're winning games.
Welcome back, first and foremost. This is your first day back since what, last Wednesday? Thursday. Okay, that's right. I was with Krug on the other show on Thursday. But the joke yesterday, and we started the show with Krug, I said, hey, the Giants are back. The Giants are back. They'd won the last 2 games against the A's. They win the last couple games against the Diamondbacks. They're back. They're playing better baseball. Matt Chapman's back. Nothing, though, absolutely nothing is a greater indicator of the Giants being back than the way they won the game last night. They are truly back. Over 9 with runners in scoring position. Win. Ground balls. Weird calls. The opponent's frustrated, thinking they're getting screwed and there's something else afoot. This is the full. And the Giants have won a lot of games this season like they've won last night, but lately they really hadn't. So for them to win a couple of games in Arizona and then get the games in Sacramento against the A's after the ugly one on the 4th of July and then win against a good team, and the Giants have been pretty good against good teams this year, so that's not necessarily anything new. And then to have it play out the way that it did, despite not getting that hit with runners in scoring position, it's Giants baseball. It is the greatest indicator yet of the 5 here that that they are fully back and ready to go, the 5 of the last 6.
Yeah, it is 5 of the last 6, looking for 6 of the last 7 tonight. And that was a big one to get with Christopher Sanchez up on the mound because not only has he had a really solid season and been a lefty and kind of the epitome of what the Giants can't hit, I just think back to when they split the series in Philadelphia early in the year when the Giants were playing some of their better baseball on that big road trip when they went to Yankee Stadium. Then they had the 4 in Philly. And Christopher Sanchez, I think it was a day game. I got off early and I was driving home, and every single time listening to the radio call, it was another, and he got him. The Giants struck out on that changeup, and they could not hit the changeup for the life of them. And Christopher Sanchez, really impressive pitcher, particularly this year. But remember how the Giants couldn't thrive against lefties? And to be fair, they still didn't really hit the ball all that well last night. They have won 6 of their last 9 against left-handed pitchers. So maybe a little bit of an indicator of some of the bats that have that you would have expected to come around in a Matt Chapman, now a Casey Schmidt, now a Willie Adames, starting to come around a little bit more with a little bit greater degree of consistency.
Well, all kidding aside, the opponent misplays and some of the bad calls that the Phillies were frustrated about, none of it happens if Landon Roop isn't really good again.
He was great.
5 innings and, just the 1 earned run. If he gives up 3-4 runs, we're having a different conversation. Maybe the Giants do plate the runs that they do in the 8th inning, but they come up a little bit shorter. The game continues on into extras, and we've seen the Giants maybe lose a few more than they had been at different points of the season in those situations. So none of it happens without Landon Roop doing what he did, and none of it happens without Matt Chapman coming up with 3 hits and scoring 2 runs. And that's been another element that's been missing. The Giants have been, yes, a hit short, and they didn't get the hit last night, but they've also just been a quality plate appearance short or quality at bat short in some of these where maybe you don't even need to get a hit, but if just one more runner is getting on base to move everything forward, an opponent's mistake can turn into a game that maybe you lose and make it a game that you win. So, again, all kidding aside about some of the good fortune, the Giants had not had a lot of good fortune the last couple of weeks. Those things do tend to even out. They have had their share of good fortune games. Maybe you count last night as one of them, but none of it matters if Matt Chapman doesn't have the game that he's had, and he's obviously been tremendously impactful here since he's come back. And Landon Roop continues to be. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it was the case before he made the start last night. He's been their 3rd best starter. Like, it's been Robbie Ray and Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, and Landon Roop has been the next best guy consistently and even better since the middle of May.
No question. And Landon Roop at home in particular, didn't actually realize this. I knew he'd pitched pretty well at home, just kind of doing a lot of the quick recall and remembering some of the games we've seen Landon Roop out there, particularly at Oracle Park. He's got a 1.85 ERA when playing at Oracle in 7 starts. That is enough of a sample size now to where you can say he has been really effective in this ballpark. And to your point from earlier, if Landon Roop isn't extra sharp last night, he did make that one mistake. It was the reason for the Phillies getting that 1 run. But that was really it. All things aside, Landon Roop, if he's not sharp, we are having a different discussion about how, yeah, the Giants, maybe they get 2, maybe they get 3 runs, and maybe some of it comes on the fortunes that they were able to get with the Phillies defense not being fully sharp and the throw to home plate where Matt Chapman's able to slide in, for example, or the Phil Cuzzy calls, which we're going to get into. But we're still talking about maybe a 4-3 loss or a 5-3 loss or a 5-2 loss, and it's an entirely different tone we are setting here.
Yeah, it would be, and look, this team's playing better baseball. They're full squad, right? I mean, Casey Schmidt, everybody's kind of waiting for him to take over the everyday reins at second base, and maybe that's the case at least against left-handed pitching. I think he's for sure going to be out there, and was last night. And Chapman's been back, and Chapman's been impactful. That was one of the big reasons why I wasn't as frustrated as everybody was. And you can't beat the Marlins, and you got to beat the White Sox, and the whole thing is just spinning out of control. The season is lost. I mean, that's the way it felt a week ago. For me, it was a big time, all right, slow your roll. You got to see what this lineup looks like with Matt Chapman. And not that they're just going to start being gangbusters and scoring 6, 7, 8, 10 runs a game or anything like that. But it comes down to the ability to just put a little bit more pressure on opposing pitchers and a little bit more pressure on opposing defenses to eke out a run here and a run there, because that's truly where the Giants have been struggling And yes, you can say, God, they're scoring 1 and 2 runs. If there's, it's not a matter of, like I said, 6, 7 runs. It's can you get to 4 runs in some of these games? Can you get the next run in a couple of these games? And that's what it was last night. They got that next run to where it didn't prolong, deep into the night, into extra innings where we've seen them lose some. But it ended up, that's all it is. And I think Chapman being back and extending the lineup adds to the number of these games where they're going to be able to get that next run and finish it as long as they're pitching at a high level. And I think it has the potential to really, really change things to where this team can get on another hot streak and really cement themselves in that wild card race. And don't look now, but the Dodgers have lost 4 in a row, so they're only 6 back of the Dodgers after being, 9 back a couple of days ago.
The Dodgers' run differential over the last 4 games is something to behold. And again, as we've learned with the White Sox-Marlins week, or even the times when the Giants have been at their hottest this year, you don't judge a 162 by a week, but it certainly looked dark when they couldn't beat the White Sox or the Marlins in the sense of the lack of runners in scoring position, efficiency at the plate. Rafael Devers, the big signing, comes over and is striking out every single time. There was a lot of frustration. The bullpen looking a little bit shaky and not elite by a whole ERA point compared to the next best. All of a sudden, that's a problem. And I would just say this. This week coming up, JD, of course, does not define the season. There are too many games for any week in a baseball season, unless we're talking about September baseball, to really tell the whole story. But this is the week to get a lot of information. This is a week to judge where the Giants are at, because this is a lineup that you're going to see in large part if everybody's healthy, and you're going to be taking on 2 NL playoff teams, the defending World Series champ, and another team that is seriously a World Series contender with what they got in Philadelphia.
This is a week that can make up for the Miami-Chicago week. In my mind. And I don't do the thing. I know you're not going to, but others do it. Don't do the thing if the Giants end up winning 4 games this week out of the 6, or maybe better. Don't do the thing where you go, oh, my God, they should have won 5 out of 6 that other week, and then they'd be tied. Don't do that, because that's not how baseball works. But this team has shown this year that they can compete with good teams and beat good teams and win series against good teams. They've won 3 out of 5 against the Phillies, specifically with 2 games to go. We've seen it. They've battled the Padres at different points in a lot of close games. They've handled the Yankees are a team they perform well against. So they're going to be tested throughout. But I think you're seeing what the addition of one bat, and a pretty important one, in Matt Chapman has made here. They handled business against the A's and their bad pitching, especially in that ballpark in Sacramento. And now they're able to – I just think the close victories are going to increase here now that they've got closer to a full lineup.
Yeah, no question. 808 KNBR, the number 2 bang. That's 415-808-5627 if you want to dial up Walter in the studio, or if you want to chime in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We want to hear from you. I missed you all. And we also want to hear from the guests we got coming up, which I'll tell you when we come back. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
2-2 pitch. Real Muto, line drive, and caught at second by Casey Schmidt. A leaping catch. One away. It was not hit that hard, which might have actually made it a little harder of a play. Casey went way up there. Man, what an at-bat from JT Real Muto.
We're talking everyday second baseman Casey Schmidt making that play in the 9th inning. It was a big one, and the Giants win 3-1, capitalizing off of some good fortune and some Philadelphia Philly mistakes. They take down Christopher Sanchez, Landon Roop, with arguably his best start of the entire year. Goes just 5 innings with the whole 100 pitches and the 1 earned run, and that was enough to keep the Giants afloat. The Giants, we kind of jokingly say, are back. Greg Silver, John Dickinson are back with you, and we got a nice little guest list for you today, as we do every Tuesday. Susan Slusser is going to be joining us at 10:50. Marcus Thompson will be coming by at 12:50, but somewhere in the middle, in fact, right at the midpoint of the show, and if you were listening to the morning show, you heard them say it, we're going to have one of the 3 Giants All-Stars, the ace of the staff, and 2-time All-Star for the 2nd year in a row. Logan Webb's coming by at noon.
Looking forward to that. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Big deal. And he's pitching amazingly well here, especially over the course of the last month, earning that spot. And, the strikeout numbers, incredible. I mean, he's striking guys out left and right, near the top of the league. I think number 2 in the league in strikeouts. And it's made all the difference in the world, I think, for him. He's leveled up. I think that you could make a case this is his best season.
No question. I mean, he's certainly on track to have that be a discussion right now. And if the team can kind of collectively rally around him, we're going to see Robbie Ray tonight. When you got a true 1-2 punch like that, it goes a long way in helping out your starter. And Logan Webb, look, for all the weirdness of seeing the A's play in Sacramento and the whole 4th of July weekend series, and as bad as that 4th of July game itself was, for Logan Webb to be able to pitch in front of his hometown or as close as he's going to get from Rockland, I can imagine that was a pretty cool experience as well. So we're going to ask him about that coming up at noon. 808 KNBR, the number, if you'd like to join the conversation. And the reason I wanted to come in with the Casey Schmidt play, JD, is that we can joke about the Giants being back. And, of course, if they're going to win a game like that, now winning 5 out of 6, it would be in that sort of fashion. But you know what really is back, unironically, is the bullpen. And the bullpen was never a terrible problem. But we talk about the week of the Marlins and the White Sox, and all of a sudden you were kind of seeing life when the bullpen wasn't perfect, where Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks got traded away, a couple potential bullpen arms to eat up some innings, and 2 guys who had the potential to do really well. Harrison was doing really well, and Hicks was starting to get settled back in. Then they get traded. Ryan Walker starts struggling. Eric Miller now goes down. You kind of do some shuffling with a little Scott Alexander, Carson Seymour, Tristan Beck, Sean Jelly, a handful of fringe guys over there. The bullpen last night was massive. Ryan Walker, who I think a lot of Giants fans have been rightfully nervous to see up on the mound. They gave him a few days, goes 11 pitches, a strikeout. That slider looked way more in control. Clean 6th inning. 7th inning, Joey Lucchesi, and this is the one I think a lot of Giants fans were worrying about with, you don't really have another lefty in the bullpen right now because you got Eric Miller, who just went to the IL. Lucchesi, who's hardly been on the team and gotten a lot of clean innings, he gets out of this in a big strikeout against Trey Turner with a runner on third. Then the 8th inning, Tyler Rogers does his thing, leadoff single, followed by 3 straight outs. And then the 9th inning, Camilo Doval. This is something we got into with Carlos Ramirez on Thursday. When you were on the morning show with Krug, we had Carlos in. The difference between Camilo Doval when he throws ball 1 versus strike 1 is ridiculous as far as the ERA, as far as the strikeout to walk ratio. And when Camilo Doval starts an inning with a ball, let alone 4, like he did last night, I think every Giants fan is starting to worry that it's going to turn into a Giants saga, might be a blown save. If it is a save, it's going to be the most stressful thing possible. And for him to rebound in that fashion, going 13 pitch at bat with Real Muto, and ultimately getting the help of his defense and Casey Schmidt, and then the double play with Stott at the plate at the end, I've been very impressed this year with seeing Camilo Doval respond mid-inning. Because in the past, when it looks like he doesn't have it right away, it is a hold on for dear life kind of ride. This year, we've seen him start innings in a very rocky fashion with 4-pitch walks and slider being all over the place. And for him to respond in the middle of an inning, I think that speaks to some of his growth. And although it's not perfect, you're also seeing the confidence of the defense he has behind him, which is made a lot better with Matt Chapman back in the lineup.
Well, there's definitely some improvement in that area, I think, to be sure. Look, with Doval, it's just always going to be a wild ride. It just is. And I think, it's a ride that Giants fans are going to have to strap in for, I think, for the rest of July and August and September. And yeah, there's going to be clean outings, but there's also going to be outings where maybe he walks the first guy and that second ball, the Real Muto at bat and the catch from Casey Schmidt, that flipped the whole inning. If that ball ends up in center field, then we're talking, first and third, at least first and second, and then who knows what happens at that point. Does the thing continue to go down the wrong way from there? But he battled, and he didn't walk him. He made him put the ball in play, and the ball was caught, and it was an incredible at bat. But he settled in at that point, and closers have to do that. Closers have to be able to pitch through traffic, and whether it's their own mistake or maybe a teammate mistake, or you're coming in trying to get a 4-out save or a 5-out save even from time to time as the games get bigger and bigger. So I think the makeup and the composure, I think that's the big thing. The composure, the ability to understand that allowing one base runner, especially when you're up by a couple of runs, doesn't mean that your outing has to be bad, I think is important. And so that there is some growth. I'd almost rather see Doval work through some jams, to be honest, especially against some of these good teams, than to come in and go 1, 2, 3. Now, I know Giants fans are probably screaming, no, 1, 2, 3. You want 1, 2, 3. Obviously, you always want 1, 2, 3. But again, I think that's a level to where his ability to show that he can continue to do that plays down the stretch of the season and just makes him more of a weapon down the stretch of the season.
No question. And of course, you always want the 1, 2, 3 coming from your closer, but I get what you're saying, and that's a valuable point where if it's kind of going to be, for the most part, either 1, 2, 3, no sweat, or blown save, clearly doesn't have it, he's a mess out there, you do want to see him be able to work through some jams, because when you're playing against playoff level teams like last night, it counts for extra when you're able to fight through a really good lineup like that. JT Realmuto, really impressive at bat, goes all the way to 13 pitches, and the fact that Casey Schmidt was able to make the play was massive because, to your point, if that ball gets over and rolls into center field, you're talking no outs, runners on first and second. Oh, and by the way, Camilo's already thrown 17 pitches after getting some usage the night before.
Yeah, and so he bounces back. He gets that out. He settles down. He gets the ground ball. Nice play, Wilmer Flores, to start the double play there to end the game. And it winds up being a victory and a close victory, and the kind of victory that the Giants, when they're cooking, the Giants are winning games like last night. Basically 2 out of 3. They're winning game, 2 out of every 3 of those kind of weird ones, tied in the late innings. You don't win all of them because nobody wins all of them unless you're the 2021 Giants. We can set that aside. Nobody wins all of them. But this team, when they're rolling, has won a majority of them. 3 out of every 5, 2 out of every 3, that kind of thing.
808 KNBR, the number to chime in. Some good text rolling in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 831 in all caps saying Brian Wilson vibes on Camilo Doval. I am here for it. Yeah, Brian Wilson with a little bit less facial hair for sure, but we all know how much of a wild ride it was with Brian Wilson back in 2010. We all remember how that one ended. 209 with actually a really good question that I'll ask you first, and we can have other people chime in. How do other teams see the Giants right now? Struggling team, really good team?
I think good team. I mean, I think here's where I think you've heard me say this in the past, maybe in some off-air conversations. I think the Giants are good enough to beat good teams, clearly. Like, they have enough talent to where they're not that far off against some of the better teams, and especially when you have pitching, it levels the playing field to where you can compete against the better teams.
Especially at Oracle Park.
Yeah, especially at Oracle Park. Yeah. And especially, but you're going to have to win games close. So I think good teams respect him to a point where they know they can get beat if they don't play well against them. And I think their pitching speaks for itself. I think the bullpen speaks for itself. I think maybe at times opposing teams will look at the lineup and go, yeah, that's not a great lineup. But wow, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, they've got 4 or 5 different relievers that if it's a close game or you get behind even by a run, it might just be the end of the game. So I think good teams actually respect the Giants more than bad teams. I think bad teams, seriously, and I think some of the lesser teams look at the Giants like, yeah, they're actually not that good. Like, look at that, and think that they can compete on a game in or series in level because they look at their own talent level and think that it's not as dramatically different. It's kind of the same thing. The Giants are close enough talent-wise to the good teams to be able to compete, but they're also close enough maybe to some of those other teams to where if they don't play the same kind of quality, high-level baseball against the good teams, they can just as easily lose to the bad teams. And I think we've seen that at times this season.
And let's be honest, we've seen them play up to their competition and down to their competition a good handful of times. So I don't think that's a bad take at all to say that good teams probably respect the Giants more so than bad teams. Because if you're a team that's struggling, you're thinking, you don't look at the record as much with the Giants now they've gotten to 50 wins. You've seen them play at their absolute worst where they can't hit for the life of them. Why not go in and be able to win a game, especially on the road in Oracle Park? Now, if you're a good team, you know the caliber of pitching that they have, and it might take 2-3 runs to beat them, but those can be 2-3 runs that are really hard to come by, even with the lineup that the Phillies have going against a young pitcher like Landon Roop last night. So Susan Slusser are going to be joining us at 10:50. 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. And we want to hear from you next before we get to Susan. Play a little postgame sound, but more importantly, join the conversation with Silver and JD. It's Papa and Silver. John Dickinson filling in, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa. Talking a little Giants baseball here in hour number 1. Very different tune from the last time that we were together last Wednesday. And JD's going to be here with me all week. So hopefully me taking a few days off, JD getting a couple shows with Krug, maybe that's going to change the mojo for the Giants. Probably has nothing to do with Matt Chapman getting back into the mix or Landon Roop in the start he had last night. We are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. So a lot of the discussion around the Giants is, how do other teams see them? A struggling team, a really good team, a scrappy team? We asked people to weigh in on the conversation, as well as Camilo Doval and how he was able to get the save last night, despite the 4-pitch walk to start the inning. Not something that you see with that quick mid-inning response very often. Scarecrow is out in Modesto, wants to talk a little Camilo Doval. What's going on, Scarecrow?
Not a whole heck of a lot. It's my imagination, or was Doval shaking off Bailey an awful lot during that first batter, almost to the point of being emphatic? And I'm wondering, I realize that they don't have that much time to go over there and discuss that, but it does seem to me that I don't see Logan Webb shaking off Bailey. I don't see Robbie Ray shaking off Bailey nearly as much. And considering the troubles that he's had, I would think Bailey might be a real good judge of what his stuff is doing, because he does get slider happy.
Yeah, he does.
And sometimes that thing is absolutely uncontrollable.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that, Scarecrow.
And why does he get slider happy, though, Scarecrow? He gets slider happy because he doesn't trust his fastball command. So I think that's, continuing to have him throw the fastball, I think, is something that could be a pull between catcher and him from time to time.
Well, it seems to me that he is stubborn enough that if the slider's not working, he will literally dig his heels in until he makes it work. By that time, unfortunately, the ball game is a little out of hand. And I don't know if that's a maturity issue with him or what the story is. But, and I mean, hey, I don't throw 102 miles an hour, but those are awfully good pitches that if he sequenced them properly, might make him a whole lot better.
Oh, appreciate the call, Scarecrow. We're going to keep it moving on the phones here in a bit, but really good thoughts. And I got to be completely transparent about this one, JD. I didn't notice it. I didn't notice it in the first at bat with the 4-pitch walk. I did notice Camilo Doval shaking off Bailey a little bit more in the 13-pitch at bat, but that's a very different situation. And he was throwing strikes. All of a sudden, he got his command back. I get what he's saying about being slider happy, but going back to your point, a lot of that has to do with the fastball command's not there. He doesn't trust it. So I think as far as maturity goes, I don't think there's an issue between Camilo Doval and his own teammates. I think sometimes he's gotten in his own head. He's gotten in his own way. The command has not been there. But if there was any question about Camilo Doval possibly having maturity issues, I would point more so to last year when he kind of spiraled and lost the closer role, rather than anything we've seen this year when he's been able to adjust on the fly.
But a debate about what pitch to throw and shaking a catcher off is not that's not a teammate issue. Like that's not that's a what do you call it in business? Like that's I don't know, some kind of a disagreement. It's everybody wants to have these meetings where everybody can say what's on their mind and be real and not have it. Yeah, you can agree to disagree. Like that doesn't mean you want some of that friction in terms like I don't think that's a teammate issue. I think that's a deciding what we're going to do in the moment kind of an issue. Like that's not like he doesn't have to like that's creative differences, I guess. Maybe you could say. I mean, I don't know what the right term is, but I would not look at Doval shaking Bailey off. Now you can debate whether you think maybe Bailey should be more trusted at times because he knows Duvall's stuff, but Duvall's got to have conviction in what he's throwing. But I don't want to – that's not the kind of thing that becomes teammates clashing. So I think we got to – that part I'm out on completely.
Let's keep it moving here on the phones. 808 KNBR. Let's go to Lloyd in Folsom. Wants to talk about Duvall and Bob Melvin. What's happening, Lloyd? You're with Silver and JD.
Well, good morning, guys. I'm giving last night's game to Melvin, and I'll tell you, I think Melvin, trusting Duvall, last time this happened, remember we had a 2-run lead. He gives up the 2-run home run, finishes the inning, we score, and Melvin puts him back out there, and he saves the game. And I think that when Duvall finds out the coaches believe him and trust him, he doesn't get in his head as much. And therefore, he's able to correct himself. And Melvin just let him go last night, and it was the exact right thing to do. And I am not a Melvin fan 99% of the time, but on this one, he was right. And I think it's really going to help Duvall for the rest of the season.
I think that's a really good point, Lloyd. And I was in with Carlos Ramirez last Thursday, and that was when the Giants finally snapped the losing streak. So it was following the game you just referenced where he blows the save in Arizona and then ends up going back out there able to get it. And I think it was Mike Krukow talked about how he kind of perked up a little bit when he found out he was going to go back out there. And that was a risky decision, JD, to go and put Camilo Duvall out there for a second straight inning. It's one that paid off. And I do think that there is something to belief in the coaching staff, not just with someone like Camilo Duvall. We've seen it with a lot of younger players like a Tyler Fitzgerald earlier in the season, guys who don't feel like one mistake, one bad outing is going to punish them for the long haul.
Well, they need Camilo Duvall to be really good if they're going to be a playoff team, like flat out. They need him to be elite. And it's always, I think, going to be up and down. And I think you look at the blown save in Arizona, and every time he goes out there, you're going to be kind of wondering if that's coming. Like that's just the reality of the situation. Or is he going to put himself in trouble and get out? Like until he runs off a bunch of outings in a row, like he did from April to the early part of June as the closer, where he's getting a save every, 10, 11, 12 saves in a row. That's just going to be the reality. Like you're just going to kind of wonder, I think, from a fan standpoint, is he going to have it in him? But I think the Giants know that they need him to get to a point where that confidence that he is going to come in and slam the door, whether there's trouble or not, is just part of the deal. And the only way you're going to get that is by allowing for him to work through those kinds of mistakes. I don't think Melvin had another option in Arizona. To me, it was just, hey, you gave it up. We got the lead back. You're going out there. And if you can't finish the job, then maybe we got a real big problem at this point. But otherwise, you might as well take that opportunity to be able to try and build some confidence. Because look, pitching in traffic with runners on base, mistakes like those, like elite closers have to do that. They have to do that. That's part of the job description to be able to do that. So you have to give them opportunities to work through it. And if it doesn't work out, then you got to make a change. But to this point, I think the Giants know that their best path forward, the best ceiling for this team is going to be Duvall and Rodriguez and Rogers and Walker. All of those guys pitching at an extremely high level.
808 KNBR, let's keep it rolling here on the phone line. Zach is out in San Jose, wants to talk about the young players and Marco Luciano, who's actually been doing pretty well down in the PCL. What's going on, Zach?
Hey, guys. I'm just like one of my favorite parts of watching the Giants is like watching our younger talent come up. And I feel like I've been kind of discouraged with our farm system lately, just between like Bart and then like Matos. He's doing okay, but I mean, our pitching is doing great, but just some of the bats coming up, I feel like we're not getting like the Posey Crawford talent that we had at one point.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as what's in their farm system right now, Luciano's kind of been someone that's got a lot of talk. Then he came up, was too inconsistent in the majors. I don't know if I feel strongly about any of the bats down there outside of the obvious one of Bryce Eldridge.
Well, and look, Elliot Ramos has come up, and it took him longer. But Elliot Ramos has become, we talked about this yesterday with Krug, Elliot Ramos has become exactly what you would want Elliot Ramos to become. Now, maybe you wish it happened when he was 21 instead of 24, 25, but it's happened nevertheless. I mean, the guy was an all-star last year. He's a productive hitter this year. The defense in the outfield can be up and down from time to time, but from a hitting standpoint, Elliot Ramos has become the guy that you would have expected him to be, at least on that track. I've never really considered Matos a guy. So, like, you know, and he's probably getting sent down when somebody else gets healthy or they make a move unless he really, you know, explodes with regularity. He did help him over the weekend. You know, Casey Schmidt, you know, can he be an everyday option at second base? Possibly, but you're talking about somebody that's going to be hitting down in the lineup. And then, of course, Eldridge is the main guy that everybody talks about, and rightfully so, and we'll see. But as you start to look around this Giants roster, you know, Bailey with the bat, I guess, has been disappointing as time has gone on. So I think that's probably fair. But as you look around, I mean, Ramos has got his spot. Jung-Hoo Lee's got his spot. You signed Chapman. You've signed Adames. Wilmer Flores is going to be playing first base, and you know, until Eldridge is probably playing first base next year with Devers, now the DH. So do you need, you know, what do you really need? Do you need, I don't think the Giants are necessarily in a position where, other than Eldridge, they need somebody to come up and be, you know, a massive hitting threat per se. But I'm just like, who are we talking about? Because again, I never consider Matos to be one of those. Like, I never considered Matos was just kind of a guy, like, to me. So I'm not disappointed when he doesn't perform. I guess that's I just kind of, yeah, all right.
Do we still got Zach on the line? Yeah, Zach, I was going to ask before we let you go and get to Susan Slusser coming up, do you have any specific names outside of Luciano you're really looking to see, whether they're currently on the team, like a Matos, or someone that's
fair? Luciano's fair.
I don't think particularly, no. I was just worried. I feel like it's kind of an obscure timeline because we drafted him when he was like 16, and he's been in the system for like 7 years now. So I was just afraid of like another Joey Bart situation where we have him and it's an odd timeline. And then I want to know from you guys, like, how long do you think is too long to give a guy to like develop? And I mean, at what age do you think you kind of got to send him off like we did with Joey Bart, where you just let him try getting somewhere new, fresh?
That's a good question. I'll let you take that one first, JD.
Was he talking about Matos specifically?
No. He's just saying, how long do you think is too long to hold on to a guy in the farm system?
It's case by case. Yeah. I mean, Ramos is a perfect example of developing later, even though he's still pretty young. I mean, he was. I just remember him being in the dugout when he was 17, 18 years old, and thinking, wow, like, you know, that's a lot to put on somebody so young to be able to come up and be a carrier at some point. And again, I think you would hope that would happen. I think you would hope that would happen within 3 years, honestly. Like, I think if you look throughout baseball, whenever you get, you know, 17, 18-year-old players drafted or signed, you look around the league, you want guys that come up at 20. You want guys that come up at 21, you know, and are able to produce. But, you know, generally, I would say maybe 3 to 4 years, depending upon their age. But everybody's different. I mean, some guys are late bloomers. Some guys come up and tear it up and then can't adjust to the league adjusting to them. I mean, it truly has to be case by case. And I think a lot of teams would have given up on an Elliot Ramos, to be honest. And maybe he goes on to be an all-star somewhere else. The Giants, fortunate with the way that it played out with some of the injuries, that he was able to come up last year and play so well in the 2 months basically before the All-Star game, to where he became an All-Star. And it's like, oh, damn, like, this guy's actually pretty good. And he's an everyday hitter. And so he needs to be out there. But with others, you know, you can't necessarily, especially if you're not winning, afford those opportunities to be able to develop.
We can continue the development conversation. We can continue with the phone lines around 11:15. Coming up, let's catch up with Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. We do it every Tuesday, and she'll join us when we come back on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the...
Dickinson hanging out with you on a Tuesday. We're working on making the connection with Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicles. Written a lot of great articles, including the fact that the Giants have not one, not two, but 3 All-Stars. I imagine that you and Krug spent a great deal of time getting into this yesterday. I haven't really had the chance to process, at least on these 50,000 watts here, that Logan Webb is an All-Star as we all expected. Robbie Ray certainly cemented his case not only as the NL Pitcher of the Month in May, but going for his second career complete game on Thursday. Carlos Ramirez and I did a little bit of a blind resume activity before that last race start about players that you would think are likely all-stars or could be fringe players, and then also throwing in the equation that every team gets one. So we did a lot of NL outfield and threw in Elliot Ramos and compared him to some other players. We also did some pitching, and the player that I stacked Robbie Ray up against, because they had the same record and a lot of similar stats across the board outside of Ray having a little bit better of an ERA, was Sonny Gray of the St. Louis Cardinals. But Ray gets his 9th win, has a chance to get his 10th tonight, and is going to earn his second All-Star nod, or did earn it, and may or may not pitch in the game because he might be going Sunday against the Dodgers, which I would say a little more important than the Midsummer Classic to me.
Yeah, it would be. And look, Ray was a lock. I think Randy Rodriguez was the surprise, although it really shouldn't necessarily have been if you look at his numbers, although it's incredibly difficult for a non-closer or starter to be able to get the nod there. And then Logan Webb's just, to me, he was the pedigree, right? The name, the ace, the leader of the rotation, but he's just been so good, in particular the last month and a half, and just so different in terms of striking people out. Like he's I think in a way reinserted himself into that conversation as, you know, not just a guy that's an innings eater, a ground ball guy, but a guy that can strike you out. So he's kind of leveled up, I think, in a way that I was really surprised they got 3, although all 3 very deserving.
No question about it. Susan Slusser, San Francisco Chronicle. She joins us every Tuesday, and as I welcome her on the Uma Yes line, I will tell you that she is brought by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan is also sponsored by Weichert Realtors, where home is everything. To get started, call your local Weichert office today, because at Weichert, we guide you home, and we guide Susan on the show. What's happening, Susan?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Yeah, we're doing well. It's a little bit of a different tune than when we last spoke to you a week ago, and obviously 162 is a long journey, but it was certainly looking dire for the Giants just in terms of the lack of production, the fact that you had these big bats like a Rafael Devers. Even he couldn't hit. The pitching was being less than perfect, which in order to get the Giants wins against even the White Sox and Marlins seemed impossible. And all of a sudden, they've kind of steadied it a little bit, righted the ship. And I guess we'll start with the return of Matt Chapman. Now, might have gotten some fortunate calls in his favor last night with a few potential strike threes taken off the board, but just overall larger picture on the Giants playing well and how much of that correlates with having Matt Chapman's presence back. Not just the glove he brings defensively, third base, but the fact he's swinging the bat well and just the everyday leadership element.
Yeah, it's such a combination of everything. When you look at Matt Chapman and what he brings, it's all around. But also their offense in general just can't afford to miss anyone who's productive, right? You get down to the bottom of the order, and there are some, softer spots in that lineup. They need to lengthen things out. So everybody that's contributing, and you guys know, it seems like every time somebody starts to hit in that lineup, they get hurt. That was really affecting them for a good chunk of this last month. So they get Chapman back, then they get Casey Schmidt back. They've added Devers. This is a better lineup now, just in general. But yes, Matt Chapman kind of makes them go. He's such a leader, not just on and off the field, but just the way he plays, like his presence. He's not going to let anyone beat him if he can. And people pick up on that. They really respond to them. He'll let people know what they need to hear in whatever manner they need to hear it. Nice pat on the back, kick in the rear. He's got that reputation for a reason. And also, I will tell you, having covered him in Oakland, nobody wants him on the bench when he's hurt. Everybody wants him on the field because he's too antsy. He can't sit there quietly. He's got to be playing.
Susan, last night, none of it happens if Landon Roop isn't really good again, and he really has been for the better part of all season, but really the last month and a half, almost 2 months, going back to the back third of May. If the Giants were in a playoff series right now, let's say a best of 5, would Landon Roop be the number 3?
That's a great question. I think it's probably too early to say, right? Well, we'd have to see who's pitching well by September. That teams kind of go through the season with, various different guys hot, cold, injuries, of course, could take their toll. If we started right now, Landon Roop certainly would be in consideration for one of the spots starting, absolutely. And partly because of what guys were saying after the game, what we've been hearing. When I wrote about him earlier this year, even back to high school, he was like this, just determined, a guy who was not really well thought of coming out of, he didn't get major scholarship offers. He didn't go to a major college. He wasn't a high draft pick. He's had to fight for everything, and he keeps that attitude on the mound. So he's got a world of talent, but he's also so intense when he's out there. He's actually had to dial it back a little bit. But I think that sets up well for a playoff series. He's certainly not going to be intimidated, that's for sure.
Susan Slusser joining us here on the UMA guest line. Now, the Giants have won 5 out of 6, but I don't want to talk about how it's all sunshine and rainbows in the same way that when they were on a skid, it wasn't all miserable and everything failing. So let's focus on something that is a bit of a problem. What do the Giants ultimately do about Patrick Bailey at the plate? Because you just mentioned how with Chapman, you miss a key hitter in this lineup and it goes a long way. Some of the reason for that is that the bottom of the order has been a hole for the entirety of the season. And Bailey, who has traditionally struggled in the second half of seasons, is now having big problems in the first half at the plate.
He hasn't been right for a while. Now, if you've got a really high-powered offense, you can probably have one guy who maybe doesn't produce as much near the bottom. He is such a terrific defensive catcher, and they're so valuable. Most managers will tell you they'd rather have a premium defensive catcher who doesn't hit much than a guy who hits but is not a great catcher. So I'm very pro Bailey. But I think that he does need to figure something out. In his defense, he seems to come through when the game's on the line. He can move runners over. He can hit a sacrifice fly. He's got a little bit of a nose for the late RBI. That tends to be when he comes through. But he's not going to start a lot of rallies. He's probably not going to be in the middle of a lot of rallies. The work he's doing behind the plate is so valuable, though. You hope he figures out something to get it going. Really, they just need him to be, take your walks, get on base, be a little bit more of a threat offensively, and he'd be fine.
Susan, the Giants get 3 All-Stars, all pitchers. Robbie Ray, I think, was a lock. Logan Webb's resume and season speaks for itself. But Randy Rodriguez, maybe the numbers, it's not a surprise, but having someone that's not a closer or a starter get one of the nods as a pitcher, you don't see a whole lot of that. How much of a story is Randy Rodriguez being able to be an all-star this season?
It's definitely a story. I think he's going to be one of those guys at the All-Star game, and I'll be there next week. He's going to be one of those guys surrounded by reporters, I think, during the interview session throughout, because people are going to be, who is this guy? Anybody who has watched him pitch and fans of teams in the NL West, the NL West teams, know who Randy Rodriguez is. It's so interesting because he's not even a traditional setup man still at this point. He's a guy who comes in with runners on base, whatever the inning, the biggest high leverage situations. That he's kind of been that guy. He does do some setup work. He can close if needed, and certainly at some point I think we will see him as a closer. But for him to make the All-Star team tells you just how phenomenal he's been in these huge situations. There's a reason the Giants bullpen really has been the best in the National League almost all season, and Randy Rodriguez is at the top of that list. Tyler Rogers just a step behind him, and Eric Miller too. And that's another story to keep an eye on, is how long is Eric Miller out? The two lefties they now have in the bullpen are not nearly of his level.
Well, Susan, I was going to ask ask you about Eric Miller, but ask it in the sense of would left-handed reliever become something if it looked like Miller was going to be out a significant amount of time? Would that be something that would move up the list in terms of priority maybe at the trade deadline?
That was definitely on the list already. You've got to think that is absolutely at the top of the list now. I like the fact that Buster Posey moved so early to get Devers. There is no reason not to go out and look for a premium left-hander right now. There are teams that are out of it. There are teams with bigger contracts. There are teams with needs. So I hope we see something soon, because Eric Miller said yesterday, told my colleague Shane Rubin, he expects to be out at least 5 weeks. That's a big deal when you're talking about a team that's fighting for a wild card spot. I think they really have to do something and do it soon.
Yeah, 5 weeks, certainly a long time, and we've seen how things can just change within 1 week here. Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. So on the note of Randy Rodriguez, going to be an all-star and the first ever non-closer reliever for the Giants to get that nod, Robbie Ray is going to pitch tonight. As a result, he's probably going to pitch Sunday against the Dodgers in a game that you would think would be a really important one for the Giants to have. And if that's the case, it's going to take him out of availability to pitch in the All-Star game. Now, you've thrown out another non-closer as a possible replacement in Tyler Rogers. What's your case for Tyler Rogers getting the All-Star nod rather than a replacement of another starter, say like a Sonny Gray type?
Well, it's probably not going to happen. It probably will go to somebody like Sonny Gray. And I am a very, very big Sonny Gray fan, so that's fine. But if you look for another Giants player and a guy who's been worthy not just this year, but in other years, and a little bit overlooked for the same reasons we thought Randy Rodriguez might be, Tyler Rogers is essentially a setup guy and has been a very good one for a long time. Logan Webb said the other day after his start, he thinks Tyler Rogers should have been an all-star each of the last 5 years. Now, a few years in there, probably not, but he's made a case. This is a guy who's deserved consideration. So I would love it if he got a spot. There will be multiple openings. There will be other guys pitching on Sunday. Logan Webb might not be available. The Giants have kind of been hinting that they think because of his, he's leading the majors in innings, maybe that might not be the best idea. I don't know what happens. Do they say like, oh, he's got a back thing, or just say flat out, we don't really want him pitching? But he could be another guy that opens up a spot. So if they're in multiple spots, I really, really hope that the league takes a very hard look at Tyler Rogers, because he deserves it. He is right up there with guys like Rodriguez and Eric Miller and all the other best relievers in the league. And he's done it for such a long time. How fun would that be?
All right, well, when we send your answer to the Major League Baseball committee, we're going to cut out the first 10 seconds about how much you like Sonny Gray. So last one for you, Susan. Something that was a big headline last week was Buster Posey publicly taking the blame for the Giants' rough skid and saying, I'm the one who sets the roster. I take blame for this. And then also exercising Bob Melvin's option at a time when there was a lot of frustration surrounding the team. Players like Willy Adames, like Justin Verlander, they have come to San Francisco and cited publicly that Buster Posey was a big reason why. Did you talk to players specifically about Buster Posey taking the blame publicly and sort of wearing that on his chest? Because it seems like they've certainly turned it around, but I know there's a lot of different factors like Matt Chapman coming back in the lineup, which we got into. Just wondering if you've gotten the chance to address that with players and how they responded to hearing Buster Posey take it on the chin for them.
Well, I wasn't on the trip at that point when he did that, but I talked to Buster the day before that. I talked to him about, the many questions surrounding the coaching staff at that point. A lot of runners had been thrown out at the plate. Base running in general, there had been some question marks about. Fans were very up in arms about that. Pat Burrell was under fire because the team hasn't been hitting consistently. Buster at that point said pretty much the same things. This is on me. These are my players. This is my team that I put together. I would argue most of it was put together by the previous administration, but we like a leader who takes accountability in every walk of life, right? Players love seeing that. Managers love seeing that. Coaches love seeing that. So I talked to him that day, and he said, all the coaching staff is completely safe. This is not an issue. And then the next day he picked up Bob's extension. So I don't think it's because he talked to me and because I was asking those questions, but certainly he did not want to leave any doubt in anyone's mind how he feels about things. And I love that he stepped up and took accountability. I will tell you, the guys you mentioned, guys like Adames and Verlander, are also very much in that mode, kind of team leaders who will take blame when something goes wrong. Chapman, the same way. These are not finger pointers. They appreciate it when the guy ultimately responsible for everything does the same.
Well, it's funny. We were joking about, not really joking, we were talking last week about how we had a caller suggest that Matt Chapman should try to just come back and play through a little bit of the pain. And JD and I looked at each other and we said, look, if there's one player in this team and maybe the entire league who does not represent PTO, it's Matt Chapman. He's going to go crazy trying to get back out on the diamond. So,
well, he said as much, right? Didn't he? Said over the weekend, I went as fast as they'd let me.
Yeah,
obviously.
So. Well, and you guys know his final year in Toronto, his numbers really dipped, and it was because he was playing with a finger that at one point I got sent a photo of his finger. It was so swollen all year. He jammed it initially lifting weights, I believe. And then he kept smacking it base running. And, now he's got this oven mitt. He switched hands. But that really affected him, and he played through it. He took a little bit of time off, but not enough time. And really, scouts, teammates, everyone said, this guy's playing in pain. Don't look at these numbers. And I think the Giants were well aware of that when they signed him. Down numbers, there's a reason for it. He was playing through something.
Susan, always appreciate you coming by with us. Great catching up with you. And we'll do this again next Tuesday for sure. And I look forward to it.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
All right.
She is Susan Slusser. You can read her in the San Francisco Chronicle as well.
All-Star game a week from today, by the way. She's going to be in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, Atlanta, where Ronald Acuna Jr., despite his 36 games played at the time of the announcement, I mean, look, I get it. It's in Atlanta. You got to go and play in front of your home crowd.
No question. But yeah, that's. A week from today.
Going to be a blast. I'll be with Krug, and you're off next week, taking the much needed vacation. Correct?
I will be. Yeah,
nice.
I will be. Be in Cabo.
Oh,
not to start look. Not to be Johnny. Look ahead. We got a few days to go. We got 3.5 days to go here. The rest of the week here, but yeah.
Well, per the KNBR socials, Marcus Boucher, Greg Papa run into each other in Sacramento. I feel like we got to have a bet of you running into Greg Papa randomly in Cabo.
Well,
I could see it happening.
It could happen. No, man.
Logan Webb is going to be joining us at noon, so make sure you are tuned in for that. And if you're unable to catch it live, we'll have it all podcasted for you later, so it'll be taken care of. But if you're around or you get a little bit of a break at lunch, Logan Webb joining us at noon. We'll go back to the phones when we return and continue our conversation that we had with Susan Slusser. It's Papa and Silver with JD, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Big day here on the Sports Leader. Giants All-Star for the second year in a row. Logan Webb is going to be joining our show at noon. And new second baseman Casey Schmidt is going to be joining Dirty Work at 2:30. So keep it right here on the Sports Leader as Logan Webb can talk about what it means to be an All-Star for the second year in a row. And Casey Schmidt can try to justify his hops, even though Willie Adames says that they don't exist. Is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Great to catch up with Susan Slusser from the San Francisco Chronicle, as we do every Tuesday. Phone lines are back open all the way up until noon, when we're going to catch up with the ace of the Giants pitching staff, Logan Webb. And by the way, Casey Schmidt also joining Dirty Work later today at either 2:30 or 2:50. I'm going to have to fact check myself on that one. It is 2:30. Set your clocks for 12 and 2:30. Logan Webb and then Casey Schmidt with Dirty Work. Appreciate everyone chiming in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, as well as those who have lit up the phone lines. Want to throw to this piece of postgame sound from last night, and it goes into what we discussed with Susan Slusser. Not a surprise at all, but Matt Chapman, he got in this lineup as fast as he possibly could. Here it is.
I was dying to get back in there. It's never fun being hurt, especially when, right when I went down, I felt like we were just starting to hit our stride and we were rolling. But I'm just glad to be back, glad to help these guys out, finish this first half strong, and then, go make a run at this thing in the second half. Having Casey back too, feel like our lineup is definitely a lot deeper, and it's really tough to navigate right now.
Matt Chapman indeed was dying to get back on the lineup, and he said we were hitting our stride as a group. He individually was also hitting a stride with the bat at the time he got hurt. We know what he brings defensively. There's no question about that. But Matt Chapman, over his last 14 games, is hitting .380. He's got 11 runs, 3 home runs, 5 RBIs, 1155 OPS. And the reason I bring up that 14-game stretch is that you think, wait a minute, well, that's split up into some pre-injury and some post-injury. So it also kind of illustrates how his injury with the hand came at a really unfortunate time. He wasn't available when he was swinging the bat well, and on top of that, the rest of the team could not swing the bat and make contact for the life of him.
Well, you look at it, I mean, he's come back, and they're 3-0 in the 3 games. I mean, they get a couple of comfortable wins in Sacramento against the A's on Saturday and Sunday, and then you look at last night in the series opener against the Phillies, and the Giants make the extra play, put a little more pressure on the defense. Again, they didn't get the hit with runners in scoring position, but they put themselves in position to make something happen, and they were able to come through in that 8th inning to win that game last night. So big deal for the Giants to be able to do that, and I think he's spot on. We've talked about it in the first almost 90 minutes of the show. You add one bat, and I guess really Casey Schmidt would be 2 at the bottom of the lineup, and you just give yourself more margin for error to come through or have the opposition make a mistake, as was the case last night. The Phillies made a bunch of mistakes that wound up costing them, in addition to a couple of calls there on Chapman that the Phillies would have liked.
So those 2 things actually is exactly where I wanted to take this discussion, because my larger takeaway from last night, in addition to Camilo Doval and him responding despite throwing a lot of pitches over the last 2 nights, starting off with the 4-pitch walk, and I said, this is the week to judge. This is what happens when everyone's healthy. Last night is a type of game when you get a pitching battle like that, when you get Christopher Sanchez, by the way, another arm who could be a replacement all-star, especially with the way he's pitched against the Giants twice this year. That changeup just finds a way to kill them over and over. Really good player out there in Philadelphia. When it's a pitching battle like that, a lot of it comes down to who makes fewer mistakes, and along with that, who's capitalizing off of the mistakes that they are given. Now, some of them had to do with calls that went the Giants' way. That certainly was a part of it. I got my Phil's coffee this morning to honor Phil Cuzzy, who may or may not have come through a few times for the Giants. But all that aside, the Giants still took advantage of what was given to them. We've seen a lot of times when we talk about the frustrating losses, them not do that at all. They have opportunities because of the pitching that they have been given. They would have taken a Landon Roop start as such, or a really good Logan Webb gem, and not taken anything they were given, and instead we'd be talking about a loss here today. Instead, yes, they were the beneficiary of a few of those calls. Matt Chapman gets those 3 hits. Jung-Hoo Lee, who's really been slumping, still had a couple of timely swings, and ultimately they were able to get home and capitalize off of a few errors, including Bryce Harper's throw to home with Real Muto. It was out in front of him, so he didn't have time to go and turn around and tag Matt Chapman when he got sent in from home.
9-14 was the quick math on this. I did it in my head without Matt Chapman in the 23 games that he missed, going back to June the 9th, basically. He got hurt in a game, the day after he hit the walk-off homer against the Braves, and now 3-0 with him back. I think he is the defense has always spoken for itself. I think he's an underrated hitter in terms of sometimes the average doesn't look great, but he just is. He's just a needle mover. He's just a winner. The intangibles, he's one of those players that when he's in the lineup, he makes others better just by being there. His personality, he's just a winning player.
He does have some Jimmy Butler to him, and I know baseball, basketball, 2 very different sports, but if we're going to go with the intangibles analogy and just kind of making people around you play a little bit better, it certainly makes me think of Jimmy that way.
Yeah, and so, they come back, and all of a sudden, we've been talking about can they get a 6-2 win, a 7-2 win. They get a couple of them over the weekend, right? When he comes back. The most comfortable victories they've had in a month, those first 2 games. And I know the A's don't pitch well at home, and they don't really pitch well in general, but especially in their Sacramento home. Didn't matter on Friday night on the 4th of July, but the Giants able to get some leads and just play that normal game again where you're up 2-0 and then maybe the other team scores and you add on, and all of a sudden it's 6-2 in the 8th and the 9th, and you just maybe you pitch through a jam here and there by one of your relievers and you just win the game. Those games have been completely lost for this Giants team, and now he comes back and all of a sudden the breaks that maybe weren't going their way are going their way, and they are winning a couple of these games more comfortably. And the pitching, when guys are elite, then you're turning that into wins more frequently. So to me, he's just he's just a major difference maker. And one of the big things that I was really holding out for was to wait and see how it looks with Devers and the threat of Devers in the lineup now with Chapman back as a needle mover, and does it, and how quickly does it turn into wins? I don't even think it matters the opponents. Like, to me, you'd be playing good teams, bad teams, like we talked about a little bit earlier. I don't think it matters. If the Giants are playing well, they can beat good teams. If they're not playing well, though, they can lose to bad teams. And they have to play, I think, just as well against the bad teams as they do against the good teams, just as clean to be able to beat the bad teams as consistently as fans want. It's not just a lock where they can just show up and do it. So
they're a low floor, high ceiling group for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you play well, you can beat anybody. You don't play well, you're not just going to sleepwalk to wins, even against some of the bad teams. And we've seen them have some comebacks even against some bad teams to where that record maybe would be a little bit worse even. A couple of those games in Colorado, whatever, doesn't matter. They're figuring out ways to get the job done now that Chapman's been back, and we'll see. I mean, I think this is a week that is a great test for that, because if they do go 2 out of 3 against the Phillies and Dodgers, let's say, or even maybe better. I mean, Robbie Ray's going tonight. We'll see how that shakes out. Then I think it should allow for everyone to relax and acknowledge the fact that this team, they didn't maybe waste the last couple of weeks as much without Chapman as people thought.
No question. 808 KNBR, if you would like to join our conversation before we get to Logan Webb coming up at noon. If there's something that I've learned Giants fans enjoy, it's when Bryce Harper gets passionate in a frustrated manner. Here is Bryce Harper after the game.
Complains. When Bryce Harper complains, let's just call it what it is.
When Bryce Harper complains, he said he likes Phil Cuzzy and he respects him, but he's got to be better. And here were Bryce Harper's thoughts on the umpiring last night.
I felt confident today. Felt really good where I was, and thought I was going to be in some good counts, and thought I was going to be in some good situations. But sometimes that happens, and umpire took over the game.
Umpire took over the game. Now, I did read the post from the Umpire Scorecards account, and this was Phil Cuzzy last night. The overall favor was plus 1.42 runs in favor of the Giants. Now everyone's jokingly doing the math and saying, hey, they still get the slight margin and the win over it. 91% accuracy overall, had a handful of missed calls, and then the 3 impactful missed calls that were listed, well, 2 of them came on that Chapman at bat when he had the 0-2 account, and then there were arguably 3 potentially missed strike 3 calls before Chapman ended up getting the single and advancing the runners further. The third one was the top of the 5th inning before Landon Roop was out. 2 outs, runner on first, 2-2 count. Ball that was a little bit high outside of the zone was called a strike, punched him out, ended the inning right there.
It happens. I mean, look, that's all I got. It happens, and I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a game between now and the end of the season where the opposite happens, and the Giants are ticked off about a couple of calls that don't go their way in a game that they feel maybe they could have won because it was tied at the end of the game. It's unfortunate. Does it lead you down the path of wanting the automated strike zone? Perhaps, but those things I truly believe do even out over the course of a long season. So remember it, Giants fans. Remember last night, August 13th. I just made that up. When there's a game where maybe things don't go your way and you're frustrated about it. Oh, man. I was going to say August 13th. July 13th is against the Dodgers. August 13th would be a home game against the Padres. So.
You are so good with dates, by the way, that I'm actually going to mark this down in my calendar because that might be a day where we look back at it and I'll be like, look at this guy. He's Mr. Crystal Ball.
I just made that up, but the Giants are playing the Padres at Oracle Park on August 13th.
Is that a day game?
Wednesday afternoon. Yeah.
It's a day. We're going to be at the patio for that one, and JD just cursed the Giants on that day.
Strike that from the record. Strike
it from the record.
All I'm saying is there's going to be a game where somebody's going to be ticked about the strike zone, and just remember back to, hey, you did get one. You did get one.
Phone lines open, text line open, YouTube chat open. We'll say hello to a lot of our YouTube friends. When we return, continue this Giants discussion. It is Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver, and we're about 25 minutes away from having Logan Webb join the show. So absolutely looking forward to that. One of the Giants' 3 All-Stars, and shouldn't really be a surprise in the end that all 3 Giants All-Stars came from the pitching staff. Logan Webb, a lock. Robbie Ray, a lock. Randy Rodriguez, for as great of a season as he has had, you don't see middle relievers get All-Star nods a whole lot, but him with his best ERA in all of baseball, even with a couple of hiccups here in the past month or so, for the most part, he's been a lights-out pitcher. So going to be great to catch up with Logan Webb and just kind of get his perspective on what it's like to share the All-Star stage with a couple of different teammates. Last year, of course, it was Webb and first-time All-Star Elliot Ramos. Ramos does not get the NL nod, although he has had a very solid season, but National League outfield, just a ridiculous and packed area to try to break in.
Yeah, I think the Giants should be pretty happy with the fact that they were able to get 3 and all pitchers. And unfortunate, I do think there was a case to be made for Elliot Ramos. Obviously, Devers is probably an all-star if he spends an entire year with either Boston or the Giants. So some circumstances that change things there. But I also think it's tough when you look at the Giants' hitting struggles, and it's no fault of Elliot Ramos or anybody else that has been productive. But I think when people look at the Giants' success, they go, wow, that's all pitching. So
I would say locally, actually, it's probably more appreciation for Elliot Ramos.
No question. And so I think, from that national standpoint, I think it's, that's the team with great pitching that's winning because they have great pitching, a hell of a 1-2 punch. And Randy Rodriguez, though, truly is so deserving. And the numbers, are incredible with the ERA at 0.7.
7-1.
Yeah, 7-1. But it's the situations that he's been put in. We're discussing it with Susan Slusser. That, to me, it's all of the times he comes in, bases loaded, runners on, nobody out, get a strikeout, get a double play, get a couple of strikeouts, get a pop-up, get out of the inning. I think he has been the pitcher in the Giants bullpen that has been most directly related to them winning. Above, like he just,
no question.
If there are 5+ times he gives up not even a hit, or he gives up a sac fly. Maybe the Giants lose, like just right there. He gives up a single in 5, 6, 7 situations, and maybe 2-run score, and a game that they wound up winning turns into a game that they lose. Like I think it's that significant how important he's been, and I think it changes the conversation about their whole season. That's how important I think Randy Rodriguez has been. And really, if you haven't followed this team on a day-to-day basis, you wouldn't really know that. Now, again, the numbers are so gaudy. You can look at it and go, wow, he's maybe got the best overall reliever numbers, non-save of anybody in the league, and maybe he just gets in on that alone. But the situational component to Randy Rodriguez, I think, only adds to his value with the numbers already being so gaudy.
Early in the season, I called him the unsung hero to the Giants' hot start. I would argue he's probably the unsung hero to them being a 50-42 team overall. And don't forget that when the Giants got that win streak started with all the single-run victories, and it happened when they were down 5-0 against San Diego. It was the day that Dom Smith came up, Daniel Johnson came up. Then they end up starting to get a rally. Ramos has the big hit, lets out all that emotion, and Ryan Walker came in to try to get the save. Bob Melvin had a short leash on Ryan Walker and sent out Randy Rodriguez, who ultimately got his first career save that time. So he really has been thrown in a lot of different kind of situations. Not all perfect. There was the weird game in Colorado, which kind of snapped the winning streak of it all. But by and large, what he has done for this Giants team, and we talk about the bullpen being so elite. He is the poster child for the Giants bullpen in the first half of the year.
I know we're talking a lot of Giants here. I do want to keep everybody updated on some of the latest that's going on with the NBA news. The Warriors, of course, still the one team out of the 30 in the NBA that have not officially made a move other than their draft picks in free agency or via trade. Couple of notes here. Some reporting on the Bucks' interest in Jonathan Kuminga. The Bucks have explored sign and trade scenarios to obtain Jonathan Kuminga. The Warriors show little interest in, don't laugh, Kyle Kuzma. So it would take attaching Milwaukee's 2031 first plus a prospect to gain any significant traction. In the meantime, Kuminga's market appears at a standstill. And then also Mark Stein reporting here, the Warriors have emerged as a strong contender to bring back DeAnthony Melton in free agency. That, according to Mark Stein, in addition to the well-chronicled interest in Al Horford. So I know Denver popped up this morning. Again, they're going through this battle with Jonas Valanciunas. He wants to go overseas and play in Greece. And the Nuggets, at least at this point, are not letting him. If they ultimately do let him, then they could be a potential suitor for Al Horford to back up Nikola Jokic. And maybe that gets in the Warriors mix as the Warriors are trying to close a deal with Horford, who is reportedly deciding between the Warriors now and the Nuggets or retirement. And then, of course, DeAnthony Melton, who had the ACL injury in November, the Klay Thompson return game in November.
You talk about unsung heroes. He was the unsung hero of that game.
Yeah, and so he was, and then ended up done for the year, went in the trade for Schroeder,
Yes.
and ended up in Brooklyn. So we'll see how things shake out, but I think that's somebody that was definitely the combo guard that they would have loved to have had last year, and he wound up getting hurt. Maybe if he's healthy, he's a player.
No question.
Bottom line, if
but
he's
that's
healthy,
been the big if, even at his young age.
and he was not healthy last year, obviously, but I do think there was a belief that he was on to something special if he could have stayed healthy for the Warriors last year. So it's interesting. The Kuminga thing still at a standstill. And
Still
then
some talks with Sacramento, who seems reluctant to give up Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think Keegan Murray's I don't even think Keegan Murray's remotely in the Kings part of it at this point. That's almost what the counter ask would be. I think if you're the Warriors, but DeAnthony Melton and Al Horford, Melton with the injury concern, Horford with his age. Those are two guys we talk about the three levels at which the Warriors need to get better. Need to find a combo guard, need to find a starting center that can shoot the three ball. I mean, the Warriors are
anyone who can finish inside,
aligned,
regardless of height.
The Warriors are aligned, I think, and then you got to figure out Kuminga. You hope Kuminga brings you back a 3-and-D wing in a perfect world. Obviously, that's a little trickier dynamic in play, but Melton and Horford, two productive players, although I think two players that a lot of Warrior fans are going to kind of, I don't want to say eye roll, but kind of look at as like, oh, this is the offseason? Like, Kuminga may wind up staying by default for the time being, and you go get Melton and Horford. Still, though, I think those two moves would be better than nothing. And right now the Warriors are sitting on a goose egg.
Yeah, a literal goose egg, by the way, outside of the trading draft picks in order to get Will Richard. And he had a nice little summer league debut last night, or was that over the weekend? All the time.
Yeah, Sunday.
That's right. All the time got mixed up with me trying to keep track of the vacation days I took. By the way, Tacky in the YouTube chat said you're like the human version of a calendar. So I really do need your hidden talent and always love the YouTube chat. So what's up to all of my homies out there on YouTube? You can catch us on YouTube at The Sports Leader or twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. So Webb going to be joining us coming up in about 15 minutes.
We can ask Logan Webb if he wants Jonathan Kuminga on his Kings.
Yeah, do you think he's going to be wearing the Kevin Huerter jersey doing the interview? I mean, I know he's now a Chicago Bull, but Kevin Huerter had a nice time in Sacramento. He was a beam lighter.
Well, yeah. Don't come on, man. Don't. I like Kevin Huerter. Actually,
I do like Kevin Huerter. No, hey, it's all love on Kevin Huerter. Hawks legend, Kings legend, current Chicago Bull. And, we're going to have Marcus Thompson on at 12:50 to continue all this conversation, including Draymond Green sounding off in a big way about the CBA. I kind of wonder if there was anything to this timing of it, or if it was just Draymond Green, offseason, want to unleash an opinion. That'll be a good question for Marcus. Let's get ready to talk to Logan Webb. Talk more Logan Webb coming up on the other side. 808 KNBR, if you want to have some phone calls. It's Papa and Silver with JD on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic. Cubs leader.
Two. Swing and a miss, strike three. Clark goes down. Webb gets the strikeout, and the A's do not score. There were boats everywhere on the river, lit up in the holiday colors. 4th of July fun here in Sacramento. 5th of July, the Giants themselves are enjoying a little bit more.
That was pretty cool. I was wish I'd give like a wave or something, but it's always awkward in those moments. I don't know why. You don't know whether or not to wave or do something, and but I feel the love from the Sacramento crowd, and it's like I said, it was awesome to pitch at home.
Logan Webb, the voice you hear, along with the call from Dave Fleming. And look, Logan Webb might not have known what to do as far as acknowledging the crowd after he came out, but he certainly did know what to do when he was up on the mound. The 4th of July, not so fun for the San Francisco Giants up in Sacramento. The 5th of July, when Logan Webb was on the mound, and they win it 7-2 thanks to a 4 RBI 3-hit game from Willy Adames. That one was a little bit nicer, and we're going to have Logan Webb call in sometime during this segment. So can't wait to catch up with the Giants' now 2-time All-Star.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun and very much deserving. And Logan Webb, I think you could make the case having his best year. And he's obviously had a lot of good years during his time with San Francisco.
Giants now second in the NL West, 6 games behind the Dodgers, who are skidding a little bit. But when the Giants were reeling, the Dodgers just continue to win, and everyone else was losing. Same amount of losses as San Diego. Giants 50-42, San Diego 48-42, and then Arizona at 45-46. They were able to salvage a split after all the chaos and just gut-wrenching baseball they watched in the first two nights of that series. But they were able to get it done. The Camilo Doval blown save into turn save in extra innings, and then the Robbie Ray complete game. All of a sudden, since then, it's been a lot better outside of that 4th of July massacre.
Well, you really look at the time Chapman was out, going back to June the 8th, and after he hit the walk-off homer in the Logan Webb start on that Saturday, the 7th, and he goes out, and, I mean, you look at it as a whole and just kind of run through it. They had a couple of games in Colorado that they could have lost. They ended up winning. Then they had the game they probably should have won. They ended up losing, but they take 2 out of 3 in that series. Casey Schmidt with the grand slam in L.A., but you lose 2 out of 3, but make the Devers trade on Father's Day. I think at that point you'd take that. The Guardian series, you lose a couple where the bats are unable to come through, but you bounce back and you take 2 or 3 against the Red Sox. So I think those first 2 weeks you'd take. I think all in all, the week that they still are trying to make up for is the getting swept at home by the Marlins and then losing the 2 out of 3 in Chicago, because as much as the first 2 games in Arizona were frustrating, that wound up being a season or a series split with the Giants getting the last 2 of the 4, and then you win the series at the A's, and you could say, yeah, you'd want to sweep the A's or whatever, you'd want to sweep the Rockies. That's fine. Like, that sweeps happen, but I don't think even at this stage of the year can necessarily be expected. But really, it's that 1 week that I think has altered everything, where you go 1-5 against the Marlins and the White Sox. Everything else has been within reason, I think, both winning and losing side of things. But now, at some point, whether it's this week or in the future, you got to try to make up for that 1-5 somewhere. And last night potentially is a start to that.
Logan Webb, obviously very excited about joining the All-Star game. He says hopefully he did a little bit better than he did last year. All I care about is seeing how the Giants pitchers are doing when they're wearing orange and black. And so if Robbie Ray can have a great outing against the Dodgers on Sunday and it takes him out of the All-Star game, well, guess what? They're trying to continue to win and stack up some big games. Webb is something that we got into, but the strikeout numbers way up. And that is something that has not really been the case for as much of a high-volume innings guy, for as much as a ground ball pitcher he has been, and for the low ERA Cy Young contender. Webb has never really been a strikeout guy. He's now 4th in all of Major League Baseball with 133 strikeouts, and innings pitched put him right at the top there with Garrett Crochet out of Boston. The only pitcher in the National League who's got more strikeouts than Logan Webb is Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, number 2, and I think it's been the most dramatic difference, obviously, in how well he's pitched this season is going for the strikeouts and getting the strikeouts. So we'll get into that with him coming up as well when he's set to join us at the top of the hour.
So 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. Phone lines we're going to take a little bit of a break from until we get to Logan Webb, but certainly the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is open, and lots of good texts coming in here. YouTube chat having a good time. Asking, they want to ask some spicy questions to Logan Webb. I think I might have to exit the YouTube chat so we can do this interview. What? It's true justice.
Spicy how?
Like a little kiss, marry, kill action, that kind of stuff.
Oh,
yeah. Logan Webb, should we ask him different Raiders or different Sacramento Kings? Yeah, probably not.
I don't have to get into that. Yeah. I might ask him about the Kuminga rumors because I'm sure he's following it.
Yeah,
I might ask him to play Kings GM. Just as it relates to a potential trade. But other than that, no, I am interested to get into the strikeout thing. That's one thing that I do want to ask him about.
So Andy Baggerly wrote this piece, and Carlos Ramirez got into it. We got into it in the middle of the show, actually. Andy Baggerly put it out that morning. We had him on Thursday, typically have him on Fridays, and it was about what he's calling the MVP pitch. And contrary to the name, it's not a pitch that is actually favored by the metrics. It's not a pitch that Logan Webb's own metrics have favored in terms of the cutter, but he wanted to add something to the mix when going up against guys in the division like a Shohei Ohtani, like a Freddie Freeman, like a Fernando Tatis Jr. I could go on and on with the list of high-quality hitters in the National League. And just having a little extra something to add to the mix, even if the batting average against with this cutter is in the 400s, even if it's something that the metrics don't favor, just that little extra variety in pitch mix has gone a long way, and I think that might contribute to some of the strikeout numbers we've seen.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on with it, and look, the key to staying great is to continue to always be evolving and looking to add different components to your game, and he's clearly a student of the game in addition to the competitive spirit that he's known for as somebody that wants to take the ball and get deep in games and be the number one and pitch in the big game. And I mean, he is a tone setter for what Buster Posey and the Giants want to have in their rotation. I mean, guys that want the ball, that want to go deep, that want to handle business on their own, not five and dive and leave it up to the bullpen, even though the Giants do have the best bullpen in the majors.
So tonight you're going to see Webb's co-all-star in Robbie Ray. You're going to see some of that bullpen that you just mentioned. Curious how Logan Webb's relationship with the younger pitchers, particularly Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong, has been, because he is very much, like some of the other guys on this team, a lead-by-example kind of player. Not necessarily always the most vocal. He is about as competitive as they come. And now Logan Webb, kind of like Diameter Lenore was saying at the podium, he feels like an old head on the defense. Lenore does for the 49ers. Logan Webb now, at this stage in his career, he's definitely not an old player, but he's certainly somewhere in between the wisdom and experience of a Justin Verlander. But also, you got all these younger guys coming up. Kyle Harrison and he were very close. Harrison now traded away, and now Webb's got these other younger guys to look to for support. Going back to Landon Roop for a second, a lot of the discussion was, if the Giants were in the playoffs, and today they would be wildcard team number 3, Landon Roop's probably your number 3 starter.
Yeah, and there's different ways. I know we asked Susan about it, and Susan, you never know. I mean, they could wind up in a 3-game wildcard series, and you alter things a little bit differently. And yeah, I think today that would probably be the case if they were playing in a 5-game series or a best of 7, but you got to earn your way into the best of 5 series by winning the 3-game wild card series, and maybe that changes things. And look, 2 months is a long time. Hell, a week is a different. Look at how different the outlook is for this Giants team a week ago compared to what it is now, coming off the win last night against the Phillies and the 3 straight and the 5 of 6. So things can change, but I think Roop has been tremendous. I mean, he has been tremendous. I mean, and it's been for almost 2 months for the most part that he's been really good. And again, you're not in position to win a lot of these close games if he isn't pitching as effectively as he has been. And so I mean, it definitely is worth acknowledging, because that's not an easy lineup to go up against, obviously, in the Phillies. And so for him to hold them down the way that he did, I think is, I mean, it's been huge, and it hasn't been just the Phillies that he's been able to do it against.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We're going to make the connection with Giants All-Star and ace of the staff, Logan Webb, coming shortly here. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, filling in for Greg Papa. We're going to be out at the patio tomorrow, 58 Social, so a little Giants Day baseball. You were at the patio with Papa, and I was unable to make it for that week, so it's been a while since I got to the patio. But let's worry about tomorrow, because it is our pleasure to welcome in the ace of the San Francisco Giants pitching staff, two-time All-Star, Cy Young candidate, and just general machine, Logan Webb, who joins us on the UMA guest line. Logan, thanks so much for your time. Greg Silver, John Dickinson here on Papa and Silver. Congratulations on being named an All-Star for the second year in a row, and how are you today?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, guys, and I appreciate it. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, we're really thrilled for you, and I guess we'll just start with not only you, but your teammates in Robbie Ray and Randy Rodriguez also being named All-Stars alongside you. I know you've been very vocal about those two guys, the seasons they've had, and particularly Randy Rodriguez, where middle relievers don't get a lot of acknowledgement when it comes to things like All-Stars. But what does it mean to also have those two teammates joining you in Atlanta?
Yeah, well, start with Robbie. It has been absolutely unbelievable. Coming back from his Tommy John, people, don't know how hard that is to come back from something like that. And I know he wasn't happy about last year and came in this year with, he was locked in from the minute I saw him this offseason. So just super pumped for him and happy to be there with him. It's always fun to, be there with another one of the starting pitchers, and then Randy Rodriguez. He's a guy who, from the minute he got to the big leagues last year, he just continues to, some of the spots we kind of put him in. Right, he comes in with bases loaded, no outs. A lot of times, he saved me a couple of runs these last two outings. He's he's won us a lot of games, and just extremely excited for him. I've known Randy a long time, and to see the growth, and obviously you guys see the stuff every time he throws. So it's just cool to see kind of him be rewarded for the kind of positions he's been put in to pitch as well as he has.
Yeah, and Logan, you touched on it. The numbers speak for themselves. They're phenomenal when you look at them. If you're somebody maybe from a national perspective that's just looking at, all right, who's having an outstanding year. But to your point, all of the different situations, like if you aren't around it and witnessing it, you kind of wouldn't know. He's been able to get out of every kind of jam, really. And you could, I was making the case earlier, Logan, he gives up maybe 3 or 4 more hits, and maybe you guys have 3 or 4 more losses. Like that's how good he's been and how just a part of winning he's been for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, he's won us a ton of games. Just kind of the situations he's been put in, or he kind of gets put in that fireman role, it's amazing to see. And every time he comes out to pitch, I think all of us are like, damn, dude, you're pretty nasty. Like it's fun to watch.
Logan Webb joining us on the UMA guest line. Andy Baggerly just wrote this great piece about your cutter, a.k.a. the MVP pitch. And despite what some of the metrics might say about that pitch, you had this great extensive piece on why you've added it to your mix and facing some of the top-tier hitters in the National League, particularly within your own division of the West. What went into the offseason work to add that cutter to the mix, and how has it helped you on the game-by-game basis?
Yeah, I think it's, I started using it more last year. I've tried to throw a cutter for a long time, and then I ended up, just seeing this video, and it talked about the grip, and I just tried it one day, and actually it cut for the first time when I threw it in the bullpen, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to try it. So I did, and it's kind of been a pitcher I've used ever since. It's just, last year especially, I was just kind of having trouble, especially against lefties. I felt like a lot of teams were sitting on the changeup, and kind of getting beat by that. And I wanted something that worked to kind of get him off the other pitch. I'm never going to be a more cutter than changeup guy, but it was just something that I could use to help out a little bit. And that's the name of the game, is trying to. I've been so lucky to have some older guys that we're always trying to get better, and some of the guys that have lasted the longest are trying to always get better each year and learn that from them. And so for me, that's the biggest thing. And just like I said, trying to find new ways to get outs. I think that's the name of the game, is finding ways to get outs. Doesn't matter how you get them. And I've been with a lot of guys who did it really well for a long time. So like I said, learning from them, picking their brains, and then trying to add it to my game.
Logan, looking at the numbers, I mean, number 2 in the NL in strikeouts. Did you make along those lines a concerted effort to say, I want to strike more guys out? Did you look at maybe some of the times where, as a ground ball pitcher, you'd get bit by an unlucky inning here or there? I mean, was there a conscious effort, or is it just kind of the way it's worked out to get more strikeouts?
I mean, to be honest with you, I've always tried to get more strikeouts, and sometimes it just, the games kind of dictate themselves. I think there's times when you might have some strikeout stuff, and there's times when you don't have some strikeout stuff, and you got to find ways to get outs in different ways. And there's been parts of other seasons where I felt like I went through a month stretch where I had to get outs in other ways, and this year just I feel like it kind of goes back to the cutter stuff and just trying to use all pitches. And I think there's different ways to get strikeouts. But I think it goes along the lines with what we talked about in camp, and kind of the goal of what our team is strike one, strike two as fast as you can, and kind of pounding the zone. And that's a lot of that is JP and Garvin, and our staff has done it so well this year. And so it's just, there's a lot of different things that go into it. I don't go into any game saying I'm trying to strike out more people. I think I've always thought, talking to a lot of people, that I could use a couple more strikeouts where I help out a little bit more. And this year it's just kind of the way things have gone. So just got to keep going. There's always a chance where I have a game where I go out there and I strike out one guy, and all of a sudden the strikeout numbers maybe don't look as good. So trying to stay away from those ones and find new ways to, like I said, find new ways to get outs, find new ways to, I felt like years past, maybe second and third, where I give up a ground ball or something instead of a strikeout, and ends up giving up a run instead of getting the strikeout and not giving up the run. There's always different things that you're just trying to always get better at, and I've had such a great group besides me to help that.
Giants All-Star Logan Webb, kind enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Papa and Silver here. Logan, you made a comment earlier this season that got a lot of run, at least on our airwaves, and it was after one of your better performances in which the team struggled to produce any offense. Giants end up losing the game, and you said that this did not compare at all to other low points you had felt during your career. Why is this group, or this season, even despite some of the struggles and rough patches, why does it feel different and a little bit more optimistic than some of the other tough times you've had as a pitcher here in San Francisco?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of different things. I think the one is the group in the clubhouse. We got a great group of veteran guys that, bringing in a guy like Willie Adames, who brings energy every single day. He's been on winning teams. He knows what it takes to win, to make the playoffs. And I think bringing in him, having Chappie, obviously bringing in JV, who's been a 3-time Cy Young Award winner. He goes to the playoffs every year for the past, I don't know how many years with the Astros. So it's just, there's a mindset of, hey, we're going to be all right. In years past when, have a rough stretch, right? We just went through a rough stretch. Well, those rough stretches lasted a little longer because we didn't, I've only been a part of one winning team, and that year we won, it seemed like, every game. So I didn't really have a rough stretch to deal with. And a lot of these guys have been on teams where you had to fight back, and you had to, and there's a mindset with that. After a tough loss, it doesn't seem like it was a tough loss. After a rough stretch, it's like, hey, we believe in ourselves still. And I think that's the biggest thing. And it starts with the guy at the top. It starts with Buster. A guy who's won a lot, and he came in with the mindset that this is a really good team, and we're going to win a lot of games. And That was from day one of spring training. So it's just the belief that we have in that clubhouse and in that group, and we love our coaching staff. We love all the players in there, and we think we have one of the best teams in baseball. So we just knowing that it is baseball, right? There's even the best teams go through rough stretches. Teams that seem unbeatable, right? So knowing that it's going to be all right. It's a long season. There's 162 games. It's 6 months straight of playing every single day, but it starts with the belief in each other and the belief in the group, and that's something that I feel. Not saying that the other teams didn't have it, but I think this year it just feels a little different.
How much confidence do you have in Buster Posey at the top? I mean, going back to going and getting Devers and doing it early and giving you guys that infusion. I think we've seen the difference that just getting Chapman back the last 3 days has already had. You guys are, getting the bats going maybe a little bit more. But the confidence that Posey believes in you guys enough to go make a move like that and will have the confidence to maybe make more moves if needed to get this team into the playoffs and have a chance to really contend. How refreshing has that been this year?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, if there's one thing that Giants fans and baseball fans and all of us know about Buster Posey is that he's not okay with losing. He doesn't like to lose. He doesn't want to lose. And I think that just it's part of his nature. He wants to win. He wants to see winning. I think that's and that's huge. We feel it. We feel that every time he walks into our clubhouse. I got to feel it when I played with him. He was the guy you just didn't want to disappoint. You wanted to win for him, right? And it's kind of the same thing. And I think him going out and getting a guy like Rafi and obviously, I don't know, we have a month left until the deadline, but it just it shows, going out and get Willie this year, signing Chappie last year, going out and getting JV. There's a lot of things that he's done that just shows that he really believes in this. He loves San Francisco. He wants us to win. He wants the Giants to be successful. And for me, who's been here a little while and going to be here a little while longer, like it's very refreshing. And obviously, just love being a Giant. And I love that he's the leader of this whole thing.
Great to have Logan Webb here with us on the UMA guest line. We played a cut of sound where you said you wished you had done something to maybe acknowledge the crowd out in Sacramento pitching in front of a lot of your home fans. And Dwayne Kuiper on the morning show today said that Mike Krukow actually talked to you about maybe tipping your cap to the crowd or something like that after a big ovation. I don't know what you're willing to share from that conversation, but what's it just mean when someone who understands this franchise like Mike Krukow, takes the time to talk with you directly about something like that?
He was just giving me crap. I just saw him in the clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't like wasn't like he pulled me aside and gave me a long talk. He was just giving me some crap for it. And but yeah, no, I do every time I do try my best. The more I think about it, I think it was just I was weirded out because it wasn't at home. It is. I know it's Sacramento and it's Giants land, but it is still the A's stadium. That's where they play. So I just kind of felt weird about it, and I didn't know what to do. Obviously, I'll tip my cap now and say, thank you to all the fans out there now. And but I do my best. I was taught that at a young age. So always tip your cap. Always acknowledge the crowd. And I just in that moment I felt like I said I felt a little weird about it because it wasn't our stadium. But I apologize for that. And like I said, tip my cap now, and I think I waved probably 35 times over the 3 days. Every time I felt like I walked by it, there was a crowd cheering for me. So definitely felt the love, and always feel the love from the Giants fans.
Yeah, along those lines, I know that for the players, and obviously having it be a AAA stadium, it's its own experience that maybe isn't the most pleasant or that needs to be gone through. We can spare that conversation. But for you specifically, I mean, it's also your hometown, right? Or your home area, obviously, from Rockland. I mean, was Saturday special for you? I mean, in maybe a different way to where others might have been kind of like dreading it, even though it's so close to home.
Yeah, it was amazing. From the minute I got there on Friday, I walked out and, fans were cheering me on, and I felt the love instantly. And, it wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. There's obviously some things that makes it a minor league stadium compared to a big league stadium, but, I really enjoyed it. I had a good time. I got to hang out with my family a bunch and see people I hadn't seen in a long time. And, like I said, I felt the love from the 916, and it was pretty special the whole weekend.
My last one for you, Logan. Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong are going through the full 162 for the first time in their careers. Have they come to you for advice on building up durability? And if so, how have you been able to mentor them as they sort of look to continue this season, not just through 162, but the hopes of being able to pitch in a postseason?
Yeah, I mean, I try to give as much as I can. Those guys, they do such a great job. Both are, great young guys, and they're professionals. They know what they need to do. And the biggest thing for me is sometimes just finding days to, maybe not, it's a long stretch, and I had to go through it. I think every pitcher that pitches a decent amount of time as a starter, you go through it where your body might not feel the best. You're throwing more innings than you ever have. You're asked to throw 100 pitches every time you go out, and so sometimes for me it's just like, hey, you don't need to go out and long toss the day after you throw, or hey, maybe don't throw a bullpen this go around, or instead of doing 4 sets in the weight room, do 3, stuff like that. Little things that might help. It does help that we got a pretty veteran coaching staff and training staff and group of players that are always, there to help out. Dave Greshner is one of the biggest helps for me. I get to be with him all the time. He's been there for a very long time. And, whenever I'm like, hey, what do you think I should do today? He'll be honest with me and be like, hey, take it easy, or, stuff like that. And it's something that I had to learn. And, there's always a learning curve. You got to, you go through a month where your arm doesn't feel great, but I mean, these guys have done amazing. Birdie built up for a starter, then was a reliever, and then had to be another starter. And it's fun for me to watch him start to, for me, it's the biggest thing is knowing how good he is and how good he can be, and he does know that. So it's and then Rupert is just. He goes out and gives quality innings every single time out there. And it's fun for me to watch because I think we have similar mindsets. We have similar stuff. It's fun for me to see him keep growing and evolving. And, I try to stay out of the way as much as I can, honestly. But when they do need something, I'm always there. And like I said, biggest thing is just, knowing that it takes a little while to learn how to throw a lot of innings and to throw for a full season, and these guys have done so good so far, and excited to keep seeing them do that. My first year, unluckily I got hurt. 21 was my first really full season, and I had a bunch of older guys having to help me because I was doing too much, and ended up missing a month out of the season, and then getting those guys expertise really and stuff to be able to throw in the postseason that year, and then just learning from that. So these guys are doing that, and excited to keep seeing them do that.
And we're excited to keep watching you set the example. Logan Webb joining us on the UMA guest line. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again on your second straight All-Star nod. We really appreciate you coming by, and I know that our listeners do as well. And I'll leave you with this. Someone in our YouTube chat says you can't spell Webb without the W.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Logan.
Thanks, Logan.
All right.
He is Logan Webb, ace of the Giants staff, and now a 2-time Major League Baseball All-Star. Let's reset the clock when we come back and react to Logan's comments. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leaguer.
Sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver with John Dickinson. Was awesome to have Logan Webb come by our program. Casey Schmidt's going to be joining Dirty Work at 2:30 today. And if you missed our Logan Webb interview live, don't fret it. We'll have it podcasted for you a little bit later. And Webb was fantastic. I mean, he's been great on the mound all year. We've seen it time and time again. Even when the team has struggled, he's Mr. Consistent. It was awesome to have him on our airwaves as well. Really, really fortunate. And if you missed that interview, highly recommend listening to it when it's available for podcast.
Yeah, good conversation, a leader. I mean, everything you want as one of the faces of your franchise, and that's truly what he's become here. The local guy from Sacramento, and acknowledging that was special, which I think you can do, even while understanding that it's kind of a mess. I think for a majority of major league players, just that whole scene with the A's out of Oakland and playing in the AAA park and all of that. But for him, you don't think you're going to get an opportunity to pitch a major league game in your hometown if you're from the Sacramento area, as he is from Rockland. And so it had to be pretty cool for him, and it was.
And my favorite part was his hat tip over the airwaves to the crowd because, when Kuiper talked about on the morning show how Mike actually went and talked to Logan Webb about it, I was thinking about Mike Krukow and all of his wisdom, giving him like a sit down of the importance of doing that. He's
I didn't think of it that. I wasn't thinking of it that way. That's interesting. We thought of it differently. I thought of it more as like just the way Logan explained it, like just kind of giving him some crap.
Yeah, busting his balls a little bit. Yeah. I was thinking of it more in the way that like Walter sits me down after a show and tells me how I need to really bring out the best of Greg Papa is sort of what I was thinking of it. So hey, life experiences give you different perspectives. That's what it's all about. But no, awesome for Logan Webb. Really excited for him to go and pitch in the All-Star game for the second straight year. And as he said in postgame yesterday, I hope it was a little better than last time around, which he admitted after the fact might have had one too many the night before, which, hey, if you're not doing that in the regular season and then you got to go up on the mound, I can understand why you might be hurting extra.
Yeah, well, look, yeah, it's just nice that the game, I think at least, I mean, maybe you disagree. To me, it's nice that the game is back to being an exhibition and not, home field advantage and all of that on the line. To me, the All-Star game truly is supposed to be a celebration of the stars. I don't think, and if guys want to go out and have a good time and let it all out a little bit, and to me, they should be able to enjoy it. I mean, the season is so long that's something, I know it's not something that maybe is at the forefront of everybody's minds right now, but I just like the fact that it's back to kind of being an exhibition and a celebration of the greats in the game.
Let me ask you a quick question here while we're on the topic of baseball. Do you like or dislike the fact that every team gets an All-Star?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I think there's enough spots. I mean, there's always going to be snubs no matter how much you expand rosters or change the rules. I mean, does every team have does every team truly every year have an all-star? We could debate it. Again, I think it's case by case. I think you probably could make the case. I think every team could make the case that they have one player that's worthy. But again, when you pare it down, maybe that winds up not being the case. And it always gets into the debate of, the awful team, like why would the Rockies get somebody or, something like that. But I think even, individual players can have all-star seasons on bad teams. So it's just kind of an MLB thing. It's always been an MLB thing. I understand why it's a thing, but not something that I'm stressed out about.
Yeah, Walter, Carlos Ramirez, and I kind of had that discussion going on Thursday before the holiday. And the only thing I don't really like about it is that if the Miami Marlins need to get an all-star, their best players in the outfield, and the NL outfield is so crowded, I don't like how it becomes restrictive by position. But all in all, it is a celebration of everything and something we can continue to get into with the All-Star game happening out in Atlanta next week. Marcus Thompson joining us at 12:50, so we haven't really had a chance to dive too deep into the basketball side of things. The Warriors continue to stay quiet, but there's always the potential for some news dropping or some rumors heating up. So let's get into that before we catch up with Marcus. It is Papa and Silver with John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. The sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
The control that a team like the Warriors has over an asset that is still, a young 22-year-old on the rise, like they have a lot of say in this. So it's just it could figure itself out in the next few days. But this is also a situation, I believe, in this free agent period that might drag out more than some of the other situations that could get solved in the next few hours.
Anthony Slater of The Athletic usually has pretty good instincts, and this was him speaking about the Jonathan Kuminga restricted free agency last Monday when it was still technically June 30th. It is Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa. We're going to be out at the patio tomorrow, so if you want to catch a little summer day baseball against the Philadelphia Phillies, come by and say what's up. It's going to be fantastic to hang out down there. I missed the last one, so now I'm getting some FOMO. Anthony Slater was right on the Jonathan Kuminga situation. It is a tough market out there for restricted free agents. And then as of Sunday, Slater put out there no significant traction on the Kuminga front over the weekend. Per sources, restricted free agency around the NBA remains ice cold. Conversations and a little action, and the Sacramento Kings have been the strongest pursuer of the Warriors forward, but nothing has come close.
Well, let's go through all of it just because we haven't talked about it since Wednesday, but I want to get your thoughts on it. People have heard me, and I can kind of jump in here and there on different things. I mean, you look at some of the stuff over the weekend and the report of this Kings offer, basically Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and a couple of second-round picks for Jonathan Kuminga. It sounds like that's really the only, at least reported on, tangible offer. I know there was a report about Milwaukee maybe floating Kyle Kuzma at the Warriors, but the Warriors not being interested. The teams involved still, Chicago, possibly the Pelicans. Washington was thrown in there over the weekend, but then they went and got Cam Whitmore pretty inexpensively, a couple of second-round picks going to Houston. And I'm not sure if you saw Raphael Stone, their GM, was asked about basically giving up Whitmore for a couple of second-round picks coming off of a rookie year where he barely played. And he said, well, we're not a developmental team anymore. It was interesting to hear. And it would have been the kind of thing, and I don't think the Warriors would have given up Jonathan Kuminga for 2 second-round picks, but it would have been the kind of thing that I think a lot of Warrior fans would have wanted to have seen the Warriors do and heard the Warriors say after they won the title maybe in 2022. Hey, we're going to trade Jonathan Kuminga right now because we're not a developmental team. Or we're going to trade Moses Moody because we're not. It was just interesting to hear them say it.
Yeah.
Losing in the first round, but making so many moves to try and solidify from Kevin Durant to Dorian Finney-Smith to the guys that they were able to keep in the Durant trade, like Thompson. So it was interesting. And Jabari Smith and all those guys that Houston kept. It was interesting to hear Houston say, we're not a developmental team anymore. And so basically they did right by Cam Whitmore, knowing that he wasn't going to be playing a lot or developing by playing, and shipped him off to a team like the Wizards that can let him play and make mistakes and grow because they're not concerned about winning. But that crossed the Wizards off the Kuminga list.
Yes.
Also. So, I mean, what have you thought of the weekend and the lack of action and really lack of a market?
I wasn't surprised by the lack of action. I think that, and Sam Gordon put this out there, that he wasn't expecting an Al Horford decision over the weekend. So that sort of crossed off any real activity on my radar. And it was good because I got to just enjoy the lake a little bit, check out for a second and get some sun, try to work on that tan as I have that Daly City, San Francisco pale skin going. But no, I wasn't terribly surprised by it. And my thoughts on the Jonathan Kuminga situation, I think I would align closer to where you're at rather than where Greg Papa seems to be at. I'm not saying that Jonathan Kuminga has no value to this team. In fact, I think he's got a great amount of value even if you choose to trade him. Now, the problem is if you get rid of Jonathan Kuminga just because you think the marriage isn't going to work and it's not going to be a long-term fit and it's better for him if he gets to go be a focal option on a team, and it's better for the Warriors if they can try to maximize what they have out of this little bit of an older core. because I don't think the Warriors are a developmental team, going back to that piece of it.
No.
All of that being said, if you give up Jonathan Kuminga for Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and a couple of second-round picks, we're talking about an unproven rookie, someone who's been out of NBA rotations, including on the Golden State Warriors roster when they were less good of a team, and a couple of second-rounders. It's like, what are you really doing here? If you're going to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga, you got to get something back, and it might not have to be a one-to-one transaction of a player that you think could be as good as Jonathan Kuminga, but at the very least, it's someone you think who could help you win right now, who could be a really viable fourth or fifth option in a playoff run.
Yeah, it would be a hard no for me, and I've said this over the last few days, that offer that Sacramento put out there with Devin Carter and Saric and a couple of second-round picks. I mean, don't mistake the fact that I don't think Kuminga is conducive to winning. If he continues on this Warriors roster at the playoff level, with you just have to give him away. Like that's kind of the thing. And I know there was some back and forths between some folks in Sacramento and folks in the Bay about well, if it's the only offer and it's the best offer, then the Warriors have to take it. Well, no, they don't. And I've in some ways shifted course in the sense that if this truly is the best that they can do, Sacramento's well within their right to make a buy low offer, as it was reported the way the Warriors viewed it via Anthony Slater. Like, you can make a buy low. Hey, this guy's talented. We'd like to bring him in, and if we can get him for a couple second round picks and our first round pick that was injured, and will they do it? And maybe they do. It's kind of like calling, it's kind of like the Mavs calling the Lakers, right? It's like, so you just you let it play out. But I'm not of the belief, if this is the best the Warriors can do in terms of a trade right now, then to me you re-sign him. Totally. Look, I don't think that's the best thing for the 2025-26 Warriors on the surface, but I also don't think it completely wrecks their season, bringing him back on a, let's say, roughly $20 million a year contract, as long as you're looking to trade him at some point between December 15th and the trade deadline. It's not ideal because of the fit, but the one thing I will say is it's not as if Jonathan Kuminga has been a completely inept regular season player. Like, he has been able to contribute in the regular season enough to where, may not be the level that he wants. It may not be in the ways that Steve Kerr wants always, but he has been somebody where there's been an issue has been when the Warriors have found themselves into must-win mode.
Yes. Whether
it's been late in seasons like it was this year or in the playoffs, he's proven, like, we're a long ways away from that. And so I really, I would prefer that the Warriors are able to move him and get something for him that fits with the Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Steve Kerr core. Yes, I would. But you're also not just going to give him away, even if you'd rather not have him be on the team, and even if he'd rather not be on the team. Like, that does not mean you just have to do it and take whatever the best offer is if it's a crap offer.
So if you could give a one-sentence answer to this question, and I'm going to ask you two questions.
I'll try.
No, you'll be able to do it. Number one, why was he getting DNPs at the end of the season and play-in tournament?
I mean,
why was Kuminga getting DNPs? Because he wasn't fitting.
Yeah, he didn't fit.
He didn't fit.
Yeah, he didn't fit. Wasn't helping him win.
Question two, why was he getting a lot of minutes when Steph went down? Because you needed somebody who could get a bucket and score the ball.
Yeah.
And your entire offense and your entire identity shifts without Steph Curry.
Well, you become a playoff version of the Wizards at that point.
But the reason I'm bringing that
up,
up,
you're not going to win anything, but he got his run and put his numbers up.
And the reason I'm agreeing with you on the regular season is that Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, they're probably not going to all play 70 games, right? They might not all crack 65.
Yeah, I also don't think the Warriors have an appetite to do I'll cut you off and I'll say it. Like, I don't think the Warriors have an appetite to try and do the two-system thing where it's like, Yeah, when Steph and everybody's playing, Jimmy and Draymond are all playing, then Kuminga's going to be this guy that plays 15 to 20 minutes, and he's going to have to like it. But then there's going to be nights they give him all the night off, and then go be the Minnesota series Kuminga. Like, I don't think they really have an appetite to do that.
I don't either. But
they may end up having to do it, but I don't think that's like I don't know. I don't think they want to do that.
I don't think they want to do it.
But that's a solution. I think a lot of fans kind of think I'm not coming down your road, but I think. Like, just change, be one team when everybody plays and be a different team when it just like that. I do not think the Warriors want to operate in that fashion, because if they did, they could have done that the last 3 or 4 years.
No,
and they
100%.
haven't done it.
And that's the reason why they're searching for sign and trade options now, right? But you're not just going to trade him just for the sake of trading him to not get something back. So if, with the restrictions of the CBA, if it ends up being where the ultimate solution and really the only solution is bring Kuminga back, I don't think it's an end-of-the-world scenario in the regular season sense, like you were kind of alluding to, because they might not want to do the multiple systems thing. But if you got to get some nights where Kuminga gets a little more minutes and a little more production and Steph, Draymond, or Jimmy is unavailable, well, he can fill that void.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can. But again, I just don't think that's I don't think they want to change their system at all.
No, Steve Kerr said as much, emphatically.
Like, they don't want to change their system at all, even on those nights where other guys are maybe being given the night off. It goes back to the Spurs comparison. Like, the Spurs would, I mean, this is now a decade ago, but the Spurs would give Tony Parker and Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili nights off, and they'd play the same system, and they'd beat you with, Tiago Splitter and Boris Diaw, and they'd beat you with those guys with the same system, playing the same way. Patty Mills. I'm obviously mixing some eras in there, but that's what they would do. They would just run the same. And I think that's how Steve would prefer to do it. I think even if they were going to have nights where they were going to give guys.
Yeah, no
off.
No question. One person who is going to know a lot about the Warriors and has been on the inside for a very long time is the Athletic's Marcus Thompson, and he will join us next. Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Anything to that in terms of the timing and the Warriors' inactivity, or is it just a Draymond offseason thoughts where he just likes to have opinions and he's going to put them out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a bit of both. Free agency is lame this year, right? There is something taken away. The restricted free agent has been, like neutered in a sense. And, even though Draymond is a Warrior, obviously, he's still also a part of the player side. So in any event, when players aren't winning big, the player's going to have to say something about it. But, yeah, there's been some luster lost with this CBA and with that second apron that teams are you just can't get above it. It's just too punitive. So there's just no room to go higher than that. So there's an effective, like a virtual hard cap in that sense. And you're seeing like Jonathan Kuminga, Josh Giddey, like you aren't seeing the crazy offer sheets, no poison pills, nobody's mad. Like all that stuff that used to make free agency great is kind of dead now. It all happened before free agency.
What, if anything, Marcus, would be a potential fix? Obviously, the CBA is the CBA. That doesn't change very often. Maybe every 5 years to a decade. They just re-upped it for, I think, another decade or pretty close to it. But what ultimately can be the fix, or do teams just have to work around it and plan accordingly?
Well, if you can't pick up guys in free agency, that just means the trade season is going to be lit, right? And that's what we saw in February. I think you're going to see teams see how empty-handed they came up in free agency. And so come December to February, that's going to be the new big time, because it's the only time you could make the major move. And in those situations, like the dollars are set. So it's dollar for dollar within 25%. So I think like in the Warriors in this situation, I mean, if you were to bet on this, the highest probability would be that Jonathan Kuminga re-signs with the Warriors, and that salary now becomes a trade piece in the same way Jordan Poole signed that you could use as a trade piece. To me, it seems to be shifting from the energy and hype from the summer and putting it in February. Now, I don't know if that's a net positive for the NBA, but if you can't go steal a free agent from somebody because of the second apron, your best bet is just to go do what Milwaukee did and just go steal somebody's vet, right? To me, that's what we're headed towards.
Well, and I mean, I guess the follow-up to that for me would be, is it better that trades are more important than free agency signing? Like, is it? I mean, you kind of started to get into it, but like, is it better for the league to basically take, something that everybody likes to follow out of the game almost completely? Because in years past, I mean, you said it, there would have been somebody that would have offered Kuminga probably $30 million, whether it was a good idea or a bad idea. And then it would, either the Warriors would have to match a number that maybe they didn't want to match, or they'd have to figure out something, and there'd just be more action. And it goes for all these guys. We're talking about the other three restricted guys with Cam Thomas and Giddey and who's the fourth one? I'm forgetting right now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All these guys are in that same spot. And so, do you think it would be better if it was kind of the other way?
Not really. I do think the NBA.
Quentin Grimes is the fourth one.
I don't know if he belongs in that category, but yeah. But I feel you. Yeah, he's coming off a deal.
Well, he's in the restricted. He's one of the restricted guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
But go
I
ahead.
don't think it's good. I don't think it's good at all because that was part of the NBA like mass appeal. You got have we seen yet NFL players complaining? Like you know it's bad when NFL players start saying they get on so the man all this money and these people signing for this and that's been taken away. But the transaction and the energy around player movement is a bit what separates the NBA from other leagues. So to essentially limit that on the free agency side, even if you bolster it at another point during the year, which just so happens to coincide with the Super Bowl, probably not the best idea. So I think it's I think it might be a net loss. I think it's something that's clearly going to come up in the next collective bargaining agreement. And the bigger issue is you can't let the big dogs can't be the big dogs. This is all in the name of parity, and what parity often means is mediocrity. So Steve Ballmer can't go out and flex like he normally would, or Joe Lacob can't go out and do the thing. Oklahoma City, now that Shea, everybody's talking about Shea might take less. Well, he didn't because nobody does.
Yeah.
And Oklahoma City don't have to choose, who gets paid and who goes, because if they pay all those guys, or they're going to do some magnificent cap management, they're going to have to give up something because they can't pay all those guys. And it's all set up to protect the owners who don't know how to control themselves. So in the end, these rules always end up hurting the league while they try to protect it. And this is what we're seeing. So maybe next July 4th, the WNBA takes all the attention because everybody knows the NBA is more lit in February during the trade deadline. There's these ramifications that I don't think they see because they're too busy trying to stop Joe Lacob or Steve Ballmer, right? Or the Lakers. And it's no matter what you do, everybody's got to play smart. They got to do it well. So eventually the best teams are going to figure it out anyway. But here's the ramification of the second apron right here.
Yeah, kind of on the note of the Thunder, and we are talking to Marcus Thompson here on the UMA guest line. Do you feel like the Thunder's a good example of how the CBA can be overly restrictive? Because this is a team that is pretty much homegrown, at least as far as all their stars go, and it's now reaching a point where they're not even going to be able to keep their homegrown guys.
Yeah, that's what really happened with the Warriors. But the worst part about that is the owner now gets to throw his hands up and say, hey, it's
can't pay everybody.
The rules, right?
Can't pay everybody.
Where you don't have to make the tough call. Before they made the tough call. It was look, you can't pay James Harden, so you end up trading James Harden and you give up an MVP player. That's the game, right? That's the stakes of being a general manager. You got to make a call. So now they want it so they don't have to make the call, or if the call is automatic, you don't have to do it. So if they break up this championship team, or if Jalen says, hey, I should get the max, or I should get all this, he's got to go. Or they're going to lose all the other pieces and hope Topic and some of these other guys end up, really good, which is possible. It's just that's part. Obviously the NBA is the collection of owners, but that's what Draymond, I think, is hinting at. This idea that in the process of protecting themselves against themselves, they create these weird ramifications as a result. You're trying to stop a dynasty from happening. And now we may not get to see the next dynasty. We just might not get to see it. Imagine them dudes play 5-6 years together with a decent bitch. Now they got to do it with it's going to be, if they keep them three, it's going to have to be JD at the 4.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying?
That's not good.
Put me at the 5. That's going to be people off the street, right? It's going to be vet minimums. That's great for the Pat Spencers of the world, but they could be a dynasty. They literally could be the next greatest team of all time, and it might not happen because of the second apron.
No question. And it does get to, Jalen Williams or Chet or 3 bench dudes, or whatever it ends up being, have to go at some point. Marcus, if I told you the Warriors sign Al Horford, they sign DeAnthony Melton, and they keep Jonathan Kuminga with the intent on trading him in the season, how would you grade that offseason?
I think it's a C. Probably a C minus. I'm more of a C minus in that. I don't know. I know Melton was great, but another injury year. You don't know how much you get from him. You don't do anything to solve the Kuminga situation. Perhaps you could say Horford solves it, but he's 39, right? So the answer to this equation is a 39-year-old stretch big. I think they would need to they need to do something a little bit more significant to get a higher grade. They need to lean into a style of play, whichever way it is. They need to lean into it. Now they're kind of stuck in this betwixt between two ways to play, and I think they need to solve that. Horford kind of helps them a little bit with that, but if you just think about how they operate, what are the chances Al Horford is closing games? And if he is, somebody significant is sitting, right? And if that's the case, why not make a move with that person, right? You could have gotten something better. So I need to see a little bit more before I give them massive praise. With that said, they don't really have many chips to play. They gave the Jimmy Butler trade was the big deal.
Right.
That was the move. So it's not like they had a lot to work with this offseason.
Talking to Marcus Thompson here. The column you just wrote about Kevon Looney, I think, was very well done. And that, of course, is the big story for the Warriors offseason to this point, is losing a guy who was widely respected, beloved in the Bay Area, and they called him the backbone of the dynasty. And so I know there's really no replacing Kevon Looney in that locker room, but as you look ahead with the Warriors and some of the adversity that they might have to navigate, who is going to fill that Kevon Looney void, I should say? The longest tenured Warriors outside of Steph and Draymond are now Moody and Kuminga. So, maybe it's Jimmy Butler just with his veteran presence in the league, very different personality. I know Buddy Hield brings a lot of that kind of joy and fun loving. Maybe it's Al Horford with some of that vet presence if he comes in. But how do you ultimately try to piece together what you lost from the locker room standpoint with Kevon Looney departing to New Orleans?
Yeah, I do think that's where a player like a DeAnthony Melton would help. Not just because he's that type of guy, but he does have some familiarity with this team, and that's the unique part. Kevon Looney was positioned to be the middle child, right, between the youngsters and the OGs. He had the respect of Steph and Draymond and Clay when he was here, and Jimmy Butler. But then he also was still young enough and not as intimidating or daunting so that young dudes could talk to him. And that's an interesting spot to be in. Horford would seem like he would be perfect, and he's got all the wisdom in the world. How comfortable he would be stepping into a new locker room and being that's tough right there. That's a tough call. You would think a Gary Payton could do it, but he's not that vocal guy. He's more of a quiet example. He's not quiet, but he's just not the vocal leader you might need. But maybe if he's still around, he could fill some of that. But I think the lion's share of it, unfortunately, or fortunately, this is why you pay him all that money, it falls on Jimmy Butler. He's got to be, if not the go-between the top of the roster and the bottom, just somebody whose voice carries high and low. Somebody that Steph and Draymond will listen to and respect, and somebody who will command the attention of the youngsters, right? And there's a lot of conversation that has to happen. There's a lot of dialogue and molding and building. You see Draymond doing it. Loon's presence, it was just intangible that way. And it used to be, they always had these guys, Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston, David West was great while he was a Warrior for that, because the old heads respect him and the young dudes listen to him, and they're on the end of the bench with him, where a lot of these conversations happen. It's hard for Steph to talk to a youngster when he's playing 36 minutes, but Kevon Looney's on the end of the bench with him, so you need one of those guys. I don't know how they find that, and worse, I don't know what happens if they don't have it. Like, somebody's got to fill the void when the inevitable Warriors drama surfaces, because it will come. That's just who the Warriors are.
Well, and I think the one way around that is more talent, right? To be able to work your way through it. And it looks like maybe they're not going to be able to add. We'll see if they can come up with a Kuminga deal, enough talent.
Don't give up. It's still early.
Well,
it's not even.
It's early.
Ain't started yet.
It's early. No, it's.
I would say that because there's still a lot of people available.
There are.
Not like,
no, you're right.
It's not like everybody has made these moves and now there's nothing left. Like, nobody's making moves. So at some point, you figure somebody's going to wave a white flag and say, look, here's the key. I'll tell you who the key to the offseason is.
Well, that patience has paid off, Marcus. Their patience in the past has paid off. I mean, but go ahead.
The key to the offseason is Chicago. The Chicago decides to say, you know what, we got a perennial 10 seed. Let's quit playing. And start trade. Because they got a lot of actually attractive pieces that teams will want, but they just don't move them. So, to me, if you start seeing Chicago start selling off stuff, New Orleans too. New Orleans is there too, but they are making moves. They're like doing stuff. So, like, do they get rid of more guys, right? Is Trey Murphy available? Is Herb Jones available? Jose Alvarado, right? Like, some of these players that you would say, you know what, I actually like this player, even though New Orleans is never actually good. You're like, those teams who have those players, they have the ability to kind of really get this thing going if they decide to let go. Utah, we were seeing Utah do it. They just traded John Collins. They got not good, but got a couple players who a good team might say we could use him. That, to me, once you see those teams loosen up, that's when it'll happen.
No, that makes sense, Marcus. And I guess where I'm going with it is looking up at OKC is the defending champ. I like what Denver's done. Houston,
Denver's so good. Jeez.
Denver took my Warrior.
Denver won the offseason.
They took my Warrior list and just went yes. like you for like 2 months. We're talking about Cam Johnson. We're talking about Bruce Brown. I'm talking about Valanciunas. We'll see if he ends up going. But Denver took my Warrior template and just used it on everybody. But my point is, Marcus, these other teams are pretty darn good. And, yes, the Warriors are going to do something, but have those teams maybe increased the gap, I guess. I know the Warriors did beat Houston, but it's going to be a different Houston.
Yeah, I mean, really, you just got to look at OKC, right? Because especially for the Warriors, it's about the championship, right? Can they win a championship? And if you look at OKC, how do you beat them? Like, they're going to need some stuff, right? It's not like they can just throw in Horford. It's like, all right, we got him. But my Warriors wish list is still out there. Like Trey Murphy, Kobe White, Herb Jones. Like, to me,
it's a good list. That's a
good
list.
How much did Isaiah Hartenstein play down the stretch?
That's
he
true.
Wasn't playing.
He wasn't.
You got to run with OKC. You need some horses, and you need buckets. You need dudes with the ISO. You need players. You want to be Oklahoma City, you got to match up with them, and that's what Indiana did really well. You got to match up with them. So I understand the need for a big, but if you can't find that big, you need more dudes on the perimeter who are dudes, like who's gonna make shots, who will punish teams for leaving them open, and who know how to create offense on their own. Like, they need more of those. If they came back with a top 8 or 9 that could, and half those dudes could go get a bucket, we saw how that Minnesota series ended. Like, that's what they needed. So I feel like they can still do some things if it loosens up, but who knows if it will or not.
No, it's a fair point. Marcus, I want to leave you with this one, and you can actually have a choice of which question to answer between what are your top 5 sports movies or what are your top 5 overrated sports movies?
All I know, that's going to be a tough one. All I know is we're not about to sit here and act like sports movies are just like pantheon of male white culture. Like ain't nobody else existed in sports. And all the movies y'all were listing, I was like, are you serious right now? Like it wasn't even hoop. It took like 9 guesses to get Major League in the mix. Like, what were y'all?
I was letting Carlos Ramirez have his moment.
Everybody's list. Remember the Titans is on everybody's list. What are you talking about here? I was so disappointed in y'all.
It's okay. You know what? We're gonna get you.
You saved it with Major League. You saved it. I was ready to call in. I'm telling you, JD, I was dialing a number.
No, he did have the number up, and I was thinking toward the end of the show, and I'm like, oh, is he trying to like connect with Dirty Work or something right now? No, I was laughing so hard at our text exchange after the fact there. It was great.
I picked the right day to be on the beach, Marcus.
In fairness, they ended strong.
All right.
I mean, he got game. Also, I'm gonna say the greatest sports movie ever. It's a tough call. I'm reaching, but Rolling Stone is with me on this one. Have you ever seen Hoop Dreams?
I actually haven't. No,
I have.
Hoop Dreams is insane. It is incredible. It's first off, it's like a 10-year story. They followed these kids for like a decade on the rise, like through the process, and from the hood trying to make it. Like it's insanely good. It's a little bit more of a documentary / socio-economic kind of storytelling, but man, it's so good. Some of the movies was like, I was like, come on, y'all got to get it together.
All right, well, next time you come to the Daly City studio. He got game in Major League, but next time you come into the Daly City studio, I'm going to wear my G-Baby jersey just as a little tribute to Hardball or something.
Hey, Hardball, what was it? Bad News Bears?
Bad News Bears, yeah.
That's a great call. That was a great call. That was a great call.
We appreciate you coming by.
I appreciate y'all for diversifying the list, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we had to do it. We had to do it. I was like, got scared when I saw the caller ID come in, so.
That's hilarious.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right, appreciate y'all.
He is Marcus Thompson. You can read him in The Athletic. Give him a follow on X at Thompson Scribe.
I'll co-sign to Hoop Dreams. Hoop Dreams is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go watch Hoop Dreams then, especially next week when it's like, what are we going to do besides watch the Home Run Derby, see if Logan Webb can get a couple innings in, maybe a little Randy Rodriguez, and then a whole bunch of movies.
Well, I'm going back to the beach.
That's right. He's going back to the beach. Let's get back to it on the other side. Got some sounds to play here in the 1 o'clock hour, but I'm also going to give you a little Silver Linings playlist when we return. I'll tell you what that song is. Next, it's Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Dickinson on the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Well, you know I love my playlist when I can try to go multi-purpose here, and I'll get to the basketball side of it in just a moment. But the big focus is the strike zone and everything that happened last night in the Phil Cuzzy game, the 91% accuracy. Will nobody benefit from it like the San Francisco Giants en route to the 3-1 victory over the Philadelphia Phillies? So I'm going to go with Roddy Rich's pre-COVID into COVID hit, big TikTok song, The Box. I'm talking about the box that you see on TV, the strike zone box, the one that everyone has easily accessible. It's 2 dimensions right there on your TV. You can listen to Krug and Kuiper call the games and observe that box and judge pitches to a T. A few very impactful calls last night. And again, it was a Giants' favor. Maybe it's going to be August 13th where it doesn't go that way. But the bottom line is, in a heavy pitching battle like that, they took advantage of how the box was used. They took advantage of what was given to them. They capitalized. 3-1 win.
Nice call. And yeah, look, you put yourself in position. Sometimes you catch some breaks. Sometimes you don't. Last night the Giants did. And they're rolling right now. Again, as we started the show, there's no greater indicator as to the Giants being back than the way they won last night.
No kidding. No, because if they won 8-1, that's not really the Giants being back. It would be like, whoa, it happened.
Hit by pitches, misplays, line drive right to somebody in a moment where Duvall looks like it's going to completely unravel on him, then he doesn't. Like, infielders, scoring on fielder's choice, like that it's Giants baseball, baby.
I mean, look, Matt Chapman, he has the 0-2 count. Then there's 3 pitches in a row that all could have been called strike 3. They weren't, but he's still got to go ahead and get the hit, right?
Yeah,
you got to take what's given to you.
Of course.
Matt Chapman, 3 for 4 last night.
And none of it happens if Landon Roop gives up 4 instead of 1, then it doesn't matter at that point. So, no, that's baseball.
That's baseball. What do they say about Phil Cuzzy, our broadcaster's big zone short fuse? He didn't throw anyone out last night, though.
No, but I thought it was going to get to that point.
Yeah.
Looked like it might.
Yeah, it certainly did. Bryce Harper actually kept it pretty tame on that 5th inning one when he got called out strike 3, 2-2 count. Landon Roop, that was his last inning. I think that was his last batter faced in that one. So Roop went the full 100 pitches, but only went 5 innings. And then the bullpen used the box to their advantage. Camilo Toval, the big at bat against JT Realmuto. 13 pitches. Casey Schmidt makes the play. Wilmer Flores, Willie Adames tag team on a double play. And that is the game over. And that was the box. Now, on the other side of that, with the Warriors, I guess they're constricted. They're put in a metaphorical box along with every other NBA team with the lack of activity here. But as you just got from Marcus Thompson, his Warriors wish list still theoretically out there. It's not just that the Warriors haven't been making moves, although they are the last and only team in free agency to make 0 transactions here to this point outside of trading their second-round picks. Well, guys are still out there. It's not like anybody else is making their moves either.
No, I mean there is time. I mean, and the Warriors have at different points. I mean, you could make the case on Kuminga specifically, and I did. I mean, they didn't want to include him in Cam Johnson deals or Pascal Siakam deals or OG Anunoby deals. Obviously, you're not going to get that now, but it doesn't mean you have to take the offer that's been reported, at least the one from Sacramento. And there are still other players out there to get. And the Warriors have, by virtue of their patience, been able to, I mean, you look, they waited and waited and waited and waited to get somebody that they thought could truly be an impactful star at a discount price. I mean, that's essentially what Sacramento was trying to do to pluck Kuminga away from him, was what the Warriors ultimately did with a disgruntled Jimmy Butler. They waited until they could make a low offer, relatively speaking, to get the player. So that's just business, I think, in the NBA. But to Marcus's point, there are still options to be had available, but I think a lot of it right now is contingent on what the Kuminga resolution is, whether it's him returning to the team for the time being or ultimately looking to take some kind of a deal. That's the big ticket item, whether it nets them big ticket a big ticket player back or a rotation player back or not. Obviously remains to be seen, or whether they pluck him back into the mix as a rotation player or not. I think that's the domino that they're hoping can get done first, but there isn't a lot of movement in other areas from a lot of these other teams. So for the moment, there isn't like panic to feel like you have to get that resolved, because it's taking you away from maybe some of these other moves. The moves that have been made to this point, I don't think the Warriors were going to be able to be involved in any of them.
No.
Period.
We talked about the Cam Johnson trade,
but you weren't
Bruce
getting
Brown, but you weren't getting to get him for a package you had to offer.
You weren't getting You weren't getting Cam Johnson for the package that he ended up going for.
Right.
Bruce Brown took a discount to go back to where he was part of a champion. Valanciunas didn't want to be in the league. Not that he was the best fit, but I mean, there are other. I mean, really, there are players out there. There has to be somebody willing to make a deal with you, and I think to this point, there are enough players out there that even if it's Horford and Melton and others. But yeah, I think Chicago with Kobe White, interesting. The Pelican, would they really trade Trey Murphy? I don't know, but he would be very good. And Herb Jones as well. So there are options out there, and patience at this point, I think, for the Warriors. They have been rewarded for that in the past.
Yes, they have. And look, a lot of noise around Jonathan Kuminga. Kevon Looney departed, and we got into that. And we'll actually play some sound coming up related to Looney now that the move is official and he has signed his 2-year, $16 million contract with the New Orleans Pelicans. DeAnthony Melton now getting floated around as a possible return to Golden State. Not a lot on Gary Payton II, who is still out there, by the way.
Yeah, and I'd put Payton in the same category as Looney, where I would imagine the Warriors said, hey, go try to find something, and if you can't, maybe we've got a minimum salary for you at the end of the day. And Looney went out and got it, and good for him. I mean, 2-16. I mean, I think that I said yesterday to Krug, it probably 5 times as much guaranteed money as the Warriors would have been willing to offer it at this particular point in time. So I think other business in play that would have to get factored in. I think the Warriors trying to get a little bit more youthful and durable. I think, in terms of some of those positions, but we'll see how things shake out and whether there is a market. Again, it doesn't sound like there's much of a market for anybody right now. So we'll see how that leaves GP2 here moving forward.
No market, particularly for the restricted free agents who we listed off with Marcus. Let's play some sounds from a little bit of yesterday and the weekend as a whole coming up, and then we'll get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work, and they'll have Casey Schmidt joining at 2:30. It is Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson here with you about another 25 minutes. Then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. Tim Webb will be on the board for that one, although we had Logan Webb join the show. So does our can't spell Webb without the W apply to our offices here at KNBR? Walter's looking at me like it's not really something we've said a whole lot around here. So I don't know. We'll let Dirty Work hash that one out with the filth. But it is our time here, and we got about another 25 minutes or so. I wanted to play a little collection of sounds. One of them you heard on the morning show during their Cooler of Content segment. Since we were talking basketball to end our Silver Linings playlist, and shout out to Phil Cuzzy in the box, by the way. Let's start here with Brad Stevens, Celtics general manager, who spoke about Al Horford and how it is unlikely that he is going to come back. Of course, that being the big name that everyone's watching for the Warriors, the 39-year-old center. Is he going to retire? Could he go to Denver? Or is he going to end up in Golden State? Here was Brad Stevens.
We made offers to both Luke and Al. We would love to have had both of them back. I'd say that's unlikely. And, you know, the only reason I haven't talked about Al is because that's not final. I could probably talk about Al my whole press conference and not say enough. But, you know, I don't want to speak in absolute terms until an ultimate decision is made. But, you know, another guy that, you know, if he were to go and play somewhere else, I think, you know, is an all-time Celtic and, you know, winner and did everything he could for this organization. And you know, not only from the games, but also how he impacted our younger players who, you know, in a lot of ways, you know, now have to take what they've learned from the Drews and the Als and people like that and apply that from a leadership role.
Yeah, so Luke Cornett, like Kevon Looney, went out and was able to get his money. 4 years, $41 million with the San Antonio Spurs. Al Horford, not exactly sure what money he would be having on the table here if he were to come to Golden State, but his choice is really keep playing, period, Golden State or Denver. And it seems like a lot of league sources are leaning toward the end fate being signing with the Warriors, but nothing close to confirmed yet.
Yeah, it sounded an awful lot like Al Horford was, or that Brad Stevens was speaking of Al Horford the way the Warriors speak of Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, and we're going to get to that coming up here. But, I mean, look, I'm a little curious as to what the holdup is. Is the holdup Horford trying to decide between actual tangible, you know, money difference between you know, maybe what the Warriors have or versus the Celtics on the table versus is Denver going to get in the mix or whatever that is? Or is it more just the order of operations and the Warriors needing to come to some kind of a resolution on Jonathan Kuminga just to be 100% sure that they don't trigger another part of the collective bargaining agreement and the salary cap that triggers something to where they, you know, are limited, or it puts them in a position where somebody could kind of swoop in and maybe do something with Kuminga. Because I think once you use that, you're hard capped. I think at one point, if it's the mid-level exception that they're going to use for Horford, then they would become a hard cap team at one of the levels, and then that could potentially, you want to do the Kuminga thing first, and then get that fit in, and then if you decide, I know I was trying to sift through some of the numbers and some of the different reports and stuff about would the Warriors look to make a Kuminga trade to where they would get a traded player exception back? And you could, if you did that, it would be you'd be taking less back in return, and you could take future picks back and those kinds of things. But it would create a traded player exception to where Kuminga would move on. They also could. It also could open up different mid levels depending on what. So there's a lot of boring stuff, a lot of boring capology type things that could be on play. But I am a little curious as to all right, well, why is Horford not made a decision? Is it retirement versus Warriors truly? Is he waiting for Denver to get in the mix? Would he prefer the Lakers, but they went and got Ayton
and re-signed Jackson Hayes?
I'm just kind of wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, no, that's kind of a fair point.
I'd go back to the Celtics if they bumped it up another $2 million. I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, and I wanted to play Brad Stevens for the reason you actually mentioned at the beginning, which is the way they speak of Al Horford and it being similar to how the Warriors spoke about Looney. And we're going to get to the Looney sound in just a second here. But going back to what we got into with Marcus is, he said Looney was the middle child between the youngsters and the OGs. And Al Horford would not be that. He is 39 years old today. But could he be someone in that locker room to sort of steady the ship, not with his history in the Bay Area per se, but just kind of being a leader on a lot of winning teams, whether it be Atlanta, whether it be Philly at points, and then most recently what he did with Boston and eventually a champion. I do wonder how they're going to piece together some of what Looney brought intangibly and into that locker room, and if Al Horford is sort of a voice that they're really going to heavily lean on if he does end up coming here.
I think it would just have to happen naturally. I think on paper, you look at Al Horford and you would think, yes, older guy, he's great reputation. He would be a natural. I mean, Marcus Thompson alluded to that as well. But I also think it's something that has to happen naturally when you're coming in from the outside, because he knows the Celtics drama of the last decade probably as well as anybody, but he doesn't know the Warriors drama of the last decade internally in the ways that Kevon Looney did. So it's different. And I also think, players from the outside have to be welcomed in, even veteran players and widely respected players like Al Horford
we just saw with Jimmy Butler.
So they have to be welcomed in order to make that kind of an impact. So to just say Al takes up the leadership role, it's not exactly, I think, a given, although he's still going to be a great guy to have in your locker room.
Yeah, no question. I mean, there's no going to be true replacing of Kevon Looney because...
and who knows, maybe, and also it could go the other way too. Maybe he ends up relating to somebody in a way where he's more helpful. I mean, it's not automatically assumed that it's a negative, but I also think sometimes leadership for teams that have been relatively the same at the top, when you bring somebody new in, that's a dynamic that I don't want to say it isn't as much of a given that the guy who comes in from the outside is just gonna be somebody that steps up and is a speaker, so to say.
And I bring this up all the time on the show, but how many of us would have expected that Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield had the kind of friendship and mentorship dynamic that they ended up having? And you got to ask yourself the question too, without Jimmy Butler coming over and the effect he had on someone like a Buddy Hield, does Buddy ultimately have the confidence and the headspace to be a savior when the season was on the line?
Probably not. But again, is that I don't even know who to credit for that one. Like, does that even it happened naturally.
Yeah.
Nobody would call. I don't know that anybody would. I mean, Jimmy was a leader, I guess. Like, I don't know that anybody was. I don't know. Would you say Jimmy Butler stepped in and was a leader for the Warriors? I think on the court, sure. Like in the locker room, per se. I mean, I don't know. It's not
necessarily in the locker room sense, but I do think he brings a certain kind of presence.
He definitely needs a presence. Yeah.
And the way that he and Draymond and Steph were able to coexist despite all of the murmurs out there that they wouldn't have been able to, the fact that Jimmy could just come in and be himself, and most importantly to Jimmy, I think he was perfectly satisfied being the Robin, as he liked to refer to.
Totally.
And then step up and be the Batman when the time was needed. But, I mean, he acknowledged publicly over and over again that Steph is the leader. They got to protect him. And even after the one game they won in Minnesota, I remember in the postgame they said, what'd you learn from this? And he goes, that Steph Curry is our best player, and it is a lot harder to play without him.
Yeah, well said. It fit in that way. But, yeah, he did, I think. I mean, we talked about it at the time a lot. You know, Buddy Hield was not headed down a great path in the middle of the year. As the Warriors were struggling before they made the Jimmy Butler trade. Like, he got off to the hot start and then was
shooting it about as bad as he had at any point in his career.
And was not helping him. Like, no. And he signed for 3 more years with the player option, after last season. And so it was heading down a path of almost getting a little ugly, like with the fan base and, not kind of, the frustrations for him not being able to maybe help in ways that he had been earlier in the year as the team struggled and all that. And Jimmy came in and basically made him, in some ways, this is probably a little too strong, but made him more likable, like to the fans, just made him more likable. And I think did take some of the pressure off to where he could start to contribute again. And then he winds up helping them win that playoff series against the Rockets.
Yeah, no question. Let's play Steve Kerr's video on Kevon Looney, which he put out there yesterday. Of course, now that it's official, players are allowed to speak on it. Team accounts are allowed to post, etc. Here is Kevon Looney's head coach for 10 years saying goodbye.
Hey, Loon, just want to say thank you. This is a tough one. 10 years, it's just been an amazing experience for me to coach you. Just your professionalism, your dignity, your class, the way you handle yourself, the way you mentor your young teammates, and, of course, the championship contributions that you've made year after year. We can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Thrilled for you for your opportunity in New Orleans. But, wow, we are going to miss you. So thank you for everything you've done for me, for our staff, for our team, for the Bay. You are the absolute best, Loon.
I think the coolest part of all the Kevon Looney appreciation that went out there is you see the Bart Twitter account put out a video, like a appreciation for Looney.
I did not.
Like Bay Area resident for 10 years, and it's him with a bunch of Bart trains, and I'm like, okay, that's how you know he's made an impact if you got the Bart account posting about it.
Wow. It's again, there isn't anybody that doesn't have something nice to say about Kevon Looney. No question. Everybody wishes him the best.
And his article in the Players Tribune that he put out there was so good. And if you haven't gotten the chance to read it, anyone out there, I would highly encourage that because he talks about Oracle. There's the funny bit about how he was so uncomfortable when he got to the Warriors because he had a hip surgery and he went into a team that was playing as well as any basketball team ever has. And so it wasn't until Steve Kerr and Draymond were screaming at each other at halftime of that OKC game in February that he kind of started laughing and coming out of his shell a little bit, talking about just what it meant to be part of the community, just interacting with fans, and not necessarily in the sense of asking you for a picture or an autograph, but just getting to interact and be a part of it. So I said, it's not hard feelings, but there are sad feelings.
Yeah,
and that was a good way to say it.
Great read. Definitely encourage anybody who's a Warrior fan, even if you're not a Warrior fan. It's just the relationship that the player and the area and the organization had is it truly one of the special ones. And it shows you that those special relationships don't always have to be afforded to star players to be able to be meaningful.
Well, speaking of star players, Rafael Devers and Will Clark are two of them. I'm going to tell you what Will Clark said about a little batting practice date. When we return, it's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, JD filling in for Greg Papa. We'll get ready to turn it over to Dirty Work shortly. But there was one more piece of sound we did not get to. It was part of the morning show and the cooler of content. And we're going to get to it here as we look ahead to the Giants playing tonight. Rafael Devers had a batting practice date with Will Clark. And here's Will Clark telling the story of why they did not end up having their appointment.
So Adames comes over here to San Francisco. Who's he playing? He's playing the Red Sox, right? Especially for, the autism night. I came out early 3 days in a row, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to work with him around first base because he is.
So with Devers,
correct, right? So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what the happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston. And now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bullshit through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that.
But if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
All right, first of all, God bless Will Clark.
One of the great storytellers in the game, period.
Incredible.
In any game, by the way.
Yeah, and I think it's nicely said. Boston comes over. I mean, what a week that was, first of all. Is it fair to say that this upcoming series against the Dodgers, quick little side digression here, is like the first real series of the year? Because they kicked the Sunday Night Baseball game because they made the trade happen. So I don't want to say that loss doesn't count for anything. It still counts in the standings, obviously. But, they had split with the Dodgers and essentially punted on the Sunday game because they made the Rafael Devers deal. And then, 5 days later, you got the Boston Red Sox coming into town, and Rafael Devers is like, oh, yeah, let me take some first base grounders. I get why you don't want to do that right in front of your old dugout.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I know it all fits now because I had seen on social media, like, things going around. I guess people in Boston were making a big deal about the fact that he didn't want to go out there. Now, I mean, to hear Will explain it, it obviously makes sense.
Totally. But I do love the energy of like, really? No, it's all good. Just the next time I come out, I will drag you out there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, nobody tells it like Will.
Nobody tells it like Will. Incredible storyteller. And so, just a fun little piece of sound to sort of tie a bow on a little bit of a Tuesday. Tomorrow, we're going to be out at the patio, and you're going to be here with me all week. So
Bloodies, Greg.
Well, so what did you do Bloodies when you were with Papa a couple of weeks ago?
I did.
Okay.
And Walter can tell you, more than one.
Oh, okay. Wow. So we might have to keep the tradition going then, because I know that. Because Papa was like, well, if JD's out there, we might be doing some whiskey.
I mean, my main question is the Papa tab open if he's not there?
Of course it is.
All right.
I don't want to expose him too much, but Derek has told me some funny stories about how his siblings have taken advantage of the Papa tab unknowingly before. So, yeah, it's possible that he still has one open, and maybe that's where Barbara, Mary, and Jane just kind of always come back. They like the show, but they love the fact that they got a tab to put it on at 9 a.m. That's what I think. So, anyway, great stuff all around today. Really appreciate our guests, Susan Slusser, Marcus Thompson, and, of course, Logan Webb. Go check out that interview when we do podcast it. It will be up shortly. And Dirty Work is going to have Casey Schmidt joining them today. So we're going full Giants stars here on the Sports Leader. And JD, great stuff. We'll do it for a short one tomorrow. And as you can't say it any better than that, Bloodies.
Barbara, Mary, and Jane, I better see you tomorrow. At even without Papa, I better see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Show's going to end at 11:45. We'll take you to Giants pregame, and then, of course, first pitch at 12:45. So big thank you to Walter, as always, and let's get it over to Dirty Work, as they'll get you ready for Game 2, Giants-Phillies at 6:45 tonight. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station, and Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Love a Tuesday on Dirty Work. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you as soon as Walt moves his ass away from the board. Papa Walt over there, always in the way. Always the last one to go.
Well, lately it's the last ones to go are Greg and JD.
I mean, these guys, these SOBs will not get out of the studio when it's time to do the show.
Hey, I don't blame them. I'm just not used to. I'm so used to just Greg leaving the studio. Greg Silver. Usually my pops is home, and then I'm able to slide in easily.
I gotta sit in this warm, swampy chair that Greg Silver leaves me every day.
Is it swampy?
I don't. It's not my favorite. I'd like to swap over for like that chair. It should be, but I don't do the whole roll-in thing because there's too many.
Is it
so much
damp?
going on over here. It's not. Nah, it's not
moist even. People hate that word. People just like, ugh.
Yeah, people get weird about that word, moist.
I know. I like it.
It doesn't.
Moist.
It doesn't. I don't know that there's a word that makes me feel like just a word, like an adjective or anything that makes me feel weird. Like, I don't think so.
Out of all the words I could think of, that's the one that, like, that's we can say on the radio that makes people's skin crawl. Moist.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people
and
get
you have
worried
to say
about
like
those.
that, Walt. Moist.
I don't know if it matters. I think people just don't like it. Yeah, I became aware of that in like 7th grade. Somebody got weird about it.
Yeah.
Like, don't say moist towelette. And I was like, it's exactly what it is. It's a wet wipe.
You know, I used it in radio terms when I was producing. Whenever we come back with a highlight, it was we're coming back moist. But if we didn't come back with anything, it'd be we're coming back dry.
Yeah, Coach. Well, that's you're being facetious a little bit, right? Because
a little bit.
Coming back dry means in media we're not coming back with anything, or we're not playing with any music underneath. We're not. It's all just a flat. We're just talking.
You would never do that, but like
I'm talking like our segment. This would just be a dry segment.
Yeah,
in theory,
exactly. But
right?
like I would go crazy with rejoins back in the day. So like every segment would be with something, some music, some highlight, and then when there wasn't anything, I just say we're coming back dry. But when there's something, I'm like, oh, we're moist, baby.
Okay, yeah, flooding basements over here. Anyway, we got a good show for you today. Good baseball show for you today. By the way, Casey Schmidt, Giants second baseman from last night. How about the catch immediately? Joins the lineup, makes a good defensive play. He had a knock last night, too. Crucial knock for the Giants. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, it was a fielder's choice, actually, I should say.
That's like last night was pretty much the epitome of Buster Ball. Like the way that they've been winning for the majority of the season, I would say.
With good pitching?
Good pitching, good
Scratching
defense.
across some runs. Yeah, they played good D yesterday.
Yeah, and the offense, nothing to write home about again. You know, they're 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Phillies 0 for 6, though.
Yeah.
And you know what? I mean, that's one of the toughest lefties in all the National League. He was fantastic. Chris Sanchez yesterday still kept that streak going where he's not giving up earned runs. He's done, 14 starts? What was the number now, Tim? Like 8 straight starts?
I think it was 17.
I think it's 8 after last night. He's only had one time this year he's given up more than 4.
Yeah, that was his 8th consecutive. And again, now he's got 18 starts where he only allowed one time 4 runs. He's nasty.
It's been fantastic. And he's been really good in his last, he's gone like 7 or 8, 6, 7 or 8 in his last like 5, 6, 7 starts. So he was fantastic. Look, you go up against an ace like that, and that's how he's pitching this year.
Yeah.
You take what you can get, and you call it a win. I mean, Landon Roop, only first pitch strikes to 12 of the 21 hitters that he faced. He was damn good. And we talked about this yesterday in terms of where's your level of trust with the other 3 Giant starters, meaning Verlander, Roop, and Birdsong. Like, how would you rank your level of trust? I think you and I both said Landon Roop was where we were the most confident. I said especially at home.
Yeah.
I mean, his road split, it's alarming. If you guys get a chance to go look at it, he's got like a 4.5 ERA on the road. Teams are hitting 280 against him, maybe even higher than that. Teams are hitting like under 200 against him at home. He's not given up a single home run so far at Oracle Park this year. He's made more starts on the road, which is maybe the unfortunate part about it. But over the course of a season, that stuff balances out. So we were wondering yesterday and talking to Susan Slusser, like, will they need more starting pitching to get through the remainder of the season? She said, really what they need is for Justin Verlander to do what he's capable of doing or what they've seen in his career to be capable of doing. Also, Landon Roop is part of that. So I wonder, my fear with Roop and with Birdsong is about usage and about how many innings and bullets they have to fire, because especially if you go into the postseason. But it sounds, with the way Bob Melvin spoke after the game last night, pretty glowingly about Roop, that they think they can kind of go balls to the wall with him, that they think he's up to the task of what it is that they need from him. And look, Philadelphia put together some good at-bats against him. He threw 100 pitches, only went 5 innings. But even Andy Baggerly, to what you were asking about yesterday, do you throw Hayden Birdsong in that game against the Dodgers on Saturday? And I said, well, yeah. I mean, I know he walked 5. And, I mean, the tough thing about Birdsong is not only did he walk 5 in that win on Sunday, he threw more balls than he did strikes.
Yeah.
Which is not a good stat that you want from a starting pitcher. And I said, you don't want to shoot a guy's confidence into the All-Star break, but maybe it's an opportunity for him to try to get some stuff right and throw on the side over the break. With the off day tomorrow, there is some thought that if they'd like to, they could move up Landon Roop to face the Dodgers on Saturday, which I'm now very intrigued by.
I don't hate that at all. I was reading Andy Baggerly as well. We talked to him today at 5:15. I think that they should consider that. I think that go into the All-Star break feeling good, feeling about your starting rotation, let Hayden Birdsong figure some things out, and then, you have the luxury of doing that. So, I say why not? I mean, you don't feel very comfortable. We'll see what they say today. Maybe Bob Melvin speaks to it. But, I don't feel comfortable with Hayden Birdsong pitching against the Dodgers. So, I would be all in favor for that move.
So Casey Schmidt's going to join us coming up in about 25 minutes or so. He'll join us right here at 2:30. We'll replay it for you at 4:30 today. Pregame at 5:45 for our first pitch at 6:45. Casey Schmidt at 2:30. JT Snow joins us at 4:50. And then Andy Baggerly at 5:15. A big baseball show for you. But we'll get into some other stuff because it's a Tuesday, which means we got a big old NBA grab bag for you. We've also got a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on the verge of Tim getting a hosting shift on Thursday.
Can't wait for that.
I'm excited for Tim sitting in with me on Thursday when Derek hits the road after the show tomorrow.
Del Boca Vista, baby.
There you go. Is the dial breaking out on Thursday?
Are we breaking the dial out on Thursday, Tim?
Hell
Yeah, because Friday we'll be at the patio.
Yeah.
By the way, come on out. The Pat H patio at 58 Social.
The Pat H patio. I like that.
The Pat H-E-O. The
patio.
Yeah, it'll be the Pat E-O. We'll be with Larry Krueger on Friday out at the patio. So that'll be a fun show with Larry coming in for a Dodger series, dude. You know Larry's going to stick around and watch some Giants-Dodgers.
Oh, definitely. And it'll be hard for him to, I'm sure he's going to have some criticisms about his guy's birdsong, but he loves birdsong.
I think he went to the game last night, didn't he? I think he said, I'm calling the game tonight.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
So I think this might be an under game. He was right. 3-1.
Yeah. I mean, it was a fun, competitive game, but, you want to see some more runs. But that's Giants baseball this season. That's the way it's going to be.
I mean, it doesn't have to be. You had 9 opportunities with guys in scoring position. And here's the one thing, too, that I think is a positive about Landon Roop. The one run that scores for the Phillies is like it was a real crap way to lose the lead. They were up 1-0.
Super fluky.
By the way, anybody else perplexed by that? I mean, with respect to Wilmer, perplexed by that being ruled a double? The ball that went through his legs and hit his heel? Did you see that?
Well, it hit
Ruled
a
a double?
pebble, and that's why it hit his leg. It
Well,
bounced off a pebble
yeah.
into his leg. Now,
That's
again, you could
baseball,
call
though.
it an error.
That's an error. I mean, a ball hits the lip at you and takes a bad hops aren't. You don't get credit for a hit generally with a bad hop unless it becomes an unfieldable play. But what was odd to me was Wilmer slides to his left. The ball, I think Andy Baggerly called it a phantom, a sprinkler head, and it looked like it hit a pebble or something and jerked towards his ankle, and it hit his foot and squirted through his legs and up the right field line. They ruled it a double, and I can't remember how he went to third base, but then he scores on the wild pitch.
Right.
I thought, well, it's kind of a bummer, and it's a ball that I think Pat Bailey would tell you I should have had that.
No,
Tried to
definitely.
backhand it a little bit, and it got away, and that was just it. But neither here nor there. They couldn't get anything going offensively yesterday. Could Philadelphia? This is something I was looking at that's interesting. When you look at the standings, the Giants are into the third wild card spot right now in the National League West. They're now a game above San Diego. They're 6 back of the Dodgers. The Dodgers just keep getting whooped, by the way. They just keep losing games. Like
4 in a row, yeah.
Hand over fist, dude. The Astros are playing like the hottest team in baseball for the last month. Like they look like the best team in baseball for the last month. And then the Brewers got them last night. What's his name? Yamamoto had a terrible outing.
Was it 9-1?
He didn't get out of the first inning. You want a stat? Last 4 games in their losing streak, Dodgers have been outscored 38-7.
So here's what's interesting. If you look at the top 3 division winners or leaders right now in the National League, the Dodgers in the West, the Cubs in the Central, and the Phillies in the East, the Dodgers are 500 on the season, 20-20, against teams who are above 500. The other 2 teams are below 500 against teams better than 500. Isn't that interesting? They're beating up on bad teams, but they're not holding their own against some of the better teams in the league. Whereas all 3 teams right now in the mix for the wild card spots in the National League are well above 500 against teams above 500.
Well, the Giants have held their own against pretty good competition.
That's kind of
this
my
season.
point. Is they've done well, and they did that early on. I mean, they beat Philly in Philly early in the year.
They split that series.
That's a good series split.
They won the series in New York. I believe, did they not split the series or won the series in Chicago against the Cubs this year? So, I mean, we know the Giants. They can, as Mike Krukow said, they can hang a bang with the best of them. I will say, I know that the Dodgers have lost 4 in a row. I will be very surprised if they don't win the division. But it is on the table right now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing is, the Giants, 3 weeks ago were tied for the division lead, or 2.5 weeks ago were tied for a division lead. And in like a week or 2 weeks, they were able to put themselves
Things changed that quickly.
9 out of the division. It's the thing when you play every day. So when you win 3 in a row and the Dodgers lose 4 in a row, I know 6 out is 6 out. But the fact that you get 3 head-to-head, you get 2 more here against the Phillies, you could make this thing look a whole lot closer and be breathing down their neck. Or they could come in and roll you in it and create a little bit more distance. But they are not going right now, are the Dodgers. But against teams above 500, the Cubs are 25-27.
Okay.
The Dodgers are 20-20. Philadelphia now 23-24 after last night's loss to the Giants, which is interesting. Whereas the Giants against teams above 500, 24-18.
What are they against teams that are below 500?
Well, do the math. I mean, that's every other game, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't feel like doing the math right now.
Yeah, well, that would make them 26 and, 28, something like that, like just there, right there.
And that's the issue.
There's more teams that are below 500.
Right.
I mean, you look at some divisions, like in the American League, there's only, in the AL Central right now, the Tigers, while they have the best record in all of baseball, you know they're the only team in their division that's above 500?
Who's this?
The Tigers.
Yeah.
The Royals are the second-place team. They're 14 out. They're 4 games under. Like, there's nobody good in that division. They're just owning the division. They're 23-17 against teams above 500. My point is, when you can pitch it, you can hang with the teams that are the best. You said you can hang and bang with them. I think you can hang with them. When you can pitch it, that's what the case I was making at the start of the year. I don't love this offense, and some people, I think, misinterpreted my tweet last night after the game. I said 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position and a win.
Mm-hmm.
That's your Giants baseball in 2025. I didn't mean that as like some people went, enjoy it. You got to love the win no matter how it happens. I said, it's kind of my point.
Right.
Derek, you know the saying. They don't hang pictures in the standings, man.
This is a saying, dude. I don't like going back to this.
Why don't you going back to it? Because it's so applicable to this team.
It is.
And I hadn't heard anybody say it until you said it, and now I feel like it rears its head every time they play.
Well, you could say I coined the phrase, but people have said it way before me.
I don't know. I think it's yours. I think you should own it.
Okay, that's fine with me. But yeah, I mean, like, it's ugly baseball, but at the same time, who cares? They're winning games right now.
I don't really care how it goes down. You know, it's a little bit different than. So it's different than some other sports, I think, because baseball, if you have the pitching, you can scratch runs across. Again,
Exactly.
They didn't get a hit with runners in scoring position yesterday. All 3 runs scored on fielders' choices on balls that didn't leave the infield.
Yeah.
Like Philly playing in on a couple of those. Hell, Bryce Harper had the one sort of wide throw, decided instead of getting the out at first, he was going to throw it home, a wide throw. You had the one where they get the out at second base, the little nubber there, but hey, you take it and you run with it. Giants get the win, and they're 6 out and holding on to a playoff spot. You know, as frustrated as people have been, I think, when they've called in, I think you're fooling yourself, or you're working yourself into a lather if you tell me that you thought the Giants would have 50-plus wins before the All-Star game. Because I think a lot of people in saying, this is the same team as last year, it's an 80-win team. If it's an 80-win team, you weren't looking at 50 before the break.
No. I mean, they're better than they
71 to play.
Yeah, they're better than what they were a year ago. But I get it. Like when it was bad, it was really bad offensively. And now you have questions about the starting rotation as well. But yeah, right now they're looking pretty good. We'll see what happens. I still am skeptical if they're going to be a wild card team, but right now, 3 in a row, things are looking better.
Yeah, Giants also still a positive run differential when it comes to scoring. They're keeping runs off the board for the most part. They're just not putting up big offense. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. How'd you feel about last night's win? Did it invigorate you? Did it get you fired up? Because it felt like what Baggerly called kind of like a team win.
Mm-hmm.
Like it felt like, it's the first time they got a healthy lineup out there. And I know there's a platoon with Matos and Mike Yastrzemski and whatnot. By the way, good diving catch for Matos.
Yeah.
And he's a Gold Glove caliber guy from the minor leagues. I think he won a minor league Gold Glove at one point. Casey Schmidt at second base. He joins us in about 15 minutes. We'll talk to him. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Do you believe what you've seen from the Giants is sustainable? 50 wins now before the All-Star break, 6 out of the West. How we feeling, Giants fans? More on last night's game when Dirty Work rolls on, the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
.680 AM, the sports leader.
Matos rolls one on the ground softly. Turner will charge, and the ball kicks away from his glove, rolls towards second, and Stott actually picks it up with his foot on the bag and gets the out at second base. Matos safe at first, and Chapman is in to score. It's 1-0 Giants. An extra run would be huge. Lee pulls it to first. Harper on a knee, Fields throws home, and it's offline. Chapman scores. 3-1 Giants.
That's the way it went down last night at Oracle Park. Giants pick up their 50th win of the season, and 3 in a row now. Big win in game one of was the first game of the final 2 series, the final homestand before the All-Star game next Tuesday. Win against the Phillies. They'll be back at it tonight. 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. Casey Schmidt, by the way, Giants second baseman, newly minted second baseman. Last night's game, made a nice catch there on that little floater off the end of the bat. After, by the way, hell of an at-bat by Real Muto. He fouled off 8 straight with 2 strikes there. In that 8 straight pitches there. And, by the way, had a couple of good rips on those. And then Casey Schmidt takes one away from him. We'll ask Casey about it when he joins us at the bottom of the hour here at 2:30, because so after the game, he said that Willie Adames, he said something to him on the field.
Yeah.
And all he said was, no hops, when he made the catch. And he said he didn't even say, nice catch or anything. He just said, no hops, bro. When he made the grab. He was, messing with him. It was a good catch, but Willie was...
He didn't get up in the air too high?
You get no hops, bro. He was messing with him.
What did you say, a white man can't jump? Come on now.
That's exactly what I think.
Come on now.
I mean, of all Casey Schmidt's great exports, great arm, quick bat, especially against fastballs.
Yeah.
Very versatile as a utility guy. Fantastic glove all over the diamond. I mean, he's now in his parts of 3 seasons with the Giants at the major league level, played all 4 infield positions. And by the way, second base is where he played more second than I remembered. He's actually played 41 games after last night at second base.
Yeah, I think it was 17 games last year, and then
41 for his career,
Yeah.
59 at third, 53 at short.
Okay.
And then he played some first base, I think 15 or so games this year. But we'll talk to him about that. But speed is the one thing that's not great for him. But
Right.
maybe hops or something he's got to work on too. We'll talk to him about that.
I mean, I thought it looked, a little more crisp defensively last night. Elliot Ramos made a good catch. Luis Matos made a good catch last night. And things look differently with Matt Chapman in the lineup. But yeah, this is the way the Giants, I think, are going to win for the rest of the season. If you're looking for them to put up offensive, stats like the Dodgers or the Yankees, not going to happen this season. I think that's just the way it's going to be, and I don't think people have an issue with that. Some people do. When they were going through their struggles and people called in, they're like, how come we can't win like normal baseball teams or teams that put up a lot of runs? This is just the way it's going to be. Maybe you address this in the offseason where you add more, offensive firepower, but when you got the starting pitching that they do, and we have question marks right now, but when you have Logan Webb for, a start and Robbie Ray, and then you can figure things out, Landon Roop is handling his own right now, I'd say what's the issue? I think they're going to make moves at the deadline. That's pretty clear when we talk to Andrew Baggerly and Susan Slusser that they may pick up another bat. They may pick up another arm.
I think they need a left-handed reliever. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think Susan misspoke yesterday. But it was a little alarming when she said, Tim, did you think the same thing I did when we were talking to Eric Miller? And she said he's got that elbow strain. I think she said mid to late August. Is that what she said?
She didn't misspeak. No, she said mid-August.
That was the first I'd heard of that report. And she was like, and I was like, I mean, it makes sense. An elbow strain, I mean, it's not totally linear, especially if it's a strain and it's not if you have a surgery on it or something, then here's the recovery time, here's the rehab time, and you put a timeline on it. But when it's something like that where you just go, it's a strain, so they shut him down, or I don't know exactly what that means or if he'll be back at some point, but you really want to make sure it's not inflamed and you get the rest. in case there's something more serious or drastic that has to happen. But if that's the case, I mean, Joey Lucchesi sort of effectively wild in last night's game, stranded that runner at third base. And you've also got now Scott Alexander's up here, but those are two guys who, while Lucchesi was in camp with them, didn't earn a spot. And Alexander, they just signed a couple of weeks ago. I mean, he's more of a vet and probably have some level of trust in him, but I would imagine they'd be on the market for a lefty. That's the problem, though, is everybody who's in contention is looking for more arms at the trade deadline, and lefties are always and have always been a commodity. Teams that are competitive want lefties they can bring in out of the pen that will get you out. So I don't know what'll be out there and what kind of market the Giants would be in for one, but I mean, I think that's definitely something they're going to need in terms of the bullpen depth.
No, definitely. And I think that, the bottom line is, like, they're winning games right now with this style of baseball. So, and again, 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. So I don't think much is going to change offensively. It could improve with Matt Chapman in the lineup, and he was hitting better before he got injured and everything. But, yeah, I would say it's a good formula, and they definitely can hang with teams that are, some of the best in the National League. So I still think they have a good formula to win the postseason. We'll just see if they get there.
The only thing I would say about last night's lineup, if you were going to improve it defensively at all with respect to Wilmer, I think it would have just been Dom Smith at first, but you want Wilmer in there when it's a left-handed pitcher. Now, Wilmer's not hit really at all since the 3-homer game.
No, he hasn't.
I mean, it's been a big downhill for him since the 3-homer game. But we'll talk more about where the lineup is. Casey Schmidt returned to the lineup at second base, and I think everybody was excited about that yesterday. He did have a knock, and he drove in a run with one of those fielder's choices. Something's clicking for him this year. His approach at the plate's been different. They've asked him to do a lot, too, in playing multiple positions, which is tough for a young player. He didn't even make the team. No, he did make the team out of spring training. He and Wisely were kind of going back and forth, but he's played first. He's now played second. He's played third base for them. He's gotten hurt. He's come back, hit his first couple of grand slams. Like, he's figured it out a bit, and his OPS right now over 800 while he's drawn more walks. So we'll talk to him about the approach at the plate and how the dugout and the lineup and the clubhouse are feeling after last night's win. Dirty Work rolls on. Casey Schmidt, Giants second baseman, joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
The 1-2. Schmidt hits a chopper. Slow hit towards short. Turner will field. Flip to second for the out. The throw to first. Not in time. And Adames comes in to score. 2-1 Giants. 2-2 pitch. Real Muto. Line drive. And caught at second by Casey Schmidt. A leaping catch. One away. It was not hit that hard, which might have actually made it a little harder of a play. Casey went way up there.
How's it sounds of last night's win? Giants 3-1 over the Phillies. They play again tonight, 6:45 at Oracle Park, and we'll have pregame for you at 5:45. A real pleasure to be joined now on the UMA guest line by Giants second baseman Casey Schmidt. You heard him in the highlights there. Casey, great to have you on the show, man. How are you?
Hey, Casey.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on, dude. I mean, it's great to have you back in the lineup. A lot of fans were calling us and texting over the last few weeks, and I think everybody was bummed you'd gotten hurt and wanted you back to play some second base. Was that a tough play? Is it a tougher play when it's a softly hit ball like that, sort of floating up there?
Yeah, a little bit. Just kind of the read was a little wonky a little bit, but glad I was able to make the play at the end.
Did I hear you say after the game that Willie Adames was not a fan of your hops? Did he go, white men can't jump on you?
Yeah, he definitely made a comment right after.
Well, Casey, walk us through your other big play last night, getting the RBI hit in the eighth, where you beat out the throw to get to first.
Yeah, going into that bat, it was a little bit not fully in the strike zone, so I kind of wanted to be a little extremely selective and make him come to me. Just not trying to do too much. It was a 1-1 pitch. I got something to hit and just fouled it off, and then in that point I'm in compete mode and put the ball in play mode. So I was able to get something to put the ball in play, and it was soft enough where I could beat it out and get the run in.
Voice here is Casey Schmidt joining us on the UMA guest line. We were looking at I've been watching you all year, and I've watched in parts of the 3 seasons that you've come up since you've made it to the major leagues. And I'm wondering for you, the approach this year or your plan at the plate. Like you said, I wasn't trying to do too much, but try to have a competitive at bat, not get chasing, but get something that you could put in play to put some pressure on the opposition. How has your approach changed this year, if at all? And how have you made the adjustment to some of the adjustments that have come your way? Because really since spring training, man, you've looked like a different hitter at the plate, a more selective hitter. And I think that's shown even in some of your plate appearances where you go a little deeper into the at-bat.
Yeah, I think for me this year, it's just been a lot more calm and relaxed at the plate, not being up there, trying to do too much, just staying within myself. And, it's been a work in progress. The first year was, was tough, being a rookie, kind of, getting, spot starts and stuff like that and trying to learn. And then I think last year I feel like I took a little bit of a step forward in, my approach and everything. But, I feel like this year I just wanted to make sure I built off of that and just continue to work on that and just trying to get better at the plate. And, just trying to stay in the strike zone and, just be relaxed. Not trying to, go deep every single pitch. Just read the game and, use the whole field has been, a big thing for me.
Talking to Casey Schmidt on the UMA guest line, how much of an influence has Matt Chapman been on you? I mean, him being out and then you having to take over for third base. Just talk about that whole process where he was out and just kind of giving you, advice. And now that he's back in the lineup with you, how better do you think you guys are defensively right now?
Yeah, he's been awesome. He's helped me out a lot. Especially when he went down a little earlier. He was there like helping me with everything, defensively, positioning, approach, hitting, and he's always kind of been there for me and helping me out and just trying to make me the best player that I can be. And when you have a guy like that in your corner, it's really awesome to kind of just be able to learn from him. And he's just been so great.
Well, it's interesting. After the game last night, I saw Bob Melvin, the manager, say, this didn't feel like a week before the All-Star game energy from the team. Like he said, it felt like you guys had a lot of energy on the field, and there was an electricity to it. He said it felt more like the first week of the season type of energy, like something new is getting going. Did you guys feel that, or did you feel that? Because I know fans who we've talked to and calls that we took were really excited about last night's lineup in terms of it feeling like it's the first time there's been a fully healthy lineup, and maybe the best lineup you guys have put on the field this year since Devers has arrived and Chapman was hurt and you got hurt, and now everybody's out there together. Did you feel that same energy yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it kind of carried over from the night before in Oakland. Yeah, I mean it's been great. The vibes are awesome here, and yeah, I mean we're healthy for the most part, and we're going out there and we're seeing what we can do, and I'm just happy that I'm able to be in there and be a part of it.
Now, I know in the stretch, I mean, you guys were tied for first place at one point and right up there with the Dodgers, and then there was just that slump that kind of the offense went into, all with runners in scoring position. Yesterday, I mean, you guys didn't get a hit with runners in scoring position, but as you said, competitive at-bats and putting the pressure on the defense to make plays led to 3 runs, and really nothing happened on the other side because the defense you guys played behind Landon Root. But in terms of the focus for the team offensively, like, is there a general hitting philosophy that is preached to you guys? Is it about game to game, series to series? Because I think that's what sort of is perplexing at times. You think in baseball things will even out, but I just wonder about, is there a general team philosophy for the offensive approach for you guys?
Yeah, I think definitely just being good with runners in scoring position. That's kind of been the thing that we've even taken back to spring training. That's what we wanted our identity to be, and I think that's going to give us the best time to score runs. Is getting that timely hit, or it doesn't always have to be a timely hit. It can be no outs, runner in second, and the guy whoever's up gets a ground ball to second, and that runner gets over to third with less than 2 outs, and then it doesn't take a base hit to get that runner and take a sac fly, a ground ball or whatnot. So I think for us, we're just trying to be as good as we can in those kind of situations, and getting on base and taking the walk when it's there, and just things like that.
How's it been for you moving around the diamond? Because I know when you came up, I mean, we were all really impressed a couple of years ago. Put you right into the middle of the lineup, and exit velocity was there for you, and the speed and throws across the diamond. Your glove is obviously fantastic. But since then, I mean, you've played, now all 4 infield positions, right? And 3 of them this year even. So, I mean, third base is where you came up. How is it in maintaining what you're doing at the plate, but also kind of moving around and getting adjusted to these new spots?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a work in progress. I've had to do it the last 3 years, so I've kind of gotten a little more comfortable, kind of moving around and not letting it affect me at the plate. But yeah, I think just staying with the routine and just staying within myself has just kind of been a big thing, and not trying to go out there and do too much, and just play the game and just read the situations and just do whatever I can do to help the team win.
Casey, we heard a lot about Buster Posey being an influence for you guys during spring training, but what's he been like around the clubhouse during the season? I know he's been aggressive with moves and obviously getting Rafael Devers, but what's his relationship been like with you during the season?
Good. Yeah, I mean, it's been good. It's been good with everyone. I mean, he's a legend, and now that he's in charge, I think we're all really excited to have a guy like that, kind of just be around and just learn from him and everything. And yeah, I mean, we're all really just excited, and we're all having a lot of fun playing baseball.
Casey Schmidt, the voice, you hear a few more minutes with him on the UMA guest line. Drove in a run last night and started at second base, made a nice catch late in the game as well. Landon Root, fantastic yesterday, man. I mean, I thought he really battled, and sort of seems like nothing really phases him or bothers him. First year as a full-time starter, and I mean, a wild pitch yesterday ties the game, and he just sort of locked right back in. What can you say about sort of it looks like he's got that kind of bulldog mentality, like he's pitching pissed off out there. What would you say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. He's always got this look in his eye, it's frightening. Yeah, he goes in there and he does his thing, and he's an absolute gamer out there. He competes with the best of them, and you saw it yesterday. He goes out there and he does that, and it's just special, and it's really cool, especially because that's someone that kind of played through the minors with as well, from low A to double A to triple A. just to see it, and it's just been really cool.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch his development. He and Birdsong together. He was a monster last night. I thought Landon Rube. A question for you, because I know you had that you had grand slams on back-to-back days in LA, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
One was off Kike.
Right.
I guess they all count though.
We were wondering about that. Like, you had to feel good about getting the one on Friday because the Saturday, like that being your first career, like with respect to Kike, you don't want that to be your first career grand slam.
Yeah, it was cool to get the first one the night before, and it was cool to get the one off the position guy. Yeah, it was awesome. Just to kind of be in that atmosphere too. It was special, and I had my family there as well.
Yeah, good deal, man. Did you? I know you went to San Diego State. Did you pitched at San Diego State a little bit, right? You closed.
Yeah. I was the closer. My sophomore year, I had a few starts on the mound as well, but that was kind of short-lived. But yeah, it was mainly just the closer.
Have you lobbied at all in a position player situation to be on the mound?
I've tried, but yeah, they won't let me.
Yeah, it sort of seems like now when they do it, like it used to be like when they'd put a position player out there, guys would come out and kind of throw some junk out there, trying to, Pablo pitched a few years ago for the Giants and it was funny. And Crawford did it. Now you get guys who are just sort of throwing like 40-mile-an-hour ephus pitches. Is it just to get through it quickly? Is that the
plan? I think I messed up my chances when I said that I was gonna if I got the opportunity, I would go in there, I would let it eat and just see if I still got it.
Trying to light up the gun at least once.
So I think I messed myself up there, but it's all right.
Yeah, we gotta start building you a new narrative, dude. That get you on the hill in a blowout game. One more for you, just because I'm sure the fans are wondering. I've wondered this, and it's a hot debate in the Bay Area since you've been up here. You're from San Diego. I imagine a burrito guy. I don't want to get into the debate between the two, but have you found a burrito spot in the Bay Area that you enjoy?
Yeah, it's right outside the ballpark. The best California burrito I've found out here. I love it. I get it all.
Is it Underdogs across the street on King there?
Underdogs. Yep, there it is.
Nice. Fantastic. There's a great spot, dude.
Absolutely.
I got one a couple weeks ago there. Fantastic.
Oh
Always
good.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel bad too because I don't want to walk over there and get it, but I will. But I always just like. I overeat it, but they don't give me the chance to kind of go in and pick it up. So the person always has to like drive like 5 minutes.
To try to hang a U-turn on King before a ball game, just a nightmare.
I feel bad, but I mean. It's efficient, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so, dude. Casey Schmidt, the voice here. Hey, it's worth it, dude. Underdog's a good burrito, man. Hey, it's been fun watching you this season, man. Really happy for your success, and we're excited to see you healthy out there and out there at second base, and excited to see what the second half holds. Have a great rest of the week and a good All-Star break, man.
Thanks, Casey.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, dude. Good stuff. Casey Schmidt, Giants second baseman. Dude, a likable dude.
Oh,
We've had Marcus and I, when we've done a few of these Fan Fest events in the last couple of years, that's been one of the coolest things, is to get to hang with some of the younger players, because a lot of those guys are the ones who are showcased, and sometimes they're out at the spring training facilities or the Arizona camps before they come back and do some of these events. And we did one down in San Jose this year and last year. Casey Schmidt was with us both times. Dude, just one of the nicest guys. Chill, laid back, kind of a giggly dude. Seems like he's very San Diego is what you get the vibe of, and he's really cool. But I love the idea of him trying to Uber Eats from right across the train tracks there.
Well, it's right there. I mean, so the Giants don't let him just walk out.
He said they don't give me the option to pick up on Uber Eats there for Underdogs. Like, he's got to do the delivery.
Yeah, because then you have to wait in the
he said,
the
I
restaurant.
don't mind going to get it, but they don't give me the option to pick it up. So
could you call ahead of time?
I mean, you could probably call it in.
I feel like we know enough people over there. It might put in a word or something like that.
I mean, how long does it take you to live Moss when you were across the street and you have to pick up a Taco Bell order?
Dude, seconds.
Exactly. No, I mean, like, Casey's got stuff to do before the game. But, like, it's right there. I'm sure the Uber driver every time is like, Jesus.
Hey, that's that, yeah. Some guy on a bicycle is like, damn, I got to flip around now, come back this way. Casey's standing on the corner looking for him, dude, out at the players' lot.
It's probably just somebody, like, walking to the ballpark, but like, oh, Casey Schmidt's burrito, all right.
By the way, I'm going to reach out to my guy, L and Max, the two managers over there, be like, hey, you got a big fan in Casey Schmidt. Maybe we can work something out.
There you go.
To have an Uber driver take a U-turn on King.
Tim's got connections.
I'll tell you what, that's a huge compliment from a San Diego guy to say your place in San Francisco is the best California burrito that he's had in the city. And he was
he said of all of California?
Well, no, California burrito is the one with French fries.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he said it's the best one I've had up here. I was like, I don't want to debate because you get into it and everybody's going to claim their own. Everybody's got their own spots. And like, look, I got no qualms eating a shrimp burrito or a Cali burrito, anything down in San Diego. Fantastic. I've got my spots here that I like too.
Right.
Got different. It's different than arguing like, any pizza here versus New York is sort of ridiculous.
No, it is. I mean, I always lean towards New York pizza, but I
do too. Same.
There's never a bad burrito in my opinion.
I don't know. I think you can. Bad is one thing. I'm saying like for him to. A lot of people I think from San Diego will come up and be like, I can't find anything that reaches the quality of down there. So for him to tout underdogs, I'm all over. That's good stuff.
That's high praise.
And a great burrito. I can't tell you how many times I've finished a show from the bunker at 6. Like tomorrow we'll do it after the game, and decided to get a burrito on my way home there.
But you never do burrito before the show, right? We've done pre-show
I'll
burritos.
do a pre-show burrito. This is
it's
more
risky as hell, though.
It's more because I'm at the ballpark first.
Well, yeah,
I'm usually there during the game, and then I'll pick up a burrito on my way out. But I do the opposite of Casey. I pick it up on my way. On my way to the Muni stop. So good deal there. If you missed any of Casey Schmidt, the likable Casey
very
Schmidt.
likable, very likable,
very cool, and very chill. I mean, I think sort of that's the demeanor you've got to have as a baseball player. I mean,
yeah, of course.
It's football. You want a guy who's going to like get himself up and psyched out, and Jeff Wilson.
You got to be intense.
Go to a dark place before a game. Like it's a different mentality to go do what football players do. Not that it's any better or stronger. The mental fortitude has got to be the same in a different way. In that this is a game of failure. You kind of got to roll with the punches. You're gonna have to roll with some droughts and some dips and some lack of success. Also, for him to have had the bounce around the infield in the last couple of years, maybe that's made this year a little bit easier because for young players, that's really tough to do to make the adjustments at the plate while you're learning new positions. And it's crazy about Casey, just 26 years old. I mean, and doesn't turn 27 until March of next year. So
yeah, man, he's doing the dirty work
for some time. Dude, absolutely.
And like we were talking about before the show, like I talking about Kevon Looney and just the way that he's been, the consummate pro during his tenure as a Warrior, just willing to adapt with what's going on. Same thing with Casey Schmidt. Like whatever position you want him to play. Like Laura Britt asked him a couple weeks ago, "You down to play second base?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm all for it." So I'm sure it was frustrating. He got injured right when that happened, and now he's going to do it. So I have faith that this team will be better defensively, and the starting rotation will figure itself out. I mean, like, we're talking about, basically 2 guys. And Hayden Birdsong will figure things out. We'll see about Justin Verlander. I'm assuming they're going to make a move for another guy. The offense, it kind of is what it is. I'm assuming that there's going to be times where, they look better, and there's days where, like, God, they still can't get runners in scoring. Like, they still can't capitalize on that. It just is what it is this season. But, I feel fairly confident that this team's trending in the right direction. Will they make the postseason? Don't know. But right now, I think they're going in a direction where maybe in the future, maybe not this season, but next season, we can say that this team is going to be something.
209 checks in, and I maybe with this one, 209 says, any burrito with lettuce is a war crime. I'm not into a lettuce. I don't need lettuce in my burrito.
War crime? That's a bit much. I would say.
I'd say so. Yeah, I'm with you. I think they're being hyperbolic.
Yeah. I would say I don't mind it. I mean, yeah, who doesn't like a good lettuce in their burrito?
I'm not in on the lettuce in my burrito. I don't need lettuce. Tim, you with me?
Don't need it. Seems superfluous.
I don't know that it's a war crime. I'm with you. I don't know if it quite reaches that level, but close.
Heard that. I was like, well, okay.
Close, but a little bit different. 707 says perhaps taco salads like no shell. Well, that's different. Doing a taco salad is a little bit different. Go with a no shell. A lot of people checking in here on the Casey Schmidt interview and on the burrito. You got a go-to burrito in the Bay Area?
Ooh, there's a place right next to me where I live in Oakland called Toto's. It's a pretty good burrito place. It's close by. It's based more on convenience, but it's not bad. But there's better burrito places across the Bay Area.
What's your go-to burrito order?
Ooh, carne asada.
You're a carne asada guy. Yeah. I mean, that's like if you're going burrito.
Give me the works.
It's sort of like I said, like when we were asking. When Tim went to the cafe over here and decided he was going to go egg salad, I was like, that's not the first thing you get at a new place that you're trying.
No.
Like, and I said, what would you go? People were going like club sandwich maybe for a diner deli. All right, Tim. I think if you're testing the quality of a burrito, you do probably want to go carne asada first and foremost.
Yeah.
It's like getting a cheese pizza.
Bottom line is you're going to be on the toilet the next day regardless, so let's try it out.
510 is going 510 is going biblical. They're going maybe not a war crime. Lettuce is blasphemy, says the 510.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, I'll give you with that one. 303 says, what's the appeal of cheese on a soggy saltine? New York pizza is terrible.
Oh, stop it.
Get out of here. All right. Like, to each their own, but don't yuck my yum.
I mean, the only pizza I'm going to yuck the yum on is probably Chuck E. Cheese. That pizza's terrible.
Portnoy didn't give it the worst rating. Portnoy was like this isn't as bad as people make it out.
How often do you find yourself at a Chuck E. Cheese,
Derek? What are you doing hanging at a cheese?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, when I'm in my 30s, I'm not going to Chuck E. Cheese anymore. But
all right.
But I do remember it being just terrible.
Okay, so
it was so bad.
So in your late 20s, you were still hanging out with Chuck Cheese in the animatronic.
They put on a good show, don't they?
Me and Charles Cheese.
Yeah, Charles Cheese.
A big rat.
And the E stands for entertainment.
It does.
Does it really?
I learned that from Tim's trivia.
Was that at a trivia? He didn't ask us that one time, did he?
He maybe he did, or maybe he asked me off the air sometime.
What is Chuck E. Cheese's middle name? Entertainment.
Yeah. Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Many people checking in saying carnitas is what you got to go with. That's my go-to. But
Carnitas is great.
Usually from places I've been to, like a crispy carnitas burrito. Oh, I remember at Medium Impact, Brian and I years ago told Murph and Mac about a Cali burrito, and they thought we were insane. They were like, "That who would do that? Who would put French fries in a burrito?"
What?
We were like trying to emphasize, like, this is a major thing. Like, this is one of the most ordered burritos, I think, in California. The Cali burrito.
They're both from here, right?
Yeah, but they were both like first they didn't believe it, then they thought it was ridiculous, and they thought that was like the blasphemy. Like that's outrageous.
That's a go-to thing.
You guys are missing out. A Cali burrito's money, and I don't get it every time.
Even in college, when I was going to Texas, you always got a Cali burrito. That's the way to go.
209 says blasphemy and war crimes result in the same.
Yeah, sometimes.
2A1 says they recycle pizza at Chuck Cheese. Is that right?
That I'm not familiar with. I just know from my experiences and having a bunch of younger siblings. I was at Chuck E. Cheese a lot, and the pizza's not great.
Three of us have no kids. We're weighing in on Chuck Cheese pizza.
I know.
I'm just saying I haven't had Chuck. I'm not crapping on it. I don't really have a take. I just the last time I remember it being talked about was Portnoy did a pizza review from Chuck Cheese.
Yeah, but he knew what he was getting into. Now, the Jungle. Remember the Jungle in the 90s? That was good pizza.
Dude, the Jungle was fantastic. I don't remember the pizza, though. Was that in Newark?
The Jungle?
Yeah.
It was somewhere around here.
Kids Castle that I'm thinking of Newark.
I remember I went to the Jungle for maybe my third birthday party. Not my first. That'd be ridiculous.
My sister had a Jungle, I think. I think she'd been at a Kids Castle. I was a Discovery Zone monster. I loved that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, laser tag, your Q's R's. Yeah. Your QSRs, your Planet Lasers.
I mean, all those pizzas are good. Like, I can't think of bad pizza, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, New York pizza to me is traditional. It's great. People that crap on Chicago-style pizza, like, Jon Stewart's famous rammer, he's like, what is this, a casserole? New Yorkers just hate that mentality. I love Chicago-style pizza. Detroit-style pizza, basically what I'm saying is I love every type of pizza, but the best...
Don't.
The best frozen pizza.
Stop.
Is DiGiorno.
This is the thing, is I knew we were working our way into a take that I didn't care about at all. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We want to hear from you. Casey Schmidt just joined us. We'll play it again for you at 4:30. JT Snow joins us at 4:50. Andy Baggerly at 5:15. Giants play tonight again at 6:45, a 5:45 pregame. We'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Your reactions to Casey Schmidt and last night's game. You put on the rundown here, Derek. You said, is this style of baseball sustainable? I would wager, and you said, I think the Giants can hang and bang with the best of them. I think it's sustainable in the sense that when you've got pitching like these three can go, if Landon Roop can continue to give more of what we've seen like last night and really his last three outings, I think they're going to be okay. I think it is sustainable. The question is, do they have enough depth at the back end of the season, and can they keep firing the bullets with Landon Roop?
Yeah, I would say just a tease, a little bit of yes, and a little bit of no. But yes, it's a formula where they can rely on the pitching. 808
KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We'll get to your calls and your thoughts on what happened yesterday and what Casey Schmidt had to say next, only here on the Sports Leader.
in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Fun conversation with Casey Schmidt, Giants second baseman.
Loves his burritos.
He does love his burritos. Dude, I knew he's a San Diego guy.
Yeah.
I knew that at one point, too. I want to say when Marcus and I interviewed him and talked to him about like other stuff he was into, or maybe it was just off, like before we even did the interview with him on stage. He was talking about surfing, but I think he's not. I don't think he does it as much. But he used to get. He was really into surfing when he was younger. Grew up in San Diego. Got drafted in 2020.
Yeah.
Played at San Diego State, and as he pointed out, his freshman year was a closer for the team, and then a starter. And he said that was short lived. He probably didn't go all that well, but I always wonder that guys who pitched in college or in the minors at some point think like, hey, if it gets to a point where I can be a position player pitcher, let me get out there.
Well, I mean,
I don't know why they don't let guys throw hard anymore. I don't understand. Like, if you tell them don't throw any breaking balls or something, okay, that's all fine and good. But I don't understand what the point is of, like, it's more, it looks dumber on the game and on the league when guys are standing out there lobbing up big, like, 40-mile-an-hour pitches.
I know.
I mean, do they think this is you're not providing any power, so you'll just get some flyouts and groundouts, and that'll be it? I mean,
they just want to make the inning go as fast as possible. And I remember that inning against the Dodgers that Saturday night where it was a complete S show. I mean, Kike struck out. Did he strike out Casey Schmidt?
Well, Casey Schmidt had a grand slam off of him.
Okay, but somebody struck out. Maybe it was Tyler Fitzgerald. I was like, ooh, that's rough. But yeah, like, what's the harm in him doing it though? Like, I know he said like they don't want me doing that right now. Why not? I mean, who cares at that point?
I don't know. I think that's the thing is they want you, if you go out there as a position player, to just kind of lob it up. I don't really know why.
So he wants to actually throw some stuff.
That's what he said. He said he said, I think I blew my chance because I told everybody, yeah, if I get out there, I get a chance to do it. I'm gonna see what I can do. I'm gonna light it up. And they're like, okay, well then we're not gonna have you do it. Brandon Belt famously lobbied forever to Boch.
Yeah.
To let him go do it, and Boch I don't think ever let him do it. Pablo got to do it. Brandon Crawford got to do it.
Well, is it like an unwritten rule where, like in baseball, like you're not like if you're gonna do that as a position player, you're not gonna throw like with real steam?
Well, I don't know. Like guys used to. That's my point. Like now there's rules about when you can do it in the game and what inning. Because it used to be like before they put this stipulation and teams were doing it in like the 6th inning or whatever. And you're like, come on. Now I got to watch 3 innings of baseball that's not really baseball.
Did the Dodgers resort to that when they were losing 18-1 on Saturday night or Friday?
They must have. I didn't watch it.
I'm assuming.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah. Bottom line is Casey Schmidt playing second base looks pretty good. And we guessed that. And once Rafael Devers plays first base, you know, this infield's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. Well, if he plays first base, and I think we can put that out to the callers too. I mean, we haven't mentioned this at all.
You think it's if?
Well, I think we should point this out because a lot of people are talking more about this Devers thing with first base with Will Clark. And we were going to play the sound for you later in the Sound Safari, but I sort of feel like maybe we should play some of that. And people are already calling.
Dirty works.
Sound Soiree.
I mean, we don't have to do all of it now. I just the point on Devers playing first base is that the reports and the news that's out there today.
Yeah.
By the way, Boston, get over it. Boston's still upset about it all.
Bro, you know how they're going to be, though.
So Dave Fleming's brother, Will Fleming, who's a broadcaster, of course, for the Red Sox.
Yes.
Was on our morning show, I guess, in Boston.
WEEI.
And was talking about Rafael Devers. And he said that when he was here with Boston for that second series that Devers was a Giant, shows up, introduced before Cleveland. They play the 3 against Cleveland, and then the Red Sox come to town. He said that he was scheduled to work out with Will Clark at first base on the field before a game.
Mm-hmm.
And he stood Will Clark up, that he didn't go out. And we'll play the sound for you later, but Will Fleming basically says the Giants don't know who this guy is. They don't know basically who they got. Will Clark comes back and says, yeah, that's what happened. They asked me to come out and work with them. He said, we weren't even really going to take grounders and stuff. We were more going to talk philosophy, how to stand, where to position yourself, things like that. It was Matt Williams, I guess, and Bob Melvin had asked him to come work with Devers. And he said, yeah, he didn't come out to work out. And he said, and I know why. It's that he didn't want to be out there in front of the Red Sox dugout while they're there, while the Red Sox media is there, after this whole storm just happened where he's being painted as somebody who didn't want to do what the team had asked. And it did take days for it to come out. So all the reporting was done to where we found out, oh, no, he told them I'll do it, but it's going to have to be in spring training, or I'd prefer to do it in spring training. And there was a lot more back and forth. I don't think anybody believes this was handled well on either side. But the Red Sox are still talking about it. Devers said, I'm moving on. It's kind of the point. Will Clark then makes a joke and is like, but his ass better be out there. When I come next time, his ass better be out there.
Yeah.
Then Devers got a groin strain, but it's like he was out there the day he showed up. He was on the field after his introductory presser working at first base.
Right.
He did it the second day too. And then the day game, he couldn't really do it because there's not much time to work out. That's all stuff Bob Melvin said, that he just didn't get as much time to work on the field before a day game, but we knew he'd even been on the field at first base. So I think this is less about Will Clark, and I don't know that Will actually stood up because he said, they came and said, sorry, Will, we're sorry. He said, I don't give a damn. He's like, I know why this is like this.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to create an S-storm, and I think Will's backing up the player, supporting the player here, but also I don't think, I don't know that this is being portrayed, and we'll talk to Bags about it, in the way that is accurate. Bottom line is if Will Clark's not miffed, I'm not miffed.
Yeah,
I don't really think that, we can be upset or frustrated with Devers' performance at the plate so far, and I am, because I'd like a little bit more. I'd like a lot bit more, to be honest with you. But the first base stuff,
I get it.
I need more. But the first base stuff it's not wearing me out.
No, I mean, I would anticipate, Bob Melvin's talked about it, that coming out of the break, we may see him at first base. But yeah.
What are you doing, you freaking moron?
Exactly. And he's dealing with what, a back problem and a groin problem right now?
Evidently, yeah. That's all soft tissue stuff with the groin. So who knows? He's still out there. He got a hit last night. He's just not hitting for much power right now. And I think the All-Star break's probably going to be a good thing for him.
Yeah. I think that as a Bay Area fan base, we can't feed into too much of what went on in Boston. That's their own issues. Boston media's going to keep talking about it because it's juicy. It's a thing right now that they can keep talking about, and it'll get ratings because they still don't understand the move. Even though that the Red Sox playing better right now, that weekend they were hitting pretty well, and then against the Giants. And then, Rafael Devers has not been fantastic as a Giant so far, but bottom line is we just need to focus on what he's doing here in the Bay Area. And he said all the right things during the press conference, so I want to see him play first base sooner than later, but I'm not going to go crazy over what was reported in Boston.
No, it feels to me like Boston wants to go, see, look at how bad of a guy he is. See, look what happens. See, he's not going to show up.
Until that happens.
See, he stood up Will Clark, one of the legends of the organization, and Will Clark's like, it's not really how it went down. At least that was kind of Will's tone is the way it sounded. Like he was like, here's what happened. Will's pretty matter of fact.
I know it doesn't matter. It is kind of interesting, though, that it is Dave's brother that's saying this as well.
Yeah, he was a bit hyperbolic in some of his stuff, too. We'll play that sound for you a little bit later. Devers, since he showed up as a Giant, and somebody texted in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, and you can and call in as well at 808 KNBR 281 out of Texas. Says, hey, Adam and
Houston.
Derek. Is it?
Yeah.
Dude, maybe this guy knows about Thunderbucks.
Does he know about Flex Nuts, too?
Hey,
apparently, I was talking to some of my Houston friends. Like that's a thing in Texas.
What was the name of your school with the Thunderbucks?
Satarsha Middle School.
Hey, 2A1, let us know. Where'd you go to middle school? Adam and Derek, I love Dirty Work. Are we happy with Devers currently? I'm not thrilled. I don't love what he's done offensively.
But you still make the move.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this like almost a month after the fact. Like, oh, maybe they should have kept Kyle Harrison and Hicks so they had more, depth in the starting rotation. No, you make this move every day of the week. Yes.
Yeah. And again, they've had trouble landing players like this. There was a report, excerpt from from Alex Pavlovich's new book out there about why Bryce Harper decided not to come to San Francisco. We'll have to get into that a little later, too. It was interesting stuff. Anyway, since he showed up from Boston, hitting 240, a 735 OPS, that's off of his 272 average with a 905 OPS. Also, just 2 homers to this point, 17 on the year.
He's not playing great, but like I said, you make the move, and hopefully they turn things around after the break. So
also, he still played every single game so far this year, which a guy with only a bat should do that.
Right.
925 says Devers looks like he's 38. I think it's because he's a little banged up. 408 says Boston has ex-girlfriend vibes right now. That's kind of it. Let's go out to the phone lines here. Motown Frank is in Modesto, wants to talk Devers. Motown Frank, you're on the Sports Leader.
All right. Yeah, I want to talk about Devers, his batting stance. I can't believe Pat Burrow cannot see it. The problem is he's got his right foot all the way back on the chalk line, and he can't square it up because he's always reaching across the plate trying to hit the outside pitch. I played high school baseball, college baseball, tried out for the Cincinnati Reds back in 1969, and did some coaching. I can see it. It's so plain. And Lee does the same thing. He's got his right foot all the way back. They cannot reach the outside pitch. And when they do, it's just a little slap. They have no power, no pop.
What I would counter Motown Frank is that Devers, the scouting report's on him, and if you look at his career, the way he's hitting his career, he's got more power going the other way frequently. He's more of an opposite field power guy. The other thing I would say is it wasn't a problem for a 905 OPS before he got here. That's been his stance for a while. He goes through these stretches. He started the year 0 for 19 at 12 Ks. Maybe he's got to shorten up something, but I don't know that the stance in particular is why things are not going well, since he's had the stance all year and he showed up with 15 homers and a 905 OPS.
sometimes you need to make a little change and see if it works. I think Pat Burrow is afraid to try to give him any criticism because he's so hard to take criticism. He doesn't want to change. If you ever play golf, once in a while you got to make a little change. If you're not hitting the ball good, you got to make a little change, right? Try it.
I'm with you. I hear you. I sort of want to see if he can hit stride again while he gets here. Appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I don't know if it's as simple as hey, just make a tweak to the batting stance.
Yeah, look, I mean, I love when people call in, but like just because you played back in the day and you coached whatever doesn't mean like that's going to be the same wisdom you should impart to a current baseball player. Like
Pat Burrell's forgotten more about
exactly
hitting a baseball than
yeah. That's how my thing was like that. My stance was different when I played. Okay.
Also, like you don't want to just tear a guy's stance. You got this guy because of what he does. You don't have him show up and go, okay, now do it the way we want you to do it. And for everybody who's been frustrated with Pat Burrell, you're like, now have him change Devers. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I just think Devers is banged up a little bit. He was dealing with a little bit of a back thing. It's a new environment. It's just a slump that he was in. And by the way, he was slumping when he got here. He's also hit. I'm only looking at his last 5 games. He's hit safely in all 5 of his last 5 games.
Yeah,
and he's drawn some walks too.
Like I said yesterday with the guy that called in about Willie Adames addressing the elephant in the room. That's the least of my worries right now. I mean, there's not a lot, honestly. I mean, it just kind of is what it is with this team right now. But, offensively as a unit, that's more of a worry to me. The starter after Landon Roop, when you get to Hayden Birdsong and Justin Verlander, that's a worry to me. Rafael Devers and Willie Adames and all these other little things, I'm sorry. Like, they're not little things, obviously. They're big players, but they're not going to keep me up at night when it comes to, oh, my God, what's going to be wrong with the Giants? It's other things right now.
408 says you got to play the Fleming sound of that batting stance conversation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
408
Come
says,
on, Motown Frank.
408 says, bro, he's hurt. Let him get through the injury before we start talking about his stance. 408 says this coach giving pro hitting tips like Depop is telling someone to re-rack the 50-pound plates, dude. I know what I'm doing here. Re-rack the 50-pound plates.
Move your ass.
Do you lift today? Was today a lift day?
Today was lift day.
You going to lift while you're in Florida?
It's hard.
Is it hard?
Yeah, it's hard with all the sunny beaches and bloodies they got to drink.
You a bloody guy like your pops?
Yeah, unfortunately, I am.
I gave him his first bloody when he was 8. 916 checks in on the
probably did.
The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, personal baseball nostalgia does not qualify you to critique a professional batting stance.
Exactly.
Well, dude, you guys heard our guy last week, McCaskill.
Played a little ball.
Played a little ball.
Yeah, That's what I love about old school baseball fans.
I'm a D-backs fan. Yeah, I played a little ball.
Dude, they'll call in and be like, see, this is what I did back in the day when I was playing college ball. I was like, who cares? I mean, like, call in. We love you. But at the same time, like, just because it worked for you doesn't mean it's going to work for Rafael Devers. Come on now.
That's pretty funny. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Scarecrow, Mr. Negative, Mike, and Robert. We'll get to your calls.
Mr. Negative, I like that.
Mr. Negative, yeah. I wonder what he's coming with. We'll get to your calls when we come on back. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. More on the Giants. How we feeling right now? Do we think starting pitching could be a concern as we get closer to the All-Star break? Do you think a win like last night, that sort of pitching and that little of offense is sustainable to get them to the postseason? What is your biggest concern right now with the Giants, and where are you with Rafael Devers? We'll talk about it next, and then a nice big fat NBA grab bag. Dirty Work rolls on.
Grab bag.
It's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Still to come, an NBA grab bag of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Plus, we'll replay the Casey Schmidt interview we just did for you at 4:30, followed by JT Snow and then Andy Baggerly, and then Giants pregame for Game 2 of a 3-game series against the Phillies tonight out at Oracle Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Sports Leader. We're asking you guys how you're feeling in general about the Giants as we've got 5 games till the All-Star break. They get a good win last night, but still 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. You take the win. They don't hang pictures in the standings. Take it and you run with it. And you say, hey, that's a W, and another one against a team that's above 500. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go out to the phone lines here. We got Scarecrow in Sacramento. Scarecrow, how we feeling after last night's lineup, a more healthy Giants lineup?
Well, Tyler Fitzgerald isn't making that play at second base.
Yeah,
that's true.
Fair enough.
And the good news is that Casey Schmidt fills out the infield. You still have somewhat a hole in first base, and I wouldn't rush Devers at all because I think part of the problem is he might be a little out of shape, and all you're going to do is risk injuring him further. Maybe if you put him at first base and give him an entire spring training to go through it, you might actually have something there. But remember, he's a placeholder for Etheridge. We're hoping that Etheridge works out. I mean, but at least now, if he doesn't, it's not catastrophic. Okay, we have some people there. Even with Casey Schmidt there, even Flores really begins to look pretty good because he doesn't have to range as far. But no, the infield's looking fine. It's just the lack of depth that scares the hell out of me. They're one hamstring or busted up hand from being in big trouble. And I don't know how you draft that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hope is you get Koss back and maybe he plays some depth in the way that he was playing before he went down. But an injury there, like you just mentioned, a jammed up hand or a hit by pitch or a pulled hammy or something, you're in the same position that you were in a week ago or 3 days ago, right? I mean, that was it. They were down to they were literally down to a dude named Alcantara playing third base.
Oh God, that was
rough.
rough.
I was like, what the hell's going on here? Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. Thanks so much. Alcantara. I mean, that was just like a stopgap to hope you had room to get Casey Schmidt and Chapman back, and within 2 days or 3 days, they're both here.
I mean, yeah, like if there was an injury, you would get Brett Wisely in there or Christian Koss when he's healthy, but that happens in sports. Like, of course, when your main guys go down and someone else fills in, it's not going to be the same.
The Dodgers pitching staff this year has been chicken wire and bubblegum.
I mean, to Scarecrow's point, I remember a couple months ago when he called in after Brock Purdy signed his contract, and he was like, "Yeah, but what about the backup quarterback? We're not always thinking about I understand he had one on depth in sports, but Just deal with what you got right now. Everything's okay for the time being.
310 checks in and says, dude, the Giants will be fine with their pitching staff. The bats will have to be timely. And DiGiorno pizza sucks. What happened to the blueberry pie? Did you guys share it? That's a couple weeks ago. Yeah, we did get blueberry pie.
I had my fill.
Dude, Ron's hooking me with some cherry pie, I think, today.
I saw.
I texted you guys last night. I think it's a slice, though.
Get yourself a Ron.
You guys saw the text. It said, quote, healthy slice.
Yeah.
Ron.
That's fine. Have yourself a slice.
Ron, a big emoji texter, too. He shot the pie and cherry emojis in there.
I'm just saying, like, when you got the full-on pie and you teased me and Tim about it, you didn't bring it the next day. I was like, what the hell?
Well, it was lift day, and you guys, you're not entitled to pie. You're not entitled to any
But
pie.
you can't tease me with pie.
You're not entitled to said pie.
But you can't text a picture of pie and say, sorry, you're not getting any.
If it's like super healthy, totally bring some for me, please.
Yeah, I got you, Tim.
I'm asking nice.
Yeah, 209 says, imagine what the Giants starting rotation would look like if Farhan didn't trade away Matt Boyd for peanuts. Dude, they traded Matt Boyd in 2022. I think he signed 2 contracts since then. He signed a 3-year deal or a 2-year with a 1.
I'm not going to remember Matt
before
Boyd.
this year because he never threw a game for the Giants. They signed him while he was injured in the offseason. Then they traded him for 2 minor leaguers before he ever pitched in 2022. Then he hung like an ERA of 5 and change. Then he went back to Detroit. Then he went to Cleveland last year, and I think just this year he signed with the Cubs. And he was really good with Cleveland last year and really good with the Cubs. But, dude, that was 3 years ago. The guy wasn't even signed. He was only under contract for a year.
Revisionist history.
What are you talking about? He might not have been here after that year anyway.
I guess that guy's probably still pissed about Zach Wheeler.
I mean, yeah, and without Farhan, you wouldn't have Roop either. You know what I mean? Or Birdsong, or
a lot of these guys, man.
Or, I mean, I'm sure there's
anybody that has any success the second they leave is just
Joey
Bart. I want Joey Bart back.
Yeah, I wasn't a Farhan guy.
Yeah,
Patrick Bailey's a Farhan guy, but still, Joey Bart's not putting up big numbers or anything like that. Let's go back out to the phone lines here at 808 KNBR. Mr. Negative is in Burlingame. What's up, Mr. Negative? Are you a camera guy, or you get some negative thoughts? You're on the Sports Leader.
Okay, so Mr. Negative's my nickname. My real name's Mark Maloof from Burlingame, but just call me Mr. Negative.
Okay, we'll do, Mr. Negative.
I'll call you Negative. Mr. Negative's my father.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mr. Negative.
What you got, bro?
All right. So I'm
Jolly
seeing
guy.
red today, and yeah, I know, right? The world's bringing me down, and the world is collapsing because the Giants are collapsing. And I'll give you the main reason they are. And when you stand up Will Clark, which he did, Will Clark's being nice. He's being nice by sugarcoating it. I think we'll sugarcoat it. But when you stand up Will Clark, it's like standing up Ted Williams, who's saying, hey, come down to the ballpark. Let me give you a little bit of hitting tips. That's how I feel. And now we're tipping around Devers because he's sensitive, and we got to change it.
Yeah. You're dropping off, Mr. Negative. We lost you, man. You're breaking up. I mean, I understand what he said. You can give us a call back, Mr. Negative. The connection was all wonky there. You're getting a little robotic there.
I mean, I get it. I get it. Like
you're saying, Will's just being nice, dude. I don't know. I've met Will Clark several times, and I've had a lot of conversation with Will. Will's not a guy who's like mincing words for the sake of keeping a guy happy. He's also going to take the side of the player. He's also like, I understand what's happening. So I'm going to take Will at face value, because if Will were really pissed, he would tell you he was really pissed.
Exactly. Like
he doesn't give a damn. You know what I mean? Like
he was joking around that clip, and we'll play it later. But I understand Giants fans love Will Clark. A lot of them want him to manage the team. But also, like when they hear like Rafael Devers, who just showed up, is going to blow him off, people are like, you can't do that to Will. You can't do that to the Thrill. I get it. I understand. But take Will for his word. And yes, we'll play the clip later. He's joking around when he says, I'll grab you by the neck next time. Like, he probably...
I don't care if I got to come in there and get you myself.
Exactly.
Will,
I'm sure he felt a little disrespect that he didn't come out there, but also he's a former ball player. He understands. So I think we're making a little too big of a deal of that right now.
Yeah, the context of it, look, I don't know that the whole thing's been reported correctly. I don't know that all the information's out there, nor do I really care unless it is problematic. But, I mean, unless it's problematic to the point where, like, he's not getting the work in that he needs to. And, you know, I don't know if they're trying to portray, if Boston media is looking at that and going, well, see, he's not going to play first for them either. He's already said he would. He's already gone and did work. He was taking ground balls 2 days before that and 3 days before that, right after he showed up. This wasn't about standing up Will Clark. There was more to this. Mr. Negative, we got you back on the line here after you faded out. We sort of disagree with you, Mr. Negative, in terms of Will just saying it to keep him happy. Like, if Will were pissed, he would tell you he was pissed.
Yeah, I believe that. Is my connection okay?
Yeah, you're better, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, you know, when we traded for him, we were all, this is the biggest trade since Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Well, that's an insult to Barry, because Barry's like the greatest hitter of all time. But I'll go back. Devers, I was watching a Sunday night game, didn't run out that grounder. He went back to the dugout. Alex Cora asked him, well, you know, are you hurt? Did you not, you know, like what happened? And he kind of dismissed Alex Cora, and Alex Cora was perplexed and upset. And it's only a matter of time. If it doesn't happen this year, it's going to happen a year from now or 2 years from now. This guy ain't good for the clubhouse. And I think it's no coincidence the Giants started going downhill once he arrived. I know it's like a small sample, and you can't, but he is not good for the clubhouse, and we're tiptoeing around him. And I say, if you can unload him, unload him.
They can't. They won't. But I appreciate the call, Mr. Negative. I mean,
that's way too early
I don't know how
to
to
say
dispute
that.
I don't know. But what kind of take did you expect from a guy, Mr. Negative? I mean, what did you think he was going to say?
Maybe a little positive, but at the same time,
that's a whole lot of projection for a guy who's been here for 20 games and you don't really know much about it all.
That's a take that says, hey, well, if it doesn't work out, if it's not going to work out later, we just don't know when it's not going to work out.
I mean,
I guess.
That's a guy who's a diehard Giants fan. He doesn't like that Will Clark was disrespected in his belief.
By the way, to say that it was disrespectful to say he's the best acquisition since Bonds, but then to call Will Clark Ted Williams is a little hilarious.
Yeah, I would
That's
say
a little. You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth there,
I would
Mr.
agree with
Nate.
that as well.
Look, I'm not crapping on Ted at Will Clark whatsoever. Nor am I crapping on Devers. It's the best talent they've acquired since Bonds. Maybe Carlos Beltran, but people remember that in a negative light.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm not saying Devers is Barry Bonds. I'm saying level of talent best acquired since Bonds. But you said standing up Will Clark is like standing up Ted Williams. And I'd say you want to go talk to Ted Williams. He's in a freezer in Arizona. 808 KNBR is the number to call.
Just real quick to finish on that. I mean, like, he's also citing things from Alex Cora and what Brian
This
Kenny.
is before he got here.
Yeah, exactly. Like what Brian Kenny was talking about with Rafael Devers. Until Rafael Devers gets into a fight with Bob Melvin or Buster Posey.
Refuses to do something.
Exactly. Like, let's all calm down. Maybe this will blow up.
2 years ago, they liked him enough to give him $330 million after 7 years in the bigs.
Yes.
They liked him that much. They were okay with him enough to be the one homegrown dude that they hitched their wagon to.
I would say until Susan Slusser or Andrew Bagley comes out with an article that says Rafael Devers refuses to play first base and can't get along with Bob Melvin, everybody in the clubhouse or Buster Posey, everybody, calm your boobies.
Ready for this? You got to stop with that one. Now, how about we got a counter here? Mr. Positive is in Danville.
Okay, all
What's up, Mr. Positive? You're on the Sports Leader.
Is it Young Tony?
Hey, guys. Mr. Positive. I'm on the freeway. Headed to Tahoe for the American Century Championship. So I'm in a good mood.
Beautiful.
Yeah. But I got to say, the guy, Mr. Negative or whatever, he sounds like the type of guy that's like 50, maybe above, and still gets autographs and calls guys Mr. Bonds or, Mr. Devers.
Yeah,
he sounds a little bit like that.
Well, the fellas coming at each other.
Yeah.
You see this? Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not too worried. The only thing I'm worried about, possibly, and I'm curious what you guys think about it, is if the Giants could be ticked off at Will Clark. Like, what are you doing shooting your mouth off on social media? Because this stuff gets back to the guys. Like, it's on Instagram and all that stuff. So I'm not freaking out, but it's probably like, come on, dude, you're Will Clark. Like, you're causing unnecessary drama. I'm just wondering if they could take it that way. We're trying to get this guy to ease in.
Well, he's almost responding to the drama that was put out by it's Boston Media, WEEI, and Will Fleming said it on a radio show. So, like, Eric Burns asked Will Clark about it, and he said, "Let me clarify this now. Let me tell you the story." So Will puts it out there. I think we'll play the sound for you. I think the tone of Will Clark in it, he's being facetious and funny at the end, and he's being very Will.
Yeah.
But he's being pretty straightforward. Like, I don't think Will Clark's the guy who has the ability to hide what he's feeling and thinking, and he's also a player's guy. Like, he's not going to do anything to show the Giants in a bad light. Like, he's tied to the team. He likes being around.
Yeah, and Mr. Positive, I hear you, but Will Clark was always going to talk. Like, the Giants can say what they want to say, but no one's going to muzzle him. Like, he's said a lot of things throughout the years. He's always been supportive of the franchise, but, he's called out Farhan. He's called out managers. The Giants won't do anything to Will Clark.
Actually, thanks for correcting me there. And I'm calling you guys out because got 2 cutie pies live on the air.
What's up? We lost him. He hung out. Got 2 cutie pies live on the air.
Well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
I'll take that as a compliment, dude.
Okay, we got Mr. Negative. We got Mr. Positive. All we need is Mr. KNBR.
Go ahead.
Do we notice a difference between the two voices? Could it be possible that Mr. Negative was Mr. Positive?
No, I don't think it can't possibly be the same guy. They were on the line at the same time.
Oh.
503 says, if this really happened, why is it coming out now and not 2 weeks ago? I have a hard time believing this is all true. Well,
I believe it's true.
One side said it, and then Will Clark gave the side of the... Should we just play the Will Clark audio in a few minutes? I mean, we got it. We will play it for you. I'm just saying, this did happen. But to say he stood him up, and that's the report out there, there's images now I've seen where Devers looks... They're using a pissed-off look on his face for a photo that says he stood up Will Clark to get work in first base. They're following this story because they think the negative part of this is a story.
Of course, man.
Will Clark,
it sells.
Will Clark already said, he didn't want to go do it. It's funny, if you think about it in the way Will talks about it, it's almost as though he didn't want to cause any more drama. He was ready to move on. He didn't want to talk about Boston at all in his introductory presser. Every time they asked him, his responses were, I'm moving forward. I want to move forward. This is my organization. I'll do whatever they tell me to do or ask me to do. And then, by the way, stood up from that microphone, went out and worked at first base.
Yeah.
They waited for Will to get here. He wasn't there for the first couple days. When he did get here, Boston was here. And you know where first baseman is? Right in front of the Boston dugout. If he's out there taking grounders at first, it's even more drama and BS that he has to deal with the Boston media. And he had to answer questions all weekend from them. So I get him saying, I'm in a new place. I'm putting that behind me. I don't want to deal with this. I don't know why any of us care. Will doesn't feel disrespected. Then what? Why does everybody else give a damn?
Because it's the narrative. It's a talking point where people say, like, see what Rafael Devers did in Boston. He's doing the same thing to the Giants right now by pissing off Will Clark. That's not what happened. It's a good story. It'll get clicks and attention, but it's not real.
Yeah. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We're going to take a quick break. And we're going to move on to some other stuff. Should we take more of these calls here?
I said let's take more of these calls. You know what? Let's play the audio that we've been alluding to.
We'll play the audio for you when we come on back. Mike, Robert, Baseball Bobby. Dude, Mr. Neutral's on the line now, too.
I'm loving this.
Dude, we had
I'm loving this.
Mr. Negative, Mr. Positive, Mr. Neutral. It reminds me of that. There's a Mitch Hedberg joke where he goes, yeah, I can't remember if he's talking about a band or a food or something. He goes, people either love it or they hate it. Or they think it's okay. Yep. That's all the options there. Mike, Robert, Baseball Bobby, Mr. Neutral. We'll get to your calls at 808 KNBR. Where are you on the Devers sound? We've got the Devers, the newest Devers scandal about he and Will Clark coming up next. And then a grab bag, a takes and trivia. Who else do we have? Casey Schmidt, Bags, and JT Snow. Nice end of the show here for the next hour and a half or so. Next 2 hours, yeah. Tim's takes, can't wait. It's all coming up. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
In the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon, our favorite day of the show. How about that?
If we ever get to the grab bag.
Well, we will on the Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia.
Grab bag.
That's all coming up right around the corner. Let's get to the sound first because everybody's like, I think everybody needs to hear the sound because people are going, well, I don't know if this actually happened. Are we sure this is true? Here's what it sounded like. So Will Fleming, Dave's brother, play-by-play guy for the Red Sox, was on with WEEI in Boston, and he is skeptical that Devers is going to work out. At least his tone is skeptical, and he's alluding to some skepticism about how this will work out with Devers long-term with the Giants, which, again, it's funny that Red Sox fans are so up in arms now, and the radio hosts are so upset about Devers now, when a couple of years ago, he was the guy that the franchise was willing to bank their future on. Not Mookie Betts, not Xander Bogaerts. It was this guy. It was Rafael Devers. And now the Giants have him and the contract. Here's what Will Fleming, broadcaster for the Red Sox, had to say on WEEI about the Devers-Will Clark situation.
They think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's Dave Fleming's brother maybe adds to it a little bit, but at the same time, it's
What do you mean adds to it a little bit?
Just the fact that it's Will Fleming. Dave Fleming calls the games for the Giants, and we're gonna maybe talk to Dave later. I don't feel like we need to bring this up with him, but just the fact that he knows him. I'm sure Dave got some intel from Will, but at the same time, I don't know. Like, just because of experiences in Boston doesn't mean that it's going to be the same thing here. Like, it'd be annoying if people in Miami, and they did, like Tim Hardaway Sr. said the same thing about
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we don't need to hear everything about what happened in Miami.
You thought he'd be a cancer to the locker room. Yeah.
I did. And so far, so good. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. There could come a day where Jimmy Butler's mad, but it hasn't happened yet. We're making something out of nothing right now because of what Rafael Devers did in Boston. And yes, he did not come out to work with Will Clark one day, but Will Clark's not taking offense to it. So why should everybody else?
So real quick, it's what he said. Everybody misspeaks. Everybody says whatever they're saying. Will Fleming, and I don't know this for a fact, but he was there day 2 for the Cleveland series, or was he in Seattle when Boston was in Seattle?
Yeah.
This was series 2. Like, Devers had been there day 1 for the presser, and he went out and he worked on the field after. He was there day 2 before the game, went out and worked on the field at first base. Day 3, day game against Cleveland, did not go out and work on the field because it's a day game. 510 says it's not going to work, guys. He doesn't have a position and is hard-headed. What does not going to work mean? What does that mean? You think he's going to hit 240 with a 700 OPS
and we don't know
for the remainder?
We don't know that he's hard-headed with this team yet.
I don't know what everybody's talking. By the way, there's so many images of him hanging in the dugout, like smiling and laughing. And like I know people are frustrated with his performance, but where's this turn on Devers 2 weeks in? He's 3 weeks into the Devers run.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm against everybody on this one. This is a little too aggressive. I know that everybody loves Will Clark, but Will Clark's not butthurt about this.
I don't get the assured, like, everybody, this is not going to work, guys. I don't think this is going to work out. If he doesn't have a position, he's a DH. That's baseball now. You may not like it, but the guy was the leading vote getter in the American League at DH before he was traded over with a 900 OPS, and he played every game so far this year, and he was leading the league in walks. Like, I don't know what – he hadn't had a fall off. He was in a slump when he got here. He's hit safely in his last 5 games. He's walked more. He's driven in 3. He struck out 3 times in his last 5 games. Like, I just don't understand. Everyone says there seems to be a lot going on. It seems to be a lot of Boston running their mouth. 6-2-3.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot going on. It feels like this isn't a story, because if it were, Pavlovich would have written about it. Susan would have written about it. Brisbee would have written about it. Shea would have,
Justice.
Everybody, doesn't seem like this is problematic. We haven't heard anything about any fracture in the locker room or in the clubhouse since he's gotten here. He's just not 100%. But people are like, he stood up Will Clark. Why are you taking their word for it? Why don't we take Will's word for it? Here's what Will Clark had to say on what do they call this? The he and Burns? Something 22s, right?
I forget. I'll get you the podcast right after we play it.
It's a No Filter Network. Here's Eric Burns and our guy Will Clark, and Will's sort of explaining what happened.
So Adames comes over here to San Francisco. Who's he playing? He's playing the Red Sox, right? Especially for the autism night. I came out early 3 days in a row, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to work with him around first base because he is.
So with Devers,
correct, right? So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what the happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with what went on in Boston, and now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bullshit through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. From the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
That's just Will being Will.
That's Will being Will. But what I'm saying is, 801, what a tool. Dude, you guys, relax. We talked about this. How much did we talk about how funny it would be if he played first base in that series against the Red Sox? I said, ooh, that would be such a good slap in the face. He did not want there to be further drama around this situation.
Yeah.
He was ready to cut ties and didn't want that to continue. I don't know how that makes him a tool. Maybe it's bad communication. Maybe the Giants should have said something to Will before. Maybe they spoke after the fact. Maybe who knows about the groin injury? But for you guys to sit back and go, this guy's a tool. He didn't go out and work with Will Clark. Like, get out of here, man. What are we talking about?
I know.
What's the issue here?
And it sounds like, I'm looking at the guest coordinator right now. Will Clark will join the morning show on Friday at 9 o'clock. So he'll talk more about this, and I'm sure he'll blow it off like it's not that big of a deal, guys. Next time I see him, though, I would appreciate if he come out and we work together on playing first base. But until Will Clark makes it an issue, I don't think you guys should make it an issue either.
Yeah, Will's like, I know what happened. I know what the F happened.
Yeah, he
said he didn't want to deal with any of that.
Players.
Didn't want to deal with any of that other bull ass. Like that's Will telling you what's going on. Take Will's word for it. He's a straight shooter, one of the realest dudes. He's not gonna, like, if Will were pissed at this guy, he would tell you. Yeah. And that's not what he's telling you. He's saying, I get the player. He got traded here 2 days ago from a city that he lived in for a decade.
I know.
And had never been anywhere else. Let him, Will's not frustrated by it. Nobody else is frustrated by it.
You, me, Marcus, and B. Smith were at that Sunday game versus Boston.
Yeah.
Will was 2 boxes over. He didn't look pissed to me.
He didn't look pissed to me. We were there. Right. Will was 2 boxes over there when we had our sweet day over at the ballpark.
And as I said earlier, Will Clark is never muzzled. If he was pissed, it would have been scorched earth from day one. He would have called out Rafael Devers for being lazy and all these things. So because this was brought up today by Will Fleming, he addressed it because Eric Burns asked him. And he gave you an honest answer. And then he's being tongue-in-cheek at the end by saying, I'm going to grab him by his effing neck. That's just Will Clark.
You guys rooted for Barry Bonds for 20 years, and now you're upset about this guy showing up Will Clark. What are you talking about? What the hell's wrong with you guys? You guys are all of a sudden, now you got to have nice guys on the team, too? Forget the nice guys. Give me some a-holes that can play.
Seriously.
What happened to that? You know what I mean? What happened to going and winning ball games and being hard-nosed? You think Jeff Kent's some buddy-buddy? You know what I mean? You think Jeff Kent was the sweetest dude on the planet?
Yeah.
Barry and Jeff got into a physical altercation in the dugout.
I feel like we got the nice guys.
Won the pennant. The nice guys are covered. You got your Adamses. You got your Chapman. You got your Wilmer Floreses. You got your Ramoses. You got your Casey Schmitz, who joined us earlier. He'll join us again at 4:30. We'll play it for you. Forget it. Who cares? I like a dude who's chapped, who, by the way, all the reports about him when he showed up, he doesn't want to be necessarily the face. He doesn't want to be the forefront guy. He doesn't need all these endorsements. Doesn't need to be the superstar that you're putting all over everything. Mm-hmm. He just wants to go play ball. And in his last 7 games, he's hitting .320 with an OPS of 855 or something like that. So I don't understand this whole, I've got to have a nice guy and he's got to respect the guys that were my heroes before. Will's not pissed. Why are you pissed?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I don't give a damn. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Let's go to Baseball Bobby. Baseball Bobby's in Salinas. I think we lost our Mr. Neutral.
Oh, no.
Baseball Bobby's in Salinas. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up,
Mr.
dude?
Neutral, I think he stole his thunder.
You think
I don't know. This is a bad look for the other Fleming brother. They sound just bitter. The Boston fans just sound bitter that they lost the player. And, it's a bad look on their part. The Giants have a history of having guys that are, like Barry, maybe not the nicest guys in the world. All of a sudden, Barry rubbed everybody the wrong way. You know what I mean? He rubbed everybody the wrong way, but he could play. Devers, make no mistake about it, the Devers trade is massive for the Giants.
Yep.
I didn't even look at it as a trade. This is the only way we're going to sign free agent hitters to come to San Francisco, is to find guys that are under contract, that don't have a no trade clause in their contract, and try to trade for them, because we can't sign guys to come in to hit here. To me, you got to love Will Clark. You cannot you cannot dislike the guy. He's as real and as redneck as it gets, and I just absolutely love him. Over there, you're going to be over there, didn't have the ball over there. And hey, believe me, if he was mad, he would have told him straight up. He'd have told him he was mad.
We'd all know if Will was pissed.
These guys, yeah, exactly. He's going to tell him. Will's never been a guy that doesn't say what he's thinking at any time, even if it's bad look on his part. But to me, this sounds like a bitter Red Sox franchise. It sounds like a bitter Fleming brother, and they lost their franchise guy, and now they're looking to just sully his name and make him look like the bad guy all of a sudden. He is going to be an absolute stud in San Francisco, an absolute stud. He's been in one city for 10 years. He's making a move across the country. Like, let him settle in, let him get his feet under him, and this guy's going to be a stud. He's going to be an absolute stud. I don't understand where these people are coming in and freaking out about this tiny little sample size that, the guy probably still is living out of his suitcase, living out of boxes.
Right.
Let him get settled, let him get his feet under him, and he's going to rake. He's going to absolutely rake. And Buster making this move for the Giants, it was brilliant. And this really is the only way we're going to be able to get hitters in San Francisco is to trade for them who don't have a trade, no trade contract, so that they can't block it. They're not going to sign with us. They're not going to come here, without being basically forced. And Barry, you can't say that Devers is Barry. No, he's not. But this still is the biggest trade since Barry Bonds, and that's absolutely true. And thinking that Devers has to be this great guy, Barry was not a great guy. He was not a great guy, but he could play, and that's all that we really cared about in San Francisco. He could flat out hit, and we hope that Devers does the same thing.
That's all I got. That's it. Good call. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Call anytime, baseball, Bobby. That's what it comes down to. I didn't even like that. I didn't even think we were going to give this much attention today. I thought we'd talk about it in the soiree because I really, when I saw the quotes this morning, I went, this is a non-story.
Yeah.
But it's obviously rankled some Giants fans to the point where how dare they betray Will Clark, or he do that to Will Clark. He didn't do nothing to Will Clark, man.
Well, that's the thing that people see, like Rafael Devers, who just got here, who has a history in Boston, disrespects Will Clark. That's not what's going down here. And also, I liked everything that Baseball Bobby just said. I also don't think you can say that Will Fleming is bitter. He experienced it. It's his own experience. Yeah. I don't think it's fair for Will Fleming to say, like, they don't know this guy, they don't know what they're in for.
Don't forget, Will Fleming also, as Dave told, fluent in Spanish, so had a different relationship with Devers, too.
No, absolutely. But at the same time, Will Fleming doesn't know what's going to happen here. It could be a totally different situation. At the same time, we have to take everybody for their word that what went on in Boston. Rafael Devers wasn't a good teammate at times, but also wasn't good communication from the Boston Red Sox at the same time as well. So it is what it is. I know people are going to be up in arms today because it seems like Will Clark was disrespected. I'm going to say this ad nauseum, I guess, because we have to. Will Clark is not upset, so you guys shouldn't be either.
I was going to say, it's like saying the Boston Red Sox front office and manager of the team are in a vacuum, and so the Giants and the Giants front office and the Giants managers are exactly the same, and so therefore, that's what why Devers is. It's like it's such a nothing. It's a nothing.
You know what I mean? You just gotta. Again, it's about we're talking like the difference between being a good dude and people think they know based on what you see on TV. This kind of comes back to my Willie Mack Award thing from yesterday. I'm like, what do any of us know about what's going on behind the scenes? And like, you like to see him out there. You'd like to see him have that relationship with some of these players, with your elders. I do that today, dude. I was walking out of my house on my way here, ran into, dude, how about this? I get flagged down by two women, dude, two very elderly women right outside of Chinatown as I'm walking towards the Muni station. No joke. They couldn't pull the car. This woman flagged me down. She couldn't pull her Tesla in on a parallel park. She had it like 8 feet, like not 8 feet, like 4 feet from the curb. And one woman who barely speaks any English is asking me if I'll help her friend. And I was like, I'd like drive your car, like park this car. And she says, have you driven a Tesla before? I said, I've never driven a Tesla before. She goes, let me show you. I said, miss, I don't know if I should touch your car. Like this isn't mine. She goes, I'm 84 years old. I've been doing this for 35 minutes. People are coming by. They're like honking at her. Here's the funny part. I get into her front seat and she's so tiny. I like move her seat back. She's like, let me show you how to get the Tesla started. Dude, she like sat on my lap like a little kid in the front seat of the car. I had to get her out of I had to physically help her get out of the car, but they were thrilled. They needed help. You gotta help people out sometimes when you're on the street. And then you know what happened? She helped me out. We go to the trunk And she's got it there in the trunk.
Dude,
she goes, it's the NBA grab bag, and we do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
You got me.
Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dude, maybe the biggest reaction we've ever gotten as to how we obtained the NBA grab bag from yesterday.
Well, I didn't know if you were going to go that route at first. I was like, this is a legit story.
Okay, I got to put this out there real quick. As true as all the other grab bag stories are, because they are true, of course.
Of course,
I mean, they're all true.
Of course,
this one was very true. this one
was more true.
This one was more true than any of the other ones. Even it actually happened. I did.
So
nice
you
older
drove
woman.
the car.
I parked it. It was already in a parking space, kind of, but she was far from the curb. And she asked me, I felt really bad. It really, it was a very wholesome.
That's a tough situation.
It was a very wholesome moment after they flagged me down on the street and I helped them. When she said she was 84, 85, her name was Ling. She was very sweet.
Yeah.
She said, I've been sitting here for 35 minutes, and people are flying down Broadway and honking at her.
Yeah,
And,
that's
I was
rough.
like, come on,
That's
dude.
rough.
This old woman's here. She's trying to get it. Anyway, the funny thing was her trying to sit next to me and on my lap in the car to try to show me how the Tesla itself worked.
Yeah.
As I told you before, as Trump said, everything's computer. Frankly, it's different than a regular car. Anyway, people checking in. 415 says, Copes is such a D with his grab bag stories. I love it. 623 says, holy S, did that actually happen? Yes. Wait, it was so detailed. I would have just taken a ride in the Tesla. I was in said Tesla. What a misdirect from Copes, says 530. That's pretty good. Thought John Quinones was going to stop in What Would You Do style.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's a good show. But in the end, I mean, you just did it because you're a good Samaritan. But at the end of the day, you would have been you would love to take some pie in return for that.
Well, I thought about going full Devers and just standing up them like he stood up Clark. You know what I mean? I thought about being like, you know what? I'm getting my Devers on today.
No. I'm not buying this whole routine from old ladies. You're so sweet and helpless, and then out of nowhere you come and get me, and then Ron's gonna try to eat me. I know your plans.
Dude, he's not fattening me up to eat me. 510.
I think so.
Derek's sharp. You can't throw anything by him.
No.
Dude,
I'm saying no to old ladies all the time.
Here's where Here's where I know it's good is if I get Derek. If I can get Derek at all, I think I've done a good job.
Well, if you saw my face where I was saying the story, I'm like, when's the grab bag coming? Because I didn't know if you were going to incorporate it into the story, but I was like, at the end, I was like, and was the grab bag in the car? But then at the end, you got it, and I was like, all right, you got me.
408 says you duped me, Copes. Yeah. 530 says I thought Teslas parked themselves. Not this one, and I wouldn't be shocked if this woman didn't know all the bells and whistles. 408 says the softball setup was the best one, but that was good.
Yeah, the one a couple weeks ago.
That was kind of scary because remember the guy ran at me. He said, "Copes."
I know all these guys are running at you.
People on the calendar,
Yeah, people on the calendar.
You never know if it's going to be the grab bag of the calendar.
281 says a legendary grab bag moment. I was so invested in that Tesla story. And there you go. People say they got duped. Anyway, we do it every week. It's a subscription service, which is why it was such a shock to me that Ling had it in her Tesla today on Broadway at the corner of Broadway and Stockton after I parked it. She said, "Come here, I got something for you." I thought she was going to hand me some cash or something.
Or a pie.
Or a pie. It turns out it was this big old potato sack looking thing. It's got 3 words on it. Really, it's 2 words and an acronym. It's stenciled on the side of the bag, and it reads NBA Grab Bag.
Time now for the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA grab.
Oh, it's the NBA Grab Bag delivered today by Ling. And we start with, of course, the NBA. According to Mark Stein, the Warriors are the frontrunners to bring back guard DeAnthony Melton. Melton was a solid signing for the Warriors last season, playing in 6 games before tearing his ACL. The Warriors traded Melton as part of the Dennis Schroeder trade last December.
The NBA is so funny because it's we talked about, hey, Brandon Ayuk, could you move him after he was hurt? If somebody traded for Ayuk, you'd be shocked. He tore his ACL, and
I know.
Some other team was like, we'll take him. It just makes sense for us financially.
Yeah, because the NBA, you can move salaries
It's
that
so
easily.
Weird. It's so weird.
I mean, I remember a couple years ago, the Cleveland Browns trying to, they traded for Brock Osweiler, then wanted to trade him again, and the NFL's like, you can't do that. Yeah, the NBA did it all the time where someone's hurt, you just try to get rid of that salary, so a bad team just takes on, that salary. But DeAnthony Melton, not a bad pickup. I guess now that Jonathan Kuminga's not going to net you anything, so he's going to talk to teams this week. It sounds like it's going to trend in the direction of him coming back. So if they don't get a guard in return for the trade and he sticks around, DeAnthony Melton's not a bad option.
It's sort of funny. That's when things sort of fell apart. I know he only played 6.
Yeah.
But they were, what? I think he'd missed a little time at the beginning of the year anyway, didn't he?
I think so.
I don't think he played in every game at first, and then he joined the team. And then
he was solid, though.
He was solid. And people, I didn't know. They started, 12-4, was that right?
Yes.
Last season, and so we're like, damn, they're deep, and then they got Melton back, and then everything fell apart once he got hurt, and I thought, this was the linchpin for all this? This guy's played 6 games as the linchpin, but Sure enough, they end up making the move later on for Butler. Schroeder is now, after playing for 3 teams, played pretty well for Detroit in the postseason as well. But I'll tell you what, I'd take Milton back. That's a good ad.
No,
like that.
Not bad at all. If you get him, if you get Al Horford, and you keep Jonathan Kuminga, and he knows his role. Not a bad offseason.
They're good ads. I don't know if any of it changes the way I feel about their peak for this season.
Yeah, I think right now they're probably looking at a 4 seed, 5 seed in the West, but we'll see what happens.
By the way, the woman who delivered the bag to me today, Ling, and it just made me think of, didn't Brian Fantana, what's the name of the panda? Yeah. He is the Ming Ling, the rare panda.
Yeah.
Just keeps messing up the name,
yes.
right? Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Draymond Green, staying on the hardwood, took to social media for a series of posts of how the new CBA has ruined NBA free agency. In the 5-post thread, Draymond starts off by saying, "Dear Diary," kind of a weird way to do that, criticizes players for not understanding the market, then clarifies, saying that the players he's talking about is not Jonathan Kuminga, and then ponders himself, should I do a podcast on this topic? That's what I thought, where Draymond, you're wasting your time with all these posts, just do a whole episode with Baron Davis.
Wait, so his whole take is that
he is baffled that some guys are settling for certain contracts when they could be making more or whatever it is, and the people understand the aprons and whatnot. Bottom line is Draymond is extremely smart when it comes to the game of basketball, how it's played, how he could potentially coach one day, and how he knows how the business works. But then he takes to social media and kind of calls out players for not understanding the same thing, and then wonders, should I be doing this in the first place? Should I just be talking about this on my podcast?
So
and I'm wondering the same thing.
Yeah, probably should, because everybody's going to assume you're talking about Kuminga when you aren't doing that. So you had to be like, I'm not talking Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, I don't know. He's going to do a pod about something at some point. Should I do a podcast about this? Like, I guess, Draymond, do whatever you want.
Yeah, but also it's you're probably on vacation. You and Baron Davis, I haven't seen a podcast in quite some time, so I don't know. You can get your thoughts out on social media.
How's he going to do it without Baron's availability? You know what I mean?
Gotta be honest, I enjoyed Draymond's podcast way more when Baron Davis was not on it.
He was never really on it anyway. Just kind of.
No, I know, but now it's basically like the Draymond Green podcast with Baron Davis. Draymond was fine before.
By the way, you see we got summer. Speaking of the NBA grab bag, you see we got summer league right now.
Oh yeah, look at that
summer league up here over in San Francisco.
Yeah,
at Chase Center. Boy, there's more people on
packed
the
house.
There's more people on the court than there are in the stands. You see that?
I know.
Jesus,
yeah.
It's an empty game. Anyway, you got Tui's up there. Who's the other guy they drafted? Will Richard?
Yeah,
he's
Will
playing
Richard.
Lil Richard?
Yeah.
They're both starting in this game, Will Richard and...
Please tell me they didn't drag Tom to do these games.
And Alex Tui. That'd be good, dude. Tom would not be having it, dude.
He's done it before, man. He's done it before.
Tom talking Tui.
Yeah.
A little windy on the bridge today, guys.
Dude. Might be calling this game from home, fellas. Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Hey, what do you know? More hardwood. 15 years ago.
Grab bag.
I don't like this. I don't
15,
like it.
Yeah, hold on. It's anniversary. 15 years ago today. You know what happened, Copes?
What?
LeBron James.
It's like young Tony was born.
Spoke to Jim Gray in a room full of children from the Boys and Girls Club of America to announce he's taking his talents to South Beach. Now, the whole thing made him a villain and whatnot. I don't think you can blame LeBron James for this 15 years later. There's a lot of stuff you can blame LeBron James for. We can say he's cheesy and corny and all these things. He was a young kid. He was given an opportunity to announce his free agency to the world. Jim Gray has done this before. People don't remember that when Eric Dickerson was traded to the Indianapolis Colts, he went on ESPN Live that night to announce that the trade went down. He was doing the same thing. I don't blame LeBron James. It was a bad look, but anybody in his situation would have done the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have done the same thing, except that he was offered the money for it, right?
He was offered the money, but also he was extremely young.
It's more about what he did in that the decision, right? The not 5, not 6.
Well, yeah, that was the announcement.
That was the announcement
weeks
later. But he did the decision thing and take my talents to South Beach, and then did the other spectacle after.
Yeah,
like it just seemed. I mean, I don't know that everybody would do that. You say he did what anybody would have done. Maybe.
With the guy,
he did it to leave Cleveland too, which was what was so weird about it. I'm just a kid from Akron, and then.
Now I'm in South
Beach.
You remember the PA announcer going, "These 3 kings here," because they were talking about Bosch and Wade.
He was right about the not 5, not 6, though. He was right. He nailed that.
Only
not
2.
7. Yeah.
Only 2.
Went to 4 straight, but
should have been 1.
Lost the outside 2, right? Lost to San Antonio and they beat San Antonio. Lost to Dallas. Then what was the last one?
San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio. They beat them once and then lost to them once,
yes,
right? Yeah.
And then beat OKC, obviously.
Game 6, Ray Allen 3.
No, but what I'm saying, though, is like anybody in his position, as far as like, he was the biggest free agent of all time up to that point. Yeah, you're not going to pass that up. He didn't realize how villainous he was going to be, though, afterwards.
No, I don't think he knew that either. I mean, burning his jersey in Cleveland, the prodigal son, tells you what he thought. He had to go back. He just had to go back and get him one.
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he goes back next season.
I don't know. Whatever. I hope we get a TV special. Moving on in the NBA grab bag. Is it all NBA?
No, it's not.
If so, I'm not parking Ling's car ever again.
All right. Moving on to the NBA grab bag.
And to watch.
There you go. ESPN will have Pat McAfee and his crew doing an alternate broadcast of the Home Run Derby. Your thoughts, Copes?
They're not bad when they're getting better and more entertaining.
Yeah.
In terms of how our show has a sound to it that's different than the other shows on KNBR.
Yes,
we're a
it
little
does.
bit looser. We're more podcasty. I think we're more casual in the way that we riff and go about talking about sports in general. Like we get into the topics, but we're not in the weeds.
We're
in
less
the same
professional.
Way.
Yes.
Yes. That's exactly what I was looking for. We don't take our jobs seriously. It's exactly what I was trying to hit on. The Pat McAfee show, whereas when it first started on ESPN, you and I talked a lot about it. How are they ever going to do basketball? How are they ever going to do MLB and talk about other stuff? They've become fairly interesting in that some of the guys who are part of his producing team in the universe that they have are, bigger fans of baseball, are bigger fans of the NBA. Their relationship with Shams is really funny.
Yes.
Their relationship with Passan is really funny.
Yeah.
And so they've got some really, it used to me, just be all the Aaron Rodgers crap, and it got too much for me. Now I watch it fairly regularly. I don't even know who all the cast members are, but they have some fun and light conversations about topics that he's genuinely at times asking questions and you're getting good answers to because he understands sports and wants to learn more. I'm okay with it. I'm sure there are diehards about certain sports that are upset hearing them not know and they think they're idiots because they should know X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Football is their forte, but they've become more intriguing and more interesting to me in how they go about covering stuff. They're pretty funny.
No, I mean,
they've got a sound and they've got a way about them that is entertaining.
Pat has got it more knowledgeable about basketball and baseball. But yeah, I mean, that show primarily was football when they were more podcast oriented. But now that they're on ESPN, they're going to, they're going to have Jeff Passan on. They're going to have Shams Charania on. So I had no issue with this. It's not on the main broadcast. I don't know if Chris Berman's doing it this year, but yeah, I mean, as long as they have the regular traditional, ESPN broadcast, and then they have this alternate broadcast, what's the harm here?
Yeah, 707 checks in here too. By the way, Derek, it says, Derek, you're getting ridiculous, man. From the grab bag every week, it's multiple NBA stories. This is not what any of us signed up for. When the grab bag is read, it's time for Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia and a grab bag break. Is what
All
we
right,
need.
you know what? You need to calm down because I have no control over the grab bag. I open it up. I open up the sack. I see what's inside.
It is getting ridiculously frustrating. Because it's not the point
It's
of the
not
NBA
over.
grab bag.
It's not over
I just don't
yet.
like 3 of them. What are we doing?
That's the start, okay? Then we're moving on here. Moving on the NBA grab
Sometimes
bag.
you're like, we're out of time, and then we don't even get to
We're
the
not
other.
out of time yet,
and
my
more
friend.
than half the stories are grab bag.
Hey, come on. I got more stories here. Saints running back Alvin Kamara. See, there's a little bit of mix. You got a little bit of football and baseball
There we
here.
go.
So, Saints running back Alvin Kamara threw out the first pitch of the Cubs game on Saturday.
I saw this.
Kamara threw he threw out the first pitch, wide left in the dirt. Not happy about it. He asked for a redo.
Dude, he threw it outside of the other batter's box. He was pretty far outside.
So the second pitch was a little bit better, but still wide left. Here's my thing. You throw out the first pitch, that's the key word. First pitch, you only get one chance.
Yep.
I'm sorry. And I know it was a bad pitch. That's why I would never agree to throw out a first pitch, because if it's bad, it stays with you the rest of your life.
Just a bit outside.
But you only get one chance and one chance only.
Yeah, he asked for the ball back, and they
Ask
gave him
Rod
the ball
Brooks
back.
about it. Oof.
They asked him the ball back to do another one, and he threw another one. I immediately thought that's kind of against what I stand for. Because I think that's the part of it, is the nerves that go into it. Is, can you throw a strike? Can you pull a post 9/11 GW out there? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And he was just a Wrigley, and nobody expected him to throw a strike, Alvin Kamara. So I don't know. I'm not having it. I didn't like the second opportunity.
Yeah, GW better than you a House of Cards fan back in the day?
Dude, I was just gonna say when
Spacey
Frank
threw out
Underwood.
the first pitch.
Well, dude, he's about to go do it. He keeps practicing with Meacham, his security guard in the backyard.
It looks terrible.
Well, he ends up having a whole sexual relationship with he and Ron. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
He and Meacham before Meacham.
NBA grab
Well, yeah,
bag.
dude, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Before Meacham falls on hard times, I think he takes a bullet for him at one
And
point.
Kevin Spacey fell in some hard times there, too.
You know he's coming back. He's making a comeback.
Spacey?
Apparently, dude. Apparently he's
No
making
way.
a comeback. Yeah, Tim's guy. Anyway.
Wow.
Hey, you know what? I'll say it. Great actor, also kind of a creepo.
And he's gotten really weird even since he kind of lost this whole thing. Anyway, you're right. He's supposed to throw out a pitch at an Orioles game.
Yeah.
And then they end up getting rushed out of the stadium. The power goes off.
That's
when he's
right,
on the
that's
mound.
right, that's right.
Yeah, and then House of Cards took a turn for the
did.
worse.
It did.
And what's his name showed up?
Who? Mahershala?
Stuck on you in the last season.
Greg Kinnear?
Once Greg Kinnear's there, I'm out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once we get to that final year, I'm like, this thing fell on
I
hard
like
times.
Kinnear, but like you can't replace Spacey. Moving it. Well, you can for the reasons, obviously. Moving on to the NBA grab bag.
Yeah.
In a recent interview with Variety, Julie Bowen discussed her return as Virginia Bennett in Happy Gilmore 2. Here's the thing, though. She said she was surprised because I didn't think they were going to bring me back at all. I mean, who am I supposed to be? He's got to have a younger woman, right? All right. Listen. No.
First of all, she's beautiful, Julie Bowen.
Julie Bowen is absolutely beautiful, and she's
beautiful woman.
She was in the original Happy Gilmore. She was in the original Happy Gilmore. Years later, she was in Modern Family. She was in Horrible Bosses. She was in a new movie with Adam Sandler a couple years ago. I think it was Hubie Halloween. Not great, but regardless,
I'm a big Modern Family guy too.
No, I mean Julie Bowen's funny. Like, I think that we would all be upset if Julie Bowen was a part of this.
I want the original cast in it. Like that's kind of like how they've got Boban playing maybe it's the son of the belongs to Mr. Gilmore. Yeah, it's like playing like the same type of dude.
It's Boban?
I've seen the preview. Marjanovic?
I thought it was. Oh, it is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Pretty positive it's him.
I saw
That's what I'm saying.
Bad Bunny's in there too as a cameo.
He's playing. Again, you keep saying cameos. They're not just gratuitous cameos. A lot of these people are playing characters within the movie.
Okay.
Like Bad
Talking
Bunny's.
about Richard Keel's character, the guy that had the nail in his head.
Yeah, Jaws and all that. I
believe it was Mr. Gilmore.
Yeah, I think he's playing a guy related to him, like a son or something like that.
Okay.
But Boban's been in movies. I think he's been in all.
That's good casting.
That's what I mean. I thought it was great. I didn't even know it was him at first till I saw the side by side and went, oh my God, that's really, really good. We'll get this cleaned up and we'll have replay tomorrow. He's got to hit it as a lies. I had to hit off of Frankenstein's fat foot.
Volkswagen.
Virginia Bennett?
Yeah.
I confess, until I read this, I thought her name was Virginia Bennett for like the last 30 years.
To be honest,
a lot of people have said that. I've checked it a few times. Virginia Bennett.
It's one of the only times I think you hear it is early on when she runs up to shoot her. She goes, "Hi, Virginia Bennett, director of the tour." You know, it'd be great. I could get a Pepsi.
Yeah, exactly.
She's like,
she has to be in it.
She's the tour director. Oh, Miss Diet.
Yes.
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm glad she's back.
The real winner today is the city of Portland. Every time I come here, it gets harder to leave. I think you guys put something in the water. Excuse me, I gotta go play with the golf.
All right, moving on to the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
All right, quickly. According to the Daily Loud, streaming platforms will now have an advisory before the Rush Hour films, saying we all love our buddy comedies, but this movie was created in a different time. FYI, certain depictions, language, and humor may seem outdated and at times offensive.
Yeah, this is, I think, when they're airing like Rush Hour on television.
So it's not on streaming platforms?
Well, maybe it is. I mean,
I think so, because there's been so many things that have been taken off streaming platforms, like obviously Sunny in Philadelphia. They can't show the episodes where they did blackface. I think there's a...
The point is that it's bad. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's like people... My sister has said this to me before. I don't know if they could make The Office today. And I said, you guys aren't understanding. The point of The Office and like Michael Scott is that he's politically incorrect and sees the world in a different way. Like, I know we're in a different place in society now than in 2003 when that show started. But most of what he's doing is inappropriate then, which is why it's funny, is people are like, you can't be doing that. Like, now, I understand what they're saying here about this, and I think they say it's for the Gen Z crowd who don't understand that movies back then operated in a little different tone. You know, it was some light, humorous 90s racism is all.
Yeah. And if this is what you have to do to keep these movies on streaming platforms, and I'm all for it. I don't like things being taken away where it's like this didn't exist. It did exist. But if you
can't erase the history of it. Just acknowledge that you don't really do stuff like this anymore. But it was a different time. And if you can acknowledge and recognize that, great. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it.
That's my thing exactly. Like I was watching Back to the Future with my little brother and his girlfriend.
Well, we don't need roads.
Yeah, great movie, but they were like, creeped out by the whole thing of like, so wait, he kisses his mom? And there's a whole thing about like the plot he has where the dad has to come in and be like, get your hands off her.
How about Biff's like about an assaulter?
Exactly. I mean, there are,
it's the under the sea dance in the parking lot.
Yeah, exactly. And the movie's 40 years old. There's different times. Anyway, that's your NBA grab bag.
Let's gun it to 88. That's going to do it for an NBA grab bag. If somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line checks in, I lost the text here. Somebody said, you guys are really just going to act like that guy didn't hit on both of you on the phone a little while ago?
I don't mind it.
Mr. Positive, couple of cuties on air, and then he just hung up.
Yeah.
Was that Mr. Positive? I think it was.
It was Mr. Positive. You know what? I didn't hate it. Little positive energy for me.
You got that, Tim? No, you don't have it?
No, I don't have it.
Tim was mad because he wasn't on air at the time it was said. That's
I'm okay.
You know what, Mr. Positive, call in on Thursday and try to hit on Tim.
Really not necessary.
I think so.
I'll be okay.
Got a little pep in my step after that.
Yeah, 415 says
He thinks I'm cute.
415 says Julie Bowen good looking, but she's no Ling, like who I parked the car for. A lot of Ling giving me lap dance jokes on the YouTube
come
chat.
on now. Come on now. Sweet old lady. You creeps.
Cove getting lap dances for helping old ladies, says Tacky. That's going to do it for the NBA grab bag.
It's better than pie, I guess.
We've still got coming up Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. We'll do it next. Every week here on Dirty Work. Tim, after he begged for years for his own segment, we obliged.
They mail me in a potato sack, evidently.
Yeah, he hosts trivia at the bitter end on Tuesday nights here in San Francisco. Best trivia in America. And every Tuesday, he gives us a slice of life take, a sports take, and some trivia. Here tonight, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Part of the reason Tuesdays are great. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. And Tim, I'm really sorry, man. I do owe you an apology personally. You've only been asking for an hour for me to tell you that Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
I accept your apology.
Well, if Tim could move like Ling, this would be a different story. I would have got it in immediately. You know what I mean? Would have made sure anything you needed.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll
crash my car if you want.
We'll give Tim the floor now as Tim hosts trivia every night or every Tuesday. What's up?
Sorry, just real quick, I want to get this to the audience. Bob Melvin did speak to media members. It did say that Rafael Devers still dealing with back tightness. The earliest he could play first base will be post All-Star break.
Broke my back.
Spinal.
So he'll play first after the All-Star break is what Melvin says. Every week we do it here on the show. Tim begged and wet his pants, and so we gave him what he wanted. He hosts trivia at the bitter end every Tuesday night, and he's going to host the show with me on Thursday and next Tuesday here on The Sports Leader, where you'll get all kinds of takes and trivia each week. He gives us
going to be damp as hell.
He gives us a slice of life. He gives us sports, and he gives us a couple of trivia questions. Tim, open it up.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes Leader.
All right, my friends. Well, don't look now, but the Giants have won 3 games in a row, and after that stretch, what felt like the team would not notch another win for the rest of eternity.
Yeah.
The team is 8 games over 500, has more wins than the Yankees. That's a true story. And with the Dodgers being outscored 38-7 during their 4-game losing streak, you could argue that the Giants have weathered the storm of injuries and quiet bats, and that fans can finally see the proverbial sunshine. I say this knowing full well that A, winning a game on 3 Fielder's Choice RBIs is something, and B, having opened my big, fat, stupid mouth, the team will invariably struggle because Tim's takes have been ice-cold freezing. Seriously, fade me. I'm awful.
Fade the Tim's takes.
Kiss of death, Tim.
Kiss it. If Tim dubs you the king, you're
dead.
You're getting lopped off soon. Yeah, you're losing your head.
Regicide. So now that I've tanked the team again, let's get to what I called what this take is actually about. We here on Dirty Work, we have what we like to call the Dirty Work guys. It's the Kevon Loonies, it's the Juwan Jennings, the Kyle Juszczyks, basically the entire Bay Area Panthers squad. They're all Dirty Work guys. So today I would like to give flowers to another Dirty Work guy, one that rightly deserves the recognition he is now receiving from Major League Baseball. Tim's Tuesday Takes is all about Randy Rodriguez.
Oh, no, dude.
Why the hell not?
What are you doing to him, bro? You're going to get you. Okay, Tim, here we go.
Talk about a hell of a first half.
Oh, boy.
You might have heard a few of these stats already, but for those of you who haven't, Rodriguez has appeared in 39 games and allowed runs in only 2 of them.
Yeah.
He's allowed 1 earned run since May 1st. And that shouldn't even count because it was in Colorado, and that's like pitching on the moon. Think about that. If you blacked out from 47 Surfside margaritas on Cinco de Mayo, Randy Rodriguez would have gotten you out of that jam. And it's the way he's been pitching. 54 strikeouts to 8 walks in 39 innings. You like WAR, even if it's impossible to calculate? Rodriguez is number 1 among relievers. Fellow All-Star and staff ace Logan Webb gave him major love today with Greg Silver and JD. By the way, check that out, podcast at thesportsleader.com. Saying Rodriguez has saved him countless runs and the team countless times, and it's been across the board. He's gotten through so much trouble, Bob Melvin referred to him as the fireman. Easily the Giants' most dependable reliever, and in just his 2nd year at the majors, with an all-star nod, albeit a bit unexpected as a setup guy, it's totally deserved. And no, I didn't forget the most critical part of Randy Rodriguez's stat. Help me out, boys. What's his ERA?
0.69. Yeah, nice.
Just from listening to Dave Fleming and Andy Baggerly, everybody loves this guy. The dude gets bulk coffee orders every Sunday for the Giants media relations staff.
Yeah, dude.
That's awesome. And as somebody who survives solely on coffee and beer, I could not respect that more.
Yeah, it's good.
But the thing is most about Rodriguez that he made the All-Star game is he made it from the players' ballot. I absolutely love this because it's his peers around Major League Baseball saying, this dude, dare I say, is dirty. As recently as 2022, Rodriguez is toiling in the minors with walking nearly 6 batters every 9 innings pitched. That was less than 2 years ago. But by putting in the work, developing pitches at the major league level, saving the team more times than we can count in a position that is, unless you're the closer, rarely gets plaudits, putting in the dirty work. Randy Rodriguez, we here at Dirty Work, we salute you. What do you say?
We do. Derek, you was terrified. I don't know if the filth out there, you guys can check in at 808 KNBR and on the Sports Leader YouTube channel. The fact that Tim just gave out all those notes and said all that positive stuff about Rodriguez, we talked about his ERA, praised him for, what was the note, Tim, on the number of earned runs given up on the year?
He's given up runs in only 2 games.
2 games and 3 total earnings on the season. Is that right?
And one of them was in Colorado, which, again, is an outlier at best.
That's pretty incredible.
I mean, the praise is warranted, Tim, and it was a great segment, but we all know the kiss of death. I mean, you know, Jimmy Butler and the Giants bullpen. I mean, back in the day, people remember whenever John London, my pops, had a Giants weekly, that guy got injured. So let's hope Randy Rodriguez is good the rest of the way now.
Look, all of us are on the same page. We're
watching you guys teeter back in your chairs, maybe really second best.
We're all really hopeful that this is going to continue and that he's going to be an all-star like this in the second half and pitch as well as he did. Maybe he's the future closer. Maybe he becomes the closer in the second. Who knows what happens with Randy Rodriguez? But I think we all feel a little bit worse about it after Tim endorsed him.
I would say so.
It was a lot. I mean, Tim, I'm rooting for him and I'm rooting for you to get off the schneid here, but
510 says it best. Tim gave credit to Looney, and now he's not even on the team.
Oh, dude, he did.
Yeah.
Remember, Tim was like, dude, he's a dirty work guy. Now he's in New Orleans playing for the Pelicans.
Yeah.
Holy crap, Tim.
Well, you know what? He got a raise, so good for him.
Tim said Jimmy Butler was nothing, didn't want him here, couldn't help the team at all, keep him away.
Not what I said.
Well, it was something along those lines. And then he showed up and Warriors went on a run. I've made note of this, Tim. Tim praised Randy Rodriguez on July 8th, and I've put his stats down here. We will track this.
Okay.
For the coming weeks here.
Just like Devers' contract. Hope it works out.
He gives up like eight runs in the All-Star game, just gets lit up.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, well, Tim's hosting with me next week, too.
Sure.
It'll be perfect. All right, Tim. Look, I think we're all endorsing that. I love that that's where you went with the take. We're nervous because of what's happened previously with the takes, but...
Well, Tim should be nervous.
I mean, Tim should be. We're not to blame. Yeah, these are Tim's takes.
Nuke everything.
Yeah, they're not called Derek and Cope's takes in trivia.
No, they don't.
What else you got? What's your slice of life, Tim?
Okay, well, we just came off the 4th of July week. Everybody loves a holiday. Us at Dirty Work loved it so much that we worked on the company holiday. You guys were all here roasting weenies, drinking beers before heading on to Young Tony's 4th of July bash and petting zoo, before ending up on rooftops to watch fireworks or ending up in a ditch the Dirty Work way. It got me thinking. 4th of July is in the rearview mirror, and I thought about gauging our favorite holidays as a show. So you guys think about your rankings while I ramble on incoherently.
Okay.
Prepare your rankings for these 5 major holidays, but I'm going to take a few off the board immediately. Out of respect for anybody that has ever served, we're going to take Memorial Day and Veterans Day. That's exempt.
Okay.
President's Day feels a little political these days, so we'll
All
take
right.
that out. Halloween, grow up, Peter Pan. It's not a real holiday.
Oh, come on.
It's not a real holiday. What are you talking about?
Well, and since Copes had to work both Juneteenth and Martin Luther King Day, you're the only one who can make that selection. Okay? So your 5 choices are...
It is a load of bull. You know what I mean? Anyway, go ahead.
Your 5 choices are 4th of July, Thanksgiving, New Year's, Christmas, and Labor Day.
4th, T-Day, New Year's, Christmas, and then what was the last one?
Labor Day.
Wow, Labor Day.
Could have said Flag Day, but let's go Labor Day.
Okay, sorry. 4th of July, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Labor Day, and then what am I missing?
New Year's.
New Year's.
And you left Valentine's out. You left Halloween out.
Yeah.
Grow up.
All right. Ranking these?
Okay, so I'll go first. You guys take some time, okay?
What about Short King's Day, dude? 5/9. I thought we all.
That's every day.
That's a me and you celebrate thing. That's not a Tim
studio thing, not a control room thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I'll start right at the top. Number 5, I'm going to go with Labor Day. Labor Day has to show up on the list somewhere, so I'll put it at the bottom. The pros of Labor Day: it's a great day after a long stretch between the 4th of July and September. The kickoff of the NFL season is right around the corner. One last chance to escape before the impending crush of fall sets in, be it school, humidity, or that boss gearing up for your annual review. But you know, we here at Dirty Work appreciate anybody who's ever gone into labor, so golf clap for Labor Day, but really this just feels like a well-timed 3-day weekend.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 4.
Yeah, that's good.
New Year's Day. Don't get me wrong. I love New Year's. But it's basically an impetus to stay up till midnight, crack that bottle of the Vouv, get your New Year's smooch on, and welcome in the new year. Rather than counting down from 30 and wheeling out the corpse of Dick Clark and watching a countdown on TV that took place literally 3 hours ago, I don't know. If you're like me, I'm staying up till midnight anyway. To quote our guy JD, any day that ends in Y, brother.
Exactly.
And listen, I get it. You have kids. You have no reason to put on that suit jacket. You're saying, Tim, I need this. I'm not here to yuck your yum. Just seems like kind of one of the other days that you make resolutions and then promptly break them because January.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's just not my bad. Number 3, Christmas. I know what you're saying, Tim. You have no soul. But much like an instant ban for anybody that interferes with a ball in play, you might be on more side of the fence with me than you realize. Yes, Christmas is fun. Families in town. You usually get a whole week off. It's a great 2-step for anybody who wants to combo it in with New Year's. But Christmas is kind of stressful. It feels like the clock starts ticking down the second you're done with that Thanksgiving pumpkin pie. What do I need to do? What gifts do I need to buy? What travel plans do I need to make with expensive, spiked prices? Figuring out how much you can just mail it in at work with the remaining 4 weeks you have in the year. It's a lot of planning. So if you're a guy that waits in line for Black Friday stores to open, this take is going to miss you, and that's just fine. But the stress of Christmas alone, that's where I got it at number 3. Number 2, I'm going to go with the 4th of July. This one has actually really climbed the ranks for me in the last few years. Right in the middle of summer, the weather is good, the dogs are sizzling, the beer is cold. To quote Tommy, oh, so pure.
So pure.
And hey, sometimes you get a baseball game at 7 p.m., so shout out Sacramento.
Yeah, nice, yeah.
Definitely, it's an escape day for vacations, long weekend, 4th of July. It's synonymous with rest and relaxation. So as long as you're trying not to do your best Jason Pierre-Paul impersonation, the 4th seems pretty freaking great, which leads to number 1, Thanksgiving. This is my absolute favorite holiday.
Same.
And for number one reason alone, all you have to do is cook and eat. No gift shopping, no wrapping, no worrying about stocking stuffers or where Aunt Edna is going to sleep. All you got to do is watch literally 9 hours of football, eat 47 pounds of fruitcake. It's football, it's food, and it's an annual tradition of watching the Dallas Cowboys get their asses kicked before consuming 9,000 calories and bathing in gravy. Thanksgiving's number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, I would go the same way. So I'm going to go number 1, Thanksgiving. Number 2, underrated. I like Labor Day because it's that weekend right before football starts.
I've got that number 2 also because that's an off week for us in terms of we do all of the preseason. Like it's grown on me because we do all the preseason games. Then we get a week off gap where I'm gonna take some time off, get out of town, and then we come back to start the football season. I'm with you. We're in lockstep.
And that's like the first weekend of college football. Yep. So like that's a great weekend.
Week 0.
Yep. I'll go Christmas number 3. Number 4, I'll go 4th of July. 5th and last, I'll probably go New Year's. I think it's a little overrated. I'm with you, Tim. I stay up past midnight all the time. And everything's overpriced on New Year's. I actually just like to chill with my friends on New Year's than actually go out.
Sounds like a couple nerds who don't know how to party to me.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going with number 1, Thanksgiving. I'm going 2, Labor Day. I'm going 3, 4th of July. I'm going 4, New Year's. And I'm going 5, Christmas.
Right. I mean, I was trying to take out our collective work schedules out of it because people have different. We got
but it
football
affects
and everything.
everybody different. You know what I mean?
But I mean, I'm with you. When the Labor Day one is really the reason it's on the list. It's because it's right in between regular season and preseason football. It's the kickoff.
We got to run here in just a minute, but not famously, but Tim, you remember a couple years ago, the Niners played on New Year's. They played on Thanksgiving, Christmas, and they played New Year's Eve. And so Tim and I had to work all those days, right?
Yeah.
I think I showed up to work that day, and you said, "Oh boy, man, you see the Niners schedule? It came out." And I said, "What is it?" And you said, "All 3 holidays." And I said, "That sucks. Unless you hate your family, in which case, the perfect work schedule you could have." That's a solid ranking system today, Tim. I like that.
All right, I'd say let's save the trivia questions.
That's fine.
Let's do it right before the show ends. Right when we're putting the show to bed.
How about that? Let's keep everybody around. We're going to replay you the Casey Schmidt interview that we did earlier. Then JT Snow joins us. Then Andy Baggerly. Then we're going to give you some Tim's trivia. So you got Tim's Tuesday takes.
No more takes.
No more takes, but you got trivia coming at the end of the show. We do got to get to the Casey Schmidt interview. What a fun show it's been today.
It has been.
Tuesdays are the absolute best.
We got even more now.
It's the greatest day of the week here on Dirty Work on the greatest show in America. Casey Schmidt, Giants second baseman, joined us earlier. We'll play it for you next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
The 1-2. Schmidt hits a chopper. Slow hit towards short. Turner will field. Flip to second for the out. The throw to first. Not in time. And Adames comes in to score. 2-1 Giants. 2-2 pitch. Real Muto line drive and caught at second by Casey Schmidt. A leaping catch. One away. It was not hit that hard, which might have actually made it a little harder of a play. Casey went way up there.
How's it sounds of last night's win? Giants 3-1 over the Phillies. They play again tonight, 6:45 at Oracle Park, and we'll have pregame for you at 5:45. A real pleasure to be joined now on the UMA guest line by Giants second baseman Casey Schmidt. You heard him in the highlights there. Casey, great to have you on the show, man. How are you?
Hey, Casey.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on, dude. I mean, it's great to have you back in the lineup. A lot of fans were calling us and texting over the last few weeks, and I think everybody was bummed you'd gotten hurt and wanted you back to play some second base. Was that a tough play? Is it a tougher play when it's a softly hit ball like that, sort of floating up there?
Yeah, a little bit. Just kind of the read was a little wonky a little bit, but glad I was able to make the play at the end.
Did I hear you say after the game that Willie Adames was not a fan of your hops? Did he go, white men can't jump on you?
Yeah, he definitely made a comment right after.
Well, Casey, walk us through your other big play last night, getting the RBI hit in the eighth, where you beat out the throw to get to first.
Yeah, I mean, going into that bat, it was a little bit not fully in the strike zone, so I kind of wanted to be a little extremely selective and make him come to me. And yeah, just not trying to do too much. I think it was a 1-1 pitch. I got something to hit and just fouled it off, and then at that point I'm in compete mode and put the ball in play mode. So I was able to get something to put the ball in play, and it was soft enough where I could beat it out and get the run in.
Voice you hear is Casey Schmidt joining us on the UMA guest line. We were looking at I mean, I've been watching you all year, and I've watched in parts of the 3 seasons that you've come up since you've made it to the major leagues. And I'm wondering for you, the approach this year or your plan at the plate. Like you said, I wasn't trying to do too much, but try to have a competitive at bat, not get chasing, but get something that you could put in play to put some pressure on the opposition. How has your approach changed this year, if at all? And how have you made the adjustment to some of the adjustments that have come your way? Because really since spring training, man, I mean, you've looked like a different hitter at the plate, a more selective hitter, and I think that's shown even in some of your plate appearances where you go a little deeper into the at-bat.
Yeah, I think for me this year, it's just been a lot more calm and relaxed at the plate, not being up there, trying to do too much, just staying within myself. And, it's been a work in progress. The first year was, was tough, being a rookie, kind of, getting, spot starts and stuff like that and trying to learn. And then I think last year I feel like I took a little bit of a step forward in, my approach and everything. But, I feel like this year I just wanted to make sure I built off of that and just continue to work on that and just trying to get better at the plate. And, just trying to stay in the strike zone and, just be relaxed. Not trying to, go deep every single pitch. Just read the game and, use the whole field has been, a big thing for me.
Talking to Casey Schmidt on the UMA guest line, how much of an influence has Matt Chapman been on you? I mean, him being out and then you having to take over for third base. Just talk about that whole process where he was out and just kind of giving you, advice. And now that he's back in the lineup with you, how better do you think you guys are defensively right now?
Yeah, he's been awesome. He's helped me out a lot. Especially when he went down a little earlier. He was there like helping me with everything, defensively, positioning, approach, hitting, and he's always kind of been there for me and helping me out and just trying to make me the best player that I can be. And when you have a guy like that in your corner, it's really awesome to kind of just be able to learn from him. And he's just been so great.
Well, it's interesting. After the game last night, I saw Bob Melvin, the manager, say, this didn't feel like a week before the All-Star game energy from the team. Like he said, it felt like you guys had a lot of energy on the field, and there was an electricity to it. He said it felt more like the first week of the season type of energy, like something new is getting going. Did you guys feel that, or did you feel that? Because I know fans who we've talked to and calls that we took were really excited about last night's lineup in terms of it feeling like it's the first time there's been a fully healthy lineup and maybe the best lineup you guys have put on the field this year since Devers has arrived and Chapman was hurt and you got hurt and now everybody's out there together. Did you feel that same energy yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it kind of carried over from the night before in Oakland. Yeah, I mean it's been great. The vibes are awesome here, and yeah, I mean we're healthy for the most part, and we're going out there and we're seeing what we can do, and I'm just happy that I'm able to be in there and be a part of it.
Now, I know in the stretch, I mean, you guys were tied for first place at one point and right up there with the Dodgers, and then there was just that slump that kind of the offense went into, all with runners in scoring position. Yesterday, I mean, you guys didn't get a hit with runners in scoring position, but as you said, competitive at-bats and putting the pressure on the defense to make plays led to 3 runs, and really nothing happened on the other side because the defense you guys played behind Landon Root. But in terms of the focus for the team offensively, like, is there a general hitting philosophy that is preached to you guys? Is it about game to game, series to series? Because I think that's what sort of is perplexing at times. You think in baseball things will even out, but I just wonder about, is there a general team philosophy for the offensive approach for you guys?
Yeah, I think definitely just being good with runners in scoring position. That's kind of been the thing that we've even taken back to spring training. That's what we wanted our identity to be, and I think that's going to give us the best time to score runs. Is getting that timely hit, or it doesn't always have to be a timely hit. It can be no outs, runner in second, and the guy whoever's up gets a ground ball to second, and that runner gets over to third with less than 2 outs, and then it doesn't take a base hit to get that runner and take a sac fly, a ground ball or whatnot. So I think for us, we're just trying to be as good as we can in those kind of situations, and getting on base and taking the walk when it's there, and just things like that.
How's it been for you moving around the diamond? Because I know when you came up, I mean, we were all really impressed a couple of years ago. Put you right into the middle of the lineup, and exit velocity was there for you, and the speed and throws across the diamond. Your glove is obviously fantastic. But since then, I mean, you've played, now all 4 infield positions, right? And 3 of them this year even. So, I mean, third base is where you came up. How is it in maintaining what you're doing at the plate, but also kind of moving around and getting adjusted to these new spots?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a work in progress. I've had to do it the last 3 years, so I've kind of gotten a little more comfortable, kind of moving around and not letting it affect me at the plate. But yeah, I think just staying with the routine and just staying within myself has just kind of been a big thing, and not trying to go out there and do too much, and just play the game and just read the situations and just do whatever I can do to help the team win.
Casey, we heard a lot about Buster Posey being an influence for you guys during spring training, but what's he been like around the clubhouse during the season? I know he's been aggressive with moves and obviously getting Rafael Devers, but what's his relationship been like with you during the season?
Good. Yeah, I mean, it's been good. It's been good with everyone. I mean, he's a legend, and now that he's in charge, I think we're all really excited to have a guy like that, kind of just be around and just learn from him and everything. And yeah, I mean, we're all really just excited, and we're all having a lot of fun playing baseball.
Casey Schmidt, the voice, you hear a few more minutes with him on the UMA guest line. Drove in a run last night and started at second base, made a nice catch late in the game as well. Landon Root, fantastic yesterday, man. I mean, I thought he really battled, and sort of seems like nothing really phases him or bothers him. First year as a full-time starter, and I mean, a wild pitch yesterday ties the game, and he just sort of locked right back in. What can you say about sort of it looks like he's got that kind of bulldog mentality, like he's pitching pissed off out there. What would you say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. He's always got this look in his eye. It's frightening. He goes in there and he does his thing, and he's an absolute gamer out there. He competes with the best of them, and you saw it yesterday. He goes out there and he does that, and it's just special, and it's really cool, especially because that's someone that kind of played through the minors with as well, from low A to double A to triple A. just to see it, and it's just been really cool.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch his development. He and Birdsong together. He was a monster last night. I thought Landon Rib. A question for you, because I know you had that you had grand slams on back-to-back days in LA, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
One was off Kike.
Right.
I guess they all count though.
We were wondering about that. Like, you had to feel good about getting the one on Friday because the Saturday, like that being your first career, like with respect to Kike, you don't want that to be your first career grand slam.
Yeah, it was. It was cool to get the first one the night before, and it was cool to get the one off the position guy. Yeah, it was awesome. Just to kind of be in that atmosphere too. It was special, and I had my family there as well.
Yeah, good deal, man. Did you? I know you went to San Diego State. Did you pitched at San Diego State a little bit, right? You closed.
Yeah. I was the closer. My sophomore year, I had a few starts on the mound as well, but that was kind of short-lived. But yeah, it was mainly just the closer.
Have you lobbied at all in a position player situation to be on the mound?
I've tried, but yeah, they won't let me.
Yeah, it sort of seems like now when they do it, like it used to be like when they'd put a position player out there, guys would come out and kind of throw some junk out there, trying to, Pablo pitched a few years ago for the Giants and it was funny, and Crawford did it. Now you get guys who are just sort of throwing like 40-mile-an-hour ephus pitches. Is it just to get through it quickly? Is that the plan?
I think I messed up my chances when I said that I was gonna if I got the opportunity, I would go in there, I would let it eat and just see if I still got it.
Trying to light up the gun at least once.
So I think I messed myself up there, but it's all right.
Yeah, we gotta start building you a new narrative, dude. That get you on the hill in a blowout game. One more for you, just because I'm sure the fans are wondering. I've wondered this, and it's a hot debate in the Bay Area since you've been up here. You're from San Diego. I imagine a burrito guy. I don't want to get into the debate between the two, but have you found a burrito spot in the Bay Area that you enjoy?
Yeah, it's right outside the ballpark. The best California burrito I've found out here. I love it. I get it all.
Is it Underdogs across the street on King there?
Underdogs. Yep, there it is.
Nice. Fantastic. That's a great spot, dude.
Absolutely.
I got one a couple weeks ago there. Fantastic.
Oh
Always good.
Yeah, and I feel bad too because I don't want to walk over there and get it, but I will. But I always just like. I overeat it, but they don't give me the chance to kind of go in and pick it up. So the person always has to like drive like 5 minutes
to try to hang a U-turn on King before a ball game. Just a nightmare.
I feel bad, but I mean. It's efficient, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so, dude. Casey Schmidt, the voice here. Hey, it's worth it, dude. Underdog's a good burrito, man. Hey, it's been fun watching you this season, man. Really happy for your success, and we're excited to see you healthy out there and out there at second base, and excited to see what the second half holds. Have a great rest of the week and a good All-Star break, man.
Thanks, Casey.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Been a good show. Got to a lot of callers today. I mean, the Rafael Devers thing, the controversy, the perceived controversy, I guess, I don't really know, between he and Will Clark. It doesn't seem like there's frustration on Will's side of things. I don't know that there is on Devers' side of things either, but this is obviously become a story. It's all over the place on social media. Here to talk some Giants baseball and some of that first base stuff is one of our buddies, the best defensive first baseman in San Francisco Giants history. It's our guy, JT Snow, on the UMA guest line. What up, JT? How you doing, bro?
What's up, JT?
I'm good, man. I'm good. What's up, guys?
How you been, dude? It's been a while since we talked to you.
I'm great.
Good.
I'm great.
Good, man. Glad to hear it. Glad you had a good holiday and all that. So first, let's get into the Devers stuff, man. I mean, maybe nobody better to talk first base with, but how did you, if you heard what's going on between he skipped out on meeting up with Will, and then apparently Will's like, I kind of understand it. The Red Sox were here. What's your take on that whole thing from the outside looking in?
So the first thing I'll say is it Devers or Devers? Let's get that straight.
It's Devers, but Will called him Devers, so it's Devers. Yeah.
Right. Well, Will's from Louisiana.
Yeah, there you go. You let it fly. You forgive with Will, right?
Yeah. So it's been funny. My phone's been blowing up all day. People talking, and just like to let people know and whatever. Like I'm not part of the organization, so I don't really have a big skin in this. I went to spring training and I text Buster when he got the job. He texted me back. Do you want to come work with Eldridge? You guys know all that stuff.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So I've been following this today. Like I've been following it, and I heard the interview with Eric Burns and Will, and the thing that I don't know has got talked enough about is the timing of this is all very weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Red Sox are in town, and then Will came out and said, yeah, Bob Melvin and Matt Williams asked me to go out and work with him in front of the dugout. And I've been listening to your guys' show, the last half hour, whatever. And I think I'm on Devers' side on this. He's not going to go out and go there at first base with Will Clark in front of all the Boston media, in front of their dugout. They're 30 feet away.
Yeah.
That's just a bad. And so I don't know why they propose that. And so I'm on Devers' side, and he's like, no, I'm not doing it. And I played in Boston only for half a year, and 9 years of the Giants. I get it. I know how the East Coast media works. I know how the West Coast media works. And so I don't blame Devers for not going out there, because he doesn't want to make it, a big storm, right? And
right.
I listened to the Will thing, and Will's great. I love Will. Speaks from the heart. But and I don't think he's hurt by it. But I just wonder why you would want him to go out there during the Red Sox series, and I give credit to Devers, saying, no, I'm not going out there. And so, most of the time I'm on the player side. I think the players know what they're doing, and he's trying to get acclimated and get his feet set here in San Francisco. So I think there should have been better communication and better timing for this. And, I know Will lives in Louisiana, and I'm down on the peninsula. I live 30 minutes away. Like, just call me. I'll go up there and work with him.
Yeah.
I'll be up there. So, it's been weird. And the whole Will Fleming and Dave Fleming thing. And I know how the Boston media, I was drafted by the Yankees. I came up to the organization. We played the Red Sox in every minor league affiliate. And then I got called up at the end of I got called up a September call up, and it's a different animal back there. The media is a different animal in New York, Boston, even in Philly. So, I don't blame Devers for not going out there.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. We're talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line. You said something that nobody has said today, and I was sort of making the case. I'm with you in that I was on Devers' side. I actually even thought Will was kind of on Devers' side. Like, I get it. Yeah. I wouldn't want to he showed up. He didn't want to answer questions about Boston. Said, I'm here. I'm willing to do what they want. I'm excited to be here. Let's start this era. And then immediately Boston comes in. So you sort of have to answer for that again with the Boston media. So just to avoid another, sort of crap storm or more noise around what's already going on, I'm of that mindset, too, that he just said, I'm not going out there. So maybe it's a communication thing, but the point you made, JT, that it's an odd timing thing to say, hey, Will, you're going to be in town for the Autism Day. Let's have you out here before the game walking around with him. It's just bad optics. And I understand that, especially since he'd already been out there the day he showed up on the Tuesday and was introduced and worked at first base. On the first base tip of things, because you're left-handed, Devers is a right-handed thrower. And I talked to Aurelia about it a little bit. We had him on just because, Richie later in his career played some first base and bounced around the diamond. And I asked, the big change from going to the left side of the infield to the right side. I've always felt like, they always go, well, if he can play third, he can play first. I mean, you were a left-handed guy, so you played first base. I think it's discrediting so much of what you were great at. But what is the most difficult transition, you think, from playing third to first from what you've talked about or what you understand within the game?
I think third base is more of a reactionary position, because when you're playing third base, there's one thing in your mind. And we watched Matt Chapman, and Matt Chapman, he's amazing, right? He's a brilliant third baseman. He makes all the plays. Last night he made a couple, charging in, get the guy by step. When you go to first base, there's a lot of different things, like, how do I stand on the bag? How do I stretch? How do I read the throw? Yeah. Is it in the dirt? Is it high? Is it left or right? And I just think it's a lot harder. When people go to first base, they always say, wow, this is a lot harder than I expected. And there's a lot of things like bunt plays and relays and cutoffs and, the 3-6-3 double play. When you're over there at third base, as Devers played, you have one thing in mind. You field it and you go to second on a double play, you go to first on a, nobody on, or you go to home. We saw it last night. I was watching the game. We saw it last night with Bryce Harper. He's at first base. He's a right-handed first baseman. That ball that was hit, I don't know if he thought it was a forced play at home or a tag play, but he got kind of discombobulated. And then the interesting thing is when the manager, Rob Thompson, who ran the Yankees minor leagues when I was there, when he went out there, if you could read Harper, he kind of shrugged his shoulders and he's like, I thought I made the right play, or I did, and agreed with him. But that's a hard play for a right-hander. So, yeah, and I don't know. I've been following it, and I don't know that Devers has never played over there. And the longer the Giants stay in this, in my opinion, and there's been a lot said, they're not going to put him over there. You can't afford to lose a game. You can't afford to make a mistake. If I'm there and if I have an opinion or he's not going to play over there. I find it hard to believe after the All-Star break. The Giants are going to stay in the race now. They got the lineup back. They got Chapman back. So I find it hard to believe that they're going to put Devers over there after his groin, his back, whatever. I don't see it.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line. So judging by your tweets last night, JT, you're a big fan of Phil Cuzzy, huh?
So I'm watching the game with my wife, and I'm like, this guy umped when I was playing, so he's super old.
Yeah, he's been around then, yeah.
No, but that was embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like the pitches, and I'm watching it as just a fan. Of course, I'm rooting for the Giants, but the pitches he missed to Harper, and Harper had every reason to be, pissed off. And then the three pitches to Chapman.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, but it allowed, and as a hitter, when you're 0-2 and then it goes 1-2, 2-2, now he has the ability to look for a fastball and just put it in play. Where when you're down in the count 0-2, 1-2, you're in survival mode and you might swing. And I don't know. It just maybe I worked with the Oakland Ballers last year. They had the pitch, you could challenge a pitch.
Yeah.
And the thing was awesome. And the hitters and the catchers got it right almost all the time. And they gave him 3 challenges. If you get it right, you keep them. If you get it wrong, you lose it. And I just don't think in any sport, football, basketball, baseball, soccer, like keep the officials out of it. Let the players decide the game. And I think Phil Cuzzy, and it was weird because when remember when Lucchese got hit and he went out there and then he threw like 3 warm-up pitches and then Phil Cuzzy was like shaking his head. And I looked and I'm like, why is he shaking his head? He's throwing 3 warm-up. He just got smoked in the knee or whatever. And so I'm like, this guy wants to control the game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's time. I just threw it out there.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I thought he had a
full
terrible game.
agreement with you, though. Yeah,
I thought he had a rough game last night. Did Phil Cuzzy? There were some other just when you were talking about that, just guys who umpires that I always thought I'm still getting used to. There's so many new ones. I think they have like 12 or 13 new ones in the last couple of years. So there's names that like I'm unfamiliar with even, and we haven't seen a lot of their strike zones yet. Do you remember when Randy Wolf was pitching and Jim Wolf, his brother, was an umpire?
Yeah, I think there were some people that had money on that game.
That was crazy. Wolf was out there pitching. His brother was an umpire like on the field. Like, this is insane. This is unbelievable. You got this going on.
So you know what's funny is like people know, right? You up home plate and then you go to third the next night, then second, then first. So I'm at first base and I'm talking to guys, and they're like the nicest guys in the world, right? There's close plays, whatever. And then the next night they go to home plate and they're just like these huge monsters. They're calling pitches, and it's hard because both sides are yelling at you. And I'm like, the only 3 games I got thrown out in my career were on balls and strikes. And I'm like, dude, you were just at first base last night. You're my best friend. And now tonight you hate me. So it's a hard job, but I think we want to see in sports to get it right. We want the players to decide the game and not the umpires. But Phil Cuzzy last night, like it just unraveled and it was kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, again, from both sides of it. I mean, from a Giants perspective, I thought, well, it's great they caught some breaks. But if you're a Phillies fan, I mean, you're like, yeah, Chapman put together a good at bat, but there was like 3 pitches there that, maybe he's got control of the zone there himself. He's going, well, he's not calling that, so I'm not swinging. So you have to call it a good at bat, but it's got to be frustrating from a Philly standpoint. I want to ask you, because you're a guy who switch hit for a long time and then switched to just batting left-handed. I mean, Patrick Bailey, we know his defense is spectacular, one of the best defensive catchers in the game, but the offense has just been really, really, really rough this year. I don't know that switching to just one side of the plate solves any of that. It's fewer things to work on, I guess. But what's your thought on that? And is there anything you see with him where you think maybe one side would benefit him rather than staying a switch hitter?
Yeah, I think it's a player's personal decision. I mean, he's probably done it his whole life, like I did. But I switched over because I tore the labrum in my right shoulder and I couldn't hit right-handed. So I convinced Dusty Baker to, hey, if we're in a blowout, let me hit lefty on lefty. And then Jason Christensen, who actually pitched for the Giants later,
lefty,
playing the Pirates, he threw me a slider and I banged it off the left center wall in Candlestick for double. And I'm like, I'm done with switch hitting. Like, but it my splits actually got better as I went just lefty. And the thing is a left-handed hitter, you're going to get, especially the catcher, you're going to get off days against a tough lefty pitcher. The manager's going to be like, you're off today, or if it's a day game after a night game. So, but it's a personal decision for him. It's hard to do. It's hard to give up because you worked so hard your whole life at it and you take pride in it. And I think switch hitting is the hardest thing to do in any sport. It's really hard to be locked in from both sides, but you're doing it like 80%, 20%, right? Like it's a big split. And that's up to Patrick. He obviously has a little more pop and it seems like he has better at bats left-handed, but he's a guy when he's right. And this is why I did it. If you can hit the ball to left center and go the other way, stay up the middle the other way, then you can hit lefty on lefty. It's the big pull hitters, the lefty guys that are just strictly pull hitters that struggle with left-handed pitchers because they're gonna dot that slider or the curveball down and away and you pull off it. So, but you know what? That's for him to decide.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line. And by the way, JT is going to fill in next Thursday with Greg Silver right here on The Sports Leader.
Oh, yeah.
So, JT, you said that you don't believe that Rafael Devers is going to play first base this season. So, how do you think they handle it the rest of the way? You think it's just going to be platooning from Wilmer Flores to Dom Smith? And you've been working with Bryce Eldridge. Do you think that that's still an option before the season ends?
With Devers to play first?
No. Well, if Devers
if Eldridge is an option before the year's over.
Oh, if Eldridge is an option, So I was supposed to go down to Sacramento a couple weekends ago and work with him, but he pulled his hamstring, so that got derailed. And and you know what? I think Dom Smith is really good at first, and I kind of watch the game in a different way with the first baseman, but to me, like his actions and his mind, he always is thinking one step ahead, and he knows what to do with the ball, and he makes good feeds to the pitcher. He does the right play. I just think if the Giants stay in this, which it looks like they are because their lineup is a lot longer now with Chapman back, and I think Chapman is the key to this whole thing. I just find it hard that you're going to put a guy at first base in Devers that hasn't played there his whole career when you're getting down and every night. And this is the exciting time of the year, right? We get into August. You got August and September, and now it's a horse race. So we got to win every night. So, and you know, Eldridge got set back, and he's going to have to go down to Sacramento and rehab and then come back. But it's set him back. He may not even be up in September. Maybe they just shut him down. But, I love the way Devers swings the bat. Like when the Giants are playing, like he comes up, I don't go to the bathroom. I don't take his at bat off. I watch his at bat because he swings the bat. And I know there's a lot of people saying, well, he's this, that. Like, just give him time. Just give him time. He's in a new league. I did it. I went to the National League, the American League. It's hard. But when he gets up to bat, he swings the bat. And that's what you love in guys. I don't know if I see him looking at the iPad much in the dugout after at bats. He goes up there and swings. And so when he has an at bat, like I watch it and just give him a little time. I think he's going to do some damage, coming down the stretch here.
JT Snow, voice you hear, best defensive first baseman in Giants history. And, by the way, he'll be on KNBR next Thursday. He'll be here on The Sports Leader with Greg Silver, filling in from 10 till 2. JT, always fun catching up, man. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, JT.
All right, guys. Yeah, thanks again.
Talk to you soon, bro. Great stuff, dude. JT Snow, you missed any of that, all available KNBR, or The Sports Leader, and the Sports Leader app is where you can get all that stuff. Casey Schmidt, we spoke to earlier. He's out there, a good defender in his own right. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Andy Baggerly's going to join us. We'll pick his brain on some of the news that Bob Melvin gave a little while ago that Devers is still dealing with some back soreness.
Yes.
So he's not going to play first for sure until after the All-Star break. But JT making some good points in terms of, like, if you're in the hunt, is that doing you a disservice to put him over at first base?
I think he's onto something.
Because it's not just like you can double switch a guy out. I mean, you'd rather have him almost DH, keep him healthy, and then maybe they just do what the Red Sox should have done, which is waited until spring training to see
that would be smart
if he's ready for some first base. Because again, you do have I think he's a plus defender in Dom Smith. He's been really good over there. 808 KNBR, always the number to call and text when we come on back. Andy Baggerly. Then we'll get a couple of trivia questions from Tim before we put the show to bed. Giants pregame at 5:45, only here on The Sports Leader.
Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants pregame coming up in about 20 minutes. We do it every week with our guy Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, covers the Giants. What's up, Bags? How you doing, man? Hey, Andy.
Hey, Coops. Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm good.
Good, man. Good to have you. Dude, a couple of good pieces by you this week, by the way. Derek and I both loved your gamer from last night, and a good team win for the Giants we thought yesterday. I don't know how many wins you've watched where the winning team only scored 3 on fielder's choices. That was, and by the way, the only other run in the game on a wild pitch, right?
Right, yeah. They really had the ground attack going, as Tim Flannery would call it. But, I mean, hey, that's why you put the ball in play, you know. It's sometimes you give yourself a chance for something good to happen, and they kind of found the weak points in a drawn-in infield there. And, you know, it starts with the hit by pitches, and that's something that I thought, you know, it's just sort of ironic that, you know, they get a rally started with hit by pitches when so much of the last couple of weeks, it seems that's been a big part of the drama.
Yeah.
And, you know, I talked to Wilmer Flores last night. He was one of the guys who got hit. And he's also, you know, Wilmer's been really crabby lately. I mean, we've seen him beef with a few teams. And, I mean, this is one of the most mild-mannered guys in the league. And, you know, it just kind of dawned on me that he really did take it upon himself, I think, to try to kind of stand up for the team and be a team leader with Matt Chapman out. And, you know, they were not playing well. And they, you know, there were a lot of things that they probably shouldn't have been tolerated that were being tolerated. And part of that was getting hit by pitches. And, you know, you do get into sort of the silly part of the game where there's retribution or whatever. Some of that messages are being sent within your own clubhouse that you're backing up your teammates as much as it's trying to send a message to your opponent. But, you know, I just thought, you know, this is sort of emblematic of how Wilmer kind of tried to pick up the leadership slack, even though it was sort of out of character for him to be that guy. And I think he felt he had to do that with Matt Chapman out, and now Chapman's back, and nobody's happier than Wilmer about it. And I think it probably is not going to be a surprise if the Giants start playing some cleaner games because, you know, that's the kind of influence Matt Chapman has on this group.
Yeah, it was funny. I mean, he had the spat with Aroldis Chapman at the end of that game against Boston, right? Then he had the thing with the Marlins early in that game where everybody runs out of the dugout and all that. And the thing that told me that Wilmer, I mean, we all know he's beloved. I think he's a former Willie Mack Award winner a few years ago, and we know he's one of the main leaders. But when that spat happened with the Marlins, the first guy out, like right up next to Wilmer, was Logan Webb. And I thought when something goes on with him, they all rush to be there to support him. So I was all about that. I loved that was your take on that. Plus that he said after the game yesterday, hey, I got hit with a slider. I'll take a slider.
I'll take a slider
over a fastball. Yeah.
It was an Orion Kerkering slider, so it's got 14 inches of vertical movement or horizontal movement, and it's going about 89 miles an hour.
Frisbee,
so
right.
I'm sure it doesn't feel good, but it probably feels better than 98. So, yeah, you know, it's just, you know, this team kind of went through a weird period, right? We all thought there was a point in the schedule where they could take advantage, maybe put the foot on the pedal. They got Devers in the fold, and but it just didn't work out that way. And maybe they're going to be one of those weird teams that just plays really well against good teams and kind of lets down against teams they should beat. You know, who knows? And I said this the other day. I went back and looked at what I wrote at the All-Star break last year, you know, in sort of my first half analysis. And I called the Giants a team with no identity. That's what I felt they were at the All-Star break. I didn't know what the team's identity was. And it was, you know, you had a president of baseball operations and his, you know, what ended up being his last year. He's trying to save his job and, you know, they're sort of throwing stuff against the wall. And, you know, that's how it felt. And this year, I think this team has a very clear identity. I think they know, you know, who they want to be, you know, what they want to be, what they want to be all about, what their priorities are, how they think they're going to win games. The part that I still think we don't know is whether they're any good, you know. And sometimes they've looked really good, and other times you think, wow, they're still a couple bats light, or you know, are they going to have enough, you know, in the bullpen or whatever? Can they really pitch this well all season? And you know, that's why you play a whole long season. All that stuff gets the proof is in what you do over 162. But they got to feel good about where they stand. I mean, I think they're percentage points in as a wild card right now, and they're playing some good teams on this homestand. So a chance to build some more momentum into the break.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly on the UMA guest line. Yesterday, Bags, you mentioned on the morning show that, I mean, Hayden Birdsong, you know, okay in his last outing against the A's, but we'll see if he gets that start on Saturday against the Dodgers. And you wrote in your article last night that, I mean, with the off day on Thursday that Landon Roop could potentially move up. Do you still think it's a possibility that we see maybe Landon Roop before the All-Star break and not Hayden Birdsong?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a couple things they have to check first. They have to see how Robbie Ray comes out of today, because if you do skip Birdsong, you'd be moving up Roop and Ray, right? And I think that's the plan, is to have Ray get that one more start before the break on the Sunday going into the break, which means he'd be ineligible to pitch in the All-Star game. But it's the Dodgers, and I think you throw your best at the Dodgers. And right now, the idea of Hayden Birdsong facing the Dodgers can't really make anybody feel super comfortable. I think in the long haul, they think he's going to be great against every team. But, right now he's a 23-year-old who looks like he's still got a lot to learn. And Landon Roop is an older pitcher, and not maybe in terms of Major League service time, but, he's 27 and obviously has a little more stoicism on the mound right now and seems to be, finding a way to mix his pitches off his curveball, using his changeup a lot. And he looks like Bob Melvin, I think, kind of telegraphed it last night. He said, hey, he looks fresh. It looks like the beginning of the season for him, not like he's hitting a wall. So that tells me that as long as Ray comes out of the start today with no issues, and he looks like he's good to go one more time before the break, then yeah, I think it's going to be pretty automatic what they do when they line up the probables for the Dodgers series.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic on the UMA guest line, about 15 minutes from Giants pregame Game 2 against the Phillies tonight. So we wake up today and first, the minutia here is that Bob Melvin met with the media and told you guys that Rafael Devers still dealing with some back tightness, but doesn't sound like he's an IL candidate or anything like that, but he's certainly not going to play first before the All-Star game. What have you heard, or what do you make of this sort of Boston report? Will Fleming, I guess, said today on WEEI, and then Will Clark had to sort of respond to that on being stood up by Devers. I sort of feel like it's much ado about nothing, but I haven't seen or read anything else about it from you guys. Is this something you're on top of today?
Yeah, no, we watched Devers today. He was on field. He did work at first base. He's swinging in the cage. He doesn't look like he lets it go, and he doesn't look like he's shortening up his swing. So, the back, obviously, you can tell that he's not feeling so great when he runs. He's dealing with the groin, dealing with the back. He talked to Susan Slusser this afternoon, and Susan promised to give us the health report from that interview. And he said it started a couple days after he got to the Giants with the back. It's manageable. He's a guy who's very well known as a guy who posts every day and wants to be in the lineup every day. He's not a guy who, has an ingrown toenail and he's out of there. I mean, this is a guy whose reputation is that he wants to play every day and play through stuff, and that's where they are. But yeah, the fact he hasn't been super healthy has meant that the work has been dialed back a little bit at first base. He's still getting the work in, but maybe not the crash course level of work that it would take to feel comfortable putting him there. So they're now looking at after the All-Star break, hoping to get him playable pretty soon at the position, but they've kind of given up on the idea of him playing there on this homestand. As far as all the other stuff, it's funny. I mean, Will Clark, he shoots from the hip,
yep.
And I think that's a nice way of putting it. And he said in one breath, I understand why he didn't come out there, because all the Boston media was all over him during that series. So I do think that this is probably not that big a deal. I mean, if you work for the Red Sox, whether you're David Ortiz or Will Fleming or whoever, you're probably going to speak for the organization. And the organization clearly had a divorce from this guy. And you're probably going to say the things that reflect well on the Red Sox and not necessarily on Rafael Devers. So, I think you just take all that for what it is. And, I for one, the guy's been fine. He seems like the teammates really like him. We haven't asked a ton of him from a media perspective thus far, but he's been willing to play every day. And he is taking grounders at first. I mean, it's not like he's not doing it. Yeah. So I really think it's kind of overblown. And let's just watch this guy and see what he's all about and make our judgments from there.
Sounds good to me. I thought the Ortiz part was really funny. I was like, this guy didn't have a glove for like a decade. He's mad that Devers didn't want to play first. Andy Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic. We do it with him every week. Bags, enjoy the game tonight. Robbie Ray Day, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Andy.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good deal, man. There you go. There's Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic. Pretty simple stuff.
I would agree. I mean,
if Devers is still working at first every day, even dealing with this groin in the back, or
this is much ado about nothing.
I don't think it had anything to do with Will Clark. I think it was all about Boston.
Yep.
Maybe there was some miscommunication, but JT Snow made a really good point. He was like, "Well, why are you asking him to do that in front of the Boston dugout on a day like this?"
Exactly.
So maybe Will said, "I understand it," and my guess is since he's out there most days now anyway, working at first, if Will Clark were here, he'd be out there with Will Clark.
Exactly. People are making a lot of this because people are upset that it seems it's perceived disrespect to Will Clark. I don't see it that way.
Or do I?
And I agree with JT. I'm thinking more and more that maybe we don't see him play first base. You know what? That's okay. It probably would be more beneficial for him to get all of spring training to figure it out. But if he does play first base, cool.
All right, so earlier in the show, we did our NBA grab bag. We did our Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. We had to get out for the takes, or we had to get out for the trivia. We got Tim's takes on.
We got those takes in.
And the take was scary because, as you guys know, if you listen to Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia, a lot of times he's ice cold on him where he'll give a take and then it'll go the opposite direction. Like he thought that Jimmy Butler, not a good idea for the Warriors.
On the precipice that he did not want to sign an extension, which he did 5 seconds after being
It
traded.
was like 3 things wrong with the whole take in and of itself. Then the next one was Kevon Looney's a dirty work guy. Now he's not even a Warrior guy. He's
wrong again.
Playing for the Pelicans. Tim today came with a good take and something we all agreed with, but it was about how great Randy Rodriguez is and how fantastic he's been, a .69 ERA. And
I mean, we agree with all that, but
People on the YouTube chat could see you guys nearly fall out of your chairs. Like, you're doing it to this guy?
yeah, Tim does have a good track record when it comes to giving people praise.
707 said Rodriguez on the decline now. One of the best ones that came in was a gif of Marlon Brando from The Godfather, and the guy said, "Tim just massacred my boy.
Massacred my boy.
Look at Tim, he massacred my boy," which I thought was pretty funny. That was a pretty good text from the 707. 408. Tim, stop, dude. Stop talking about Randy
Making
Rodriguez.
it worse, Tim.
415. Way to mush Randy, Tim. 650 just said, yeah, he's giving a 5 tonight.
Oh,
so
boy.
Tim was all over Randy Rodriguez, dude. Stay away from Randrod, all right?
So next time you guys are saying go opposite and just maybe like praise Pat Bailey or somebody who really needs it, Ryan Walker.
Yeah, serious. Yeah. I mean, be like George Costanza, the
Reverse
opposite.
splits,
But he can't say, Bailey's ready for a breakout because then he might get even worse. You know what I mean? Like, he needs to say, I don't know how we reverse psychology Tim's takes.
You need to be mean.
We can't cancel the segment. Tim will cry again.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we'll take it.
Really going to have to wet myself again?
Wet yourself and talk Bailey. That's what we
Please,
got to
you
do.
love wetting yourself.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Tim will finish up the Tuesday takes and trivia because he gave us the takes. We'll get the trivia when we come on back, and then we'll put the show to bed. Giants pregame coming up, 5:45. Robbie Ray against Taiwan Walker. We'll do it next. Greatest show in America rolls on the Sports Leader.
Need a bed? On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Time to put the show to bed here in just a minute, or a couple of minutes here, about 6 minutes from Giants pregame. Robbie Ray against Taijuan Walker. Robbie at 9-3 on the season, looking for his 10th win. Be sweet to have a 10-game winner. Dude, I saw this. You know how, like, WAR, wins above replacement's a stat out there?
Mm-hmm.
See this note where Paul Skeens, his WAR on the season for a pitcher is 4.8. It's like a really good WAR.
Yeah.
He only has 4 wins.
Tough.
His WAR is better than, like, his team is so much worse than what his wins. He's making up for guys who are negative is basically what it comes down to.
He's got like 1 win, I think, in his last 13 starts, and his ERA is like 1.5.
Yeah, it's tough. 209 says, Tim, keep Randy Rodriguez's name out your effing mouth, dude.
Just you wait, guys. Just
I'll get right
wait.
on that, yeah.
This is going to be, I'm kind of nervous about
Well, now you guys have somebody to blame. If it goes terribly, we can point a finger.
That should be a good bit, too. It'd be great for us on
Point
the
the
show.
finger?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
All right, why don't we get into some trivia from Tim?
Let's do it.
We'll be at the bitter end tonight. We're going back to
yeah.
All right,
Tim.
back to the
Did I
10th
have
round
that
now.
loaded? Maybe.
All right, what do you got, Tim?
So Tim will be at the bitter end tonight for some trivia. Best trivia in America. What you got, Tim?
All right, I got a couple for you guys since we have a few minutes. Most caviar comes from this fish. What fish is it?
Oh, man. This is a good multiple choice one. Come on, Tim.
Come and fish on us, dude?
It's caviar. You guys like the finer things.
Have you ever had caviar, Copes?
I think like once.
Yeah, me too.
I don't even know that I can tell. Like I can't.
I don't know why I understand why it's that expensive, but like, come on, it's not that good.
I think I had it as when I worked at Boulevard. I think I tasted it once, but I don't even think it's not something I've eaten regularly.
I have no idea.
No opposition, but it's like very expensive and people go nuts for it.
Yeah, Tim, you gotta give some multiple choice here.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
The largest one in the entire world was caught right here in Benicia and Martinez, and there is a Pecos League team named after it.
As we
The
know,
sturgeon?
The sturgeon is correct.
Oh, the
dude.
sturgeon.
Don't forget,
word.
Waltz Martinez sturgeon, right?
Don't forget about Waltz Martinez. I thought you might go Vallejo seaweed, but you didn't.
No, I did, dude. Isn't there a Curb Your Enthusiasm, by the way, where Larry's at a
Sturgeon?
party and Christian Slater's there crushing
Yes.
all the... It might
Yes.
be the wheelchair one where he's crushing all of the caviar.
I think it might be a different one, but yeah.
And Larry's like, you got to save some of that.
You went over your allotment.
You went over your allotment because he's just crushing the
Yeah.
caviar. He's like standing by the bowl and just eating. He goes, you've had a little bit too much.
God, Slater, Christian Slater, what the hell are you doing here?
Because there's plenty of it.
Yeah,
He goes,
I know.
no, you've had your allotment for the
Exactly.
party. Yeah. All right, nice. Thanks for the hint, Tim.
All right,
Very good with the hint.
do we have time for one more? Maybe
Sure.
not.
How many feet tall is a tennis net?
I'm gonna go with like 3 feet tall. Maybe 4, 3.5, maybe 3. I'll go with 3.
I'll go with 4.
That is correct.
3.
It's 3.
3 feet.
I was trying to think. I was like, I've stood next to a tennis net, and I was like, there's no way it's up to my shoulder. And
Yeah.
as you know, I'm a short king. Yeah, so I'm not 5'8", 5'9", somewhere in there. It ain't going up to my shoulders.
On
and
a
my
good
neck,
day for
you know
me.
what I mean? Yeah, in my heels. All right, that's gonna do it. We got time for some note to selves, boys.
We do.
Tim, you want to start us
Note
off?
to
with
self.
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self, much in the way that we advocate everybody to get themselves a Ron who will bake you pie. If you can't park your car, get yourself an Adam.
Or a Ling.
Or a Ling.
No, Ling's not parking your car.
I know, but
But Adam might.
Ling,
If you sit on his lap.
Yeah. I did park an old Chinese woman's car this morning.
You did.
I did. Or this afternoon on my way to
We
work.
got the NBA grab bag.
She did. Dude, I mean, it was a very wholesome moment too. Like once the car got into its spot, she was very happy.
Yeah, my note to self was going to be Adam's not nice to a lot of people, but he's definitely nice to Ling and Ron.
Yeah, well, Ron's my landlord. Got to be nice to him, but Ron treats me like he treats me like a king with all this pie.
A short king.
Yeah, a short king, 5'9" day.
Okay,
May the 9th.
The real note to self.
Note to self.
I'll just do the easy one here. If Randy Rodriguez's season goes down the tubes, point to Tim.
Tim's
everybody.
the man to blame. Everybody remember Tim picked him. Tim
talked about him one time.
Tim praised him and ran through all of his electric stats too. It was like he's got this number.
That's the
and
kiss
this.
of death.
He's only given up runs in 2 games all year.
I know.
I am the black hand of death on this
So
show
if
right now.
805 Rage
It's gonna be the black hand. But
yeah, 805 Rage or Jack Loader wants to get angry at somebody, it's Tim Webb.
get mad at him. You can pull the Bob Myers. You want to blame somebody? Blame me. Playing Kevin Durant. I was like, you're not even crying, really, Bob. All right, note to self.
Note to self.
650 said it. You guys, I'm never going to forget about this. I think it was when we had Mr. Negative call in, then we had Mr. Positive.
Oh, yeah.
I think Mr. Positive at the end of his hit said, by the way, a couple of cutie pies on the air right now.
I'll take the compliment.
And then he just hung up. So 650 says, KNBR, the cutie pies leader.
Damn right.
707 later texted in and said, you guys really just going to ignore the fact that guy flirted with you
Hey,
before
man.
he got off the air?
Out of all the shows, we may be the shortest show, but at the same time, we're the cutest show at the same
I
time.
bet we get more texts per minute than all the other shows, too. It's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Thanks to Casey Schmidt, who's out at second base tonight for the Giants, JT Snow, and, of course, Andy Baggerly. Giants baseball coming up here 5:45, 6:45 first pitch. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. Giants baseball, Robbie Ray Day starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.